Chapter 1. Level 7 Below Ground. The Eternal Hell. Impel Down, heralded as the world's most formidable prison, is situated within the calm belt of the Grand Line. Countless heinous and notorious criminals are incarcerated here, with defenses that are extraordinarily stringent. Since its establishment, only one individual, the Golden Lion, has ever successfully escaped. However, today, the intrusion of the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy, has stirred a tempest within Impel Down, inciting a rebellion among the prisoners across various levels. At the 6th level of Impel Down, known as the Infinite Hell, Luffy and Jinbe have gathered to form the most formidable jailbreak team. Beneath the 6th level lies an even more secretive layer, submerged deep beneath the sea, the Eternal Hell. This level is shrouded in mystery, known only to the successive wardens of Impel Down. The 7th level lacks both entrance and exit, sealed tightly. Although is vast, it houses but a single prisoner. At this very moment, in the heart of the Eternal Hell, a disheveled man kneels upon the ground. Unlike the other inmates clad in prison garb, he is bare from the waist up, his emaciated frame resembling little more than a layer of skin stretched over bone. Embedded in his back are 4 spikes made of sea stone, with his wrists shackled by long, heavy iron chains suspended high above him. The other ends of the chains are anchored to the walls. He is none other than the #1 criminal since the establishment of the world government, a man of notorious infamy, Chris D. Raylo. He possesses the power of the immortality fruit, rendering him ageless and undying. Thus, despite the world government's concerted efforts and the heavy toll they paid to capture him, they could not execute him. They could only confine him here. Impel Down was originally constructed by the world government for the sole purpose of imprisoning him. Raylo had long since awakened his fruit's abilities, and even under the suppression of sea stone, his powers had not entirely waned. After being imprisoned for 60 years, his body had not succumbed to death, but the influence of the sea stone had rendered him exceedingly gaunt. Boom! The ruckus caused by Luffy and his companions above reverberated through the structure, shaking the 7th level. The chains, embedded in the walls for years without movement, began to loosen slightly. What is happening? How did I end up here? He opened his eyes, his gaze somewhat vacant, devoid of the aura of a sovereign. Wasn't I just watching the Pirate King? How did I arrive here? Raylo surveyed his surroundings in disbelief. Suddenly, a flood of information surged into his mind. My heavens, I've actually traversed dimensions. As a seasoned otaku, he quickly accepted this reality, even feeling a sense of pride about it. However, his spirits soon sank. Why is it that others traverse to find treasures and beautiful women, while I end up as a prisoner? What good is being ageless and undying if I'm destined to remain here forever? Frustrated, Raylo waved his hands, causing the iron chains to clank noisily. What is going on? He felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body, as if he could effortlessly tear the chains apart. With a clenched fist, his once withered arm now erupted with boundless power, and one of the chains was forcibly yanked from the wall. Raylo stared in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the situation. This wasn't the ability granted by the fruit, it was the result of the original owner's training. The former Raylo was born over a century ago and consumed a devil fruit in his youth, which preserved his body in its youthful state. Over the long years, this Bodhi's potential had reached its zenith. This physique harbored world-shattering power. Within the memories he had acquired, there were references to these matters, yet he could not fathom why, despite being suppressed by sea stone, he possessed such formidable strength. Could it be that my soul does not belong to this world? Hence, I am unaffected by the sea stone? Raylo hypothesized. A smile began to play at the corners of his mouth. Whatever the case, I've hit the jackpot. With his left hand, he replicated his earlier actions and tore down another chain. Grasping the shackles binding his other hand, he yanked forcefully, causing them to slip from his wrists. Thud, 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 thud. The 4 sea stone spikes embedded in his back were forcibly extracted, clattering to the ground. Ah, that feels much better. Why do I feel even stronger now? The wounds on his back healed at a visible pace, and his once gaunt frame gradually regained its robust stature. This was yet another ability of the immortality fruit superior healing. In a matter of moments, He had returned to the form he possessed at the time of his capture. He was a strikingly handsome and imposing man, standing nearly 2 meters tall, devoid of any excess fat, his skin smooth and unblemished, without a single scar. His features exuded charm, as if sculpted by the finest artisan, flawless in every regard. If nearly all men were captivated by the Empress Boa Hancock, then it could be said that scarcely any woman could resist his allure. Raylo admired his body, growing increasingly fond of this physique. He planted his feet firmly and leaped high, puncturing the thick layer of walls, ascending to the 6th level of Impel Down. Who is he? He seems to have come from below. Could it be that Impel Down has a 7th level? Even the Golden Lion was imprisoned at our level. Who could be confined at the 7th level? The prisoners at the 6th level were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Raylo, some even feeling a sense of dread. They were all notorious criminals, powerful figures accustomed to dominating their domains, endowing them with a heightened sensitivity to danger. From Raylo, they sensed an unfathomable threat. Even Magellan's subordinate, the Warden Shiryu of the Rain, felt a shiver run down his spine, remaining silent in fear. Raylo swept his gaze over the crowd. "What are you staring at? Never seen someone come up from below?" One prisoner gulped nervously, astonished that this youthful-looking man was indeed imprisoned at the 7th level. He had never heard of him before. Was he from an era even preceding Roger? Perhaps even before rocks? Raylo looked up, noting that the ceiling had been transformed into a staircase by lightning due to his abilities. With a gentle leap, he bypassed the 5.5 levels, arriving at the 5th level of Impel Down, the frigid hell. Though the temperature plummeted, Raylo's powerful physique felt no discomfort. At that moment, the army of wolves that had not yet caught up with Luffy and his companions returned. Spotting the solitary Raylo, they regarded him as a feast, their eyes gleaming with greed, saliva dripping from their mouths. Raylo glanced at the pack of wolves and smirked. No choice but to make do. The wolves' fur bristled instinctively, their primal instincts compelling them to flee. Yet they were too slow. Raylo unleashed his conqueror's haki, causing the surrounding snow to tremble, and the fleeing wolves collapsed in a faint. Who would have thought haki could be so effective? Relying on the memories he had acquired, he successfully utilized haki on his first attempt. Raylo scavenged the area to roast wolf meat. Although, thanks to the powers of the immortality fruit, he would not perish from hunger even if he abstained from eating. He still felt the pangs of hunger and fatigue. "I never imagined wolf meat would taste like this. It's truly unpalatable." After this meal, Raylo felt some of his strength restored. While Raylo lingered on the 5th level, Luffy and his companions had already commenced their struggle to seize a warship. Time to move. Raylo opted for the simplest and most direct method, leaping high to smash through the wall, arriving at the 4th level, the Scorching Hell. This level had just witnessed a fierce battle, leaving it in disarray. The Blackbeard pirates, having been attacked by Magellan's poison, lay sprawled in the corridor, barely clinging to life. Is that Blackbeard? Raylo quickly realized a crucial fact. Today was the day Luffy would lead the prisoners in a breakout. Chapter 2. Confrontation with Magellan. Faced with the sudden appearance of Raylo, Blackbeard found himself in a quandary. Though he longed to cry out for help, he restrained himself. "Captain, that guy? Indeed, he's likely a man more formidable than Whitebeard. A single misstep could spell our doom." Though Raylo yearned to crush Blackbeard on the spot, he had more pressing matters to attend to. With a powerful leap, he harnessed even greater strength from the searing ground, directly bypassing the remaining layers of hell and Impel Down to reach the control center above sea level. Just moments ago, Mr. Bon Clay, disguised as Magellan, had commanded the guards to open the gates of justice, allowing Luffy and his group to escape. As Magellan's poisonous liquid hurtled towards Bon Clay, Raylo appeared just in time. In a flash, he darted in front of Magellan, saving Mr. Bon Clay. "Just made it in time," Raylo sighed in relief. In the original story, Bon Clay had chosen to sacrifice himself to aid Luffy and others in their escape. Although it was later revealed in the manga's cover page that Bon Clay did not perish, but instead became the new queen of the 5.5 level, Raylo still felt a pang of regret over the matter. This time, he was determined to take Bon Clay along with him. Despite not being a main character, Bon Clay possessed a unique charm that Raylo found quite appealing. "Who are you?" Facing the man who had suddenly appeared and saved him, Fonclai found himself at a loss for words. More astonished than Fonclai was Magellan at that moment. As the current warden of Impel Down, he was well aware of the existence of Level 7 and the notorious criminal imprisoned within. Although Magellan had never laid eyes on Raylo himself, the oppressive aura emanating from the man before him could undeniably be attributed to the infamous figure from Level 7. "How did you escape?" Magellan's voice trembled slightly. Even with his formidable strength, he lacked confidence in his ability to subdue Raylo. Fortunately, the device controlling the gates of justice had been destroyed, rendering even Raylo incapable of escaping this maritime domain. "Tell me, are you going to let me go?" Raylo replied playfully. "Venom Dragon." Magellan did not respond. Instead, he unleashed his devil fruit powers. 3 massive purple dragons erupted from his body, attacking Raylo from 3 different directions. Even the mighty Blackbeard and others had been swiftly vanquished by this attack. Yet Raylo had already foreseen Magellan's move through his Kinbunchika haki and was aware of what was to come. However, rather than evade, Raylo gently pushed Fonclai aside, absorbing the full brunt of the 3 venomous dragons himself. "Senior," Fonclai shouted, perceiving Raylo's action as a self-sacrificial act of protection. Magellan was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that Raylo would confront his attack heat-in. Had the prolonged confinement deranged him? Sizzle, sizzle. The venom gnawed at Raylo's skin, hissing ominously, yet he did not emit the cries of agony one would expect. "Quite pleasant," Raylo remarked, stretching his limbs as the Busashoka haki enveloped him, causing the residual venom to evaporate instantly. Raylo was certainly aware of the potency of Magellan's venom dragons, but he also recognized the remarkable resilience of his own physique, eager to test the extent of its capabilities. The outcome did not exceed his expectations. "Your venom is rather enjoyable. Thank you." Everyone present gaped in disbelief. Never had anyone dared to utter such words after enduring an attack from Magellan. Sweat trickled down Magellan's forehead. This man had the audacity to treat his venom as a means of relaxation. "It seems I have no choice," Magellan resolved silently. "You lot quickly leave this place." "Yes." The guards, upon receiving the order, hastily retreated, fully aware that Magellan's impending attack would endanger them. In the vast control room, only Magellan, Fonclai, and Raylo remained. Magellan's form gradually transformed into a vivid crimson hue, liquid seeping from him, corroding the floor as if nothing in existence could withstand it. "Giant of venom." Magellan raised his right hand, and the surrounding red liquid surged together, coalescing into a skeletal giant resembling Magellan himself, enveloping him within. "This is not good." This was Magellan's ultimate technique. Immensely powerful, even Luffy and his companions could only evade it. Raylo stepped back, avoiding the corrosive red liquid, but the venomous fluid seemed to possess a life of its own, spreading relentlessly across the ground. "Perish!" Magellan commanded, raising his hand forward, and the giant of venom mirrored his motion, reaching for Raylo. Such hubris! Raylo unleashed his Conqueror's haki, causing time to appear to stand still. Both the spreading venom and the advancing Magellan froze in that moment. Seizing the opportunity, Raylo grabbed Fonclai and leaped backward, and in an instant, time resumed its flow, the giant's hand crashing down, creating a massive pit in the prison floor. "Have I yet to master this?" Raylo mused, furrowing his brow. In his recollection, unleashing Conqueror's haki should at least induce a momentary daze in his adversary. That was close. Fonclai wiped the sweat from his brow. "Indeed, had I been struck, my trousers would surely have been corroded away." "Senior," Fonclai was left speechless. "Hey, flatulent one, I have no desire to linger here any longer. Farewell." Raylo called out to Magellan. "Allow me to gift you something." Raylo casually dislodged a stone from the wall and hurled it at Magellan. The stone flew faster than a cannonball, though it was gradually corroded by the venom. It still struck Magellan squarely in the chest. He was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the wall before thudding to the ground. Fonclai's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Raylo's casual strike had yielded such formidable power. Raylo, however, shook his head in disappointment. Surprised it didn't pierce his body, it seems I am still too weak. Let's go. Rello hoisted Foncly up and leaped, breaking through the control room and soaring over layer upon layer of walls. Eh, Foncly exclaimed in astonishment. Senior, wait. Outside is the sea. As Foncly's scream echoed, the two found themselves outside of Impel Down. Their bodies traced an arc through the air, slowly descending. Just as they were about to plunge into the ocean, Rello stepped on the air, propelling them back upwards in an instant. The distant warship, witnessing such a scene, stood frozen in astonishment. Who is that individual, and how is he capable of executing the moonwalk? Chapter 3. Seizing the warship. The moonwalk is one of the 6 styles, allowing one to traverse the air momentarily. To these naval officers, mastering the 6 styles is a privilege reserved for high-ranking members of the Navy or the world government. Yet, the man holding another prisoner evidently does not belong to either faction. The captive is Mr. 2 from the former Baroque works. Who, then, is the other individual? And why has he never been heard of before? Could it be that he has languished and Impel Down for an extended period? This seems implausible. For judging by his appearance, he cannot be more than 20 years old. Even if he set sail at 17, it has only been a few years. How could he have remained entirely unknown? A group of sailors aboard the warship found themselves engrossed in discussion about Rayleigh. So this is what it feels like to walk through the air. Rayleigh cast his gaze upon the ocean below. Originally, Rayleigh was a prodigy in martial arts who, during a confrontation with the Navy, grasped the techniques of the 6 forms and refined them. The moonwalk could only allow him to hover briefly in midair, and with his body yet to regain its peak condition, it was impossible for Rayleigh to remain suspended while carrying Von Clay. The only nearby landing spots were the warships. Look, it seems he is coming towards us. A Navy officer shouted. Prepare yourselves. We have already lost one warship to the Straw Hats. We must defend this one at all costs. Yes. A contingent of Navy personnel armed themselves, ready for battle. Are you here to welcome us? Rayleigh landed gracefully on the nearest warship, smiling at the gathered Navy. Due to the impending conflict with the Whitebeard pirates, all vice admirals and higher ranks had been dispatched to the Navy headquarters at Marineford for defense. Thus, despite the numerous warships surrounding Impel Down, they were primarily manned by ordinary Navy soldiers. Lalo turned to glance at Von Clee, whom he had just cast aside. Hey, young Von. Do you know how to operate a boat? Von Clee exclaimed, taken aback. How do you know my name? Raylo smiled but offered no reply. Very well. No sooner had the words left his lips than an astonishing aura of conqueror's haki erupted from him. Its overwhelming force rendered the previously intangible presence almost corporeal, causing the ship's deck to creak under the pressure, while even the once tranquil sea began to churn. Boom, boom, boom. The naval officers aboard the warship fell one by one, succumbing to Raylo's formidable presence, losing consciousness in its wake. Not a single sailor on the vessel remained unscathed. Von Cly stood frozen in astonishment. Although he understood that Raylo's strength could easily seize the warship, he had not anticipated it would occur with such effortless ease. Excellent. Set sail, little Vaughn. Yes. Von Cly felt a surge of determination. Where are we heading, Senior? To Marineford. Yes. His heart soared with joy, as this meant he would soon reunite with Luffy. Despite the peculiar currents surrounding Impel Down restricting their course solely towards Marineford, hearing Raylo affirm their destination filled Von Cly with exuberance. He stood at the helm, humming a cheerful tune. However, his elation was short-lived as a cannonball whizzed past him, striking the waters ahead and sending forth a massive wave. Von Cly turned to see several warships lined up in pursuit. Simultaneously, countless cannonballs were launched from behind, prompting him to grasp the helm tightly, swiftly altering their course to evade the onslaught. A total of 10 warships lingered around Impel Down. Aside from the 2 seized by Luffy and Raylo, the remaining 8 were relentlessly chasing after them. They had successfully facilitated Luffy's escape, and they could not allow Raylo to slip away as well. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of cannon fire echoed relentlessly. These naval officers certainly possessed a remarkable tenacity. Raylo was originally seated on the deck, admiring the scenery, yet at this moment, he could no longer remain an observer. Xiaofeng, focus on steering the ship. I shall handle the warships trailing us. Yes, Senior. Von Cly responded loudly. After Raylo uttered those words, no more shells flew past Von Cly. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned his head to glance, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. Raylo's form moved with the swiftness of lightning, darting from side to side. rendering it nearly impossible to discern his exact location, leaving only a trail of afterimages in his wake. Every projectile that soared towards the vessel, destined to strike its hull, was effortlessly intercepted by him. In that moment, Lalo resembled a deity descended from the heavens. It coincided with the Navy's ammunition exchange, and as he came to a halt, a veritable mountain of cannonballs had already accumulated at his feet. Lelouo stretched his body. Now it is my turn. Raylo picked up a shell from the ground, took a cursory aim at the position of a warship, and unleashed his armament hockey, forcefully hurling the explosive device into the air. Boom! The projectile, propelled at an extraordinary speed, exceeded the sound barrier, producing a deafening sonic boom that caused Von Crayer's eardrums to throb painfully. The velocity of the shell was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary artillery, and its power was equally remarkable. Bang! The shell did not strike its intended target directly, but rather impacted the surface of the sea alongside the warship, creating towering waves that caused the vessel to sway violently. Von Crayer stood in stunned silence, his mouth agape. Was this individual a monster? The soldiers aboard the warship erupted in curses. It was said that Vice Admiral Karp could hurl projectiles with force surpassing that of cannons. It appeared that this fellow was nearing Karp's level. What a joke! That was the legendary Navy hero Karp. How could this brash youth possibly compare? Faced with a formidable foe, a group of naval officers began to bicker amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Raylo, noticing that he had missed his target, could not help but sigh. It seemed he had yet to fully acclimate to this body. Senior, what did you just say? Oh, nothing. That was close. I almost revealed myself. You focus on navigating the ship. Do not concern yourself with this matter. Understood. Ryro grasped a shell in each hand and hurled them sequentially towards the 8 warships stationed behind him. Once again, 2 resounding explosions echoed, both perfectly missing their intended targets. Lalo furrowed his brow, a sense of defiance coursing through him. Grasping the artillery shells beside him, he hurled them towards the warships without regard for precision, launching them like a barrage of cannon fire. Though but a single individual with 2 hands, he appeared as if unleashing a tempest of arrows. The warships, witnessing the relentless onslaught of projectiles, recalled their prior devastation and dared not underestimate the threat, seeking ways to evade the impending doom. Nevertheless, 2 of the vessels fell victim to the dense cluster of shells. The colossal warships, ravaged by Lalo's ferocious assault, were left crippled, unable to navigate normally, and began their slow descent into the depths. The naval officers clinging to floating debris, swaying with the sea's undulations, gazed towards Lalo's position, their eyes brimming with trepidation. This man was undeniably a true monster. Suddenly, the elder Von Clay spoke, his voice trembling. What is it? He inquired, pointing ahead. His finger indicated a colossal structure resembling an insurmountable gate of justice. The waters surrounding Push City were exceptionally peculiar. The only means of escape lay through this gate of justice. This is disastrous, Von Clay lamented, his spirits plummeting. Had he foreseen this, he would not have sabotaged the control mechanism earlier. The control device for the Gate of Justice resided within Push City, and previously, Von Clay, masquerading as Magellan, had opened the gate. In a bid to shield them from naval pursuit, he had subsequently destroyed the control apparatus as the gate closed. Thus, even if they returned to Push City now in search of the control device, they could no longer reopen the Gate of Justice. We're nearing the Gate of Justice. Hurry. Pursue, he urged. This time, it was impossible to open the gate again. Despite the loss of 2 warships, the remaining naval officers, witnessing Lalo cornered, were invigorated with determination. Even if they could not defeat Lalo, they would encircle him, ensuring he could not escape. With no path ahead and pursuers behind, Von Clay was utterly bereft of hope, despondently sitting on the ground. This is the end. You Fawn, why are you sitting idle? Did I not instruct you to navigate the ship? The elder Von Clay turned to Lalo, only to find him brimming with confidence, seemingly unconcerned about their dire predicament. Stand up. It is merely the Gate of Justice. How could it possibly obstruct our path to freedom? Lalo proclaimed with fervor. Since there is no road ahead, we shall forge one with our fists. Indeed. Seeing Lalo's resolve, Von Clay inexplicably regained his confidence, rising once more to take the helm, accelerating towards the Gate of Justice. Look, have they lost their minds? They are charging towards the Gate of Justice at full speed. Do they intend to break through it with their ship? It was a futile endeavor. No matter how sturdy the warships, they were as fragile as eggs against the stone. The naval officers were perplexed by Lalo and his crew's audacity. In the blink of an eye, the warship carrying Lalo approached the Gate of Justice, on the brink of collision. Come on, Raylo shouted fiercely, leaping high from the deck and charging ahead of the warship. His entire being was enveloped in the concentrated might of Haki. As he raised his right fist high and struck mercilessly against the gate of justice. With a thunderous roar, it resonated like the very heavens and earth were collapsing. Both Von Cray, who stood behind Raylo, and the distant naval forces were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. They had never imagined that anyone would dare to confront the gate of justice with their own flesh and blood. This man must truly be insane. Raylo fell back onto the deck of the warship, gazing at the gate of justice ahead. The strike he had just delivered was nearly the culmination of all his strength, and he felt a profound confidence in its impact. Von Clay also looked forward to the gate of justice with eager anticipation, hoping for a miracle to unfold. Yet, the gate remained unmoved, leaving Von Clay in a state of despair. The warship soon collided with the gate, but instead of shattering, the point of contact erupted with dense, spiderweb-like fissures. In an instant, those cracks burst open, sending enormous fragments cascading into the sea. The once flawless gate of justice now bore a gaping hole, large enough for the entire warship to pass through. As they watched Raylo's vessel slowly navigate through the shattered gate, the Navy behind them remained in disbelief. Surely, I must be dreaming. How could anyone breach the gate of justice? Indeed, it is not just you who is dreaming. I too find myself in a dream. Meanwhile, Raylo, standing on the deck, suddenly collapsed backward. Bang. Chapter 4. The Colossal Sea King. Von Clay was startled by the sound of Raylo hitting the deck and turned to discover Raylo sprawled out, taken aback. Senior, do not panic. I am fine. I am merely exhausted. The exertion of shattering the gate of justice had nearly drained Raylo of all his energy, and now that he was free, the overwhelming fatigue surged forth, causing him to lose his balance and fall onto the deck. Raylo understood that with the power of his immortal fruit, he could swiftly recover even without taking any action, merely by lying still. However, to truly restore his body to its pinnacle state, mere rest would not suffice. Further cultivation was imperative. I shall rest for a while. The next watch is yours. Yes, esteemed senior. Von Cray responded without hesitation. Exhausted, Raylo fell into a deep slumber. Oblivious to the violent rocking of the ship, it was only after a considerable time that he awoke from his dreams. Upon regaining consciousness, Raylo was struck by a realization. The once clear sky had transformed into a dull, lifeless expanse. The voice of his senior, Von Cray, quivered, and his body trembled incessantly. Raylo looked up and found himself encircled by colossal sea creatures, their sizes reminiscent of violence. In the presence of these gargantuan beings, the military vessel appeared diminutive, with the sunlight around them obscured by their massive forms. These marine titans are scattered across the world's oceans, predominantly inhabiting the doldrums and the abyssal depths. Typically, such colossal sea creatures manifest only in the calm belts, yet, at this moment, they had converged here. Despite being among the world's foremost powerhouses, Raylo, who had once been an ordinary individual in his previous life, felt a surge of trepidation upon confronting such immense beings for the first time. The sea creatures encircled the warship, silently observing without any intent to attack. After a prolonged silence, a voice suddenly resonated. Raylo surveyed his surroundings, yet failed to discern any signs of other individuals. Even with the use of his observation haki, he could not detect the presence of anyone else. Could it be that? Raylo raised his head and glanced upwards, a sudden thought emerging in his mind. The Sea Kings possess a remarkable intelligence, akin to that of humans. However, humans are unable to communicate with them. Even the merfolk and fishmen, who dwell in the same ocean, cannot converse with the Sea Kings. Only the Mermaid Princess, born on Mermaid Island and bestowed with the name of Poseidon, has the ability to communicate with them, and such princesses appear only once every few centuries. Nonetheless, exceptions do exist. Both Roger and Luffy, 2 years hence, had once heard the words of the Sea Kings. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Raylo, a formidable member of the D-clan, could also comprehend their speech. It seemed he had become unacquainted with us. This was understandable, given that he had been imprisoned for so many years, inevitably losing touch with certain matters. A group of colossal Sea Kings engaged in their own conversations, while Raylo began to grasp certain truths. Clearly, the former Raylo had previously encountered these Sea Kings, perhaps even forging a significant bond. Or else they would not have made the effort to journey from the calm belt. Upon careful reflection, Raylo recalled the events that had transpired. Years ago, he had inadvertently ventured into the calm belt and encountered a vast assembly of colossal Sea Kings. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in mutual devastation. Yet a friendship was also established. It was from that moment onward that Raylo had gained the ability to understand the Sea King's words. The instant he departed from Impel Down, they were able to seek him out, indicating they possessed unknown abilities. Greetings, my old friends. Thank you for coming to see me. But I must attend to an important matter. We shall reconvene later, Rello communicated. Von Clay observed Rello as he spoke, glanced around, and finally looked up at the colossal sea kings, realizing that Rello was addressing them. Despite having been continually astonished by Rello since their acquaintance, Von Clay was momentarily rendered speechless. Upon hearing Rello's words, the surrounding colossal sea kings fell silent, collectively turning away and eventually submerging into the ocean, vanishing as if they had never been there. As Rello watched their disappearance, he quietly contemplated the implications of this extraordinary relationship, recognizing its potential utility. The mermaid Princess Shirahoshi, capable of communicating with the Sea Kings, is believed to possess the power to obliterate the world. Although he could not compare to her, Rello could still leverage these Sea Kings to pose a significant threat to his adversaries. Yet, he was reluctant to exploit this connection unless absolutely necessary. The warship continued its voyage. Shortly thereafter, Rello was informed, "Senior, we are approaching the Gate of Justice on this side." The triangular region comprising Impel Down, Marine Headquarters, and Eni's lobby each held a Gate of Justice. To reach Marine Headquarters at Marineford, Rello and his companions still needed to pass through this particular Gate of Justice. Gazing ahead, Rello could already discern the outline of the gate. "How peculiar," Von Clay remarked, perplexed. The Gate of Justice, which should have been closed, was now wide open. Indeed, it was just as he suspected. Rayluo exhaled in relief. Although he had already regained a considerable amount of strength, he was still uncertain about his ability to breach the Gates of Justice once more. What was happening? Could it be the doing of the Straw Hat crew? While Von Clay was perplexed by the situation, Rayluo understood it all too well. In order to ensure his smooth passage to Marine Headquarters at Marineford after leaving Impel Down, Blackbeard had dispatched his navigator, Luffy, to infiltrate Marineford well in advance. Luffy had hypnotized the Navy soldiers controlling the Gates of Justice, thus facilitating the escape for both Luffy and Rayluo. The warship sailed through the Gates of Justice, with Marine Headquarters at Marineford just ahead. Rayluo's emotions surged with excitement. This time, he finally had the opportunity to alter the outcome. Chapter 5, The Rescue of Ace. Marineford is a crescent-shaped island, where pirates and the Navy converge. Engrossed in the throes of war, neither side paid any heed to the approaching figures of Rayluo and his companion in the distance. As Rayluo's warship drew closer to Marineford, it was surrounded by a fleet of naval vessels, while the remaining expanse was a frozen surface, rendering further progress impossible. Rayleigh fully unleashed his observation haki, discerning every detail of the battlefield. Due to the interference of the colossal Sea Kings, the war was nearing its conclusion. Ace had been successfully rescued, and the Whitebeard pirates were in the process of retreating. Rayleigh keenly discerned that among the retreating crowd, Ace had halted, unable to endure Akainu's affronts towards Whitebeard. This was dire. In that fleeting moment, Ace had engaged Akainu in combat, only to be ruthlessly struck down, while Luffy stood not far away. Akainu intended to slay Luffy before Ace, yet Ace chose to shield Luffy with his own body against Akainu's onslaught. Everything was unfolding as anticipated. Akainu leapt high, delivering a punch aimed at Luffy, while Ace exerted every ounce of strength to intervene. In the nick of time, Rayleigh teleported from the warship to the battlefield, kicking Ace away and barehandedly parrying Akainu's attack. Rayleigh's formidable armament haki flawlessly withstood Akainu's assault, leaving him entirely unscathed. What a reckless young man he is. Rayleigh turned his gaze towards Ace and commanded, "You lot, swiftly escort them away." Jinbei, upon hearing this, was the first to respond, swiftly lifting Ace and Luffy to flee the battlefield. The sudden appearance of Rayleigh astonished everyone on the battlefield, particularly as he effortlessly thwarted Akainu's attack. "Who are you, brat?" Akainu inquired. Rayleigh cast a disdainful glance at him, and Akainu immediately felt a profound sense of oppression. "Sakazuki, come back," Sengoku bellowed. As one of the most senior members of the Navy, he was well aware of Rayleigh's true identity. He and Garp had personally participated in the battle to capture Rayleigh 60 years ago. The horrific details of that battle remain vivid in Sengoku's memory. If the Marineford War was the most devastating conflict for the Navy since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, then the battle to capture Rayleigh was the one that inflicted the heaviest casualties prior to that era. At that time, Rayleigh was akin to a malevolent spirit, instilling fear in the hearts of every Marine. How could this man have escaped? "Magellan, what on earth have you done?" Sengoku glanced at Garp, who nodded in understanding. Garp knew that engaging Rayleigh in battle now could very well lead to utter annihilation of the Navy. Yet, even so, he could not stand idly by and allow Rayleigh to act with impunity. The usually arrogant Akina now found himself as cautious as he would be in the presence of red-haired Shanks, hesitant to make any reckless moves. Rayleigh approached Whitebeard's side. "It is you," Whitebeard exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at Rayleigh. When Rayleigh was making waves on the world stage, Whitebeard had yet to set sail and had not witnessed him firsthand. However, the monumental events that Rayleigh orchestrated still linger vividly in Whitebeard's memory, especially since Rayleigh's appearance matched precisely with the accounts documented in newspapers of yore. Thus, Whitebeard instantly recognized him. It was astonishing that after all this time, Rayleigh had remained unchanged, while he himself felt cast aside by the passage of time. The era invariably belongs to the next generation, and he merely remained forever youthful. Who is that fellow? Someone pondered, astonished that he could withstand an attack from Admiral Akina while engaging in light-hearted banter with Whitebeard. He appeared to be yet another escapee from Impel Down, but his identity had never been heard of before. Is that young man an acquaintance of Pop's? I have no idea. Pops has never mentioned him. Neither the naval soldiers nor the pirates were privy to Rayleigh's true identity. Yet it was undeniable that his actions today would be etched in the annals of history. Rayleigh cast a glance at Whitebeard, who was now gravely injured. Even if he could escape from Marineford, his survival would be fleeting. Ultimately, he had arrived too late. "Have you truly made your decision?" Rayleigh inquired. Whitebeard observed his retreating subordinates and suddenly smiled. "Look, those are the family I have long sought. In this life, I have no regrets." Even before the onset of this war, Whitebeard had prepared himself for the possibility of death in battle. With Ace rescued and his other subordinates also safe, he felt unburdened in his heart. Rayleigh sighed, aware that Whitebeard's resolve was unshakable, and no one could alter his decision. He had already saved Ace. Now he would let events unfold naturally. At this moment, the Navy was severely weakened, yet the three admirals, along with Sengoku and Garp, still possessed the capacity to fight. Rayleigh, having just escaped from prison, remained in a state of frailty and did not have confidence in confronting so many adversaries simultaneously. Rayleigh turned his gaze towards Garp and Sengoku in the distance, a wicked smile creeping across his face. "I have returned. Let the five elders prepare themselves and await their fate." Rayleigh uttered these words with nonchalance, yet his voice resonated in the ears of every individual present, causing an uproar across the battlefield. "This fellow!" Sengoku gritted his teeth, only to turn around and discover that Rayleigh had vanished without a trace. Rayleigh returned to the warship, startling Von Clay with his sudden appearance. "Where have you been, my senior?" he inquired. "I took a moment to alter the course of this world. I have assisted Luffy in rescuing his brother. Let us depart," Rayleigh replied nonchalantly, lounging on the deck to rest. Shortly thereafter, the Blackbeard pirates made their grand entrance, uniting to vanquish Whitebeard and seize his formidable fruit abilities. Whitebeard, a legend of the bygone era, met his fitting end upon the battlefield. Both he and Roger were revered figures of their time, lifelong adversaries of Garp and Sengoku. Witnessing Whitebeard's quiet demise stirred a wave of emotions within the hearts of the two men. However, the average Navy soldier harbored far fewer contemplations. They had suffered defeat in this conflict. Ace, who should have faced execution, had been rescued. Yet, with Whitebeard's death here, they could report to their superiors and provide the world with an explanation, preserving their dignity. Soon after, the red-haired pirates appeared, utilizing Shanks' reputation to decisively conclude the war. Thus, the largest conflict since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era culminated with Ace's rescue and Whitebeard's death, long since faded from the public eye. Rayleigh re-entered the grand stage of history through this war. Regardless of whether the outcomes were favorable or not, every action he took henceforth would indelibly impact the world. Similarly, Luffy, having experienced the tumult of battle, recognized his own shortcomings. After the war's conclusion, he, along with the Dark King Rayleigh and the Fishman Jinbei, returned to Marineford to ring the bell, conveying the message of their reunion in 2 years to their comrades. All was unfolding in a manner both familiar and distinctly different. On the vast ocean, a warship sailed onward. This was the vessel that Rayleigh had commandeered from Impel Down, and at the helm, Von Clay hummed a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, Rayleigh leisurely reclined on the deck, basking in the sunlight. "Where shall we head next, my senior?" Chapter 6. A new journey. Rayleigh reclined on the deck, stretching leisurely. After a moment of contemplation, he languidly declared, "Let us set sail for the East China Sea." Rayleigh pondered for a moment, concluding that traversing the doldrums would be the fastest approach. The doldrums are the belt-like regions flanking the Grand Line, characterized by a complete absence of wind, rendering them perilous for sailing vessels reliant on wind power. Furthermore, this area is inhabited by numerous colossal sea kings, amplifying the danger, making it a place few dare to venture. However, despite its treacherous nature, there exist methods to navigate through the doldrums. Sea stone. A formidable weapon against those endowed with the powers of devil fruits, harbors the strength derived from the ocean itself. Naval scientists have ingeniously harnessed this property for use in warships. By affixing sea stone to the hull, colossal sea kings remain oblivious to the vessel's presence on the surface, significantly enhancing the ship's safety within the doldrums. As long as they are not directly observed by these gargantuan creatures, the risk is minimal. Moreover, warships possess alternative energy systems beyond wind power, alleviating concerns regarding calm conditions. Impel Down, a massive prison, is situated within the doldrums, and the warship on which Raylo travels was acquired from outside Impel Down, thus meeting the necessary criteria. In addition to employing sea stone, other methods also exist for traversing the doldrums. For instance, the infamous Rayleigh has reportedly navigated these treacherous waters on foot. Similarly, the island of Amazon Lily, home to the Empress, lies within the doldrums. The Kuja pirate crew can frequently traverse between nations in the Grand Line because the Empress's ship is propelled by two immense serpents, which even the colossal sea kings are wary of provoking. The task now rests with you, young Fong. Indeed, Senior. Fong Cly felt a profound sense of responsibility and solemnly acknowledged the charge. At this moment, the doldrums were cloudless, the sea surface devoid of any ripples, and not a single colossal sea king was in sight. This realization brought a sigh of relief from Fong Cly, yet Raylo felt a tinge of disappointment. He had some acquaintance with these colossal sea kings and had hoped to greet them, wishing they might expedite his journey to the East Blue, which would undoubtedly be swifter than the warship. Without any external disturbances, Fong Cly successfully piloted the warship through the doldrums. Upon emerging from this windless expanse, the vessel arrived in the East Blue. In stark contrast to the perilous Grand Line, the East Blue was remarkably tranquil. Fong Cly, who had been apprehensive about a sudden appearance of colossal sea kings, now relaxed his demeanor. When navigating the Grand Line, a log pose is an indispensable item. The log pose captures the magnetic fields between islands, guiding the user to the next destination. Each island possesses a unique magnetic field, necessitating the log pose to remain in the vicinity for a certain duration to fill with magnetic energy before it can point toward the next island. Should an unexpected event occur, redirecting the user to a different island, the magnetic energy would be replaced and point elsewhere. Some islands take an inordinate amount of time to fill with magnetic energy, and if one prefers not to wait, a permanent pose can be employed to replace the magnetic energy at the indicated island before proceeding to the next. In the East Blue, however, there is no need for a log pose. Ordinary nautical charts suffice to reveal the conditions of each sea area and the locations of islands. At this moment, Fong Cly was studying the naval charts stored aboard the warship. After scrutinizing the chart for a while, he suddenly inquired, "Senior, where are we headed?" "Rogers Town." "What?" Fong Cly's eyes widened in astonishment. Rogers Town is situated near the entrance of the Grand Line, the birthplace and execution site of the former pirate king, Gold. Roger, hence it is referred to as the town of beginnings and endings, due to its proximity to the Grand Line's entrance and its historical significance. It attracts many pirates aspiring to venture into the Grand Line. Consequently, Rogers Town has become a melting pot of bounty hunters, a place where various individuals converge. Fong Cly could not comprehend Raylo's motive for heading to Rogers Town. Did he intend to retrace the journey through the Grand Line? "Senior, what is our purpose in going to Rogers Town?" Fong Cly finally could not suppress his curiosity and asked. "To find someone." "Find someone?" Fong Cly echoed. Indeed. In this world, Raylo had numerous intriguing individuals in mind whom he wished to gather to form his own pirate crew. Although his strength was formidable, rendering him largely self-sufficient, he found solitary navigation exceedingly dull. Moreover, he lacked sailing skills. "I aspire to have my own companions." "I see, Senior. How many individuals are you looking to recruit?" "Let's start with 5 or 6. Raylo cast a glance at Von Cly, reminding him that he, too, was his companion. "If you have someone you fancy, feel free to bring them aboard." The elder Von Cly was moved to tears, never expecting that someone as powerful as Raylo would consider him an equal. "Enough with the elder. It sounds rather awkward. Just call me Raylo or Captain." "All right, elder." Since the dawn of the great pirate era, countless souls had ventured into the seas to become pirates. Even in the East Sea, pirates frequently emerged. However, as Raylo and his companion were aboard a military vessel, those pirates mistook them for Navy personnel and turned to flee at the first sight. Thus, their journey was uninterrupted. At the harbor of Loguetown stood a triangular archway inscribed with the name of the town. Even before entering its depths, the area was bustling with a myriad of shops and a throng of people. There are so many people, Raylo remarked. What is the name of the person you seek? Captain? Von Klein inquired. His name is Bartalomeo. I remember he is the leader of a gang around here. Wait, Bartalomeo was a notorious leader in Loguetown before becoming a pirate, known for his misdeeds. However, upon witnessing Luffy's fearless spirit at the execution platform and the miraculous lightning strike that spared him, Bartalomeo gradually developed a sense of admiration for Luffy, firmly believing he would become the Pirate King. From that moment, he began to collect all news articles related to Luffy and eventually set sail to follow him, significantly aiding Luffy in battles 2 years later. Yet, Bartalomeo had not yet ventured into the seas, and Raylo had come to persuade him to join his crew. Despite Bartolomeo's fierce and unruly nature, he was fiercely loyal and willing to go to great lengths for his friends, a trait Raylo admired. Just as Raylo was about to search for information, a figure ahead caught his attention. Fortune smiles upon us. Chapter 7. The appearance of Bartalomeo. Before Raylo stood a man of peculiar appearance. He sported a grass-green crest hairstyle, a tattoo beneath his right eye, a nose ring, and a face resembling a demon. His chest bore a black wing-like half-ring tattoo, and he wore a purple coat adorned with a skull design and checkered trousers, with a short blade at his waist. This man was precisely the Bartalomeo Raylo sought. At that moment, Bartalomeo was engrossed in reading a newspaper. Ha ha ha. I knew Luffy was extraordinary, daring to return to Marineford to ring the bell again. Truly a man I admire. Raylo stepped forward and addressed him. You are Bartalomeo, aren't you? Who are you? Bartalomeo raised an eyebrow, regarding Raylo with an air of indifference. You don't recognize me? Raylo was taken aback by this. Bartalomeo paused for a moment, scrutinizing Raylo closely, and then realized that he appeared somewhat familiar. You are. Bartolomeo's eyes widened in astonishment. As an ardent fan of Luffy, Bartalomeo had closely followed the Marineford War and was well aware of the pivotal moment when Ace was rescued. Although Raylo's appearance had not been reported, Bartalomeo had employed certain means to ascertain what he looked like. My name is Raylo. Then, what business do you have with me? Senior Raylo? Bartalomeo clasped his hands together, pressing his face against them in a display of sycophancy. Join my crew and set sail with me. Who knows? We might encounter Luffy one day. Bartolomeo's eyes sparkled at this prospect, yet he hesitated momentarily. As he learned more about Luffy, his desire to follow him to sea grew stronger. However, he could not simply depart. Bartalomeo was the leader of a significant faction in Loguetown, commanding over 150 streets and a multitude of subordinates. If he were to follow Luffy, his underlings would be left vulnerable, potentially facing retaliation from his enemies. This was a betrayal of loyalty that Bartalomeo could not accept. Are you worried about your subordinates? Raylo discerned his thoughts instantly. Indeed, aside from me, there is a fellow named George in Loguetown. If I abandon the town, he would undoubtedly seek revenge against my subordinates, Bartalomeo replied. With your strength, can't you handle him completely? Raylo was somewhat taken aback. Bartalomeo, relying on his barrier fruit abilities, was not considered top tier, merely of a near-elite caliber. In the small town of Rog, he surprisingly encountered an adversary he could not entirely vanquish. That individual commanded nearly 1,000 subordinates and possessed numerous hideouts, excelling in the art of concealment. Each time Raylo sought to eliminate him completely, the foe either evaded capture or made a hasty retreat, perpetually eluding his grasp. So, this is how it is. Where does that individual frequently appear? What are the distinguishing characteristics? Senior Raylo, what are your intentions? Raylo smiled silently. In a dimly lit bar nestled within an obscure alley of Loguetown, a group of ruffians congregated. Bartalomeo had become increasingly audacious of late. Indeed, if this continues, our territory will be completely usurped by him. Boss, you must devise a solution. The eyes of the gang fixated on a man seated at the bar's edge. Dressed in a black leather jacket, he possessed a formidable physique, adorned with several scars that lent him a fearsome appearance. A lit cigar hung from his lips, and even indoors, he sported sunglasses. This man was George, the local kingpin and bitter rival of Bartalomeo. George took a puff from his cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke before speaking slowly. That fellow wields the power of a devil fruit. His abilities are exceedingly troublesome. Neither our firearms nor cannons can penetrate his defenses. Damn it, is there truly no alternative? It is not entirely hopeless. While his shield may be impervious, he is still a devil fruit user. Once he is submerged in the sea, he is as good as dead. So how do we lure him into the sea, boss? George took another drag from his cigar. Isn't he known for his camaraderie? We must find a way to capture a few of his subordinates. Just as the gang was preparing to extol the brilliance of their leader's strategy, the door of the bar creaked open. A remarkably handsome young man entered. This bar served as one of George's strongholds. Locals would not dare to enter, and those rare outsiders who stumbled in had never been seen again. "I say, young man, this is hardly a place for you." One of the ruffians brandished a dagger at Raylo. "You heard our conversation, did you not?" Laylo nodded. "What a pity. With such striking beauty, had you been a woman, I might have spared your life." Raylo paid him no heed, his gaze shifting towards the bar. "You must be George." George, distinguished among a crowd of ruffians, undoubtedly possessed remarkable qualities. Sensing Raylo's scrutiny, he immediately recognized that the man before him was not ordinary, and his demeanor grew cautious. Instead of answering Raylo's inquiry, George countered with a question. "Who are you? Do none of you follow the news?" Laylo felt a sense of helplessness. Despite his remarkable performance during the Summit War, remarkably few recognized him. Yet, this anonymity afforded him certain advantages. Had he entered Loguetown under different circumstances, chaos would undoubtedly have ensued. "After today, you shall all know me. I am Laylo, here to claim my territory." Laughter erupted throughout the bar, with everyone but George perceiving the young man as mad. He had come alone and dared to speak so boldly. Ants can never comprehend the height of an elephant. And thus, Laylo remained unfazed by the derision of these weaker beings. "Summon all your subordinates. I shall deal with them in one fell swoop." Before George could respond, several of his thugs brandished their weapons and charged at Laylo. "You little brat, do you even know who you were speaking to?" "Huh." Laylo let out a cold laugh. And in an instant, those ruffians were sent flying, crashing against the wall of the bar, their bodies embedded within it. "Do you realize to whom you are speaking?" Chapter 8, Shattering the Barriers. Raylo's speed was astonishing. Within the confines of the bar, not a single individual could discern his movements. Those ruffians who had previously mocked him now fell silent, their bravado evaporating in an instant. Fear began to take root in some hearts, prompting thoughts of escape, with their leader, George, exhibiting the clearest signs of trepidation. However, this encounter was markedly different from the previous confrontations instigated by Bartalomeo. The adversary had arrived alone, declaring his intention to challenge all of George's subordinates. Should he choose to flee now, he would be utterly humiliated, and his gang would no longer rally to his side. George swallowed hard, contemplating the situation. "You must be certain. My men number nearly 1,000, he declared. "Very well, summon them all. This place is too confined. Let us find another venue." Although Raylo's earlier display had instilled a sense of dread among the ruffians when they heard he intended to confront 1,000 men unarmed, doubts about his sanity emerged. Regardless of his formidable prowess, it was inconceivable that he could withstand an assault from so many. Thus, the initial fear that gripped some of the ruffians began to morph into an inexplicable confidence. Little did they realize that 1,000 foes were utterly inconsequential in Raylo's eyes. Outside Loguetown, in a suburban area, George and his nearly 1,000 fierce and menacing subordinates encircled Raylo. Observing the surrounded figure, George, who had been apprehensive, now breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how formidable this individual might be, it was impossible for him to contend with such a multitude simultaneously. Raylo cast a sweeping glance around him, simultaneously activating his observation haki, instantly discerning the precise number of individuals encircling him, including George. There were a total of 998 people. Laylo tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Is it just these people?" At that moment, George found his confidence and chuckled. "For dealing with you, this is more than sufficient. Where are your family, young man? I shall contact them shortly to assist in retrieving your remains." Raylo chuckled softly, dismissing the need for further trouble. He pondered whether the graveyard in Loguetown could accommodate such a multitude. "You arrogant little brat." A group of individuals, unable to endure Raylo's hubris, brandished their weapons and charged at him. Although Raylo could effortlessly subdue the nearly 1,000-strong mob with his conqueror's haki, merely rendering them unconscious would not impart upon them a true understanding of his formidable nature. It was essential to instill an indelible shadow in their hearts, compelling them to yield obediently. This way, he could smoothly embark on the sea with Bartalomeo. Faced with the ruffians rushing towards him, Raylo chose to disregard them entirely. He crouched slightly, channeling his strength into his fist, enveloping it in armament haki, and then struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! The sound resonated like the detonation of hundreds of pounds of explosives as the ground shattered under Raylo's immense power, creating a vast crater, with countless fragments scattering skyward. The nearly 1,000 thugs instantaneously lost their footing, propelled into the air amidst the debris by the sheer impact of Raylo's colossal strength. Before they could comprehend the situation, Raylo, who had been encircled, reappeared outside their grasp. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful punch. Raylo unleashed his armed color hockey, releasing a powerful shockwave. Those thugs suspended in midair were struck by the force, sent flying outward, and instantaneously lost consciousness. Nearly 1,000 ruffians, who normally wreaked havoc in Loguetown, were defeated by Raylo in the blink of an eye. They lay scattered on the ground, incapacitated, with one exception. When Raylo initiated his assault, he deliberately avoided George, leaving him as the sole figure still standing. As he gazed upon Raylo, who resembled a malevolent spirit, George's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The man before him was no mere human. "You are all far too weak. I must restrain my power, or else you would be reduced to mere pulp." Necessitating someone else's assistance to clean up, Raylo remarked nonchalantly. Yet, at that moment, George did not perceive his words as mere bravado. He clearly understood that this man could extinguish the lives of nearly 1,000 individuals in an instant, should he so choose. Suddenly, George knelt before Raylo, repeatedly bowing his head. "I will leave Loguetown and never return. Spare me, please." Only the dead would ever uphold such promises. As the leader of these thugs, George had committed countless atrocities and was deserving of his fate. It was only through George's demise that these leaderless ruffians would be entirely dismantled. Pointing the gun, Raylo directed his index finger at George, channeling his armed hockey to enhance the 6 styles, launching an attack across the air. George's body collapsed with a thunderous impact, a finger-sized hole materializing on his forehead. Raylo glanced at the unconscious thug and discerned a few individuals among them. These were the very cadres who had gathered at the bar, notorious for their nefarious deeds. Their provocation of Raylo during their time at the bar inevitably led to the current outcome. The square is the most densely populated area of Loguetown, and it is here that the execution platform, where the pirate King Roger was once executed, is situated. Raylo gazed upon the execution platform before him, his heart brimming with myriad emotions. Ever since his arrival in this world and the acquisition of pertinent memories, he has come to a profound appreciation of Roger's extraordinary achievements. Countless pirates had traversed the Grand Line prior to Roger, including the formidable Rocks pirates and even himself, who nearly obliterated the navy. Yet, amidst the multitude of illustrious pirates, it was Roger alone who successfully navigated the entirety of the Grand Line and ascended to the title of Pirate King. Thus, at this moment, Raylo could not help but feel a sense of admiration for Roger. Had Roger still been alive, he would undoubtedly have become a formidable rival and perhaps even a cherished friend. "Captain, you're here?" approached Von Cray and Bartalomeo, having spent a considerable amount of time together. The two had grown quite familiar, and given Von Cray's unique relationship with Luffy, Bartalomeo held him in high esteem. Raylo smiled at them, remarking that George would no longer target his subordinates and could indeed join him at sea. As the local power in Loguetown, Bartalomeo was well aware of the recent developments surrounding the disappearance of Bartalomeo himself. After a moment's hesitation, Bartalomeo, now free of worries, still harbored some reservations about following Raylo to the open sea. "Let us engage in a duel, my senior. I only set sail with those I deem worthy." "Eh?" Von Clay gazed at Bartalomeo as if he were a madman. Although the war on the top was broadcasted live to the world, the latter part of the battle was completely cut off due to the Navy's operational procedures, leaving Bartalomeo unaware of the true terror of Raylo's formidable strength. "Very well," Raylo readily agreed. "I shall make my move. Bring it on, senior." Bartalomeo intertwined the middle and index fingers of both hands, crossing them over his chest, and in an instant, a barrier materialized before him. Bang! With a single punch, Raylo shattered the barrier. Chapter 9, An Invitation from the Government. As Bartolomeo's barrier crumbled, the onlookers in the square were drawn to the sound of the explosion. Fortunately, Raylo, having destroyed Bartolomeo's shield, swiftly retracted his fist, causing no damage to the surroundings. Thus, the ordinary people, oblivious to the anomaly, soon diverted their attention elsewhere. Bartolomeo's barrier had been obliterated, yet Von Clay, among the spectators, felt no particular emotion, for he was acutely aware of Raylo's formidable strength and deemed the event entirely natural. After all, Raylo possessed a fist capable of breaching the gates of justice. Conversely, Bartalomeo himself was rendered speechless with astonishment. Since acquiring the barrier fruit and becoming a formidable power user, he had always held an air of superiority. In the bustling town of Rogu, he had never encountered anyone capable of shattering his barrier. This was not merely a case of Bartalomeo being narrow-minded. The defensive capabilities of his barrier were indeed remarkable. In the original narrative, the King's punch wielded by Elizabello II could effortlessly penetrate the fortifications of enemy nations with a single strike, and it was said that even the mightiest of the four emperors would struggle to withstand his assault. Yet, this formidable force was effortlessly thwarted by Bartolomeo's barrier, illustrating the potency of the barrier fruit's abilities. However, no matter how robust Bartolomeo's shield appeared, it ultimately relied on the powers of a devil fruit, and Haki, particularly armament Haki, was its nemesis. Furthermore, since Bartalomeo had not fully realized the potential of his devil fruit, in the face of Lelo's overwhelming armament Haki, his seemingly indestructible barrier crumbled with ease. Well, how about it? Are you ready to set sail with me now? Captain, I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. Bartalomeo immediately accepted the reality of his defeat, harboring no sense of disappointment. However, he quietly mused, I still believe that Luffy Senpai can become the Pirate King. Raylo chuckled softly, pretending he had heard nothing. The trio began their shopping for essential supplies in Loguetown. Upon learning that Bartalomeo was preparing to set sail, the shopkeepers were filled with exuberance, offering their goods without charge. Once everything was ready, the three returned to the port. Bartalomeo glanced around, inquiring, Captain, where's our ship? Isn't that it? Raylo replied, pointing. Bartalomeo followed his gaze and was instantly taken aback. What? Our ship is a warship, truly befitting of a captain. How magnificent. Tone it down a bit. After Bartolomeo's companions loaded their travel provisions onto the warship, they bid him a heartfelt farewell. Goodbye, boss. We will strive to grow stronger and sail out to find you. Do your best. I'm off now. Phone. Let us set sail. Raylo patted him on the back, exclaiming, You rascal, I am the captain. Set sail. Aye, Captain. Von Clay responded to the command, beginning to navigate the warship as it slowly departed from Loguetown. As soon as the vessel left the harbor, Von Clay suddenly recalled something. Captain, where shall we go next? Let us wander for a while, came the reply. Raylo yearned to gather his companions. Although he had a vague idea of who they might be, their whereabouts remained uncertain, leaving him to wander aimlessly. As the warship sailed into the night, a bat suddenly flew towards them. It was a naval messenger bat, Von Clay exclaimed. Upon seeing the bat, Raylo was suddenly struck by an uncanny premonition. He extended his hand, and the bat promptly released its grip, allowing the letter to fall into his palm. However, the bat did not depart immediately. Instead, it circled around his head incessantly, as if awaiting Raylo's response. Raylo opened the envelope and couldn't help but smile. It was indeed as he expected. Captain, what does the letter say? Bartalomeo inquired, his curiosity piqued. You may read it for yourself, Raylo replied, handing him the letter. What? Bartalomeo exclaimed as he glanced at the contents, his surprise palpable. Oh. Von Clay, drawn by the commotion, leaned in closer, realizing the significance of the news. The letter contained an invitation from the Navy for Raylo to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords of the sea are recognized by the world government as 7 formidable pirates, collectively regarded as one of the 3 great powers alongside the 4 emperors and the Navy headquarters in the Grand Line. Each warlord possesses both strength and renown. Upon accepting the title of warlord, one would be granted special privileges and status by the world government, rendering them immune from government bounties, which would be rendered null and void. Furthermore, as long as they do not openly oppose the world government, even if a warlord engages in misdeeds in a particular region, the government would turn a blind eye. Von Clay, having previously served under the former warlord Crocodile, understood all too well the significance of the warlord's status and the Navy's intentions. Riley's performance during the summit war astonished the world. However, it is evident that the Navy, severely weakened in the aftermath of the conflict, lacks the sufficient strength to neutralize the ticking time bomb that is Riley. Faced with this predicament, the government has no choice but to resort to a secondary strategy, opting to bring Riley into their fold, bestowing upon him certain privileges in exchange for his service to the state. Once the government has regained adequate power, they will seek a means to completely eliminate this potential threat. Raylo seized the letter from their hands and, before the watchful messenger bat, tore it into fragments, casting the remnants into the sea. Now, I trust you comprehend my meaning? You may return. The bat, seemingly understanding human speech, uttered a sound before fluttering away. Captain, what are you doing? That is one of the 7 warlords. Bartalomeo exclaimed, bewildered. A mere 7 warlord hardly merits my concern. I refuse to relinquish my freedom for trifling gains and become a pawn of the government. Ah, I see why I hold you in such high regard. Bartalomeo quickly came to terms with the situation, turning to commend Riro. However, Captain, having rejected the Navy's invitation, they will undoubtedly dispatch someone to confront us, expressed Von Cray, conveying his apprehension. No matter, let them come. I shall ensure they return from whence they came. Raylo exuded an air of dominance, while Bartalomeo and Von Clay trusted his words implicitly. The reason Raylo declined the government's invitation to become one of the 7 warlords of the sea was not solely due to his aversion to becoming a pawn of the government. There was another underlying reason. In 2 years at the World Conference, the system of the warlords would be abolished. By that time, the title would lose its significance and could even provoke a more vehement backlash from various factions. Although Raylo possessed formidable strength and feared no one, he was wary of unnecessary complications and did not wish to let other matters hinder his adventures. Chapter 10. The Bounty Man. The warship on which the 3 men traveled aimlessly sailed through the East Sea, with days passing by. Yet Raylo had yet to encounter the companion he sought. Just as boredom began to settle upon them, a newspaper-selling seagull happened to fly over their vessel. "Hey," Raylo shouted, waving at the seagull to signal his desire to purchase a newspaper. Upon spotting the warship, the seagull promptly descended from the sky, only to be taken aback by the sight of 3 oddly dressed men who were clearly not part of the Navy. "Bartalomeo, give it some money to buy a newspaper." Since their escape from Impel Down, Raylo and Von Krieg have found themselves destitute, with only Bartalomeo among them possessing any savings. Throughout his years as the leader of the rogues in Loguetown, he has extorted a considerable amount from the common folk, amassing a decent fortune. "Captain," Bartalomeo exclaimed, "is it too much to ask for a better deal, Seagull?" Startled by Bartolomeo's intimidation, the seagull discarded the newspaper and swiftly flew away with the money. "What a miser!" Bartalomeo grumbled indignantly. As Bartalomeo unfolded the newspaper, a bounty notice unexpectedly fell out. "What?" he gasped, picking it up and staring in disbelief. Von Krieg leaned in to glimpse the bounty notice, instantly mirroring Bartolomeo's astonishment. "What are you two fussing about all day?" Raylo glanced at them with exasperation. "Captain, look." Bartalomeo presented the bounty notice to Raylo, whose eyes widened in shock. The notice bore his name, the demon Raylo, and featured a likeness of him from the Battle of Marineford. What caught the eye was the staggering bounty. A series of numbers that nearly filled the entire line of the notice, a staggering 2 billion berries. Typically, bounty notices include remarks such as dead or alive or specify conditions for capture. However, Raylo's notice bore no such annotations, likely due to the Navy's awareness of his possession of the immortal fruit, rendering him undying and invulnerable. "Captain, you truly are formidable. To be rewarded with a bounty of 2 billion berries right from the outset, while even the esteemed Luffy is only valued at 400 million berries." Although Bartalomeo recognized his captain's strength, he was astonished by the height of the bounty, as was Von Krieg, who had not anticipated that Raylo's bounty would reach such monumental proportions from the very beginning. Riro let out a dry chuckle, yet his heart brimmed with discontent. He felt that a bounty of 2 billion berries was still far too meager for him. The 4 emperors of the New World commanded bounties in the realm of 4 to 5 billion berries, and as someone whose strength matched theirs, it was infuriating to find his own bounty barely half, or even less. Was it because he had been a solitary figure at that time, lacking his own pirate crew? Riro pondered. The 4 emperors were dubbed the rulers of the New World not only for their formidable power, but also for the high-caliber strength of their subordinates. Clearly, the once solitary Riro could not compare with them. Bounties are not solely tied to the strength of the individual, but also influenced by various other factors. For instance, one of the supernovas, Kid, gained a high initial bounty due to his ruthless nature and his merciless acts against innocents, surpassing Luffy. Nico Robin, owing to her unique origins, posed a significant threat to the world government, leading to a bounty of 70 million berries during her childhood. A third factor is the individual's status and influence within the pirate world. For example, 2 years later, Usopp was hailed as a god in Dressrosa, garnering a bounty that even exceeded that of Sanji, a core member of the Straw Hat Pirates, due to his elevated status. From any of these 3 perspectives, Riro found himself nearly unassociated. Yet, 60 years ago, when Riro had stirred the tides of the world, his bounty had soared to an astounding 6 billion berries. Regardless, he reassured himself that once he stepped into the New World and systematically defeated the remaining 4 emperors, his bounty would undoubtedly rise. Although 2 billion berries was indeed somewhat low for him, it at least indicated that the Navy would not be launching any significant operations against him in the immediate future, allowing him some respite. "Wait, Captain, there's another bounty notice here." Bartalomeo shouted, extracting another wanted poster from the newspaper. This one belonged to Von Clay, appearing far more ordinary compared to Rairo's, with a bounty of only 100 million berries. However, considering Von Clay's previous bounty had been merely 30 million, the Navy had likely increased it due to his prison break from Impel Down and his association with Rairo. I can't believe I have a bounty of 100 million berries now. Von Clay scratched his head, appearing somewhat bashful. You've really outdone yourself, little Von. I wonder when I will ever possess my own bounty notice. Bartalomeo expressed his fervent aspirations regarding the matter. Rest assured, as long as you adventure with me, you will soon possess your own bounty notice, and little Von's bounty will only continue to ascend, Rairo replied. Now, the pressing matter is to bestow our pirate crew with a resounding name and prepare a pirate flag. How about the Iron Hat Pirates? Then, Captain, you can don an iron hat, and it would be quite fitting, Bartalomeo suggested enthusiastically. Must you always draw parallels to Straw Hat Luffy? Your blind fandom is quite exasperating. Rairo retorted with a sigh. Then how about the newbie Demons Pirates? Von Clay's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps we should reconsider. Others might begin to question my gender. Rairo replied, dismissing the idea. Rairo pondered for a moment. Since the Navy and the world government have branded me a demon, let us name our crew the Demon Pirates, thus making it a fitting title. Demon, Von Kramer echoed. Splendid. That name possesses an air of authority, Bartalomeo exclaimed with enthusiasm. Now, who shall design our pirate flag? Both the pre-transcendental Rairo and the original Rairo of this world were utterly inept at drawing, if tasked with creating a pirate flag. His skills would be on par with Luffy's. Allow me, Bartalomeo declared, patting his chest. I frequently replicate the Straw Hat Pirates flag. He retrieved a suitably sized piece of black cloth from the storeroom and began to paint upon it with various pigments. In no time, a flag emblematic of the demon was birthed from his hands. Oh, it's rather impressive, Rairo remarked. Chapter 11. The Demon Pirate Flag. Traditional pirate flags typically feature a skull as the central motif, adorned according to the crew's unique characteristics. However, Bartolomeo's rendition diverged from the conventional. The originally stark white skull transformed under his brush into a fearsome demon with bared fangs and claws. Even from a distance, timid souls would be struck with terror by its menacing visage. Hee, Bartalomeo said, bashfully scratching his head. Yet, it still feels somewhat lacking. Rairo did not express complete satisfaction with the artwork. What further modifications are required, Captain? Raylo smiled gently. With his guidance, Bartalomeo finally completed the pirate flag after 10 minutes. The overall framework of the flag remained unchanged, yet its details exhibited subtle variations, rendering it less fearsome. Additionally, a new element had been added within the mouth of the demon, a seagull. In this world, the seagull symbolizes the Navy, as a simplified version of it is depicted on the Navy's flag. At this moment, the seagull that Bartalomeo had illustrated in the demon's mouth bore a striking resemblance to the one that represents the Navy. The earnestness of Raylo is self-evident. Haha. Truly worthy of being the captain, he has devised such an ingenious idea. If those naval officers were to catch sight of our pirate flag, it would surely infuriate them. Bartalomeo was filled with exuberance. However, Von Clay harbored some concerns. The moment this pirate flag is hoisted, it signifies the declaration of enmity between the demon pirate crew and the entire naval establishment, heralding a cascade of troubles to follow. Although Raylo possesses ample strength to remain unperturbed by the Navy, the others are not of his caliber. Captain, rest assured, the Navy is presently gravely weakened, beset by a myriad of issues, and will temporarily lack the capacity to target us specifically. Raylo discerned the apprehensions lurking in Von Clay's heart with a single glance. Raylo chuckled, anticipating that when the Navy finally launched a significant operation against us, the evil ghost pirate crew would have grown sufficiently formidable. This was, of course, a conviction held steadfastly by Bartalomeo. Let us hoist the pirate flag, he declared. With that, Bartalomeo removed the seagull flag that had previously flown on his ship and replaced it with his own hand-painted pirate flag. Ha ha ha. Now I too have become a pirate. Just like my esteemed Captain Luffy. I wonder when our paths will cross again. It has been quite some time since I last saw the Straw Hat. I wonder how he is faring now. Rairo gazed at his two crew members, rendered speechless. Despite being his subordinates, they exhibited an unusual concern for another pirate crew. However, given that it was the Straw Hat Pirates, Rairo chose not to dwell on it, as he observed the pirate flag fluttering in the wind. A thought surfaced in his mind. The current flag did not represent his ultimate vision. At present, it merely stood in opposition to the entire Navy system. Yet Rairo's aspirations extended far beyond that. He yearned to challenge the world government itself. Nonetheless, he recognized that he lacked the capability to do so at this moment. Although his current strength rendered him formidable enough to instill fear in most, the events of the Marineford War had revealed the deficiencies in his power. The potential of this body remained largely untapped. Additionally, a more pressing concern loomed. The strength of his current companions was woefully inadequate, creating a vast disparity between their abilities and his own. Should Rairo engage in a full-scale conflict with the world government, Bartalomeo and Von Cray would undoubtedly become a burden. Yet, even in light of this, he had no intention of abandoning them in search of stronger allies. Riley smiled, confident that the day he would conquer the Grand Line and overthrow the world government was drawing near. After half a month of sailing through the East Sea, the ship finally spotted an island. "Captain, there's an island. Should we go ashore to explore?" After so many days at sea, Von Clay felt a surge of excitement. "Isn't that obvious, Brother Von? We must go and see it, right, Captain?" Bartalomeo exclaimed, particularly animated. Raylo chuckled softly, suggesting that they should take a look, for perhaps they would encounter something intriguing. As the warship approached the shore, Raylo could faintly discern the dense clusters of citrus trees flourishing on the island. A sudden thought struck him. The island's inhabitants, engaged in fishing by the seaside, initially exhibited no reaction as the military vessel drew near. However, upon witnessing the ominous black pirate flag fluttering from the ship, they were struck with sheer terror. "Pirates are coming. Flee at once. Hurry and notify those two." Panic ensued among the fishermen, who sensed that these marauders were not ordinary. Could they possibly withstand such an onslaught? Meanwhile, Bartalomeo and Von Clay remained oblivious to the fishermen's distress, yet Raylo, with his exceptional observation skills, had already gleaned the content of their conversations. Raylo helplessly shook his head. Regardless of the type of pirate, they evoke a sense of fear in this world. As the warship docked, the fishermen had long since departed or concealed themselves in the shadows. "Ha ha ha." Bartalomeo was the first to leap off the warship, exclaiming how he had missed solid ground. The fisherman, hidden away, felt an even greater terror upon seeing the fierce-looking Bartalomeo, hardly daring to breathe for fear of being discovered. "There seems to be hardly anyone on this island," Bartalomeo remarked, glancing around. "They must have all fled because of you." "What nonsense are you spouting, Brother Phone?" Bartalomeo patted Phone Cly's shoulder. At this moment, Raylo disembarked from the warship and proceeded alongside his companions towards the village on the island. Although the concealed fishermen were rendered visible under Raylo's observation hockey, he chose to disregard them, feigning ignorance of their presence. After walking a short distance, they soon encountered a large crowd approaching from ahead. Armed and menacing, the group stirred up clouds of dust from the street as they advanced. Within moments, they surged to a halt before Raylo and his companions, creating a tense standoff. Fortunately, the opposing force consisted of merely 3 individuals, suggesting the situation was manageable. Moreover, their pirate flag was unfamiliar, indicating they were likely not formidable adversaries. However, the fact that they had seized a warship raised concerns among the onlookers. Amidst the throng, Raylo discerned several familiar faces. Among them was a scarred man clad in a uniform, adorned with a windmill atop his head. Behind him stood another individual, sporting sunglasses and a beard, dressed in a manner reminiscent of a physician. Raylo chuckled, for he had now ascertained the location of this place. It was none other than the village of Kokyasi, the hometown of Nami. "Ha ha ha ha. I never expected such a multitude to arrive all at once." Bartalomeo bellowed with laughter. "You all better hand over your money, or else, ha ha ha." Although Bartalomeo was an ardent admirer of the Straw Hat Pirates and possessed a strong sense of loyalty, he was, at his core, a rogue who had previously committed acts of violence against innocents. Thus, at this moment, his true nature was laid bare. Nonetheless, Raylo paid little heed to this. After all, he too was a pirate, and it was entirely customary to demand tribute from others. Moreover, as long as he was present, Bartolomeo's actions would remain in check, ensuring he would not engage in any outrageous behavior. Raylo did not directly impede him. Instead, he leaned closer and whispered a phrase into his ear. "This is Nami's hometown." "What?" Bartolomeo's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Although Bartalomeo is an ardent admirer of the Straw Hat Pirates, his infatuation lies primarily with Luffy. While he possesses some knowledge of the other crew members, it pales in comparison to his understanding of Luffy. Thus, he had not anticipated that this place would be the birthplace of Nami, the crew's navigator. In the blink of an eye, Bartolomeo's expression transformed, as if he had become an entirely different person. What I just said was merely a jest. You may disregard it. By the way, where is Nami-senpai's childhood home? Please, do take me there. Bartalomeo rubbed his hands together, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Could it be that they knew Nami? A group of villagers began to murmur among themselves. Before Bartalomeo could respond, two young men rushed into the crowd from the back. One wore sunglasses and bore a tattoo of the character Foresee on his left cheek, while the other sported protective headgear and had a tattoo of the character for Thief on his right cheek. A subtle smile graced Raylo's lips as two familiar figures approached. These individuals were none other than Zoro's subordinates, Johnny and Joseph, both of whom, like Zoro before embarking on his journey, were bounty hunters. They were but ordinary men. However, during Zoro's challenge to Mihawk, they had boldly attempted to confront the swordsman, earning them the playful monikers of Sword Saint Johnny and Blade God Joseph among fans. This was, of course, mere jest, for their abilities were rather feeble, and their instinctive reaction to peril was to flee. Yet, despite their inconspicuous stature, they stood resolutely when Zoro faced slander, and upon learning of Arlong's devastation of Nami's life, they unflinchingly joined the fight against him. Though they were insignificant characters, Raylo held a certain fondness for them. After Luffy's triumph over Arlong, they chose to remain in Kokyasi Village, engaging in fishing while continuing their bounty hunting endeavors. Although lacking in strength, they were more than capable of dealing with typical pirates. Throughout this period, they had been the guardians of Kokyasi Village. Let me see which foolhardy pirate dares to approach, Joseph exclaimed, brandishing his weapon as he charged toward Raylo and the others with zeal. It's been ages since I had a good slaughter, partner, Johnny remarked with a grin, adjusting his sunglasses. As the villagers witnessed the advancing Johnny and Joseph, they promptly cleared a path. However, upon spotting Raylo among the trio, their smiles vanished instantaneously. Johnny and Joseph exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, they turned to flee, abandoning the villagers. My apologies, echoed their voices from a distance. As professional bounty hunters, they were acutely aware of the fluctuating bounties in the world of criminals. The emergence of Raylo, with a staggering bounty of 2 billion berries, had certainly caught their attention. Although they were unaware of Raylo's exploits in Impel Down and the Marineford War, the mere figure of his bounty was enough to instill fear in them. If they were no match for Arlong, who had a bounty of only 30 million berries, how could they possibly contend with Raylo? Observing the swift departure of Johnny and Joseph, Bartalomeo was perplexed. Captain, who are those two? Wait a moment, and you shall soon find out, came the reply. Indeed, it was not long before the fleeing duo returned. This could lead to our demise, partner, Johnny said, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Despite Raylo not exuding even a hint of conqueror's haki, merely standing before him rendered Johnny unsteady. I know, but at times like this, we have no choice but to fight, do we? Joseph, trembling like Johnny, echoed the sentiment. Indeed, the villagers have cared for us so much. We cannot simply abandon them now. Hey, you two, get out of here quickly. The farther you run, the better. These fellows are not something we can handle. Before the villagers could react, Raylo took the initiative. He slowly approached Johnny and Joseph. Though they wished to move, their bodies felt as though they were immobilized, rendering them incapable of either fighting or fleeing. Raylo extended his hands and clapped them upon their shoulders. Farewell, this beautiful world, both Johnny and Joseph thought in unison. A sharp sound echoed as Raylo's palms met their shoulders. Johnny and Joseph were astonished to discover that they were still alive in this world, completely unscathed. A mixture of surprise and joy flooding over them. How wonderful! Johnny and Joseph immediately embraced each other, tears and snot flowing freely. Save the sentiment for later, Raylo chuckled. It was only then that Johnny and Joseph turned to face Raylo. At this moment, Raylo's smile appeared to them as the most terrifying threat in the world. Johnny and Joseph felt their hearts leap to their throats. Would you care to set sail with me? Johnny and Joseph's jaws nearly dropped to the ground, while Bartalomeo and Von Clay widened their eyes in astonishment. The villagers nearby, upon hearing Raylo's words, exhibited varying degrees of shock. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances, both struggling to comprehend the situation. The man before them, who had a bounty of 2 billion berries placed on his head by the world government, had extended an invitation to them. Do not jest. Who would ever conspire with a pirate? Absolutely not. The two resolutely declined, yet their bodies continued to tremble uncontrollably. Raylo chuckled lightly, displaying indifference. You ought to be aware that not all pirates embody malevolence, exemplified by the straw hat pirates you are familiar with. Upon hearing the word straw hat, The expressions of Johnny, Joseph, and the surrounding villagers transformed dramatically. Chapter 13. The Resurgence of the Fishman. Do you know Brother Luffy? Johnny inquired. I rescued his brother Ace during the Marineford War. What? Johnny and Joseph were left speechless. Although they were aware that Ace had been saved during the war, they were oblivious to the fact that it was Ryro who had done so. At that moment, the man who had astonished the world stood right before them, leaving them incredulous. Wait, you just referred to Luffy as brother. What is your relationship? Bartalomeo interjected suddenly. Johnny cast a glance at Bartalomeo, raising an eyebrow. Naturally, it is an extraordinary relationship. We have fought side by side. What? Bartalomeo stared at them, his forehead furrowing in disbelief. What do you intend to do? Just as Johnny and Joseph began to feel apprehensive, Bartalomeo suddenly donned a smile. So that's how it is. Since you are friends of Brother Luffy, that makes you my friends as well. Therefore, I have no objections to the captain inviting you aboard. What say you, Brother Phone? Since you are friends of the little straw hat, I too have no reservations. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances, astonished by the profound connections these three individuals had with the Straw Hat Pirates. However, a question lingered. Why would a man of your stature deign to associate with us? Our abilities are far too feeble. Joseph voiced his confusion first. Raylo chuckled softly, stating that he found them amusing. In his view, strength was merely secondary. With his training, they could attain the caliber of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 7 warlords? I must have misheard. Johnny exclaimed in disbelief. Given Johnny and Joseph's current abilities, any pirate with a bounty exceeding 10 million could easily vanquish them, let alone the 7 warlords recognized by the world government. Their present strength was a stark contrast to that of the 7 warlords. Enough with the jesting. We are well aware of our own capabilities. Joseph's demeanor was noticeably more agitated. Laylo could subtly sense that they were also dissatisfied with their current strength. After all, which man does not aspire to become a formidable force? Before Raylo could utter a word, his observation hockey suddenly sensed a formidable surge of presences approaching, laden with malevolence. As Layluo turned his head, he beheld a pirate ship, its prow adorned with a shark's head, charging towards the island. It's a Fishman. The villagers cried out in alarm. Although in recent times Johnny, Joseph, and the villagers had successfully repelled numerous pirates, they were acutely aware that this was the East Blue, the weakest of the 4 seas. The Fishmen, endowed with unparalleled physical attributes, were in a league of their own compared to ordinary pirates. Furthermore, having been subjugated by Arlong and his minions for many years, the villagers harbored not only deep-seated loathing for the Fishmen but also an overwhelming fear of them. Thus, even before the Fishmen had set foot on the island, the villagers were already contemplating escape. How is it possible that Fishmen are here when Arlong and his crew have already been captured by the Navy? Is the nightmare from 8 years ago about to begin anew? Despair gripped their hearts. In comparison to Layluo, who had yet to demonstrate his prowess, they were far more terrified of the Fishmen, who had left an indelible mark of fear upon them. At that moment, the Fishman pirate ship had reached the shore, and dozens of Fishmen leapt from the vessel, striding towards the crowd with brazen confidence. Leading this group was a shark-type Fishman, his gleaming white teeth glinting menacingly, as though capable of severing a human's neck with a single bite. Layluo had never encountered this Fishman before, suggesting he was not part of Arlong's original crew. Surprise! We have returned. Prepare to accept a new reign, you wretched humans, shouted an eel-type Fishman positioned behind the shark. I remember that guy. He is one of Arlong's subordinates. Named Arno, Joseph remarked. Oh? Layluo raised an eyebrow. So, he managed to evade capture by the Navy and return seeking revenge? How intriguing, he chuckled softly. Hey, you 3. Arno called out, quickly discerning that Layluo and his companions were not native to this island. You're pirates too, aren't you? Would you like a piece of the action? If you collaborate with us, we can grant you jurisdiction over part of this island. Despite his inherent disdain for all humans, Arno recognized the formidable strength of the trio upon seeing the pirate flag flying from their ship. Having learned from his defeat at the hands of Luffy, he was cautious not to be overly arrogant. Raylo felt a sense of helplessness. Despite being offered a bounty of 2 billion berries by the government, these individuals still failed to recognize him. It seemed that his reputation was not sufficiently formidable. What is it? Arnold inquired once more, noticing the trio's indifference. Cease your jesting. This island is under the protection of our captain, and you shall not entertain any further notions. Before Raylo could respond, Bartalomeo interjected eagerly. Just as Arnold was poised to engage Bartalomeo in a verbal skirmish, the shark Fishman stepped in front of him. I am Shark Maru, the captain of the Mad Shark Pirates. Who might you be? Lelo raised an eyebrow. Shamaru? I think it would be more fitting to call him Shabai. Shamaru was momentarily taken aback. How do you know I have a younger brother named Shabai? Lelo found himself in a state of bemusement. Listen closely, foul shark. We are the evil ghost pirate crew, and this is our captain, the formidable Lelo, Bartalomeo proclaimed. Evil ghost pirate crew? I've never heard of such a band. Where did this pirate crew spring from? Sharkmar's tone dripped with disdain. Just as Bartalomeo was about to unleash his fury upon him, Lelo chuckled softly. Fear not. You shall soon learn of our reputation. Let our name echo throughout the East Sea. With those words, Lelo unleashed his conqueror's haki towards the Fishman. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, they collapsed, leaving only Sharkmar standing. Oh, you remain upright? It seems you possess some potential, Lelo mused, although he had not exerted his full strength. Sharkmar's ability to stay conscious indicated a modicum of skill. What have you done? Sharkmar's eyes widened in terror as he gazed at Lelo. The villagers, standing behind Lelo, looked on in disbelief. They had never heard of such a thing as conqueror's haki. Haha, truly, our captain is remarkable, effortlessly dispatching so many minions. Bartalomeo exclaimed, having never witnessed Lelo's prowess firsthand. Yet, his carefree demeanor dismissed any curiosity about how Lelo achieved such feats. As his captain, it was only natural for Lelo to perform astonishing deeds. Chapter 14. The ferocious shark. At this moment, Johnny and Joseph shifted their focus to Lelo. A man of such power had just invited them to join him at sea. Perhaps his claims of training them to attain the strength of the 7 warlords held some truth, igniting a flicker of hope within them. Now you should comprehend the chasm between our strengths. Speak. How would you like to meet your demise? Lelo taunted. You mere human, do not be so arrogant. Before Lelo could finish, Sharkmar bellowed. His gaze fixed intently on Lelo, he gritted his teeth, quickly overcoming his fear, and charged at him. I shall bite off your head. Before Lelo could make a move, Von Clay struck first. Ballet fist, elegant swan dance. Von Clay unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Sharkmar, each blow landing with precision. In mere moments, Sharkmar was left battered and bruised. Impressive. Both Johnny and Joseph thought simultaneously. Truly, Von is remarkable. Bartalomeo laughed heartily. Raylo nodded in satisfaction. Although Von Clay's strength could not be deemed exceptional, he had long navigated the Grand Line and would naturally not cower before a mere fishman who only dared to commit misdeeds in the East Sea. Sharkmaru clenched his jaws tightly, emitting heavy breaths that suggested his rage had clouded his judgment. Though injured, his fighting spirit remained undiminished. And as blood trickled down from his forehead, his eyes turned a vivid crimson. Be careful. Raylo sensed the gravity of the situation and warned, though regrettably. It was too late. Sharkmaru dashed past Von Cray, tearing a chunk of flesh from him, leaving a gruesome trail of blood. At that moment, Sharkmaru appeared to be in a frenzy, his strength surging and speed accelerating. The suddenness of his attack caught even Von Cray off guard. Though he did not lose consciousness easily, he was not lightly wounded. Brother Von, how dare you? Witnessing his comrade's injury, Bartalomeo was consumed with rage, swinging his fist toward Sharkmaru. However, Sharkmaru was quicker, launching himself directly at Bartalomeo. In a critical moment, Bartalomeo utilized the powers of his barrier fruit, erecting a shield before him that successfully thwarted Sharkmaru's assault. Phew, that was close. Bartalomeo wiped the sweat from his brow. Without the use of haki, Bartolomeo's barrier was nearly impervious, rendering Sharkmaru's relentless biting futile against it. Bartalomeo, trap him. Raylo commanded. Understood, Captain. Bartalomeo transformed his barrier into a spherical enclosure, securely imprisoning Sharkmaru within. This technique completely isolated the internal assaults from external threats. Sharkmaru could not retaliate from within, and neither could any attacks from the outside penetrate his confines. Sharkmaru, confined within the barrier, opened his massive jaws in an attempt to swallow Bartolomeo's head whole. But all his efforts were in vain. Raylu silently observed Sharkmaru, who, after sustaining injuries and bleeding, had entered a frenzied state, significantly augmenting his strength. While it is true that sharks are acutely sensitive to blood, neither the saw sharkman Aaron nor the whale sharkman Jean Bay, nor even Hody Jones, the great white shark man who would eventually confront Luffy in 2 years, exhibited such a transformation. It appears that Sharkmaru is indeed a rather unique entity among the fishmen, retaining a greater degree of primal ferocity. Perhaps it would be wise to keep him around. Rayla pondered. A fishman like Sharkmaru is likely a rare find in this world, and Rayla was loath to let such an opportunity slip away. Moreover, he had withstood Raylu's haki, and upon realizing his own strength, he had not abandoned his comrades in flight. thus satisfying a fundamental criterion for becoming a member of Raylu's crew. With 3 devil fruit users aboard, should they encounter a situation necessitating a dive into the sea, it would be advantageous to have a companion capable of contributing effectively. Reflecting on the prospect of Shark Maru potentially joining his ranks, Raylu felt grateful that he had refrained from mercilessly attacking these fishmen initially. Otherwise, he would have had little hope of persuading Shark Maru. After considerable contemplation, Raylu had made up his mind. Bartalomeo, release the barrier. What? Bartalomeo exclaimed in astonishment. It's fine, trust me, Raylu assured him. With the matter broached, Bartalomeo had no choice but to comply with Raylu's command and obediently freed Shark Maru. As soon as he broke free from the barrier, Shark Maru lunged at Bartalomeo like a wounded mad dog. Just as Bartalomeo was about to activate the barrier for protection, Raylu suddenly teleported in front of Shark Maru, delivering a swift punch to his abdomen. Raylu's seemingly casual punch unleashed a fierce shockwave, sending Shark soaring into the sky. At that moment, Shark felt as though boiling water was churning violently within him, his internal organs on the brink of eruption. Bang! Shark plummeted from the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Overwhelmed by the intense impact and excruciating pain, he completely lost consciousness. Bartalomeo, take him aboard and keep a close watch. He may become our ally in the future. Huh? Bartalomeo exclaimed, taken aback. Captain, this guy injured foam. I'm fine, little Bart, came the reply. Since it's the captain's order, you must comply. Very well then. Reluctantly, Bartalomeo led Shark back to the ship. Raylu nodded to Von Cle, expressing his gratitude for the understanding shown. Hey, you are a doctor, aren't you? Come over and assist my crew with their treatment, Raylu called out to the man dressed as a physician among the villagers. Me? Dr. Nagao looked around in disbelief, not expecting a pirate to request his aid. Rest assured, you will be compensated, Raylu assured him. What? No, that's not. Go quickly. Raylu shot a stern glare at Dr. Nagao, prompting him to approach Von Cle with trepidation to administer the necessary treatment. Raylu cast a glance at the slumbering merman on the ground, then turned to the villagers and said, please reach out to the Navy. With so many mermen here, there must be a substantial bounty. Chapter 15. New companions. The villagers were somewhat incredulous, unable to believe their ears. The pirate before them was actually encouraging them to contact the Navy? But one of them stammered. Do not worry, Raylu replied with a smile. When the Navy sees me, they will likely pretend not to notice. With ease, he traversed the headquarters of the Navy at Marineford. How much more so would he be untroubled by the mere Eastern Sea Navy branch? If he wished to depart, who would dare to impede him? Who could possibly stand in his way? Raylu glanced at the villagers. Following the recent events, their animosity towards him had gradually dissipated. I leave this to you, Raylu said to Von Cray. Although Von Cray was now injured, his formidable strength ensured that, even if the unconscious Fishman were to unexpectedly awaken, he could effortlessly handle the situation. Raylu turned to look at the man adorned with a windmill atop his head. Your name is Ajian, isn't it? Take me to a certain place. Ajian, bewildered, inquired, how did you know my name? Raylu smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. How could he reveal to these individuals that he had traversed from another realm and was fully aware of their circumstances? Even if he were inclined to share, they would undoubtedly regard him as a madman. Reluctantly, Ajian led the way for Raylu. Meanwhile, Johnny and Joseph stealthily followed behind them, their intention shrouded in mystery. Raylu smiled faintly, choosing to ignore the words spoken. The group arrived at the edge of a precipice. Here lies the grave of Belmare, Ajian stated. Though I am unaware of your connection to Belmare, should you dare to show any disrespect to the deceased, I shall not let you go unpunished. Rest assured, Raylu replied, gently patting his shoulder as he moved forward. What was referred to as a grave was merely a small mound of earth topped with a rudimentary wooden cross. Yet, in stark contrast to the simplicity of the grave, lay the noble spirit of the one interred there, Belmare, the adoptive mother of Nami and Nojiko. During a devastating war, having lost her will to live, Belmare's heart was reignited with a desire for survival upon witnessing Nojiko cradling Nami amidst the chaos. She brought them back to Kokyasi Village, embracing her role as their mother. Despite the absence of any blood ties, the three shared a bond that was as profound as that of true family. 8 years prior, when the Arlong pirates invaded the island, Belmare made the ultimate sacrifice to protect Nami, Nojiko, and her own maternal identity. While some may deem such an act foolish, in Raylu's eyes, she was an extraordinary mother and one of the few individuals in this world whom he deeply admired. Raylo sat cross-legged before the crucifix. "Hey, you two. You must have some cigarettes on you," he remarked. Johnny and Joseph were momentarily taken aback, only to realize that Raylo was addressing them. The two emerged awkwardly from behind the citrus trees, glancing around and whistling nervously. "Don't get me wrong. We just happened to be passing by," Johnny asserted. "Indeed, that's correct," Joseph quickly concurred. "Enough chit-chat." Raylo gestured for them to hand over their cigarettes. Raylo had them light a cigarette for him, and he took a puff. Cough, cough. Neither in this world nor in the original reality had Raylo ever smoked. This time, he was merely whimsically inspired by a scene from a film, only to find himself choking on the smoke. Cough, cough. What a harsh cough. Upon witnessing Raylo's current awkward demeanor, Johnny and Joseph stifled their laughter, covering their mouths to suppress their amusement. Raylo turned his head and shot them a glare, causing their faces to pale instantaneously, and their smiles vanished in an instant. Raylo placed a cigarette before Belmer's grave. "Your two daughters are truly remarkable, especially Nami, who has now blossomed into an exceptional navigator, surrounded by companions who care for her and steadily pursuing her dreams. Meanwhile, Nojiko is tending to the citrus trees, and perhaps one day the fruits she cultivates will be sold across the globe." A gentle breeze swept through, causing the citrus trees to sway slightly, as if in response to Rairo's words. Raylo smiled and stood up, intending to take his leave. His purpose for coming here was solely to meet the woman who had raised Nami, with no other intentions. Before departing, Raylo patted Aegean's shoulder. Aegean had always taken great care of Nami and Nojiko. Indeed, the windmill perched atop his head was a whimsical invention born from his fierce appearance, which made it impossible for infant Nami to smile. Even now, as Nami had grown into adulthood, he still wore it. Although Aegean was not Nami and Nojiko's biological father, he had long regarded them as his own daughters. "You are quite the good father," he remarked. Aegean stood there, momentarily stunned. Johnny and Joseph accompanied Raylo back to where Von Clay was situated. At this point, Von Clay's injuries had been tended to. "Well done, old man. Would you like to become my ship's doctor and sail the seas with me?" "Huh? Please, do not jest." Raylo let out a light chuckle, choosing not to elaborate further. Although he spoke with a half-smile, should Dr. Nagao truly acquiesce, he would certainly honor his word. "Ah, the matter of the consultation fee." Raylo retrieved a coin from his pocket and tossed it to Dr. Nagao. Dr. Nagao reached out to catch it. "1 Bailey? Does he find it insufficient?" "This very Bailey was one I discovered aboard the ship. Should it prove inadequate, I can always seek another." "No, this will suffice, thank you." Dr. Nagao responded, visibly apprehensive. "Indeed, we are pirates, after all. Upon arriving at this island, it is only natural that we take something. Furthermore, having assisted in repelling the Fishman, shouldn't you express a greater measure of gratitude?" The villagers exchanged glances, feeling both embarrassed and hesitant to decline. "What is it that you desire?" Dr. Nagao inquired. Raylo extended a single finger. 100 million belly. The villagers were taken aback in astonishment. Raylo shook his head, stating, "It is 100 kilograms of oranges. You wouldn't possibly take them out, would you?" The villagers then breathed a sigh of relief. On this island, there may be a scarcity of other things, but there is certainly an abundance of oranges. Not to mention 100 kilograms, even a ton would pose no difficulty. Raylo smiled faintly, directing the villagers to load the oranges onto the ship. Having completed his endeavors on this island and unexpectedly acquired a merman, there was no longer any need for him to remain. Raylo and Von Clay returned to the location of the warship, where Bartalomeo was on deck, vigilantly guarding the unconscious shark Maru. Upon spotting Raylo and Von Clay's return, he promptly rose to his feet and exclaimed, "Captain, are we departing?" "Indeed." "Let us proceed to the next destination," came the reply. Raylo and Von Clay returned to the ship, preparing to set sail. Johnny and Joseph stood on the shore, watching the warship drift uncertainly. "What are you two doing?" Bartalomeo inquired, unable to restrain himself. "Were your earlier words truly sincere?" Johnny couldn't help but ask. He referred to Raylo's invitation for them to board. Although they were merely ordinary individuals, they harbored grand aspirations, unwilling to lead a mundane existence. Raylo's words had rekindled the dreams within their hearts. "Indeed, they were sincere," Raylo responded with a smile. "Are we not waiting for you to board? Why do you linger?" Tears suddenly streamed down Johnny and Joseph's faces. "We are setting off again, partner." "Indeed." Chapter 16, The Feudal Navy After Bidding Farewell to the Villagers. Johnny and Joseph boarded Raylo's pirate ship. The vessel was now graced with 2 more lively souls, as Bartalomeo and Von Clay embraced them, singing and dancing, engaging in mimicry akin to Luffy and his crew, completely at ease as if they were old friends. although Lalo was greatly amused by their antics. As the captain of the ship, he had to maintain his authority and thus could only suppress his laughter. Despite the raucousness of the four, Sean, who had been struck by Lalo, remained unconscious at that moment. Raylo chose not to hastily rouse him, allowing him to lie in silence. Shortly after their warship departed from the island, another naval vessel approached. "Raylo, it's the Navy," Johnny and Joseph exclaimed in unison. Upon uttering those words, they instinctively concealed themselves, apprehensive of being discovered as pirates by the Navy. In contrast to them, Bartalomeo and Von Clay exuded a sense of calm, particularly Von Clay, a man who had escaped from Impel Down and participated in the Marineford War, faced the Navy with unruffled composure, especially with Raylo present, rendering any cause for concern non-existent. Bartalomeo, however, was noticeably more animated, not out of fear like Johnny and Joseph, but rather with eager anticipation. His inherent mischief could no longer be contained. He yearned for a confrontation with the Navy. The naval vessel had been dispatched by a nearby naval base after receiving a request for assistance from the villagers of Kokyasi. Upon sighting Raylo's ship from a distance, they were puzzled as to why another warship was present in the vicinity. Some sailors aboard initially assumed it was a vessel from another base returning after completing a mission. However, their astonishment was palpable when they discerned the pirate flag hoisted on Raylo's ship. While some pirates had cleverly disguised their ships as naval vessels, none had ever dared to brazenly display a pirate flag on a warship. Though unfamiliar with the flag's design, they could clearly perceive that the seagull depicted on the menacing pirate flag was directed at them. What manner of pirate crew was this? Certain impetuous young sailors, unable to withstand Raylo's provocation upon seeing the flag, were filled with righteous indignation, eager to accelerate their approach and confront Raylo and his crew. The two warships gradually drew nearer, and soon they were side by side, locked in a standoff. A sailor from the Navy stepped forward, demanding, "Who are you? Where did the ship come from? Did the Navy lack knowledge of the infamous demon pirate crew?" Bartalomeo shouted back, "Demon pirate crew? Never heard of it," was the dismissive reply. Having never been bounty hunted, Bartalomeo was unknown to these sailors, who regarded him with contempt. "Hey, that guy next to him looks like Mr. Two from the former Baroque works," someone exclaimed. "Is it true? Why would someone from the Grand Line be here?" A group of sailors began to whisper amongst themselves. Their hushed tones, however, were crystal clear to Raylo. "Do you recognize me?" Raylo stepped forward, presenting himself to the sailors. Any Navy sailor should be well-versed in the notorious criminals. The recently issued bounty of $2 billion on Rayleigh certainly left an impression. Now standing before them, Raylo rendered them speechless with astonishment. "Major Nia, what do we do?" A group of sailors turned to their commanding officer, trembling with fear. Despite the Navy's incessant proclamations of justice and their mission to eradicate pirates and maintain maritime order, the mere presence of someone like Raylo instilled only thoughts of escape. After all, the disparity in absolute strength could not be bridged by mere fervor. Losing their lives would mean losing everything. "Fools, is there any need for discussion? Since the pirates are before us, we must attack. Do we, as the Navy, intend to retreat with our tails between our legs?" Nia roared. She was a young, strikingly beautiful woman, tall and fair-skinned, radiating a sense of valor. There was no trace of feminine frailty about her. "Yes," the Navy soldiers responded, their bodies tensing as they saluted her. "Oh?" Raylo glanced at Nia, surprised to find that even among the East Blue Navy, there were those of admirable ambition. Under Nia's command, the naval soldiers loaded cannonballs, aiming their cannons squarely at Raylo's ship. Given the proximity of both vessels, a hit was virtually assured. Though Raylo and his crew possessed a warship, equipped with a formidable array of artillery, they lacked the sufficient manpower to operate it effectively, unlike their adversaries. Their fate seemed sealed. "Farewell in the next life, my partner." Johnny and Joseph embraced each other in the rear, tears streaming down their faces. "Fear not, for I am here." Bartalomeo boomed with laughter. Boom, boom, boom. The naval cannons unleashed a barrage, hurling a multitude of shells toward Raylo's warship. Yet, as the projectiles neared, they inexplicably halted mid-air, plummeting into the sea below. "What is happening?" Major Nia exclaimed. "Our shells have been thwarted by the enemy. Useless fools, let me handle this." Nia strode to the cannon, loaded ammunition, and fired at Raylo's crew. With a thunderous roar, the shell soared forth but was intercepted mid-flight, crashing into the ocean. "Ha ha ha ha. Foolish Navy, my barrier is invincible." Bartalomeo laughed heartily, as the naval crew realized that their cannonballs were rendered ineffective by Bartolomeo's fruitability. His barrier shielded one side of the warship, providing perfect protection against the naval firepower, which could not even graze it. Such arrogance from a mere devil fruit user. Nia shouted defiantly, suddenly leaping from the deck. Major Nia! Gasped the naval crew in astonishment as she soared through the air, delivering a punch toward Bartolomeo's barrier. Ha ha ha. You're wasting your effort. My barrier is indestructible. Bartalomeo mocked, having completely forgotten the incident when Raylo shattered his barrier with a single blow. Nia's strike appeared feeble, yet Raylo discerned the hockey enveloping her fist. With a crisp crack, an imperceptibly fine fissure appeared on Bartolomeo's barrier, barely noticeable to the untrained eye. What? Bartolomeo's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that this woman could damage his barrier. Chapter 17. I will capture you. How could it not be destroyed in one blow? Nia landed back on the warship's deck, expressing her discontent with her previous attack. While hockey is the nemesis of devil fruit abilities, her hockey was not as potent as Raylo's, though she could only inflict slight damage. However, should Bartalomeo refine his abilities to their utmost potential, even an opponent wielding hockey would struggle to breach his defenses. Despite Nia's incomplete success, Raylo found himself increasingly impressed by her prowess. He had not anticipated that a mere naval major from the weakest East Blue could wield hockey. It was noteworthy that even in the latter half of the Grand Line, many did not possess this skill, and within the Navy, only those of Rear Admiral rank and above could typically wield it. Encountering such a formidable individual in the East Blue was intriguing, Raylo mused. Truly remarkable, Major Nia. After Nia cracked the barrier, several naval soldiers began to shower her with flattery. She shot a glare at one soldier, who immediately recoiled in fear, silenced by her gaze. Concentrate your fire on the area with the crack. A multitude of shells rained down upon the fissured portion of Bartolomeo's barrier. Though the force of these shells paled in comparison to the hockey-infused attacks, the relentless bombardment gradually widened the crack in Bartolomeo's shield. Withdraw your barrier, Bartalomeo. Your fruit ability remains underdeveloped, which is why you succumb to ordinary hockey. You must train diligently. Yes, Captain, Bartalomeo replied, scratching his head, slightly embarrassed. As he retracted his barrier, the Navy's cannonballs cascaded toward them like a torrential downpour. Captain, do not worry. Leave it to me. Laylo's figure abruptly vanished from its original position, teleporting to the location of an incoming shell. With a swift kick, he struck the projectile. A thunderous explosion ensued as the shell collided with the naval vessel, inflicting considerable damage. Raylo moved across the deck like a phantom, effortlessly intercepting and returning the cannonballs fired by the Navy single-handedly. In the span of mere breaths, Raylo's ship emerged unscathed, while Nia's vessel lay in ruins. Battered by the very projectiles he had repelled, slowly succumbing to the depths. What? Johnny and Joseph's eyes widened in disbelief, their jaws agape. Although they were well aware that Raylo was worth a staggering 2 billion berries due to his extraordinary prowess, they had never fathomed that anyone could achieve such feats. The sheer power of a single man hurling cannonballs surpassed that of the artillery itself, and this was while Raylo was holding back his strength. Having long resided in the weakest East Blue, their perspectives had been limited, leaving them ignorant of the true nature of the world of the strong. Witnessing Raylo's display ignited within them a fervent anticipation for the training he would provide. How much could they possibly grow? It was terrifying. Was this the might of a man with a 2 billion berries bounty? A group of Navy soldiers had completely lost hope, resigned to their fate. Damn it. Nia tore off her coat, leaping into the air and employing moonwalk to charge at Raylo. She understood that their ship was beyond saving, if that were the case. She at least aimed to ensure Raylo and his crew survived. Observing Nia's reckless advance, Raylo could only shake his head in resignation. He was at a loss, unsure whether to label her as fearless or simply ignorant. The disparity in their strengths was far greater than she ever imagined. Raylo unleashed his formidable conqueror's hockey with all his might. Instantly, a significant number of soldiers aboard the naval vessel collapsed, while Nia, suspended mid-air, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure that rendered her immobile. Unable to employ her moonwalk technique, she plummeted directly into the sea. Casting a glance at the submerged Nia and the soon-to-sink warship with its unconscious crew, Raylo smiled and turned to his companion. Let us depart, Xiao Feng. Aye, Captain. Feng Cly responded, swiftly making his way to the helm. Just as they were about to leave, Raylo suddenly called out to Nia in the water. Don't forget to collect the Fishman pirates from Kokyasi Village. Though intended as a benevolent reminder, Nia perceived it as a blatant provocation. How audacious for a pirate to presume to direct the operations of the Navy. Infuriated, Nia struck the water with her hands. Watching the direction in which Raylo and his crew vanished, she resolutely declared, No matter where you flee, I shall capture you. It was said that this individual was a source of vexation even to Admiral Sengoku. Capturing him would surely make me the first female admiral. Nia could not help but entertain the thought. Feng Klein navigated the ship further away from the Navy, while Ryro glanced back at Nia in the water. This unexpected encounter was merely an incidental episode, and Ryro did not dwell on it. Lalo could never have anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous Nia would soon exert such a profound influence on him. "Captain, where shall we head now?" Von Clay inquired of Lalo. Lalo pondered for a moment. This unexpected turn of events had granted him 3 companions. Now, including himself, there were 6 individuals aboard the vessel, bringing him one step closer to his objective. Although the number of people on the ship had increased, crucial positions remained unfilled, such as that of a doctor and a chef, while Lalo benefited from the abilities bestowed by his immortal fruit, rendering him impervious to illness and enabling swift recovery from injuries, as well as allowing him to survive without sustenance. He still experienced hunger and fatigue. Moreover, the others aboard were mere mortals, making the roles of both doctor and chef indispensable. When Raylo and his companions departed from Loguetown, they had prepared an abundance of provisions aboard the warship. However, after drifting at sea for an extended period, their supplies are nearly depleted. Fortunately, they have recently received a shipment of 100 kilograms of oranges from the village of Kokyasi. Their primary objective now is to seek a chef to join their ranks. Raylos pondered for a moment, asking if anyone knew the location of the seaside restaurant, Barati. Before Von Clyde could respond, Johnny interjected, "Boss, I know. It's a renowned seaside dining establishment in the East Sea." "Is that so? Then you shall guide young Vaughn and instruct him on the way," Raylos commanded. "Yes, boss." Once Johnny departed, Joseph timidly approached Raylos. Boss, when shall we commence our training? You mentioned the 7 warlords." Despite having become a member of Raylos's crew, Joseph still harbored a sense of trepidation towards Raylos, which prevented him from openly expressing his thoughts. Raylo paid little heed to the matter, chuckling softly, grateful that he had not misjudged his companions. Their desire for strength was more fervent than he had anticipated. Chapter 18. The floating restaurant Baratai. You are now my crew and my comrade. You need not be so cautious in your discourse with me. Feel free to speak your mind. Joseph scratched his head, evidently still adjusting to the situation. As for your training, there is no need for haste at this moment. Once I gather a few more allies, I shall devise tailored plans for each of you. For now, focus on your personal training, beginning with the fundamental exercise of physical conditioning. Understood. Joseph nodded earnestly, not sensing any insincerity from Raylo. After all, a man of Raylo's caliber possessed wisdom in every word he uttered. The warship was considerably larger than ordinary vessels, equipped with comprehensive facilities, including a gymnasium for the Navy's daily workouts. At this juncture, Johnny had informed Von Clay of the location of the floating restaurant Baratai, and Joseph invited him to join in the training session at the gym. Meanwhile, Shark Maru remained as before, lying motionless on the deck. However, Raylo's keen observation through Haki had already detected a shift. It was evident that Shark Maru had regained consciousness, yet he continued to feign a state of unconsciousness. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, refraining from exposing him. Raylo was also quite curious about the intentions of Shark. Was it planning to launch a surprise attack when his guard was down? Or was it waiting for the opportune moment to leap into the sea and make a hasty retreat? However, it was evident that regardless of which choice Shark ultimately made, success was improbable. Upon learning the location of the Baratai, the floating restaurant, Von Clay navigated the warship at breakneck speed, swiftly approaching their destination. The Baratai was essentially a colossal vessel. Its unique structure allowed it to remain remarkably stable even amidst the tumultuous waves, providing a pleasant dining experience for its guests. The ship's bow was fashioned into a strikingly large fish head, making it exceedingly conspicuous, and Raylo and his companions immediately took notice. As the Baratai was renowned as a combat restaurant in the East Sea, its chefs were often notorious pirates, and it was not uncommon for brawls to erupt there. Consequently, both the restaurant staff and the patrons were unfazed upon seeing the pirate flag of Raylo's crew. However, they had never encountered the flag of the evil ghost pirates nor heard of any pirate commandeering a warship, which piqued their curiosity about the captain and his crew. To avoid a potential collision, the warship came to a halt several dozen meters away from the Baratai. Riley intended for others to take the small boats from the warship, while he himself would leap directly onto the Baratai restaurant. "Captain, we have all gone over. What about this fellow?" Bartalomeo inquired, gesturing towards Shark, who lay sprawled on the deck. "Pay him no mind. Let us proceed," Riley replied. Upon hearing this, Shark, who was lying on the deck, felt a surge of relief, but suddenly experienced a tingling sensation in his neck and lost consciousness. Raylo's speed was astonishing. The crew aboard the ship could barely comprehend his movements, Each one left Agape in utter astonishment. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the boss. Raylo had just descended from the sky onto the floating restaurant bar when a man with a triangular physique and a protruding chin emerged from within to greet him. This bald gentleman wore a somewhat sinister smile, his hands rubbing together in anticipation. "Welcome, esteemed guest. Might I inquire if you possess any funds? Our establishment does not cater to the impoverished." This man was none other than Paddy, the chef and combatant of the Baratai. Though he regarded this maritime eatery as his own home, he was not inclined to offer free sustenance to the hungry and helpless, unlike Sanji. Should one arrive without money, they would be met with a fierce beating and unceremoniously expelled, regardless of whether they were a fearsome pirate or a representative of justice from the Navy. Raylo was well aware of his own character, and at this moment, he felt no surprise. He gestured toward his companions, who were still rowing their small boat toward him, and chuckled. "They are the ones footing the bill. Is that so? Then please, invite the guests in," replied Paddy with a smile, leading Raylo into the dining hall. Due to the frequent skirmishes that erupted in this maritime restaurant, many of the waitstaff were often frightened away, necessitating that the chefs occasionally assume the role of servers. In the center of the restaurant stood a colossal pillar, which supported a staircase leading to the second floor, while the surrounding area was adorned with an array of tables. Although it was not yet mealtime, a considerable number of patrons had already taken their seats. Under the guidance of Paddy, Lello took a seat at a table, awaiting the arrival of his companions. "Hey, did you see that guy?" With Lello's arrival, the patrons of the restaurant collectively shifted their gaze towards him. The clientele of this establishment, frequently embroiled in skirmishes, were far from ordinary. They had long grown accustomed to a myriad of characters. Pirates often frequented this place, and as long as they were not excessively ruthless, the patrons typically remained unfazed. Yet, among the multitude they had encountered, none possessed the peculiar aura of Lello. Setting aside Lello's formidable presence, which belied his youthful appearance of merely being in his early 20s, there was a certain gravity about him that seemed beyond his years. His eyes, profoundly deep, appeared to have witnessed the entirety of the world's tribulations, coupled with a striking visage that no man could rival. Even the ordinary women in the restaurant found themselves captivated, unable to divert their gaze from him. Raylo slightly raised his eyebrows, feeling a mix of ambivalence towards the attention he garnered. While he neither relished nor detested the spotlight, he found it somewhat challenging to enjoy his meal in the restaurant under the persistent gaze of others. Fortunately, his bounty had yet to circulate throughout the East Sea, leaving the patrons oblivious to his true identity. Had they known, it would undoubtedly incite panic, disrupting his dining experience. Hey, bring forth the delicacies for me and my companions. If you delay even a moment longer, I shall wreak havoc upon your establishment," Bartalomeo declared upon entering the restaurant, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Paddy promptly approached with a grin and inquired, "Good sirs, do you possess any money? If not, you and your companions will have to vacate the premises." "What? Are you addressing me? Take a good look. We are pirates. How could we possibly pay?" Bartalomeo retorted arrogantly. Johnny and Joseph, witnessing the unfolding scene, discreetly hid behind the door, fearful of becoming embroiled in the impending conflict between Paddy and Bartalomeo, who stood poised for a brawl. "Paddy, have you quarreled with the customers again?" An elderly voice echoed from above. Thud, thud, accompanied by the sound of a cane striking the floor. A man descended from the upper level of the restaurant. Chapter 19. Red Leg Zeph. Before them stood a man with a disability. His right leg below the knee almost entirely absent, replaced by a metal apparatus that connected to a wooden leg, serving as a prosthetic. His thick beard framed his chin, complemented by prominent handlebar mustaches that bobbed with his every step. Equally striking was the chef's hat he wore, nearly as tall as himself. It was evident that this man was none other than the legendary figure who profoundly influenced Sanji's life, Red Leg Zeph. Recognizing the chef's identity from his attire, Bartalomeo stormed over, exuding aggression. "Old man, you must discipline your subordinates. How dare they oppose me?" Before Bartalomeo could finish his tirade, Zeph abruptly bowed his head. His immense chef's hat struck Bartalomeo like a club, catching him off guard and eliciting a yelp of pain. "You insolent brat, is this how you speak to the elderly?" Zeph huffed, his mustache twitching slightly. "You scoundrel." Bartalomeo seethed, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to turn the maritime restaurant upside down. At that moment, Raylo rose and placed a hand on Bartolomeo's shoulder. "You ought to consider carefully. This man before you is akin to a father figure to Sanji. And this very restaurant is where Sanji was nurtured. Eh? Why didn't you tell me sooner, boss?" Bartolomeo's crestfallen expression suggested he had been taken aback by this revelation. Lelo shrugged helplessly, remarking that you didn't even inquire. Bartalomeo, in a state of resignation, could only muster an awkward smile, saying, "I was merely jesting with you, old chap." He then approached Paddy, retrieving his wallet and placing it in his hands, adding, "I too was just joking earlier. How could I possibly indulge in a meal without settling the bill?" Riro could not help but chuckle at the scene before him. Although 2 years later, Bartalomeo would possess an intimate knowledge of nearly all members of the Straw Hat Pirates, at present, his understanding was limited solely to Luffy. Paddy, having received payment from Bartalomeo, cast aside his previous hostility and cheerfully remarked, "Please wait a moment. I shall prepare your meal right away." In a short while, a sumptuous feast was laid out before them. The Baratai, a renowned floating restaurant in the East Blue, lived up to its reputation as the group indulged in a delightful banquet, with Riro even requesting Paddy to prepare a takeout for him. After satisfying their appetites, it was time to attend to more serious matters. The chefs at the Baratai typically possessed a degree of combat prowess. Among these culinary artisans, the most formidable in both skill and strength was undoubtedly Sanji, who had become an ally of Luffy. Following him, Paddy and another chef named Karn were notable for their combat abilities. However, in Riro's eyes, their strength was hardly significant. He had never prioritized power when seeking companions, instead desiring a partner with exceptional culinary skills. Meanwhile, Redleg Zeph remained in the hall on the first floor. Rello's presence captivated Zep, compelling him to observe silently. At that moment, Zep noticed Rello approaching, and his heart involuntarily tightened. Under the influence of his observation haki, Rello could perceive even the slightest emotional fluctuations in others. He discerned Zep's unspoken thoughts, smiled gently, and said, "Do not be anxious. I harbor no ill intentions. You came here to dine, did you not? Since you have finished your meal, it is time for you to take your leave." Although his words were not incorrect, Zep had a far more significant matter to address. "What is it?" Zep furrowed his brow. He had once navigated the Grand Line for a full year and returned safely, an impressive feat in the East Blue. He still possessed the logbook from that voyage, which often drew the envy of pirates wishing to venture into the Grand Line. At that moment, Zep naively assumed that Rello coveted his prized logbook. This logbook represented the pride of all his former crewmates and held immense value for him. Thus, even in the face of the enigmatic Rello, he had no intention of relinquishing it. However, he felt uncertain about his ability to deter Rello. "I wish to take a chef from you," Rello stated. "I will not hand him over willingly." Zep bellowed, only to realize the implications of Rello's earlier words. Understanding that he may have misjudged the situation. "What did you just say?" "I said I wish to take a chef with me to the Grand Line." "There is no need for such an extreme reaction, even if you disagree," Rello replied with a hint of exasperation. Zep then exhaled in relief. "The chefs in this restaurant are here of their own volition. If you can persuade them to leave, then by all means, try. But I advise you to abandon that hope." Zep spoke the truth. Although many of the chefs had once been pirates roaming the seas, they had since settled into their roles, desiring only to excel as chefs. "Oh, is that so?" Rello raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Zep. "Are you not interested in joining me at sea?" Zep paused, then erupted in laughter. "You must be out of your mind. Can't you see that I am no longer fit for sailing? The once renowned Redleg Zep has faded away. Now, there is only a common chef. What does that matter? I simply need you to cook. You need not engage in battle. You just mentioned heading to the Grand Line. Do you even understand what that place is?" Lalo smiled helplessly, for there was perhaps no one here who understood the Grand Line better than he did. Just as Raylo was about to speak, a voice suddenly shouted, "Not good. Chef Zeph, Captain Click is back." "What?" Zeph's expression turned to one of alarm, and the chefs in the kitchen immediately halted their tasks upon hearing the news. Click, once the tyrant of the East Sea, had suffered a devastating defeat at the hands of Hawkeye in the Grand Line, losing 50 warships in a single blow. Having narrowly escaped, he sought to seize the floating restaurant Baratai and snatch Zeph's navigational log to regroup, but was thwarted by Luffy. Since then, he had been lying in wait, and today he finally returned to exact his revenge. Click was notorious in the East Sea, his malevolence and strength far surpassing that of other pirates who dared to challenge him, causing the patrons present to fall into a state of panic and flee in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only Raylo's group and the original chefs of the Baratai remained in the restaurant. Chapter 20. Captain Click, a ship, comparable in size to Raylo's warship, sped toward the floating restaurant Baratai with great velocity, showing no signs of slowing even as it passed by Raylo's vessel, forcefully pushing a massive warship aside. With a resounding crash, Click's new ship collided forcefully with the Baratai. The entire restaurant lurched violently, causing everyone except Raylo to stumble and nearly fall. "Haha. Did you expect this? I am back, Zeph." A towering man, cloaked and adorned in gleaming golden armor, appeared before the crowd. With his arms crossed and one foot planted on the bow of the ship, he gazed down at the Bartai with an air of supreme authority. This man was none other than the former tyrant of the East Sea, Captain Click. Behind him, a throng of pirates raised their weapons in cheer. Click's relentless pursuit of the Bartai was not only fueled by a desire for vengeance, but also stemmed from his ambition to re-enter the Grand Line. The Bartai, as a vessel, possessed a natural capacity for concealment, allowing it to approach enemy ships effortlessly and execute ambushes, perfectly aligning with Click's treacherous nature. Raylo exited the grand hall of the restaurant and cast a disdainful glance at Clark, perched high above. How absurd it was for someone so limited, akin to a frog in a well, to consider himself the strongest in the world. He audaciously dared to challenge Hawkeye. Had it not been for Hawkeye's utter disregard for him, he would have long since met his demise, sinking to the depths of the sea as a lifeless body. The laughter of Laylo captured the attention of Click, who shifted his gaze towards him, scrutinizing him intently. Even Click, who usually held himself in high regard and looked down upon others, could not help but acknowledge the unparalleled demeanor that Laylo exuded, one that he found utterly inscrutable. It is worth noting that Click was a man who regarded even the keenest of observers with disdain. That young man below, is that worship yours? Click inquired, still maintaining his haughty demeanor. Raylo cast a glance at him, remaining silent. Clark, oblivious to Raylo's disdain, continued. I never expected there would be others in the East Sea who could commandeer a warship as a pirate vessel, but this is where your journey ends. This ship is now under my command. If you wish to avoid death, take your crew and leave at once. Johnny and Joseph had long heard of the notorious reputation of Captain Clicky in the East Sea, and their timid nature instinctively compelled them to hide within the hull, too fearful to show themselves. At that moment, Von Clyde could not restrain his curiosity, inquiring, Captain, who is this man? He was once the tyrant of the East Sea, commanding 50 ships, a formidable individual indeed, though ultimately defeated by the illustrious Luffy. Bartalomeo interjected. Ah, so he is a defeated foe of the Straw Hat. There is nothing to fear then. Upon hearing Luffy's name, Clark's teeth clenched, veins bulging on his forehead, his voice rising an octave. It appears your connection to the Straw Hat is significant. I have changed my mind. Today, you shall all perish here. The defeat at Luffy's hands was an eternal wound in Clark's heart, and his malicious disposition left no room for mercy towards those closely associated with the man. Faced with such a minor opponent, Raylo felt no inclination to engage. Even to confront him would seem beneath his dignity. Bartalomeo, I leave him to you, Raylo said, patting Bartalomeo on the shoulder before returning to his seat in the hall, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Yes, Captain. Bartalomeo felt a rush of excitement at being entrusted with such a responsibility. Be careful, Bartalomeo. After all, he is the fearsome Clicky of the East Sea. Johnny warned from behind the door. Do not worry. If I cannot even defeat someone like him, how could I ever hope to catch up to the illustrious Luffy? You lot, do you underestimate me? Clark seethed with rage. Boss, let me handle him. One of Clark's subordinates eagerly volunteered. You need not meddle, Clark retorted, sending the man flying with a punch before leaping from the bow of the ship onto the small boat that Von Cly and the others had rowed over. Be cautious. Do not damage this establishment. We cannot afford the cost, Raylo reminded from the hall. Fear not, Captain. I shall ensure this restaurant, which nurtured Sanji, remains unscathed, Patty affirmed. Observing the exuberant Bartalomeo and the composed Raylo, Patty could not help but exclaim, Have you lost your mind? That man is Clicky. One misstep could lead to death. We should flee. Silence and watch, Zep said, patting Patty's shoulder. He had encountered many ignorant and arrogant individuals, yet Raylo clearly did not belong to that category. And he was eager to witness the prowess of one of Raylo's subordinates. As Zep made his remark, Patty resigned himself to silence, patiently awaiting the imminent clash. Prepare to unveil the fish fin, Zep instructed. But chef, Patty began, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from Zep, prompting him to comply. The fish fin was a deck that extended from the Baratai restaurant, typically submerged beneath the waves. Its unveiling now provided Bartalomeo and Clark with ample space for battle. How convenient, Bartalomeo exclaimed, surprised. Humph, Clark scoffed, harboring unpleasant memories of his previous defeat at Luffy's hands. As the two sides faced off, Raylo suddenly spoke up from the hall. Johnny, Joseph, you both take care of the scoundrels aboard a ship. Huh, are you serious, boss? Ryro chuckled, eager to witness just how resolute your desires for strength truly are. If you cannot confront these lackeys, you will forever remain powerless. Johnny and Joseph exchanged a glance. nodding gravely to one another, then charged forth, bypassing the standoff between Clock and Bartalomeo, heading straight for Clock's pirate ship. Xiaofeng. Ryro signaled to Feng Cly to assist on the side, prepared for any eventuality. Feng Cly understood immediately and dashed forward. Clock regarded Feng Cly and his companions with disdain, ignoring them as they passed, which significantly eased Johnny and Joseph's nerves. Die! Clock bellowed, raising his right hand, whereupon numerous firearms manifested at his wrist, all aimed at Bartalomeo. Bang! 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 Bartalomeo stood his ground, unflinching. Could that fellow truly be defeated so easily? A group of chefs in the restaurant could not help but worry. Huh. Such grandiose boasts, yet so fragile, Clock sneered, observing Bartolomeo's unmoving form, mistakenly believing he had been struck. What delusions are you under? There's no way I could fall so easily. Ha ha ha. Bartalomeo crossed his arms defensively, his middle and index fingers interlaced, conjuring a transparent barrier before him. Clock's bullet struck the shield, all failing to breach it, leaving Bartalomeo unscathed. So, he possesses the powers of a devil fruit, hence his audacity, the chefs thought. Finally exhaling in relief, Clock cursed inwardly, another wretched devil fruit user. When I return to the Grand Line, I must acquire such strength. I shall see just how many of my attacks your barrier can withstand. Clock declared, removing a circular shield from his left shoulder and affixing it to his arm. Get out of the way, the chefs warned. Die. Clock mocked as a series of circular openings appeared along the edge of his shield, unleashing a torrent of bullets. These projectiles were specially designed, with sharp, conical tips, possessing formidable penetrative and destructive power, even capable of piercing through Luffy, a rubber fruit user. Unfortunately for Clock, Bartolomeo's shield was not made of rubber. After a cacophony of impacts, Clock's bullets fell harmlessly to the ground, while Bartalomeo remained unharmed, his barrier unblemished. Is that fellow truly that powerful? Patty recalled his previous treatment of Bartalomeo, swallowing hard. Ha ha ha. Futile. You might as well give up. Your attacks lack the strength to penetrate my barrier. Without the use of haki, Bartolomeo's shield could effortlessly withstand the might of a king-s punch capable of breaching fortresses, let alone Clock's meager assaults. Besides haki, Bartolomeo's shield was virtually indestructible, representing absolute defense. Clock, as a frog in a well, was entirely unaware of haki's existence. Thus, Bartalomeo had already secured an invincible position in this confrontation. Meanwhile, Johnny, Joseph, and Feng Cly had just boarded Clock's pirate ship. I can't believe you are all rushing to your demise, a pirate sneered, licking his dagger menacingly. Do not underestimate us. We have come to exact justice upon you. Johnny declared, though his voice trembled. Why yes, Joseph echoed, his legs quaking. You too. Feng Cly patted their backs reassuringly. Fear not. With me here, they cannot harm you. He winked and gave a thumbs up. Brother Feng. Johnny and Joseph were moved to tears. With Feng Cly at their side, they felt emboldened, wiping their tears and shouting. Bring it on. The earlier pirate glanced at Feng Cly, sneering, just a pathetic freak. Cease your arrogance. I shall deal with you first. As he lunged at Feng Cly, Johnny and Joseph interposed themselves, one absorbing the attack while the other retaliated, defeating their opponent. If you dare insult our comrade, we will not stand idly by. Johnny and Joseph hoisted their weapons, facing the pirates with newfound courage. Little Johnny, little Joseph, Feng Cly was nearly brought to tears by their bravery. After all of Clock's assaults were rendered ineffective against Bartolomeo's shield, his frustration grew, yet he was at a loss. How about this? Clock hurled several spherical objects toward Bartalomeo. Beware, those are explosives. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted, shrouding Bartalomeo in a cloud of smoke. Has he succeeded? Clock pondered. Yet, as the smoke cleared, Bartalomeo stood unscathed, even cleaning his ears nonchalantly. I have told you countless times, your attacks are futile. Save your breath, it is my turn to strike. With that, Bartalomeo dispelled the barrier and lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Clock. Uncertain of Bartolomeo's capabilities, Clock did not underestimate him. He wrapped himself tightly in his cloak, which was adorned with sharp spikes. Stop, the chefs cried out. Bartalomeo appeared oblivious, relentlessly aiming for Clock's face. Barrier, barrier, gun. As a fervent admirer of Luffy, Bartalomeo mirrored his naming conventions. Bang. A dull thud resonated as Bartolomeo's fist connected solidly with Clock's cheek, sending him flying sideways. The portion of Clock's cloak that covered his face was severely deformed, the spikes flattened. Bartalomeo, however, emerged unscathed, having encased his fist in the barrier to serve as a protective gauntlet, thereby amplifying his strength. Turning to the fallen clock, Bartalomeo taunted, "Hey, you won't collapse that easily. Will you? That would be dreadfully dull. You dare injure me?" Clock roared, scrambling to his feet and immediately retaliating with a punch, while explosives materialized from his hand. Hurtling toward Bartalomeo. Though Clock's attack was sudden, Bartalomeo had remained vigilant, deploying his barrier at the critical moment, effortlessly deflecting the onslaught. TCH. Click felt a sense of reluctance. Let us see how this unfolds. He raised the shield on his left hand, and instantly, a colossal hole appeared at its center. The sight plunged all the chefs into a state of terror. Click was about to unleash the highly toxic gas, MH5. If inhaled inadvertently, survival would be nearly impossible. Chapter 22, MH5 ha ha ha. Regardless of your intentions, I advise you to abandon all hope of survival, for my barrier is invincible, Bartalomeo bellowed with laughter. Even if your barrier can protect you, the gas will continue to spread. What will happen to those behind you? Indeed, Bartalomeo slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing the gravity of the situation. Bang! Before he could devise a solution, Click launched the MH5 gas towards him. In a moment of desperation, Bartalomeo had no choice but to envelop himself within his barrier, isolating himself from the toxic fumes. The gas slowly diffused around Bartolomeo's feet. Hey, don't just sit there. Run away. If you accidentally inhale this gas, it could be fatal, Patty kindly warned Raylo, while the other chefs had long since fled, swimming to the distant waters. Those who had tea escaped yet plunged into the sea to avoid contact with the gas. In that vast restaurant, only Raylo and Zep remained. Zep was not devoid of fear towards Click's MH5 gas. However, his curiosity about how Raylo would confront the situation outweighed his dread of death. Raylo rose to his feet, and Zep raised an eyebrow, pondering if this man was finally ready to take action. Bartalomeo, Raylo called out, as I release the toxic gas. Use your barrier as a cage to confine the gas bomb along with him. Indeed, how did I not think of that? Truly, you are a remarkable captain, Bartalomeo exclaimed, slapping his forehead with a sudden epiphany. However, by that time, Click had already launched the gas bomb, and the realization came too late. What should the captain do now? Bartalomeo couldn't help but feel a sense of worry for Raylo. Raylo gazed at the noxious gas steadily encroaching upon the dining area, his brow furrowing in concern. Although the sea breeze was brisk enough to disperse the toxins in due time, there was a pressing urgency. Before that could happen, Zep might inhale the poisonous fumes. And the chefs who had yet to escape might also be adversely affected. Observing Raylo's troubled expression, Zep could not help but ponder, what will you do now? Is it possible that the boss and that individual are still within the restaurant? Surely they will not be in peril? Nonsense. Look, they are still there. Yet the gas is drawing nearer. How infuriating. Will it be too late? A group of chefs, now out of danger, began to converse anxiously. All eyes were fixed on Raylo, eager to discern how he would respond in such a dire situation. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth. Then, in the gaze of the astonished crowd, he performed an act that left everyone utterly bewildered. He opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath, inhaling the toxic gas that surrounded him. Is that fellow insane? He willingly inhaled MH5 gas. Has his mind deteriorated? Yet, it must be said, he did manage to inhale quite a substantial amount. A group of chefs looked on in bewilderment at Raylo's actions, while Zep, standing beside him, stared in disbelief. Captain, Bartalomeo exclaimed. Ah, so your captain is a madman. Inhaling such a quantity of poison, prepare to collect his remains. Silence. My captain is not the type to be vanquished by mere poison, Zep retorted. Ah, Click scoffed, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Before long, Raylo had completely inhaled the MH5 gas that permeated the air. Hey, are you all right? Zep immediately inquired. This is a gas that can be lethal with just a small inhalation, and the fact that Raylo could still stand after consuming so much is nothing short of miraculous. What could possibly happen to me? Raylo replied with a smile. It is true that I feel a bit choked. After speaking, Raylo coughed lightly, expelling a small amount of residual gas, which startled Zep into retreating hastily. Long before this, during the incident at Impel Down, Raylo had battled Magellan, the wielder of the poison fruit. As a user of the immortal fruit, he was hardly affected by Magellan's poison, let alone the trifling MH5 gas. Compared to Magellan's toxins, Click's gaseous assault was akin to a mere foul odor, utterly inconsequential. What? Click's eyes widened, his mouth agape, unable to close for an extended period. Despite his arrogance and ignorance, witnessing Raylo inhale such a large quantity of poison and still remain vigorous left his mind in turmoil, struggling to accept the reality before him. Beads of sweat trickled down Click's forehead. This individual must also be a devil fruit user. It is inconceivable that anyone could survive after inhaling such a copious amount of poison. Ryro chuckled softly. Cleek was indeed correct this time. Without the ability of the immortal fruit, he would have been unable to withstand the noxious fumes. After all, these toxins were not conjured by the powers of a devil fruit, rendering Haki utterly ineffective against them. Proceed, Bartalomeo. He should now hesitate to release the poisonous gas. Cleek gritted his teeth. Click's thoughts were astute. He understood Bartolomeo's capabilities and realized that if he were to launch another gas bomb, he would likely be enveloped by Bartolomeo's fruit power along with the bomb itself. Thus, he relinquished the idea of using the gas bomb and discarded his gas mask to the side. After all, he was merely a devil fruit user. He should not be so arrogant in my presence. I'm the strongest. Click tore off his cloak and cast it aside, removing the circular shield from his right shoulder, merging it with the one in his left hand, and then activating the mechanism to transform them into a long spear. This was Click's pride, his formidable weapon, the war spear. Constructed from 2 shields, the war spear weighed nearly a ton, and without Click's innate strength, he could not wield it with such ease. Due to the spear's unique structure, each swing produced an explosion, with the force of the blast increasing with the intensity of the swing. A single hit would spell death for an ordinary person. No matter how intimidating your weapon may be, it is futile. Bartalomeo waved at Click and made a face. You will soon find out whether it is effective. Click grinned maliciously, his expression utterly menacing. Prepare to meet your demise. Click swung the war spear with great force, but instead of targeting Bartalomeo, he struck the deck beneath his feet. Chapter 23. The Demon, a Kinboom. The explosion from the war spear echoed loudly. Although Bartolomeo's barrier provided absolute defense and protected him well, it could not shield the deck beneath him. The section of the deck that Click struck shattered instantaneously, scattering fragments everywhere. Bartalomeo suddenly found himself without solid ground, and he was propelled into the air by the explosion beneath him. Fortunately, he landed back on the deck, sustaining no injuries. Phew, that was a close call. Bartalomeo wiped the sweat from his brow. Humph, your luck ends here, Click scoffed coldly. Bartalomeo immediately became cautious, contemplating his next move. While he could encase himself entirely within the barrier to withstand the explosions occurring beneath him, losing his footing would render such a barrier a prison, restricting his movements. Moreover, as a devil fruit user, he could not guarantee that his barrier would remain effective upon contact with seawater. While Bartalomeo pondered, Click launched another attack. With no time to think, Bartalomeo was forced to retreat, using his barrier to shield himself from Click's direct assault, remaining fully alert as he sought a stable foothold after the deck was blown apart beneath him. The two continued this back and forth, with Bartalomeo remaining unscathed, while Click grew increasingly furious. However, as Click's attacks mounted, the deck, likened to a fish fin, became more and more dilapidated, leaving Bartalomeo with little room to stand. Haha. Now I shall see where you will escape to. Click aimed the spear tip at Bartalomeo, his frustration at being unable to secure victory overwhelming him with a desperate desire for triumph. At that moment, Raylo also stood up. Though he believed that Bartalomeo would undoubtedly prevail over Click in terms of absolute strength, battling on the surface of the sea posed an insurmountable disadvantage for a devil fruit user. Furthermore, Bartolomeo's fruit ability was not as agile as Luffy's, making it likely that, upon Click's next attack, Bartalomeo would lose his footing and fall into the sea. Just as Raylo prepared to intervene and bring an end to this confrontation, a small boat sped toward them from a distance. On the boat stood a man, a middle-aged individual with dark skin, deep-set eyes, and stubble around his lips, appearing as though he had suffered from insufficient sleep and neglect. His attire bore no peculiarities, with short hair and a blue-gray headband adorning his forehead, along with red spherical earrings decorating his ears. This man was the former captain of Click's fleet, the demon Akin. Previously, Akin had knocked out Click, who had been defeated by Luffy, and instructed Sanji to inform the unconscious Luffy that they would meet again in the Grand Line. Afterward, Akin had completely vanished. Having been exposed to the MH5 gas, many believed he was on the brink of death, yet here he appeared once more. The small boat Akin piloted was the very procurement vessel that Sanji had lent them for their escape. Hey, look, it's that guy Akin. What? That fellow is still alive? This is troublesome. Another powerful adversary has arrived. A group of chefs floating on the sea could not help but feel anxious at Akin's approach toward the restaurant. Akin's prowess, which had enabled him to become the captain of Click's fleet, was formidable. He had once been evenly matched with Sanji. Moreover, unlike Click, Akin did not excessively rely on external weapons, making him, in many respects, a more challenging opponent than Click. Seeing Akin's sudden appearance, Raylo was equally astonished. Although Akin was a subordinate of the nefarious Click, his character starkly contrasted with Click's ruthless and unfeeling nature. After receiving Sanji's kindness, Akin had remained deeply appreciative, even defying Click's orders. Unable to accept betraying Click, he had discarded his mask and inhaled the lethal MH5 gas as a form of penance during the battle between Click and Luffy. Akin could be described as a man of profound loyalty and honor, which made him a fitting candidate to become Raylo's ally. Raylo smiled, his mind already contemplating the idea of recruiting Akin. However, what was Akin doing here? Was he here to assist that scoundrel Clique? Raylo pondered. At that moment, Clique, who was preparing to launch a final strike against Bartalomeo, noticed Akin's arrival. He halted his actions, turned to face Akin, and aimed his gun at him. What brings you here, traitor? Have you come to beg for my forgiveness and to reclaim your position as the commander of my fleet? Oh. Raylo raised an eyebrow. This was intriguing. He had not anticipated that Akin, who idolized Clique, would choose to abandon him. This development would undoubtedly facilitate Akin's transition into his ally. Originally, Akin followed Clique because he provided him with direction. However, following Clique's confrontation with Luffy, Clique's image in Akin's heart crumbled, enabling Akin to confront his own feelings, no longer lost in confusion. Thus, after taking Clique away from the Bartai, he severed ties with Clique's pirate crew and chose to sail alone, continuously honing his skills in preparation for entering the Grand Line. Today, he happened to witness the toxic mist emitted by Clique and rushed over. He had already shown Clique considerable mercy, yet he still owed a debt of gratitude to Sanji for saving his life. Before long, Akin arrived at the shattered deck of the ship. Clique, I am no longer your subordinate. If you intend to attack this Bartai again, I will not stand idly by. Oh? Clique slung his weapon over his shoulder, sneering with disdain. A stray dog dares to speak boldly. If you think you can stop me, then come and try. Seeing the tension between the two, Bartalomeo breathed a sigh of relief and released the barrier, leaping onto the restaurant's deck to stand beside Raylo. Captain, who is that guy with the heavy dark circles under his eyes? Raylo patted Bartalomeo and laughed. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he shall be our next companion. What? Chapter 24. The Despicable Clique. Captain, are you serious? Bartalomeo inquired earnestly. Absolutely. Raylo replied without a moment's hesitation. Do you know who that fellow is? Zep, standing nearby, couldn't help but ask. Raylo smiled but remained silent. What a peculiar man, thought Chapu. Bartalomeo had already vacated the battlefield, and Clique seemed oblivious to this. To him, this maritime restaurant was already within his grasp, easily claimed at any moment. Now that Akin stood before him, challenging his authority, he felt compelled to personally eliminate this former subordinate. Although Akin had once been Clique's most loyal and capable ally, Clique believed that anyone who dared to defy him must be eradicated from existence. He was resolute in his intention to slay Akin. Akin leapt from his small boat onto the scattered fragments of fish fins floating on the sea, merely a few steps away from Clique. Clique, you were once the man I respected most, Akin began. In those days, I regarded you as the most formidable individual in the world, an invincible force, and I vowed to follow you to the ends of the earth. However, after your defeat to the Straw Hat, we realized the vastness of the world and how feeble our East Blue truly is. The powerful abound, and you no longer loom as large in my eyes as you once did. Akin brandished his weapon, a couple of canes, each with a steel ball welded to the end. The very instruments that had previously left Sanji grievously injured. He fixed his determined gaze upon Clique. I will surpass you. Ha ha ha, what nonsense are you spouting? Clique erupted in laughter. I am, and shall always be, the strongest in the world. My defeat to that Straw Hat was merely a fluke. I will demonstrate how foolish your ambitions are with your very demise. Surpass me? That is an impossibility, even in your next life. As Clique's words echoed, he raised his massive spear and leapt toward Akin's position with tremendous force. A thunderous explosion reverberated, clouds of dust enveloping the area. When the dust settled, however, Akin had vanished from sight. What? Clique exclaimed in disbelief. Where are you looking? Akin emerged from behind Clique, delivering a powerful kick to Clique's side. Despite the solid impact, Clique remained unmoved, showing no signs of pain. Have you forgotten how resilient my armor is, former subordinate? You could never breach my defenses. Clique glared at Akin, his expression twisted with malice. He was clad in an array of weaponry, and his entire body was encased in a specially forged alloy armor, providing exceptional protection. After Luffy had shattered his previous armor, Click had plundered various mineral resources from the East Blue, amassing a multitude of craftsmen to forge this new suit. It surpassed the old armor in both flexibility and defense, rendering it nearly impervious in the weakest sea of the four. With just a single blow, Akin comprehended the formidable nature of this armor. He retracted his leg and, before Click could react, struck with his elbow. The iron ball at the end of Akin's cane collided with Click's armor, producing a resounding metallic clang. The force reverberated through Akin's arm, leaving it momentarily numb. Despite the tremendous noise akin to that of a bell tolling, Click's armor remained unscathed, while Akin's cane bore slight cracks. Click scoffed derisively, ignoring Akin's assault as he turned his gaze toward Bartalomeo in the restaurant, a clear provocation in his expression, suggesting a challenge between the sturdiness of his armor and Bartolomeo's barriers. "Captain, is that guy out of his mind? Why is he looking our way during a fight?" Bartalomeo remarked, suppressing a chuckle. "Perhaps so," Raylo replied. Click redirected his attention to Akin, declaring, "Do you understand now, Akin? This is the chasm that separates us. You shall never defeat me." If Luffy had heard Click's proclamation, he would have undoubtedly charged at Click's armor, striving to prove himself. Yet Akin was not Luffy. He remained far more composed. With a sharp crack, Akin raised his elbow, the iron ball at the end of his cane striking Click's chin, nearly causing him to bite his tongue. "If I cannot penetrate your armor, then I shall target the unprotected areas of your body." It seemed that this man possessed a wit akin to his own, qualifying him as a worthy companion. Bartalomeo nodded vigorously in agreement. Raizo stood silently by, at a loss for words. This fellow, Akainu's cane can effortlessly shatter the bones of an ordinary person. If anyone else were struck by him like that, they would either die or be gravely injured and unconscious. Yet, Click, with his formidable physique, remained upright after taking a blow. Nevertheless, he felt dizzy and struggled to articulate his thoughts clearly. With a resounding thud, Click swung his massive spear, forcibly pushing Akainu back. "I must admit, you have indeed grown stronger," Click exclaimed. "But the more you improve, the more valuable you become as a target." Click rapidly wielded his spear, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks upon Akainu. The spear, weighing nearly a ton, seemed weightless in Click's hands, his strikes akin to a tempest raging towards Akainu. Consequently, Akainu found himself on the defensive, continually leaping from the fragments of fish fins scattered around the dining area to evade Click's assaults. "You coward! How long do you intend to hide?" Click's frustration mounted as his attacks failed to connect. Although the fish fins had shattered into countless pieces, they still provided Akainu with sufficient footholds, and unlike Bartalomeo, who needed to fear falling into the sea due to his devil fruit abilities, Akainu felt no urgency. The standoff persisted until an unexpected shift occurred. As Click cornered Akainu against a floating platform, he deliberately targeted the platform beneath Akainu's feet. Just as Akainu leaped high into the air, Click revealed a sinister smile. "Surely, you don't think I rely solely on this spear?" Click produced a net of iron from his belongings, casting it into the air, ensnaring Akainu who had nowhere to escape. "Oh no," Bartalomeo shouted. Chapter 25. A pleasant surprise. Click's rise as the tyrant of the East Sea was not solely attributed to his strength and ruthlessness, but also to his cunning strategies. Aware that his stamina was waning after the prolonged battle and that he could no longer keep pace with Akainu, he had intentionally focused on attacking with his spear, leading Akainu to believe he would not employ other methods. Waiting for the opportune moment, he aimed to trap Akainu using the iron net. Click grasped one end of the net with his left hand and yanked it towards himself, while raising his spear with the right, pointed directly at the suspended Akainu. "It's all over. You can't possibly extend your limbs like that straw hat kid to attack, can you?" Just as Akainu found himself in peril, the situation suddenly changed. He curled his body, crossing his arms in front of his chest, and using his cane to shield himself. Bang! With a violent explosion, the tip of Click's spear struck Akainu's cane squarely. Though Akainu was caught in the blast, he managed to avoid a fatal blow. TCH. Click withdrew his spear, preparing to strike Akainu again, but Akainu had successfully broken free from the net, thanks to the explosion. Now unimpeded in midair, Akainu possessed a significant advantage over Click. "It's over," Raizo remarked calmly. Utilizing his aerial advantage, Akainu twisted his body and unleashed a power greater than ever before. The iron ball at the end of his cane struck down upon Click with ferocity. Click, caught off guard, had no time to react, and felt his neck recoil as he took the full force of the blow. Click's body trembled, swaying unsteadily. Bang! Click could no longer withstand the impact. His massive frame collapsed, and he lost consciousness entirely. Cheers erupted around the dining area, and the chefs who had long fled returned in celebration. "Well done, you supporting character. I always knew you were different." I never expected you to survive after being exposed to the MH5 gas. Truly remarkable. The chefs, grateful to be alive, lavished their praise upon Akainu, yet he remained indifferent. He turned to Zepp in the dining area, stating, I came here to repay Sanji's kindness. Now, I must take my leave. Please contact the Navy to have him detained. With that, Akainu prepared to turn away. Wait, Ryro suddenly called out to him. What is it? Akainu halted, glancing at Ryro, his expression slightly unfocused. Akainu had once followed Click out of admiration for strength, but now, Ryro's presence surpassed Click's to an extent beyond mere words. Raylo chuckled lightly, not immediately addressing the main topic, but instead inquiring, Do you know how to cook? Huh. Akin was momentarily taken aback. You can't be serious. Zepp shot a glance at Raylo. Akin scratched his head. Ever since he had savored Sanji's stir-fried rice, he had been unable to forget that exquisite taste. However, he felt too embarrassed to return to the baratai. So he had spent some time experimenting in the kitchen and had managed to learn how to prepare a few dishes, though none compared to Sanji's culinary prowess. For reasons unknown, the proud Akin found himself surprisingly candid before Raylo, shedding any semblance of arrogance. That will suffice, Raylo smiled, considering it an unexpected gain. His primary objective for visiting the baratai was to recruit a chef for his ship, to address the dietary needs of his companions. However, based on Zepp's remarks, it seemed nearly impossible for the restaurant's chefs to venture out to sea. As for Akin, who had unexpectedly appeared, Raylo had already contemplated making him a companion, especially since he could serve as a makeshift cook, effectively alleviating an immediate concern. Tell me, would you like to become my companion? Huh? Akin was once again taken aback. I am quite formidable, you know. There are few in this world who can match my strength, and most of them reside in the New World. Beyond the latter half of the Grand Line. Didn't he promise to reunite with Monkey D, Luffy on the Grand Line? Join me, and I shall take you to him. Akin did not dwell on how Raylo was aware of his agreement with Luffy. Instead, he found himself in a state of turmoil. He had been yearning to re-enter the Grand Line, especially whenever news of Luffy and the others reached him, his desire growing ever stronger. Yet, constrained by his own limitations, he had hesitated to take action. Now, with Raylo offering him the opportunity to become a companion, it undeniably presented a convenient and swift path. Nonetheless, Akin's pride prevented him from simply acquiescing to Raylo. He felt a deep sense of shame for having consumed the food Sanji had offered him when he was on the brink of starvation. And he had even wept over it. Such a man would not easily become anyone's companion. As Akin hesitated, Raylo discerned the concerns weighing on his mind. Before Akin could respond, Raylo preemptively suggested, How about this? Let us engage in a duel. If you lose, your life will belong to me, to do with as I please. What do you say? Don't underestimate me. Raylo's words struck a sensitive nerve in Akin. Even though he respected Raylo's formidable strength, he would not allow himself to be insulted in such a manner. As soon as Akin finished speaking, he sprang into action, charging towards Raylo. Even you shall not easily subdue me. Akin shouted, twisting his body as he launched himself toward Raylo, resembling a rapidly spinning top, with his staff transforming into a weapon of precision. Akin closed the distance between them, their faces mere inches apart. Clang! Raylo extended his finger and lightly flicked the position of Akin's cane, which instantly shattered into fragments, causing the spinning Akin to come to an abrupt halt. How is this possible? Akin gazed at Raylo in disbelief. This technique had been developed after his departure from Click, successfully defeating numerous opponents. Yet he never anticipated that someone could so effortlessly dismantle his move. Although Akin spun with great velocity under the influence of observation haki, his actions appeared to Raylo as if played in slow motion. The iron cane in Akin's grasp was rendered utterly insignificant before Raylo's armament haki. Now, shall we set sail together? Raylo chuckled softly. Suddenly, Akin bowed his head, his body trembling slightly, just as Raylo assumed he was weeping over his defeat. Akin abruptly lifted his gaze, a dramatic smile adorning his face. All right, from this day forth, my life belongs to you. A man as powerful as you shall have my unwavering loyalty. Chapter 26. A new companion. Raylo was taken aback by Akin's swift agreement but soon acclimated to the situation. Responding with a smile, rest assured, I shall conquer the Grand Line and become the Pirate King. Throughout this journey, I will ensure that you fulfill your promise to the Straw Hat Boy. Akin chuckled, harboring no doubts about his words. Hey, are you three not ready yet? Raylo's voice echoed across to the ship of Clique. As soon as he finished speaking, Von Clay popped his head out from the ship, declaring, It's all taken care of. Captain. Moments later, Johnny and Joseph's heads emerged as well. The two bore bruised faces and varied minor injuries, yet thankfully, nothing severe. They smiled and gave Raylo a thumbs up, as if to convey that they had finally proven themselves. Raylo smiled and nodded at them, signifying his approval. These two fellows had finally met his expectations. As the three descended from Click's pirate ship, Johnny and Joseph noticed Akin standing beside Raylo. Wait, who are you? Johnny and Joseph immediately placed their hands on their blades, their demeanor shifting to one of caution. They had encountered Akin before when he was a loyal subordinate of Click, and in the midst of their intense battle on Click's ship, they were oblivious to the events unfolding in the restaurant. Boss, get away from that guy. He is the captain under Click, known as the Demon Man Akin. He is no longer aligned with him. Raylo patted Akin, stating that now he, like you, is my comrade. You are all on the same ship now. What? Johnny and Joseph could hardly believe their ears, their eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Raylo, preferring to avoid unnecessary conversation, instructed Bartalomeo to recount the entire sequence of events to Johnny and his companions. Johnny Joseph, who harbored no deep-seated animosity towards Akin, found his impression of him somewhat transformed after hearing Bartolomeo's narrative, silently acknowledging Akin's status as a comrade. Do not grow complacent. Should I discover any actions of yours that jeopardize our interests, I will not hesitate to take action against you, Johnny warned Akin with feigned severity. Indeed, Joseph chimed in from the side. Rest assured, I shall never betray you. By the way, what is the name of our captain? Suddenly, a thud echoed as Johnny and Joseph collapsed to the ground in disbelief. You, of all people, do not even know who our captain is, yet you wish to join us? Listen closely, our captain is none other than Raylo, a man with a bounty of 2 billion berries placed upon him by the world government, known infamously as the Demon. Johnny explained to Akin, stammering in astonishment. Akin found himself at a loss for words. Although he had already recognized Raylo's formidable prowess, he could hardly fathom that he was associated with a man so heavily pursued by the world government. The realization of the caliber of the man he had chosen to follow ignited a fervor within Akin's heart. Clearing his throat gently, Raylo garnered their attention. By the way, from this day forth, Akin shall be our ship's cook, and he will oversee your meals. Should you find them unsatisfactory, do not approach me. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances, each pondering a singular question. Could they defeat Akin should they find the food lacking? Well then, the arrangements are complete. Let us depart. Raylo turned and entered the restaurant, gesturing towards Zeph as he indicated the unconscious Clicky lying outside. This fellow is your responsibility. If you hand him over to the Navy, you could receive a substantial reward, enough to repair the damages to your restaurant. Zeph chuckled, his beard twitching slightly. Initially, he believed that Luffy was the one most likely to conquer the Grand Line following Roger, but with Raylo's arrival, his convictions began to waver. This man exuded the same confidence as Luffy, drawing unwavering loyalty from those around him. Zeph could almost assert that the future Pirate King would emerge from one of these two. Young man, I possess a logbook detailing the journey through the Grand Line. Would you care for it? This logbook represented cherished memories shared with his former companions, its significance weighing heavily on him. Thus, he was reluctant to surrender it when Clicky demanded it. Yet, Zeph believed entrusting such an item to a man like Raylo was worthwhile. A continuation of his and his companions' dreams. Just as he once wished to pass the logbook to Luffy, he now desired to do so with Raylo. No, thank you. Raylo replied with a smile. The logbook was indeed a treasure for someone like Clicky, who had spent years confined to the East Blue. But it held little value for a formidable figure like Raylo. Moreover, the logbook merely chronicled Zeph's journey over a single year in the Grand Line, while Raylo possessed an abundance of information about it. Is that so? Zeph anticipated Raylo's response and was unfazed, as if it would be unusual for Raylo to accept. I may not want the logbook, but I expect to be compensated for helping you rid yourself of a formidable foe. Raylo rubbed his fingers together. You rascal, Zeph chuckled. Patty, prepare a year's worth of provisions for that man. Thank you. Raylo smiled. Once all the provisions were loaded onto the ship, Raylo raised his arm and called out, Let us set sail, everyone. Yes, Captain. Understood, boss. The crew reboarded the warship, setting sail into the vast expanse. At that moment, the shark man, whom Raylo had knocked unconscious, remained in a deep slumber. Akin was startled to see the Fishman aboard the ship, but Bartalomeo promptly explained the situation to him. Captain, where are we headed next? Lelu pondered for a moment. With a chef already aboard, the most fundamental concern of sustenance had been addressed. The next challenge was to tackle the potential medical issues that lay ahead. It became evident that the ship required a physician. As he surveyed his companions, a sudden epiphany struck Lelu. Xiaofeng, Hand me the map. Certainly. Raylo spread the map across the deck and, after a cursory glance, pointed to a specific location. Aye. Captain, Von Clay responded without hesitation as he made his way to the bow to take the helm. Captain, what is our purpose in heading to that location? Are we in search of our next companion? Bartalomeo couldn't help but inquire. Indeed, we are on the quest for a doctor, and a young, beautiful woman at that. Upon hearing the mention of a fair and youthful lady, Johnny and Joseph's ears perked up, their imaginations igniting with curiosity about her appearance. At that moment, however, Raylo abruptly approached the unconscious Shark Maru, placing the food he had taken from the seaside restaurant before him. Although the meal had cooled somewhat due to the passage of time, its savory aroma still lingered in the air. I know you are awake, so stop pretending and eat. Chapter 27. Persuading Shark Maru. At this juncture, Shark Maru could no longer maintain his facade. He sprang up, baring his sharp teeth in a menacing display. With a glance at the food Raylo had set down, a surge of inexplicable anger welled within him, and he kicked at the plate while exclaiming, "Who would want to eat the food of humans?" Fortunately, Raylo was quick-witted and managed to snatch the plate from the ground just before Shark Maru's foot made contact, saving the meal from destruction. You wretch, do not waste food. This was taken from the Bartai seaside restaurant. If you wish to eat later, it will no longer be available. Ha! I would rather starve than consume a morsel of food bestowed upon me by you humans. Raylo had yet to respond when Akin suddenly interjected, Do you possess no reverence for food at all? In the tumultuous depths of the ocean, one can lose their source of sustenance at any moment. You ought to cherish your food, you scoundrel. During Akin's tenure as the fleet commander under the notorious Clique, he had once encountered Hawkeye on the Grand Line, leading to the utter annihilation of the Clique pirates, with only a handful managing to escape back to the East Sea. Akin had nearly starved in that dire situation, but fortune smiled upon him when Sanji extended a helping hand, preparing a plate of fried rice for him. This act of kindness left Akin eternally grateful, and due to that harrowing experience, he developed an appreciation for food akin to Sanji's, which naturally led him to disapprove of Shark Maru's behavior. Shark Maru had never laid eyes on Akin before, while he was unconscious aboard the ship. He remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. Thus, when he noticed the unexpected presence of another person on the vessel, he was taken aback. What are you babbling about? I am a fishman. The fish of the sea are my sustenance. How could I ever lose my source of food? Akin found himself at a loss for words, unable to muster a retort. Captain, this fellow is unworthy of being our comrade, Akin declared. Comrade? Shark Maru paused, then erupted in laughter. Though I am unaware of your intentions, I shall never align myself with you humans. Do not harbor such delusions. You are merely a despicable species. This provocation ignited anger in everyone except Akin, prompting Bartalomeo to roll up his sleeves, ready to deliver a sound thrashing to Shark Maru. Noticing the escalating tension, Johnny and Joseph hastily intervened to restrain him, desperate to prevent the situation from spiraling out of control. Calm down, Bartalomeo. You two, release me. I'll take on both of you if necessary, Bartalomeo retorted. Enough, Raylo bellowed. At once, Akin and Bartalomeo fell silent, standing still in response. Raylo approached Shark Maru gradually. Although Shark Maru yearned to plunge into the sea and flee, the intangible aura of pressure emanating from Raylo rendered him immobile. As Raylo continued to advance, Shark Maru's body trembled incessantly. The terror of Raylo is unmistakable, and Shamar is acutely aware that, should Raylo wish it, he could effortlessly sever his head from his shoulders. At this moment, Shamar trembles, scarcely daring to breathe. What do you intend to do? He asks cautiously, lacking the fearless demeanor he had previously displayed in the face of Raylo. I wish to discuss reason, Raylo replies calmly. Shamar surveys him with incredulity. Do not presume that I am solely a creature of brute force. I possess eloquence as well. Then speak. Why do you harbor animosity toward humanity? Is it because of Odoheim? Do not dare to invoke that noble name. Shamar erupts in fury. Odoheim, the late queen of the Ryugu kingdom of Fishman Island, shared the vision of Fisher Tiger to alter the course of Fishman history, advocating for coexistence with humans. Gifted with the ability of Kinbunchika Haki, she was immensely powerful, capable of sensing the thoughts and emotions of others and transmitting her own consciousness to them. Her influence extending across all of Fishman Island. Her unique abilities, coupled with her passionate and compassionate nature, earned her the respect of the island's inhabitants, who revered her as Odoheim-sama. However, Hody Jones assassinated Odoheim to incite discord between humans and fishmen, leading the fishmen to mistakenly believe that humanity was responsible for her death, thus intensifying their hatred toward humans. Observing Shamar's reaction, Rayla becomes increasingly convinced of his perspective. Is it truly as I surmise? While fishmen have indeed been subjected to enslavement and persecution, Humans have suffered similarly, with the root of such afflictions lying in the hands of the celestial dragons. Should we not, then, unite against our common adversary? Odohan devoted her life to fostering peace between Fishman and humans, yet you pursue the persecution of humanity after her demise. Is this what you deem respect for her legacy? Raylo's words are both rational and well-founded, and Sharkmaru has begun to waver. Your animosity towards humanity primarily stems from your belief that Yuki was slain by humans. However, what if I were to reveal to you that the true culprit behind Yuki's demise was not humanity at all? What? Sharkmaru exclaimed. How could this be? Everyone knows it was you human pirates who did it. Raylo chuckled. Does everyone truly believe that what they think is the truth? Have you never considered that this individual might merely be a scapegoat, with the real perpetrator lurking elsewhere? Sharkmar fell silent. Do you know who the actual culprit is? Certainly. Raylo replied with a smirk. However, even if I were to reveal it to you, I doubt you would believe me. I shall have the true murderer confess his crimes to you in person. When will that be? Soon. Once we arrive at Fishman Island, the truth shall be fully unveiled. Sharkmar pondered for a moment. Very well. Until then, I shall accompany you on your journey, though I may not acknowledge myself as your ally. If I discover you are deceiving me, even if I cannot harm you, I will not spare those around you. Agreed, Raylo replied with a smile. Although he promised Sharkmar that he would disclose the truth upon their arrival at Fishman Island, he did not specify when they would reach their destination. He had ample time to ensure Sharkmar recognized him as a companion. Captain, both Bartalomeo and Akin expressed their dissatisfaction with Sharkmar's decision to stay. Raylo waved his hand, and they could only swallow their words. Since Gululu had been brought aboard this vessel after Sharkmaru was defeated by Raylo, he had not consumed a single grain of rice, and his stomach was already empty. At that moment, his belly involuntarily emitted a protest. Raylo chuckled softly. Placing the platter of food, he held onto the ground before turning to enter the cabin. A brief cough escaped his lips, prompting Bartalomeo and the others to discreetly withdraw. The deck was left with only Von Krieg at the helm and Sharkmaru standing alone. Sharkmaru glanced at Von Krieg, who was intently steering the ship, swallowed hard, and lunged towards the tempting platter of food like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. How delectable! Chapter 28. The schemes of Kuro. It was unexpected. Akin. When the captain appointed you as the chef, I had my reservations, but it appears you possess quite the culinary skill. The crew of the evil ghost pirates gathered to dine together, and Bartalomeo couldn't help but praise Akin's cooking. Akin indeed had a talent for cuisine. While he may not rival the professional chefs at the Bartai restaurant, his skills were commendable. Even Raylo nodded in approval after tasting the meal prepared by Akin. Exquisite. Johnny and Joseph exclaimed in unison. Hearing his comrades' praise, Akin, who typically maintained a facade of coldness, flushed slightly and bashfully scratched his head. Hey, you over there. Would you care for some? Akin called out to Sharkmaru, who was squatting at a distance. Huh, I wouldn't touch the food prepared by you humans. Sharkmaru retorted disdainfully. It's hard to believe that just moments ago, someone devoured an entire platter and exclaimed how delightful it was. Bartalomeo quipped sarcastically from the side. Sharkmaru's face turned crimson, and he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In a fit of humiliation, he dashed out of the cabin and with a splash, leaped into the sea. That captain of ours. Rairo waved his hand dismissively, assuring everyone that the fellow would not depart so easily. He was likely just out fishing. Previously, Sharkmaru had agreed to Rairo's conditions, promising to travel with them until he revealed the truth about Yuki's demise. Thus, Rairo harbored no concerns about Sharkmaru's potential departure. Indeed, it was not long before Sharkmaru returned to the ship, laden with a bounty of fish, consuming them raw without the need for a fire. Would he rather eat them raw than sample my culinary creations? Akin felt a twinge of insult. You're overthinking it, Rairo interjected. He does not disdain your food, rather. He holds humanity in contempt. The group fell silent. Although Rairo had managed to persuade Sharkmaru to accompany them, the latter's perception of humans remained unchanged. What a long and arduous journey this is, Rairo yawned. Captain, we have a situation, cried Von Clay, who was at the helm, instantly capturing everyone's attention. What is happening? Akin rushed outside, with Bartalomeo close behind, while Johnny and Joseph abandoned their chicken legs to follow. Meanwhile, Rairo strolled leisurely out of the cabin, as if unconcerned. What is all the fuss about? Even if the 4 emperors were to arrive, I am here. You all are far too sensitive. In the tumultuous sea, rife with hidden dangers, the possibility of enemy attacks and natural disasters loomed at every turn. Akin and the others were merely responding appropriately. while Rairo's formidable strength rendered such threats less alarming to him. Relo glanced back and spotted a pirate ship steadily approaching his vessel from a short distance. The ship's bow was fashioned in the likeness of a black cat. Although it was not as grand as Relo's warship, it possessed a distinctive charm. That was the notorious ship, the Baiji Blaku. It belonged to the Black Cat pirate crew. As a formidable pirate hunter, Johnny instantly recognized the origin of the vessel. Leluo pondered for a moment, recalling the identity of the individual in question. The captain of the Black Cat pirates was known as Kuro. Notorious for his cunning schemes and relentless pursuit of his goals, earning him the moniker the Master of 100 Tricks. In Usopp's hometown, Kuro had spent 3 years masquerading as the butler Clabotter to gain the trust of the wealthy young Lady Kaya, with the intent of seizing her fortune. Ultimately, his devious plans were unraveled by Usopp, leading to his defeat at the hands of Luffy, after which he vanished from sight. It appeared that my arrival had altered the course of this world, as an array of individuals, who should not have emerged, surfaced like mushrooms after the rain. The speed of the Black Cat pirate ship, the Black Belly, surpassed that of Leluo's vessel, swiftly overtaking them. At the bow of the Black Belly stood a man with slick-back hair, donning spectacles and dressed in a black suit. He was none other than Kuro, the captain of the Black Cat pirates. Although Leluo and his companions were aboard a warship, the pirate flag displayed was sufficient for Kuro to recognize them as fellow pirates. However, as he had never encountered the flag of the evil ghost pirates before, he paid little heed to them. Thus, it seemed as if Kuro overlooked Leluo and his crew entirely, sailing past them with a trajectory aligned with their own. It appeared this rogue had not relinquished his thieving aspirations. Leluo mused that perhaps they should take the opportunity to destroy him. The destination that Relo and his companions are preparing to head towards is none other than Usopp's hometown, Syrup Village. It is evident that the Black Cat pirates share the same objective. Kuro must have amassed sufficient strength and is now poised to return to Syrup Village for vengeance. Previously, he had bided his time for 3 years with cunning schemes to seize Kaya's fortune, only to meet with failure. Now, having grown even more formidable, he intends to resolve matters through sheer force. This scoundrel, if he gets to her before I do, how will I find the ship's doctor? Chase after him. Phone. No problem, Captain. The warship's power far surpasses that of an ordinary pirate ship, allowing Phone Clyde to effortlessly catch up with the enemy. Kuro, noticing Relo and his entourage closing in, adjusted his glasses with a flick of his wrist and spoke in a deep tone. Is there something you need, my friend? Nothing of importance, Relo replied with a smile. I merely find you disagreeable and would like to give you a thrashing. Go for it, Akin, Relo called out. For he deemed it beneath himself to engage personally with an opponent of Kuro's caliber. As Lelo's words resonated, Akin promptly sprang into action. Leaping high from the deck onto the opposing pirate ship's deck. Bartalomeo, assist in dealing with his subordinates, he instructed. No problem, Bartalomeo replied without the slightest hesitation. Utilizing the powers of the barrier fruit to conjure a staircase, effortlessly ascending onto the enemy's vessel. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances. Ever since they aligned themselves with Lelo, their adversaries had all been fellow pirates, leading Johnny and Joseph to question their own identities. Were they still bounty hunters, merely under a different pirate flag? Don't just stand there, you too. Lend a hand. Engaging in real combat is the swiftest path to becoming stronger. Understood. Johnny and Joseph's bodies trembled with determination as they reluctantly stepped onto the staircase Bartalomeo had created, boarding the enemy ship. Captain, what about me? Von Clay inquired. Little Von, you may continue to steer the ship. There is no need for you all to confront these minor adversaries. Stretched lazily, glancing at the nonchalant Sean beside him. With a smile, he addressed Von Kuro. I shall take a brief rest. Call me when they are done. With that, he reclined directly onto the deck. Chapter 29, The Battle on the 100 Schemes. Barakakuro did not anticipate that the opposing party would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Nor did he expect them to disdainfully rely solely on their subordinates to handle his entire crew. Although Kuro was renowned for his cunning and ruthlessness, he possessed a man's pride. Witnessing such contempt ignited a flame of fury within him. Arrogant fool, you shall rue your decision today. Kuro revealed his weapon. A pair of claw-like appendages that encased his palms, each finger adorned with a sharp blade, resembling tin knives. As Akin charged toward him, Kuro swiftly lunged with one claw. Clang! Akin raised his right arm, using his cane to block Kuro's strike, resulting in a stalemate. Kuro's attacks were famed for their speed. This seemingly simple assault was not something many could easily deflect in the East Sea. To think you could withstand it, you possess some skill. But how will you fare against this? As Kuro spoke, his other hand launched an attack at Akin. Initially, Akin wielded a pair of canes. But during his previous encounter with Raylo, one was effortlessly shattered by Raylo's fingertip, leaving him with only half his weapon to defend against Kuro's onslaught. Akin, unwilling to take unnecessary risks, withdrew his right hand to evade. But even so, Kuro's claws grazed his shoulder, leaving a distinct wound. While Kuro was indeed a formidable force in the East Sea, his prowess was not inferior to that of Kliku. Unlike Kliku, who was celebrated for his brute strength, Kuro's speed posed a far greater challenge for Akin. Need assistance, Akin? Bartalomeo, rushing to Akin's side, could not help but inquire upon seeing Akin's injury. No need. You handle his subordinates, Akin replied resolutely. Oh, just don't get yourself killed, Bartalomeo responded, turning to confront the other crew members aboard the ship. Before long, Johnny and Joseph also boarded the 100 schemes, Braku, joining Bartalomeo to contend with Kuro's subordinates. Although Kuro's men were not as numerous as Kliku's, they were still a dozen strong with considerable skill. At this moment, Bartalomeo was merely a novice fresh from Loguetown. Lacking the strength he would possess 2 years hence in Dressrosa. Thus, the battle was fierce and far from an easy resolution. Kuro, observing Akin's injury, sneered. If your captain kneels and apologizes, I might let this slide. After all, we are pirates, and there is no need for us to slaughter one another. Don't be ridiculous. Our captain would never bow to anyone. He is the strongest in the world. He would not even regard scum like you, Akin retorted. Moreover, in this world, the slaughter among pirates is commonplace. TCH. Kuro scoffed, angered by Akin's words, thus declaring, in that case, I shall use your head to make your so-called strongest kneel. Kuro began to tap the ground rapidly with his toes, akin to a cat in motion. This was his signature technique, the silent step. A method of assassination characterized by cat-like agility. In an instant, Kuro vanished from Akin's view. What? Just as Akin felt bewildered, Kuro reappeared behind him, crossing his arms to unleash a fierce assault. Anticipating Kuro's ambush, Akin had prepared himself, rolling forward just as Kuro's blade was about to make contact with his back, dissipating much of the force behind the attack. Nonetheless, Kuro's blade still sliced through Akin's clothing, leaving faint traces of blood. Good reflexes, but can you evade my next strike? Kuro taunted, launching a relentless barrage of attacks against Akin. Despite Akin's evasive maneuvers and blocks, he was unable to avoid numerous wounds, his body marked with crimson streaks. Damn it, Akin gritted his teeth. With only half of his weapon remaining, his combat effectiveness was significantly diminished. Otherwise, even if he were not Kuro's equal, he would not find himself in such a precarious position. It ends now. Kuro darted behind Akin, his 5 claws plunging into Akin's back. Blood erupted forth as Kuro's claws pierced his flesh. Yet, before Kuro could fully penetrate, Akin, disregarding the claws embedded in his back, spun around fiercely, delivering a crushing blow with his cane to Kuro's head. The sound of bone cracking was accompanied by the shattering of lenses. Akin struck Kuro squarely, blood instantly streaming down half of Kuro's face, while his glasses were also damaged in the process. How's that, you fool? Akin grimaced at Kuro. Have you lost your mind? Kuro shouted. Akin's reckless move had undoubtedly inflicted damage upon both adversary and himself. With Kuro's claws embedded in Akin, the latter had now received 5 deep gashes across his back, blood pouring forth. Has Akin gone mad? Bartalomeo noted Akin's condition with concern. Bartalomeo, should we assist? Johnny inquired. Bartalomeo fell silent. This was Akin's battle, and Akin was a man of immense pride. Intervening would only serve to humiliate him. As a comrade, Bartalomeo was reluctant to do so, yet he could not bear to witness Akin in peril. As Bartalomeo hesitated, Kuro's emotions spiraled out of control. Infuriated by Akin's blow, Kuro lost all semblance of rationality. In that case, you shall all perish. Kuro's body began to sway violently. His arms hung limply at his sides, his entire being appearing relaxed as if he might collapse at any moment. Captain, I beg you, do not use that move. Flee. The pirates engaged with Bartalomeo, and the others were thrown into chaos upon witnessing Kuro's state, abandoning their confrontation to flee in disarray. What is wrong with these fools? Bartalomeo wondered, perplexed. Johnny swallowed hard. I heard Captain Kuro possesses a technique called Death by Spoon, his most powerful move. Once unleashed, friend or foe will become targets of his assault. No sooner had Johnny spoken than a blood-curdling scream echoed across the deck. Chapter 30. Bloodshed. The scream did not emanate from Akin, but rather from one of Kuro's ordinary subordinates. He had been unfortunate enough to be caught in Kuro's unhinged state, positioned perilously close to where Kuro and Akin battled. Bartalomeo was taken aback. What to do, brother Bartalomeo? Joseph's body has begun to tremble. CLO appeared like a phantom, continuously manifesting in various locations on the deck. In an instant, a grand vessel became riddled with wounds, while many of CLO's subordinates were defeated by him. The speed of his attacks rivaled the Marine's 6 styles, leaving these men unable to react. Locke's form suddenly materialized before Akin, so swiftly that Akin had no time to respond. Just as he thought he would meet his demise, CLO's movements abruptly halted. A translucent barrier materialized before CLO, effectively thwarting his assault. Turning his head, Akin discovered that Bartalomeo, along with Johnny and Joseph, stood behind him. Since you said you wouldn't need anyone's help, then defeat him. Akin found himself at a loss for words. Although he felt gratitude for Bartolomeo's assistance, his pride prevented him from expressing thanks. With a failed strike, CLO, now in a dazed state, ceased his attacks on the barrier and swiftly redirected his focus towards others. The deck was soon filled with cries of agony and despair. To ensure their safety, Bartalomeo summoned the powers of the barrier fruit to create a spherical shield, enveloping himself and Akin, completely isolating them from CLO's onslaught. Watching CLO mercilessly slaughter his subordinates, Bartolomeo's teeth ground together in anger. How can such a person be a captain? Akin recalled the leader he had once pursued. Click, rendered speechless. What should we do, brother Akin, brother Bartalomeo? That guy seems relentless. Johnny expressed his concerns. Although Bartolomeo's barrier perfectly shielded them, it also restricted their movements, preventing them from stopping CLO. TCH, Bartalomeo, let me out. I must confront that guy. Akin exclaimed. Thud. Bartalomeo delivered a sharp jab to Akin's head with his knuckles. What are you doing, you fool? Akin, already injured, winced in pain from the blow. Stop joking around. The captain didn't bring you here to die? Akin fell silent. All right, everyone, stop the noise. We are comrades. We should consider how to manage the current situation. Johnny and Joseph intervened, acting as mediators. Humph. Both Akin and Bartalomeo snorted in unison, turning away from each other, refusing to meet each other's gaze. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do next. However, it wasn't long before Akin and Bartalomeo spoke simultaneously. You cover me. I will cover you. Humph. They both huffed again. These two are quite the tsundere types, thought Johnny and Joseph in unison. Though CLO was attacking indiscriminately, a closer examination revealed a pattern. CLO tended to target the source of any noise. In other words, if they could successfully divert CLO's attention, they could provoke his attack. Realizing this, Bartalomeo and Akin voiced the same plan almost simultaneously. Their eyes met, and in that instant, these two men, who had known each other for only a short time, understood each other's thoughts. Let's go, Bartalomeo declared. Oh. He released the protective barrier, and at nearly the same moment, Akin charged forward. Johnny and Joseph, still bewildered by the situation, instinctively clung to each other, eyes wide with shock. Bartalomeo took a deep breath, utilizing the powers of the barrier fruit to envelop his fist, forming a protective gauntlet. Boom. Bartalomeo struck the deck with a powerful punch, sending splinters flying and creating a gaping hole. The tremendous noise drew CLO's attention, causing him to stagger and swiftly approach Bartalomeo. CLO's speed was so great that Bartalomeo had no chance to react or to summon the barrier, and when Johnny and Joseph attempted to draw their weapons to assist, it was already too late. At that moment, Akin, who had rushed out, suddenly sprang from the side and swung his cane forcefully at CLO's head. This is the end. The combined force of Akin's original strength and his momentum resulted in a devastating blow. Thud. Akin's iron staff struck CLO squarely on the forehead, causing blood to spill. Yet, CLO did not fall easily. Instead, he regained his awareness due to Akin's attack. Noticing Akin, CLO prepared to adjust his body to slice open Akin's throat. Akin, already severely injured, had exhausted his strength with that last blow and lacked the ability to evade CLO's impending attack. Die. Bartalomeo suddenly appeared, delivering a barrier-enhanced punch squarely to CLO's face, sending him flying off the deck with a splash into the sea. At this moment, the original Black Cat pirates had been utterly decimated, with only a few managing to escape into the ocean. Akin glared at Bartalomeo, seemingly dissatisfied with his assistance, while Bartalomeo met his gaze without flinching. What now? Johnny and Joseph exchanged looks, uncertain of their next move. Suddenly, both Bartalomeo and Akin erupted into laughter, as if nothing had transpired. Bartalomeo extended a fist towards Akin, who bumped it in return. Bartalomeo then lifted Akin, supporting him as they departed. What strange men they are, one might say. Indeed, partners, came the reply. The group returned to the warship via the staircase created by Bartalomeo. Upon seeing the injured akin, Von Clay was visibly alarmed. Little Jean, what happened to you? Please don't call me that. Akin replied, wiping the sweat from his brow. Huh, weak humans are truly fragile. Shark Maru sneered from the side. What did you just say, you jerk? Both Johnny and Joseph, usually timid, stood up against Shark Maru. Enough, little Johnny and little Joseph. He is still one of our comrades, Von Clay interjected as a mediator. Come on, brother Von. That guy has never considered us comrades. He is only here because of his agreement with the captain. Without that bond, he would undoubtedly bite our throats without hesitation, Joseph stated, gripping the hilt of his blade. His expression grave. Haha. Shark Maru laughed heartily. You lowly humans are quite self-aware. You scoundrel. Bartalomeo could no longer endure the taunts of Sharmaru. He forcefully pushed Akin aside and directed Johnny to use the power of the barrier fruit to arm his fists, preparing to unleash a devastating blow upon Sharmaru. Von Clay, well aware of Bartolomeo's temperament and recognizing that Sharmaru had indeed crossed a line, chose not to intervene further. Just wait until I twist your neck, Sharmaru sneered. Glancing at Raylo, who showed no signs of awakening, which momentarily eased his anxiety. Had Raylo been conscious, Sharmaru would have hesitated to act. Yet, he failed to consider the consequences should he truly eliminate Bartalomeo. What would he do when Raylo eventually awoke? As both sides braced for battle, Bartolomeo's fury surged, and he completely disregarded defense, fixated solely on pulverizing Sharmaru's head. The confrontation escalated into a chaotic melee, devoid of any formal technique. However, Sharmaru, a fishman of the shark species, possessed physical capabilities far beyond those of ordinary individuals, and even without entering a state of frenzy, he exhibited remarkable strength. In their direct clash, Bartalomeo found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Compounded by the fatigue from a previous battle, Bartalomeo was no match for Sharmaru. Within moments, he bore the marks of a brutal assault, his face bruised and battered. Yet, Bartalomeo did not falter. Rather, he fought with increasing ferocity, seemingly impervious to pain. Was this man mad? Witnessing Bartalomeo charge at him like a rabid dog, Sharmaru felt a fleeting moment of doubt, even fear. In that brief hesitation, Bartalomeo seized the opportunity amid Sharmaru's attack. Lowering his stance, he twisted his torso and launched a powerful hook that struck Sharmaru squarely on the jaw. Bartolomeo's barrier was unyielding, enhancing the force of his strike. With all his might, he sent Sharmaru soaring off the ground. Fueled by rage, Bartalomeo refused to let such an opportunity slip away. He advanced and unleashed a rapid series of blows upon Sharmaru. Not finished. Not finished. Not finished. Bartolomeo's fist rained down, and soon Sharmaru's skin was torn, blood oozing from his wounds. Though still on the receiving end of the beating, Sharmaru's breaths grew labored, and his eyes turned a vivid crimson. Little Ba, get away! Von Clay shouted. He understood Sharmaru's condition all too well. In their last encounter, despite having the upper hand, Sharmaru's transformation upon sustaining injuries had drastically amplified his strength, catching Von Clay off guard and leading to his defeat. This time, he was keen to alert Bartalomeo to Sharmaru's impending change, hoping to avoid a repeat of their prior ordeal. Alas, Von Clay's warning came too late. Bartalomeo, consumed by rage, neglected his defense entirely. His barrier fruit ability was devoted to his fists, leaving him unable to summon the barrier in time. Sharmaru's body twisted midair, deflecting Bartolomeo's punch, and as his feet touched the ground, he surged toward Bartalomeo like an arrow released from a bow, moving with such speed that onlookers could scarcely perceive him. Just as Bartalomeo braced for Sharmaru's bite to sever his neck, he was astonished to see Sharmaru halt mere inches from him, his sharp teeth almost grazing Bartolomeo's throat. In that moment of surprise, Bartalomeo realized he could not move, nor could Akin or Von Clay. They were all frozen in place. What was happening? Bartolomeo's heart raced. Captain, I must inform him immediately. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the sound of Raylo yawning echoed in everyone's ears. Captain, Bartalomeo exclaimed in delight, discovering that he could speak and move once more. With a snap, Sharmaru's bite missed its target, and his senses returned. His eyes no longer the terrifying scarlet they once were. All of this, of course, was the result of Raylo's intervention. Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki has reached its zenith, not only exerting pressure on tangible entities, but also instilling an overwhelming sense of oppression that renders even those impervious to such Haki motionless. although the duration of this immobilization diminishes with the strength of the opponent. It remains a trivial matter for Rayleigh to halt the actions of individuals like Shark Maru and Bartalomeo. Despite being in a state of slumber, Rayleigh's observation haki remained perpetually activated. Thus, he was acutely aware of the events transpiring aboard the ship. Rayleigh refrained from intervening at the outset, believing that some matters between men could only be resolved through physical confrontation. However, once Sharmar succumbed to his frenzied state, events spiraled beyond Rayleigh's expectations, compelling him to step in and prevent further escalation. Could it be that you were truly intimidated just now? Sharkmar glanced at Rayleigh, a flicker of trepidation in his gaze. Of course, who else could it be? Rayleigh chuckled. So, now you recognize my prowess? Following me will lead you on the right path. Sharkmar's heart trembled. Utterly incredulous that someone could achieve such feats, it was nothing short of miraculous. Among the group, only Von Cray, who had fought alongside Rayleigh in the Summit War and witnessed his strength firsthand, displayed a different degree of astonishment. Nevertheless, as Rayleigh's crew, they possessed a profound sense of belonging and admiration, feeling less fear than Sharkmar and instead swelling with pride. Truly worthy of being the captain. Chapter 32. You sought pirates on my ship. You are free to argue, and even to brawl, but do ensure you maintain a sense of decorum. Any harm inflicted upon a comrade will not be tolerated aboard my vessel. Bartalomeo and the others remained silent. Who are your comrades? I am merely bound by an agreement, forced to remain on this ship with you, Sharkmar scoffed. Although he was deeply intimidated by Rayleigh, he was unwilling to deceive himself by acknowledging them as companions. Rayleigh was not angered by this. Instead, he chuckled and said, since we are all in the same boat, we are naturally companions. Humph. Rayleigh glanced at Shark and Bartalomeo, then cast a fleeting look at Akin, who was severely injured and being supported by others. With a resigned shake of his head, he thought to himself that seeking the ship's doctor was indeed an urgent matter. How are you holding up, Akin? Rayleigh inquired, knowing that among the group, Akin bore the brunt of the injuries, and thus his concern naturally fell upon him first. I'm fine, Captain. Akin replied with a faint smile directed at Rayleigh. Although Akin appeared to be relatively unscathed, Rayleigh immediately discerned that he was merely putting on a brave front. It's my oversight. I forgot that I had destroyed half of your weapon last time. Otherwise you wouldn't have sustained such severe injuries. Just hang in there. Someone will be here shortly to tend to your wounds. Rayleigh approached the ship's railing, gazing down at CLO, who lay unconscious in the sea. How could you have reduced my beloved crew member to such a state? Rayleigh pointed a finger at Chloe, channeling his haki outward. In an instant, a sharp sound pierced the air, and blood stained the sea crimson, while the others remained oblivious to the spectacle. Shafong. Proceed at full speed towards the direction I indicated. Understood. Fong Cray responded to the command, swiftly making his way to the helm. The warship's engines roared to life, surging forward with astonishing velocity, churning the waves into a frothy tempest. Before long, Fong Cray spotted land. Captain, we have arrived. Very well, prepare to disembark. Johnny and Joseph, you two have sustained little injury. Remain here to guard the ship. Aye. Rest assured, Captain, we shall stand resolute with the vessel. Johnny and Joseph felt the weight of their responsibility, excitement evident in their demeanor. The rest of you follow my lead. A throng of individuals fell in step behind Rayleigh. As Rayleigh turned his head, he discovered that Shark Maru was standing still, unmoving. This was, however, within Raylough's expectations. Yet, leaving Shark Maru, this ticking time bomb. Aboard the ship, who could tell what calamity might ensue? Rayleigh shot a piercing glare at Shark Maru, the overwhelming pressure instantly causing him to struggle for breath. You bastard. Shark Maru gritted his teeth, casting a fierce look at Rayleigh. Despite his deep-seated disdain for Rayleigh, he found himself utterly powerless against him and had no choice but to obediently follow Rayleigh and the others as they departed. Johnny and Joseph took delight in the situation, playfully making faces at Shark Maru. Captain, where are we? Bartalomeo inquired. Before Rayleigh could respond, a row of pirate flags stood upright on the shore, fluttering vigorously. How impressive! This small place boasts such a multitude of people, Bartalomeo exclaimed. What a fool! Akin sighed in exasperation. So, are you beginning to feel fear? We possess a formidable pirate crew of 80 million. If you wish to avoid demise, you best depart swiftly. A voice, feigning gravitas, echoed from the shore. 80 million! How remarkable! Bartalomeo was filled with admiration. Akin, with one hand cradling his head, was utterly speechless. Rayleigh chuckled softly, sensing that he had not come to the wrong place. Are you all fools? How could such a small locale possibly accommodate 80 million? Shamal could not help but exclaim. Indeed, Bartalomeo responded, sheepishly scratching his head. Do not hide any longer, green pepper head, radish head, and onion head. I am aware of your presence. Come forth and guide me to Koya. Hey, how do you know our names? You idiot, now you've given us away. Came the chorus of 3 slightly immature voices from the shore. Children will always be children. Raylo mused, shaking his head before taking a deep breath. Drink, he bellowed, simultaneously unleashing a powerful strike through the air. The formidable power of Leluo instantaneously generated an unparalleled gust of wind, which swept away the low shrubs along the shore, leaving the 3 children utterly exposed. What? The 3 little ones were so frightened that they huddled closely together. Indeed, the captain is truly remarkable, effortlessly revealing their presence. Raylo chuckled softly, having restrained his strength in that previous strike. Otherwise, not only would the surrounding bushes have been obliterated, but those 3 children would have been sent flying by his formidable power. You little brats dare to deceive me. You must be prepared for the consequences. Bartalomeo declared as he advanced, cracking his knuckles with a menacing expression. The 3 children trembled in fear, yet one boldly spoke up. We, the Usopp pirates, will not yield. Indeed, if you dare to harm us, our Captain Usopp will not let you go. Captain Usopp? Bartalomeo paused for a moment, then erupted into laughter. Ha! So you are under the command of the great Usopp. How delightful. He patted the 3 children on the back with great satisfaction. The children exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Bartolomeo's sudden shift in demeanor. I understand now. He must be a subordinate of Captain Usopp, or perhaps an admirer. Which is why he changed his attitude upon hearing our captain's name, one child deduced, while the other 2 nodded in enthusiastic agreement. Rairo chuckled. Such a statement was not entirely inaccurate. Now that you understand we harbor no ill intentions, please take us to meet Miss Kaya, as I have matters to discuss with her. At the mention of Kaya, the 3 children instantly became alert once more. Kaya was the daughter of a prominent family in Zilliba Village, possessing immense wealth that sparked envy in many. Previously, Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates had gone so far as to masquerade as a butler beside her for 3 years in order to acquire her fortune. Consequently, the 3 children found it difficult to fully trust Rairo and his companions at that moment. Their thoughts were laid bare before him. Do you truly believe I covet Kaya's wealth? We have never suggested such a thing. You little rascals, do you know who this man is? He carries a bounty of 2 billion berries from the Navy. How could he possibly be interested in such trivial riches? Bartalomeo interjected, unable to contain himself. What? 2 billion berries? Captain Usopp only has a bounty of 30 million berries. The 3 children swallowed hard, momentarily grappling with this revelation. So, what exactly do you seek from Miss Kaya? Rairo smiled, envisioning a time when she could tend to Usopp's wounds upon his return from his maritime adventures. Thus, she immersed herself in the fervent study of medical knowledge, aspiring to invite her to join as the ship's doctor on this journey. However, the 3 children, including Bartalomeo, widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 33. The kind-hearted Kaya. Though Bartalomeo and the others were already aware that Rairo intended to seek out a ship's doctor, they were utterly unprepared for the revelation that her target was a young lady of considerable wealth. Captain, I do not doubt your judgment, but do you truly believe that the young lady will consent to sail with us? Bartalomeo inquired, his skepticism evident. Raylo shrugged his shoulders, pondering the uncertainty of the situation. The 3 children lowered their heads and whispered among themselves for a while before finally reaching a consensus. We can guide you to Miss Koya, but you must promise us that you will never engage in anything that could jeopardize her safety, nor will you coerce her into accompanying you on the sea. Raylo chuckled softly. Very well, I shall comply with your request. Now, let us proceed together. The 3 young children, naive and inexperienced, had not considered the possibility of betrayal. But fortunately, Raylo was not one to renege on his word. Miss Kaya's residence was situated near the heart of Syrup Village, and the group arrived at their destination within a few minutes. Miss Kaya, Miss Kaya, the trio called out excitedly. Before long, a window on the 2nd floor swung open, revealing a beautiful young woman with golden hair who leaned out to see what was amiss. What is it? Kaya's voice was melodious, bringing a sense of warmth akin to a gentle spring breeze. As she gazed down at the assembly, she casually swept her hair behind her ear, her beauty akin to a painting. Isn't it wonderful? Did Usopp perhaps save the world in a past life? Raylo mused to himself. It was then that Kaya noticed the group surrounding the 3 children and smiled at them, inquiring, Are you their friends? Raylo had yet to respond when suddenly, Kaya exclaimed and hurried down the stairs. Why are all of you injured? Come inside. I will tend to your wounds. Bartalomeo, Akin, and Sharkmaru, still bearing the remnants of their recent battle, were marked with blood, and Kaya's gaze was filled with deep concern for them. They glanced at Raylo, and upon receiving a nod from him, they followed Kaya into the residence. Kaya, how can you allow these individuals into your home? They are Fishman. A man in a tailored suit, whose head resembled that of a ram, appeared beside Kaya. It matters not, Mr. Mary. They were brought here by Onion Head, and they are certainly not ill-intentioned. Mary swallowed hard, declaring, If you dare to harm Miss Kaya, I shall not let you go unpunished. Rest assured, Raylo said with a reassuring smile as he patted Mary's shoulder, causing Mary to feel a sudden weakness in his legs, nearly losing his balance. Kaya retrieved her medical kit from upstairs, and among the group, Akin bore the most severe injuries, so Kaya naturally prioritized his treatment. Initially reluctant, Akin ultimately complied with Kaya's care after meeting Raylo's encouraging gaze. Though Kaya had acquired her medical knowledge through self-study and lacked practical experience, she exhibited remarkable diligence, meticulously tending to Akin's wounds. To onlookers, her demeanor while treating Akin truly resembled that of an angel. Bartalomeo quietly leaned towards Raylo and asked, Captain, who is this young lady? What is her relation to Usopp? Raylo turned to glance at Bartalomeo, asking, Her? She is Usopp's beloved. Bartalomeo, taken aback, leaned away in surprise. I see. Ultimately, he accepted the reality, and his gaze towards Koya bore in newfound respect. After tending to Akin's wounds, Koya turned her attention to Bartalomeo. Due to the unique relationship between Koya and Usopp, Bartalomeo appeared somewhat uneasy. His fierce demeanor, juxtaposed with his earnest expression, rendered him somewhat comical. Fortunately, Koya focused on his treatment and paid no mind to his discomfort. All done, Koya finished bandaging Bartolomeo's wounds and turned her gaze to Sharkmaru. Next in line for treatment. I don't require a human's aid, he scoffed. That simply won't do, Mr. Fishman. If you neglect your injuries, they may worsen. Koya replied softly, her gentle tone softening Sharkmaru's resolve. Ahem. Raylo coughed, seemingly nonchalantly casting a glance at Sharkmaru, the implications of which were unmistakable. Sharkmaru felt a shiver run down his spine. He understood clearly that if he refused this woman's treatment, Raylo would not let him off easily. Reluctantly, he complied and seated himself for Koya's care. As Sharkmaru settled down to receive Koya's diagnosis and treatment, he took a moment to genuinely observe her. Among humans, Koya's beauty was exceptional, and her gentle and kind spirit offered a stark contrast to the fiery temperament of Boa Hancock. Having encountered many women, Sharkmaru had never met one who treated him with such tenderness. In Koya's eyes, Sharkmaru was not an otherworldly Fishman, but rather an ordinary patient in need of her care, just like any other injured individual. As Koya continued her treatment, Sharkmaru's animosity towards her gradually diminished. At the very least, he no longer harbored the same disdain for Koya as he did for other humans. All done, Mr. Fishman, Koya said, patting Sharkmaru's shoulder. To his surprise, he felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks. After a few coughs, he slowly stood up. Oh, so that is how it is. Raylo mused silently, observing the scene. Then, Sir, what brings you to seek me? Koya inquired, her keen intelligence recognizing Raylo as their leader. I wish to invite you to join us as our ship's doctor and set sail together, he proposed. What? Koya exclaimed in astonishment. Mary, startled, rushed forward to shield Koya, her arms flailing in protest. No, absolutely not. You must leave. You are not welcome here. Mary's head shook vigorously, resembling a rattling drum. Raylo cast a piercing glance at Mary, his conqueror's haki subtly radiating from him. In an instant, Mary was rendered completely paralyzed with fear, unable to utter a single word as she collapsed to the ground. Raylo turned to Koya. Miss Koya, what are your own thoughts? Koya hesitated. As a young lady from a prestigious family, she seldom had the opportunity to make decisions for herself. Although she nominally managed the household after her parents' passing, the young Koya primarily followed the arrangements of others. Apart from her aspiration to become a doctor, she was uncertain about what she truly wished to pursue. Koya felt a flicker of doubt. If we set sail, we are bound to encounter Usopp someday. Don't you wish to meet him? Chapter 34. Ship's Doctor. When Raylo mentioned Usopp, Koya's demeanor underwent a subtle transformation. Mr. Usopp? You are diligently acquiring medical knowledge with the intent of one day healing the injured Usopp, aren't you? By embarking on our adventure, you will not only have the opportunity to hone your medical skills, but also to meet him sooner. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Koya's eyes. She turned to Mary. seemingly seeking his affirmation. Miss Koya, Mary thought to himself. He had never witnessed such an expression on her face, and even his resolute heart experienced a moment of hesitation. Rello swiftly discerned the connection and ceased his attempts to persuade Koya. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Mary, assuring her, "I can guarantee that Koya will face no danger. I swear on my life." Mary found herself at a loss for words. With a resigned sigh, she replied, "Miss, the decision ultimately lies with you. For you are the head of the household, and I am merely your servant." "No," Koya suddenly shouted, "Mary is also my family." Indeed, after the passing of Koya's parents, it was Mary who remained by her side. Thus, although they were merely master and servant by blood, they were as close as true kin, always considering one another's well-being. Mary was deeply moved by Koya's words, which undoubtedly constituted the highest form of recognition from her. Suddenly, Mary stepped forward and embraced Koya, saying, "If you truly wish to go, then go. You should not remain a caged canary. There exists a vast sky beyond for you." Koya nodded resolutely, her heart set. She resolved to accompany Rello and the others on their voyage. This decision was not solely to reunite with Usopp, but also stemmed from her desire to explore the world beyond, to witness diverse people and events, and to heal the wounded. "You scoundrel!" Mary turned to Rello, her eyes fierce. "If anything befalls Miss Koya, I shall hold you accountable." No longer was there any trace of her previous trepidation. "Rest assured, even if I were to perish, she would remain unharmed," Rello chuckled, adding, "and I shall never die." Once Koya had gathered her belongings and bid farewell to Mary, she followed Rello and the others to the shore. "Ah, is this your ship?" Koya exclaimed, visibly startled upon seeing their warship. "Impressive," Mary echoed in admiration. "It's all right," Rello replied with a smile. He was not entirely satisfied with the vessel. As a pirate, sailing a warship felt somewhat incongruous, and thus he sought an opportunity to make significant modifications. "Captain, you're back." Johnny and Joseph on board shouted excitedly upon seeing Rello, their eyes nearly popping out when they caught sight of the beautiful Koya. Thump, thump. Bartalomeo leaped onto the ship, delivering a playful whack to each of them. "Stop staring. That's the captain's sister-in-law." "Huh, the captain is truly fortunate." Thump, thump. Bartalomeo playfully smacked them again. "Who said anything about the captain? I was referring to Usopp, the elder brother." "Huh." Johnny and Joseph's astonishment grew, their eyes nearly bulging. In their view, Rello and Koya made a striking couple. Yet Koya's connection to Usopp seemed rather incongruous. "How wonderful," Koya said, standing at the bow of the ship, waving goodbye to Mary. "I am leaving now, Mr. Mary. Please take care of yourself." "Rest assured, Miss Koya, I shall look after the entire estate, and I wish for your safe return," Mary replied from the shore, wiping away her tears as she waved. Raylo stood upon the deck, observing his crew. Now, including himself, there were a total of 8 individuals aboard, with the essential positions of chef and doctor duly filled. Other necessary personnel could be gradually supplemented in due time. Although shipwrights are crucial for any vessel, the presence of a formidable individual like Raylo rendered the likelihood of their ship sustaining damage exceedingly low, thus diminishing the urgency for such repairs. "Captain, where shall we head now?" inquired Von Cly, who was at the helm. "Set sail for the Grand Line." "Yes." Upon hearing Raylo's declaration of their destination, the crew, with the exception of Von Cly, who had spent years in the Grand Line, and Shark Maru, who hailed from Fishman Island, erupted with excitement. Particularly, Akin was invigorated. In his former capacity as the commander of the Clique fleet, he had once faced defeat at the hands of Hawkeye while traversing the Grand Line. Initially, Akin had been filled with trepidation towards the Grand Line. However, after witnessing Luffy's indomitable spirit, he rekindled his adventurous spirit and made a pact with Sanji and Luffy to reunite on the Grand Line. Now, that pact was finally on the verge of realization. "Grand Line, here I come, Straw Hat Kid." Yet, as the initial exhilaration waned, the group began to regain their composure. Captain Johnny found it somewhat difficult to voice his concerns. "Although I understand that you are exceptionally strong, Captain, we are not you. In such perilous waters as the Grand Line, can we truly survive?" Johnny articulated his unease, while Raylo discerned the underlying implication of his words. When would they attain the strength akin to the 7 warlords of the sea? Raylo has never forgotten his commitments, and with a smile, he remarked, "If I were to protect all of you, it would not pose any difficulty. However, I believe you do not wish to be perpetually shielded." The captain and the others nodded in silent agreement. Given your current capabilities, embarking on the Grand Line would indeed be perilous. not to mention the dangers of the New World in the latter half of the Grand Line. Therefore, before we officially commence our adventure, I will send each of you to different locations for training. Once you have grown sufficiently strong, I shall return to gather you. Lalo's proposal is undoubtedly the optimal choice, and few have raised objections. So, Captain, how long shall we train? 1.5 years. Ryro initially intended to wait for 2 years. But with the Straw Hat Pirates setting sail again after that period, he realized he would be unable to outpace them in many matters, which prompted him to advance the timeline. What? Sharkmar suddenly exclaimed. The reason I remain here is that you promised to reveal the truth to me upon reaching Fishman Island and to unearth the true culprit. Do you expect me to wait 1.5 years for you? Chapter 35. The Journey Home. Sharkmar's anger was not without justification. He never considered himself a companion of Ryro and his crew. He was merely aboard their ship due to an agreement. With Ryro announcing 1.5 years of training before setting sail, Sharkmar found this intolerable. Calm down, Ryro said, chuckling as he patted Sharkmar's shoulder. You won't have to wait. As for the reason, you will understand in due time. Sharkmar shot a glance at Ryro, his teeth clenched in frustration. Yet he felt powerless against him. I will trust you one more time and see what tricks you have up your sleeve, Sharkmar huffed coldly. Captain, what exactly do you plan to do about him? Bartalomeo couldn't contain his curiosity and leaned in to inquire. Not for disclosure, Ryro waved his hand dismissively, feigning an air of mystery. Initially, Ryro and his crew traversed the doldrums to reach the East Sea. And this time they chose to cross the doldrums directly into the Grand Line, rather than taking the longer route through Reverse Mountain. Aside from the naive Koya and Von Clay, who had experienced a journey through the doldrums once before, the rest of the crew exhibited a subtle concern regarding this passage. After all, the doldrums were home to numerous colossal sea kings, making it one of the most perilous locations in the world. Captain, are we truly going to traverse the doldrums? Joseph swallowed hard. Of course, rest assured, with me here, nothing will go awry, Ryro began, but his words trailed off. What else? Raylo shook his head, deliberately creating suspense, and chose not to elaborate further. You will know in due time, and it will certainly take you by surprise. Von Clay remarked from the bow of the ship. A few individuals whispered among themselves, wary of being overheard by Raylo. Reluctantly, Raylo chose to feign ignorance, sparing the group from any embarrassment. The calmness of the windless zone, characterized by its perennial stillness, rendered the sea remarkably tranquil, while the warship, propelled by its own might, maintained a swift cruising speed. As the vessel ventured deeper into the windless zone, an air of tension enveloped the crew, particularly among those besides Raylo and Kaya, who were apprehensive about an encounter with 1 or 2 colossal sea kings. Among them was Sharkmaru, a fishman capable of communicating with fish, yet utterly incapable of conversing with sea kings, a privilege reserved for the legendary mermaid princess, said to appear only once in centuries. Despite his trepidation, Sharkmaru harbored a flicker of anticipation for the emergence of a colossal sea king, for should the warship be sunk, he alone, as a fishman, might have a chance of survival. He turned to glance at Kaya, contemplating whether he should rescue her when the moment arose. Just as Sharkmaru's thoughts wandered, the sky abruptly darkened. The crew looked up, petrified into silence. Captain Johnny trembled uncontrollably, while Joseph collapsed in terror, leaving the others paralyzed with fear. Sharkmaru's gaze fixated on Kaya, ready to save her at a moment's notice. At that instant, the warship was encircled by enormous sea kings, their size dwarfing the already substantial vessel. Though the ship's dimensions far exceeded those of ordinary boats, it appeared insignificant compared to the colossal beings surrounding it. Von Clay, having previously encountered these titanic sea kings during his escape from Impel Down alongside Raylo, had mentally prepared himself for this moment. Yet the sight of them still left him in a state of shock, a sensation that remained, no matter how many times one might witness it. In contrast to these gigantic creatures, humanity seemed pathetically small and fragile. We thought you had chosen to retreat from the Great Route, but here you are, returning from the East Blue so soon. One colossal sea king rumbled, its voice audible only to Raylo. How could I, a demon, simply retreat? I must turn this world upside down. Raylo replied with a grin. Captain, who are you talking to? Bartalomeo inquired, puzzled. Is the captain communicating with these sea kings? The crew quickly pieced together this bizarre suggestion, for no alternative explanation seemed plausible. Don't be foolish. He's merely a human. How could he converse with these sea kings? Sharkmaru roared, fully aware of the formidable nature of these giants. Among merfolk and fishmen, only the fabled mermaid princess could engage in dialogue with them. although Sharkmaru harbored doubts about Raylo's ability to communicate with these colossal beings. He was unwilling to accept that an ordinary human could possess the same abilities as the legendary mermaid princess. Then who was the captain speaking to? Why aren't these sea kings attacking us? Bartalomeo pressed on, seizing the opportunity to undermine Sharkmaru's confidence. His own fear of the sea kings momentarily diminished. Sharkmaru stammered, struggling to formulate a more rational explanation. Bartalomeo reveled in Sharkmaru's discomfort. I trust that soon, your strength will be required. I hope you will assist me then. The surrounding sea kings, observing the diminutive Raylo atop the warship, remained silent before collectively retreating into the depths of the ocean. Though no direct answer was given, Raylo understood that they had acquiesced to his unspoken request, lifting his spirits. Little Vaughn, let us continue our journey. They should not return to obstruct our path. Full speed ahead. Aye, Captain. Von Clay sighed in relief, resuming his duties at the helm. Bartalomeo chuckled heartily, surprised that the captain could indeed communicate with those colossal sea kings. So this was what Little Vaughn spoke of. It truly startled me. Truly, he is a remarkable man. Akin nodded in quiet admiration. The crew's perception of Raylo subtly shifted. Even Sharkmaru's gaze towards him transformed, reflecting a newfound respect and intrigue. Raylo smiled, realizing that Sharkmaru had begun to gradually acknowledge him, and the distance to becoming his true companion was no longer far off. Chapter 36. The encounter with Zoro. Crikana Island is the abode of Dracul Mihawk. After traversing the calm belt and arriving at the Grand Line, Raylo and his companions made their way there. Although Raylo did not possess the eternal pose for Crikana Island, Sharkmaru, through his communication with the myriad of fish in the sea, was able to acquire relevant information. Since witnessing Raylo's ability to converse with the colossal sea kings, Sharkmaru's attitude towards him underwent a significant transformation, and he even became willing to offer assistance. Thus, while Sharkmaru still bore a countenance of disdain towards humans, his relationship with the crew had markedly improved. Raylo understood that the day when Shark would truly become his companion was drawing near. After several days of navigation, the grand vessel finally docked at the island of Crikana. The island was adorned with towering trees, all shrouded in a peculiar mist, giving it an eerie and chilling atmosphere. Captain, what brings us to this cursed place? Bartalomeo inquired. Naturally, we are here to enhance your capabilities, the captain replied. Ah, I see. Truly, you have an exceptional eye for selecting locations, Captain, Bartalomeo exclaimed, brimming with excitement and ready for action. Johnny and Joseph, you two shall accompany me to the island. The rest of you will remain here to guard the ship. I shall return shortly. Are we not going together? Bartalomeo asked, perplexed. That will not be necessary. As I mentioned, I have tailored different training regimens for each of you. There is no need for you to follow along. If you wish to bid farewell, now is the time. Otherwise, we shall not meet again for 1.5 years. Raylo's words were not fully articulated. His reluctance to allow others to set foot on the island stemmed from two primary concerns. Firstly, the presence of the formidable eagle eye residing there, and his uncertainty about being able to safeguard multiple individuals simultaneously. Secondly, the fact that Zoro from the Straw Hat Pirates was also on the island. Should Bartalomeo, an ardent admirer of the Straw Hat crew, encounter Zoro, it was anyone's guess what could transpire. Understanding this, Bartalomeo nodded in acknowledgement. Johnny and Joseph, along with the sentimental Von Clay, were soon overwhelmed with tears. Bartalomeo, equally moved, wiped his eyes and embraced Johnny and Joseph, while even the typically proud Akin stepped forward to join in the heartfelt reunion. Meanwhile, Koya stood quietly to the side, watching with a gentle expression, softly advising, Johnny and Joseph, please take care of yourselves. In response, Johnny and Joseph were so touched that they burst into tears. Although their acquaintance had not spanned a considerable length of time, the bonds of friendship they had forged were profoundly deep, making their impending separation all the more poignant. Humph. Sharkmaru scoffed disdainfully. What do you mean by that? Looking for a fight? The hot-headed Bartalomeo could not tolerate Sharkmaru's behavior and retorted immediately. All right. We're about to part ways, so let's not create further discord. Von Clay interjected, assuming the role of peacemaker. There is no need for such sorrow. It's not as if we will never meet again. We shall reunite soon, Raylo reassured them. Captain, Raylo, accompanied by Johnny and Joseph, embarked on their journey to the island. As Raylo set foot on the land of Crikana Island, he immediately sensed a faint discomfort. Indeed, this cursed place can only be tolerated by someone like Hawkeye, he remarked nonchalantly. Johnny and Joseph nodded in agreement. Wait, Captain, what did you just say? Hawkeye. It was only then that Johnny and Joseph realized the implication. Yes, Raylo affirmed, this Kraikana Island is the dwelling place of Hawkeye. I have brought you here for him to guide your training. Really? Johnny and Joseph were taken aback. They had witnessed Zoro's challenge against Hawkeye and were acutely aware of the latter's formidable prowess. The prospect of receiving guidance from such a legendary swordsman filled them with both excitement and trepidation. However, Johnny expressed his skepticism. But, Captain, would someone of Hawkeye's stature truly be willing to teach us swordsmanship? He will, Raylo replied with a smile. If he dares to refuse, I shall compel him to acquiesce. Truly the mark of a captain, the three ventured deeper into the island's heart. The surrounding trees grew increasingly tall, and the mist thickened around them. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from a distance. What? What is happening? Joseph exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. In an instant upon hearing the sound, Raylo expanded the range of his observation haki, precisely pinpointing the direction of the noise. So it is, Raylo chuckled. Let us proceed. Johnny and Joseph exchanged glances and obediently fell into step with Raylo. Boom. Bang. As they advanced, the cacophony grew increasingly dense and thunderous. Ahead of them, dust from the battle swirled in the air. Once the dust settled, they beheld a colossal baboon engaged in combat with Zoro. The baboon, fully armed, wielded a massive sword reminiscent of Dracul Mihawk's black blade, albeit larger in size, executing remarkably intricate swordplay. The formidable Zoro found himself at a distinct disadvantage before this creature. On this island, the baboons were known as human imitators, possessing a remarkable ability to mimic. The baboon facing Zoro had emulated Mihawk's sword techniques and was hailed as the king of baboons. That's our brother Zoro, Johnny and Joseph exclaimed excitedly. Zoro, distracted by their shouts, momentarily lost focus, allowing the king of baboons to seize the opportunity and strike at his chest with a powerful blow. Fortunately, Zoro, seasoned from countless battles, managed to deflect the attack with the back of his sword just in time, narrowly escaping a direct hit from the sharp blade. However, the sheer force of the blow still sent him staggering to the ground. The king of baboons, endowed with intellect akin to that of a human, would not squander such a golden opportunity. It leaped into the air, poised to strike down upon the fallen Zoro. This is bad. Johnny and Joseph cried out in alarm. At that moment, Zoro, already injured, found it increasingly difficult to withstand the impending assault from the Baboon King. Suddenly, a powerful gust of air erupted from Zoro's position. Raylo, who had been standing beside Johnny and Joseph, instantaneously teleported to Zoro's side, reinforcing a finger with armament haki, effortlessly blocking the attack from the King of Baboons. Raylo turned to look at Zoro on the ground, remarking, if you were to perish, it would pose quite a dilemma for me. What? Among those present, aside from the astonished Baboon King, Zoro, who had been rescued by Raylo, was equally taken aback. He had engaged in fierce battles against the Baboon King. Yet this man before him effortlessly thwarted the opponent's attacks. This man's might, it seemed, surpassed even that of Hawkeye. Chapter 37. The wager with Hawkeye, how utterly useless. I emerge only to find you vanquished. A girl with pink twin tails and a crown floated in midair, her form somewhat translucent, as if devoid of a physical presence. This girl was none other than Perona, the one who had been sent flying here by Kuma. How is she levitating in the air? Johnny and Joseph took note of Perona's presence, beginning to whisper among themselves. Who are you? Perona finally noticed Johnny and his companions. Where is Hawkeye? Raylo inquired. However, before Perona could respond, Raylo's observation haki suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching swiftly. Quite the rapid arrival, Raylo remarked with a smile. No sooner had he spoken than the black-bladed Hawkeye materialized beneath Perona. Upon witnessing Hawkeye's arrival, the Baboon King, having been thwarted by Raylo, sensed the impending danger and let out a few frantic roars before fleeing. You scoundrel! Zoro shouted, watching the creature's retreat. Is it truly you? Have you come here to duel with me? Hawkeye inquired. During the Marineford War, Hawkeye had witnessed Raylo intercept Akainu's attack and converse with Whitebeard, thus recognizing his formidable strength. As the world's greatest swordsman, he naturally yearned to spar with a warrior of Raylo's caliber. Raylo waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was far from being in a leisurely mood. I have come to solicit your assistance with a matter. Oh? Hawkeye raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It is truly fascinating that a man of your stature would have a request for me. I am genuinely curious about the nature of this affair. Raylo approached Johnny and Joseph, gently patting them on the back. They are my crew, and I hope you can train them for a while. Just as you did with Zoro. Although Hawkeye had encountered Johnny and Joseph during Zoro's duel in the East Blue, their insignificance had failed to capture his attention, and thus he could not recall them. Your crew? Why should I agree to help you train your subordinates? Hawkeye inquired. Do not be so stingy. If you are willing to assist me, I shall consider it a favor of considerable worth, Rello replied. Indeed, with Rello's current strength, there was virtually nothing in this world that could pose a challenge to him. It is indeed a commendable proposal. But why would a man like you not personally instruct them? Hawkeye asked. Each has their own expertise. I am not skilled in swordsmanship. Nurturing swordsmen is a task better suited for the world's greatest swordsman, yourself. Riley extolled and flattered, yet the expression on Mihawk's face remained utterly unchanged. Zoro and Perona exchanged glances, puzzled by the interaction. Unbeknownst to them were the events of the Marineford War and the connection between Mihawk and Riley. However, from their discourse, one could sense that the proud swordsman, Mihawk, harbored a certain reverence for the man before him. Unexpectedly, Johnny was thrilled to discover that his brother Zoro was also present, envisioning the prospect of training alongside him. Yet, Mihawk cast a glance at Johnny, sending a chill down his spine. Although Riley's proposition was exceptionally enticing, it was insufficient to sway a man of Mihawk's caliber. The notion that the world's greatest swordsman could experience fear was laughable to Riley. You claim I am afraid? Afraid of what? Mihawk retorted. Afraid that my crew may one day surpass you, Riley jested, eliciting an unexpected, hearty laugh from Mihawk, a reaction that belied his stoic demeanor. I can discern a person's potential at a glance. Roranoa may have a chance to surpass me in the distant future, but your two crewmates lack that quality. Mihawk stated bluntly. Upon hearing Mihawk's words, Johnny and Joseph felt disheartened, fully aware of their limitations. They recognized that, compared to Mihawk, they were far from formidable. Let alone Zoro. Potential? It may hold significance, yet it is not the most crucial aspect. Since you regard my two crew members with such disdain, how about we wager? What? Mihawk inquired, intrigued. You shall teach my two crew members as you do Zoro, and after a year and a half, we shall have them duel to see whether your esteemed Zoro is indeed stronger or if my crew members surpass him. Captain, Johnny and Joseph exclaimed in surprise, taken aback by Riley's audacious proposal. Having been Zoro's subordinates in the East Blue, they were reluctant to oppose him. Fear not. It is merely a duel, not a fight to the death. How amusing. Are you not concerned that I might show favoritism while teaching swordsmanship? Mihawk chuckled, fully aware that Riley was attempting to provoke him, yet he found it quite delightful. I do not perceive you as such a man, Riley smiled, exhibiting unwavering confidence in Mihawk's character. Mihawk sneered, acknowledging that it was indeed a commendable proposal. Riley, I accept your wager. Let us see in a year and a half whether talent truly prevails over your so-called other attributes. Agreed, Riley replied readily. As I mentioned earlier, I remain committed to assisting you with one matter, and that offer still stands. Mihawk's expression remained impassive, seemingly indifferent to the assertion. Suddenly, he unleashed a sword strike directed at Riley's position, a blade of energy soaring forth, as if to cleave the very island in twain. Lalo had long anticipated the assault from Hawkeye. Although he possessed unwavering confidence in his physical prowess, he did not dare to underestimate the impending strike. In the blink of an eye, that formidable blade of energy surged forth, arriving before Lalo. Raylu concentrated his armament haki, gathering it in his right hand. And then he gently grasped forward, perfectly seizing the sword aura emitted by Hawkeye. The sword aura trembled and struggled incessantly, akin to a wild beast captured by a hunter, producing a resounding roar. Bang! Raylo exerted a tremendous grip, and in an instant, the sword energy dissipated under his unparalleled strength and dominance, transforming into a powerful shockwave that scattered outward, nearly propelling Raylo, Johnny, and the others away. What? The onlookers gazed at Raylo in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. That was the attack of the world's foremost swordsman, yet it had been so effortlessly obliterated. Zoro swallowed hard, faced with Mihawk's previous strike. He felt utterly uncertain about what would follow. Yet, that man had so easily neutralized it. Who on earth was he? In contrast to Zoro, Johnny and Joseph regarded Raylo with an expression of deep admiration. Following that strike, Mihawk had already discerned the disparity in strength between them. Come to retrieve them in a year and a half. I shall duel with you then. Lalo smiled and did not refuse Hawkeye. You too, come with me. Rairo summoned Johnny and Joseph aside. I understand that you both regard Zoro as your older brother. My intention is not to incite you against him, but rather to encourage you to strive for both yourselves and for me. We understand, the captain replied in unison, their voices laced with uncertainty. I recognize your lack of self-confidence, yet Zoro is, like you, an ordinary individual who has ascended to his current level through gradual training. If he can achieve such heights, so too can you, especially since you have each other. Strength is not solely determined by innate talent. It is predominantly anchored in one's conviction. Zoro bears the weight of his mentor and the entire Straw Hat Pirates, rendering his resolve as formidable as anyone's. To compete with him, or even surpass him in a short span, you must cultivate an even stronger belief in yourselves. With a sigh, Rairo embraced his two crew members tightly. I have little else to impart. I urge you to persevere. I hope that when we reunite, you will have matured into men capable of standing independently. At that moment, the two men, Johnny and Joseph, found their eyes brimming with tears. Having uttered these words, Raylo turned and departed, harboring faith that Hawkeye would honor their agreement. He also believed that Johnny and Joseph would diligently pursue their training. He had done all that he could, and the rest was now entrusted to the passage of time. Johnny and Joseph gazed in the direction from which Raylo was receding, each silently resolving to exert themselves in their cultivation, vowing not to bring disappointment or disgrace to their captain. Chapter 38. The Kingdom of Trino. Laylo departed from Johnny and Joseph, arriving alone at the shores of Krai Kana Island, while his crew remained aboard the warship, awaiting his return. Upon seeing Laylo return alone, Bartalomeo and the others understood that Johnny and Joseph had been properly arranged by him, and their hearts were filled with a mix of relief and reluctance. Captain, where shall we venture next? Inquired Von Cly, who was at the helm. Raylo cast a glance at the few remaining individuals aboard the ship. Among the group, there was only one woman, Kaya, whose strength was the least formidable. However, her role was of paramount importance to the demon pirate crew. Rairo contemplated for a moment. South Sea. The crew aboard the ship was taken aback by Rairo's decision. They had just journeyed from the East Sea to the Grand Line, and now Rairo intended to head to the South Sea once more. However, this conclusion was the result of Rairo's careful deliberation. The Kingdom of Trino on Bird Island in the South Sea was precisely where Chopper currently resided. In this world, Rairo could not envision anyone more suitable than Chopper to assume the role of Kaya's mentor. Moreover, traversing the doldrums by warship to reach the South Sea was not a formidable challenge. Once Rairo's decision was confirmed, Von Clay piloted the colossal ship at full speed. Since the departure of the lively Johnny and Joseph, the jovial atmosphere aboard had diminished significantly. After a period of sailing, they finally arrived at Bird Island. Kaya, you and I shall disembark to the island. The rest shall wait for me here. The others did not anticipate that their separation was imminent. Kaya spoke gently, her tone tinged with sadness. Miss Kaya, little Kaya, the group lamented, feeling the weight of parting, yet only Von Clay approached to embrace her due to their respective statuses. Take good care of yourself, Sharkmora suddenly interjected, drawing the attention of everyone on board. All I wish is to avoid any incidents that might delay our subsequent journey. Sharkmaru said, slightly embarrassed, turning his gaze away. Bartalomeo suddenly leaned forward, declaring, She is the beloved of my brother Usopp. You should abandon such thoughts and cease dreaming. Mr. Bartalomeo, Kaya playfully chastised, then turned to Sharkmaru. I will take care, Mr. Sharkmaru. You must also take good care of yourself. Upon hearing Kaya's concern for him, Sharkmaru felt as though he might ascend to the heavens. Raylo cast a disdainful glance at him, muttering to himself, another sycophant. Raylo and Koi arrived on the island, where they were immediately enveloped by the wild essence of their surroundings. At the heart of the island stood a colossal tree, home to a multitude of magnificent birds. As soon as Laylo and his companions set foot on the island, the colossal birds soaring above began to swoop down upon them. It was evident that these magnificent creatures regarded Laylo and his party as intruders. In comparison to the immense birds, they appeared as insignificant as loaches. Captain Laylo, Kaya exclaimed in alarm. Do not worry, for I am here. Laylo suddenly leaped, delivering a powerful punch to the beak of a colossal bird. Bang! The gigantic creature's head struck the ground with a resounding thud, rendering it unconscious. Raylo had his reasons for his actions, thus he exerted no significant force. Otherwise, the colossal bird would have already succumbed to death. The resounding noise captured the attention of the island's indigenous inhabitants, who, moments later, surged forth in a large group. Armed and adorned in rudimentary attire, their skin a deep ebony. Previously, the native people of this island and the formidable avians harbored mutual animosity. Yet, following Choba's intervention to resolve their discord, a harmonious alliance blossomed between humans and the giant birds, fostering a spirit of mutual assistance. Consequently, Upon witnessing the giant bird under Raylo's assault, they instinctively rallied together. Who are these outsiders? What brings them here? Upon recognizing Raylo as one of their own, they hesitated to launch an immediate attack. Where's Choba? Choba? We do not have Choba here. Raylo was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. You must be referring to him as the raccoon or the reindeer. Oh, you mean the little raccoon brother? He should be up in the trees gathering herbs right now. So that's how it is. Koya, you are responsible for treating that bird. You need to stay here for over a year and establish good relations with both humans and the giant birds. Huh? Even the kind-hearted Koya found herself at a loss for words. It was clearly Raylo who had injured it, yet now she was expected to tend to its wounds. Nonetheless, Koya obediently complied and set about treating the injured bird. Raylo cast a glance towards the direction of the island's center and suddenly leaped into the air, soaring towards the heavens. In mid-flight, he employed the lunar step, accelerating further as he sped toward the colossal tree. A group of indigenous people stood agape at Raylo's astonishing act. Surely, he must be a bird. Otherwise, how could he possibly fly? Indeed, that seemed a fitting conclusion. The enormous birds soaring above also regarded Raylo with incredulity, beginning to question whether he truly belonged to their kind. Moments later, Raylo reached the giant tree and promptly returned, soon descending gracefully back to his original position. Unlike when he departed, Raylo now held an additional being in his grasp, or rather, a tamed reindeer. Raylo returned from the tree with none other than Chopper. Chopper widened his eyes, glancing at Raylo who was holding him, and then looking around at the others, momentarily at a loss for comprehension. Just moments ago, he had been foraging for herbs atop the tree, and now he found himself transported to this unfamiliar place. How adorable. Kaya approached with a smile and gently patted Chopper. Ahem. Raylo cleared his throat and placed Chopper on the ground, introducing him. This is Chopper. He will be your teacher from now on. What? Kaya exclaimed in astonishment. Huh. Chopper was equally taken aback, bewildered at how he had inexplicably become someone else's teacher. Raylo bent down and whispered a few words into Chopper's ear. Eh? Chopper glanced at Raylo and then at Koya, his expression undergoing a remarkable transformation. I understand now. I will impart my medical knowledge to her, but I too require practice, so she must rely on herself for the most part. That is sufficient. Raylo smiled softly. Captain Raylo, Koya said in a gentle tone, what happened? What did you just tell Chopper? Why did he suddenly agree? It's quite simple. He is the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. I merely informed him that you are Usopp's beloved, and he readily consented. Captain, Koya's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Raylo crouched down and gently rubbed Chopper. One must admit, the texture was truly delightful. Teacher, when shall we commence our studies? How infuriating. You wretched fool. Even if you address me as teacher, I shan't feel pleased. Chopper, patting his own head, waved his hand, his face beaming with joy. I shall take my leave now. Do practice diligently. After Raylo finished speaking, he waved his hand at them and turned to depart. Chapter 39, Raylo's Arrangements. Raylo returned to the ship and instructed Von Clyde to steer it back to the Grand Line. Observing the few individuals aboard, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. With Koya's departure, the overall aesthetic appeal of the vessel had plummeted, leaving him to struggle in maintaining it alone. This fleeting thought crossed his mind as he began contemplating the arrangements for his remaining companions. Von Clyde could escort him to the kingdom of Okama, entrusting him to Ivankov's care, while that fellow Sharmaru could be taken to Fishman Island and handed over to Jinbei. Given his act of saving Ace during the Marineford War, they would likely not refuse his request. With Jinbei keeping Sharmaru in check, Raylo felt reassured that no troubles would arise. The remaining concerns lay with Bartalomeo and Akin. Raylo was still uncertain about how to manage the two of them. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in Raylo's eyes. Xiaofeng, let us journey to the kingdom of Kamabaka. What? Feng Cly was momentarily taken aback and did not respond immediately. However, he soon became engulfed in overwhelming excitement. The kingdom of Kamabaka, situated on the island of Pink Hues in the Grand Line, was the epicenter of the new human-animal paradise in the very place Feng Cly had longed for. Indeed, Feng Cly exclaimed joyfully, twirling like a ballet dancer towards the bow of the ship, reveling in his exhilaration. Where are we headed? Jean questioned, puzzled by Feng's unbridled joy. Raylo cast a silent glance at him and solemnly remarked, Akin, I hope you will remain true to your heart in the days to come. Akin responded, utterly perplexed. After a considerable time, the group finally arrived at the kingdom of Kamabaka. On this occasion, Raylo disembarked with Akin and Von Cray, leaving Bartalomeo and Shark aboard the vessel. Concerned that they might engage in a quarrel and damage the ship, Raylo specifically cautioned them against acting recklessly, warning that any such misconduct would result in severe consequences upon their return. Upon the trio's arrival on the island, they were immediately struck by the sight of androgynous figures frolicking and dashing along the shore. It was then that Akin realized the nature of his surroundings. "Captain, you cannot possibly expect me to train in such a place. What? Do you harbor some disdain for the new humanity?" Von Clay gazed at Akin with wide eyes. Akin found himself at a loss for words. Raylo gently patted Akin's shoulder and said earnestly, "Akin, the road ahead is long and arduous." Just then, the captain exclaimed, "Akin, and you, Mr. Two? What brings you here?" As Akin prepared to retort, a somewhat familiar voice reached their ears. The three turned to see Sanji, impeccably dressed in a suit, being pursued by a group of provocatively attired individuals. "Mr. Sanji, what brings you here?" Akin exclaimed. "Oh, I never expected to encounter a fellow crewmate of the Straw Hats here," Von Crace said, brimming with excitement. "Let us reminisce later." Raylo gazed at the new beings rushing towards him, relentlessly pursuing Sanji, and suddenly unleashed his conqueror's haki. A series of dull thuds echoed as those newcomers collapsed onto the beach. Von Clay and Akin had long grown accustomed to Rairo's extraordinary ability. Yet Sanji remained inevitably taken aback. Iwan Koff must have returned. "What do you seek from him?" Sanji arched an eyebrow. Although he had requested Iwan Koff to train him, he often found himself fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the inhabitants of the island. "I have two inept subordinates I would like to entrust to his care." Raylo patted Akin and Von Clay. "From now on, you shall share your days together. Make sure to get along well." "Mr. Sanji, I never anticipated we would reunite in such a place." Although Akin had previously harbored some discontent regarding Rairo's arrangements, upon seeing Sanji present, he felt a sense of relief. "Indeed, it is quite embarrassing, but you have finally arrived in the Grand Line," Sanji replied with a smile, genuinely pleased for Akin. Raylo glanced at them and addressed Von Clay, saying, "I am not well acquainted with Ivankov, but you share a profound bond with him. Thus, I leave the matter of your training in your capable hands. Additionally, I entrust you with the care of Akin." "Rest assured, Captain," came the reply. Captain Akin, a man of few words, displayed a hint of reluctance at this moment. "May you pursue your training diligently," Raylo remarked, patting both Von Clay and Akin before turning to depart. Raylo returned to the location of the warship, where Shark and Bartalomeo occupied opposite ends, each regarding the other with disdain, maintaining a respectful distance. Upon seeing his ship intact, Raylo breathed a sigh of relief, indifferent to the dynamics between these two individuals. "Bartalomeo, take the helm," he commanded. "Yes, Captain," Bartalomeo exclaimed, exhilarated at the prospect of steering the magnificent vessel. "Captain, where are we headed?" "To Fishman Island." Upon hearing the destination, his homeland, Shark also became animated. "Are you finally going to reveal the truth to me?" Raylo smiled without answering. Initially, the revelation of the truth behind the assassination of E.G. was not expected until 2 years later. However, with Raylo's arrival in this world, there is no harm in advancing everything. This way, it would also hasten the process of making Sharkmaru his companion. Raylo harbored a premonition that during the ultimate confrontation in the future, Sharkmaru would play an indispensable role. In the ensuing days, Bartalomeo took command of the vessel, though his navigational skills paled in comparison to those of Von Clay. The enormous ship frequently swayed and bobbed, yet Sharkmaru, being a fishman, remained largely unfazed, as did Raylo, whose physique was extraordinarily robust. Conversely, Bartalomeo, tasked with steering the ship, occasionally succumbed to dizziness and even nausea. After a protracted journey, the group finally reached the Shambordi archipelago. As Fishman Island lay beneath the ocean's depths, the vessel required a special coating to descend. Given that both Raylo and Bartalomeo were users of devil fruits, they needed to exercise utmost caution during this phase. Although Raylo was not significantly affected by the sea prism stone due to the unique nature of his soul, he remained uncertain whether he could retain his powers once submerged in the deep sea, and thus, he was unwilling to take that risk. Raylo originally intended to have Rayleigh assist in coating his ship. However, at that moment, Rayleigh was engaged in instructing Luffy on the techniques of haki. Consequently, Raylo was compelled to seek assistance elsewhere. Ultimately, he discovered a masterful coating artisan who skillfully applied a new layer to his vessel. In addition, he enlisted a few shipwrights to undertake a comprehensive renovation of the entire ship, erasing any remnants of its military origins and transforming it into a more authentic pirate ship. Riley named his ship the Demon. 3 days later, everything was prepared, and Riley and his companions boarded the vessel, setting sail into the sea. Fishman Island, I have returned. Shark was filled with excitement. On one hand, it was a homecoming. On the other, he was eager to learn the truth behind Yuki's demise that Riley had promised to reveal. Observing Shark's yearning expression, Riley smiled, filled with anticipation for the events to unfold. Chapter 40. Enemies of the Deep Sea. Fishman Island lies 10,000 meters beneath the holy land of Marineford, and to successfully reach it, one must navigate the correct ocean currents. Thus, an adept navigator is of paramount importance. Although Riley was not well versed in the art of navigation, he was fortunate that Shark was well acquainted with the currents in this region, ensuring their voyage proceeded relatively smoothly. We will soon encounter the sinking current. Don't say I didn't warn you, Bartalomeo shouted. I shall conquer both ascents and descents alike. What a fool. Just as the entire ship drew closer to its destination, Riley suddenly sensed an approach from behind. Was it someone else also heading towards Fishman Island, or was it? As Raylo turned his head, he discovered a colossal submarine looming behind them, its shape resembling a cone, with a massive, pointed spike at its forefront. Adorning the side of the submarine was a vast skull, devoid of a jaw, with 2 daggers protruding from either side. This was a pirate vessel. It was astonishing to encounter a ship reminiscent of Laws in this place. Captain, Bartalomeo exclaimed, having also spotted the submarine, his face pale with shock. It was evident that this submarine was approaching them with ill intent. In this region, there existed a faction that specifically targeted pirates en route to Fishman Island, plundering their treasures. Clearly, Raylo and his crew had been marked ever since their time in Sabaody Archipelago. These coated vessels possessed a fatal vulnerability. If the coating were to be breached, the entire ship would inevitably succumb to the depths of the sea, leaving no chance of survival for those aboard. Thus, for the submarine, it sufficed to pierce the coating with its spike and wait for Raylo and his crew to meet their demise. The pirates aboard the submarine, perceiving the immense size of Raylo's ship, instinctively believed it to be laden with riches, unaware that it contained little more than provisions. What are you so anxious about, Bartalomeo? Am I not here? Raylo replied with an air of calmness, entirely unperturbed by the impending danger. Observing Raylo's unwavering confidence, Bartalomeo gradually relaxed. Oh, so the captain has had a plan all along. But what plan could he possibly have? Like Bartalomeo, he too was a devil fruit user, and in the vast ocean, he would be rendered powerless. Shimaro cast a disdainful glance at Raylo, his tone dripping with scorn, yet seemingly laced with ulterior motives, as if to suggest that he would assist should Raylo seek his aid. However, Raylo appeared oblivious, disregarding Shimaro entirely, which left Shimaro stifling his frustration. The submarine continued its relentless advance, the spike poised to pierce the coating of the demon ship. In an instant, the spike was mere millimeters away from the coating. At this critical juncture, Raylo placed his palm upon the coating, directly facing the impending spike. Riley concentrated his armed hockey and then released it outward. The unparalleled and pure armed color hockey of Raylo was transmitted to the coating, causing that thin layer of coating to instantaneously become incredibly resilient. No matter how much power the submarine exerted, the spikes could not penetrate the coating. Raylo's palm spread wide, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged outward, making contact with the coated surface. In an instant, a crack suddenly appeared on the sharp spike in contact with the coating. The fissure expanded like a spider's web, rapidly spreading across the entirety of the submarine. Under the immense pressure of the deep sea, the crack continued to grow until the vessel shattered like a bomb, bursting into countless fragments. Following the destruction of the submarine, the lone occupant within was fully exposed. There was only one person inside the submarine. While the deep-sea pressure could be lethal to an ordinary individual, the occupant remained unharmed, not crushed into a pulp by the oppressive force. It's that guy? Shark Maru exclaimed. Do you know him? Bartalomeo inquired. Shark Maru nodded. His name is Vanderdecken, the captain of the flying pirate crew. Though he belongs to the Fishman race like me, he has consumed a devil fruit, rendering him incapable of functioning underwater. Is that so? Bartalomeo remarked. Raylo had already been aware of these details, yet he was taken aback by Vanderdecken's unexpected appearance at such a moment, piloting a submarine alone to commit piracy. Despite losing the ability to navigate the ocean due to the effects of the devil fruit, Vanderdecken's race remained unchanged, allowing him to survive the crushing water pressure, albeit unconscious. Suddenly, the surrounding currents became tumultuous, affecting Raylo and the others aboard the ship. What is happening? Bartalomeo exclaimed, gripping the helm tightly, tension coursing through him. Behind the ship, a colossal figure approached with alarming proximity. It was a humanoid monster, round-headed and bulbous. My heavens, what in the world is that gigantic creature? Bartalomeo gasped, realizing that even a warship appeared diminutive in comparison. Shark Maru stared in disbelief. I recall him. He is Vanderdecken's subordinate, a giant pufferfish fishman, known as the bald-headed sea monster or the great bald-headed sea god. Bartalomeo was astounded that such a being could merely be a subordinate. Just as Bartalomeo feared that the bald-headed sea monster might attack, the creature simply enveloped the unconscious Vanderdecken with its hands before turning to depart. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bartalomeo sighed in relief. That was close. If it hadn't left, I truly wouldn't have known how to respond in the depths of the ocean. Surely, it must have feared the captain, which is why it refrained from attacking us. Bartalomeo suggested, somewhat obsequiously. I believe it is merely due to that creature's lack of intellect. Shark Maru retorted with a cold smirk. Raylo chuckled, considering that perhaps Shark Maru was indeed correct this time, for according to the original narrative, the bald-headed sea monster was not particularly astute. It was unfortunate that Vanderdecken had managed to escape this time, Raylo mused. Vanderdecken was inherently a villain, obsessively infatuated with the mermaid princess Shirahoshi. Ever since he had touched Shirahoshi with his right hand, he had not washed it since, all in pursuit of her affection. He exploited his devil fruit abilities to regularly send love letters to Shirahoshi, escalating his efforts from letters to parcels, and ultimately resorting to menacing marriage proposals that instilled considerable fear in Shirahoshi, forcing her to take refuge within the hardshell tower. Individuals like Vanderdecken truly repulsed Raylo, especially given that he had actively attacked Raylo's ship. Thus, Raylo had no intention of letting Vanderdecken off the hook. Raylo gazed intently in the direction the bald-headed sea monster had departed, silently contemplating his plans upon reaching Fishman Island. Chapter 41, The Legendary Creature. The encounter with the submarine had turned out to be more thrilling than perilous, thus the crew paid little heed to it. The ghost ship continued its descent as usual. Before long, they arrived at the precipice of a sinking current. How magnificent! Bartalomeo exclaimed in awe. Even Raylo, upon witnessing the descending current before him, could not help but marvel. This world is indeed filled with countless extraordinary places awaiting his discovery. The sinking current resembled a waterfall within the ocean, with water cascading downward in a grand and magnificent display. Even the colossal ghost ship appeared insignificant in the face of this immense force. At that moment, Raylo suddenly sensed a formidable presence surrounding them. The captain, Bartalomeo, stared in astonishment, pointing towards a particular direction. Raylo gazed in the direction he indicated, and beheld a colossal cephalopodic creature directing its head towards the ghost ship. Its 8 tentacles writhed menacingly, evoking a sense of dread. Numerous legends regarding such monsters exist in the realm of reality. Even in the world of pirates, this creature is a subject of folklore. The very sight of this beast startled Shark Maru, who resides in Fishman Island. This creature, resembling a fusion of an octopus and a squid, is known for its merciless slaughter, targeting vessels as it roams the vast ocean, a demon and a nemesis to humankind, aptly named the Kraken. Surrounding the Kraken are the remnants of numerous ships, clear evidence of the many vessels that have fallen victim to its lethal grasp. The Kraken raised one of its tentacles and struck fiercely towards the ghost ship, seemingly intent on crushing it. In a moment of dire urgency, Bartalomeo activated his fruit ability, conjuring a barrier on the side of the ghost ship that was about to be struck by the Kraken. Bartolomeo's barrier successfully intercepted the Kraken's assault, sparing the ghost ship from disaster. However, being at sea severely limited the duration of Bartolomeo's fruit ability, and the barrier vanished almost instantaneously. This is bad. My barrier cannot last in the water. Captain, you must think of a solution. Bartalomeo shouted anxiously. However, Raylo remained unperturbed. He turned his gaze towards Karaken's head, locking eyes with it. Raylo's eyes widened as he unleashed his conqueror's haki towards Karaken, instantly rendering it immobile with a sense of intimidation. The once fierce and aggressive Karaken now stood frozen in place. Conqueror's haki is not solely effective against humans. It exerts its influence over other beings as well. This is why, in the past, Shanks was able to successfully deter the ruler of the East Sea's coastal waters with merely a glance. For these fiercely wild creatures, the power of Conqueror's haki possesses an even greater capacity for suppression. Riley pointed towards the Kraken and then at the ghost ship beneath their feet. You, pull the ship. Understand? The Kraken seemed to comprehend, nodding its massive head as it extended 2 of its tentacles to gently envelop the ghost ship, then plunged deep into the descending currents of the ocean. Under the Kraken's influence, the ghost ship descended rapidly, causing those aboard to experience weightlessness. Wow! Bartalomeo clutched the ship tightly, fearing he might be thrown overboard. Meanwhile, Riley's feet remained firmly planted on the deck, as if they were nailed down. Despite the swift descent, there was a risk of colliding with the continental shelf. However, with the Kraken pulling the ship, Riley felt no anxiety about crashing into land. After a considerable time, the swiftly descending ghost ship came to a halt. The surroundings were enveloped in utter darkness, obscuring any visibility. Yet, Riley's observation haki enabled him to detect the presence of numerous colossal marine creatures nearby. For ordinary pirates, navigating the deep sea would pose a significant challenge against these massive beings, with the constant threat of being devoured. Although Riley was not particularly concerned about these gigantic creatures, he had no desire to engage with them either. Fortunately, with the Kraken guiding their vessel, most of the nearby creatures kept their distance. How dark it is. Where are we now? Bartalomeo inquired. We are approximately 7,000 meters deep, about 3,000 meters away from Fishman Island, Riley replied. Shark glanced at Riley, surprised by his knowledge of Fishman Island, which suggested he might indeed know the truth behind Odoheim's demise. Wait, what is that? Bartalomeo exclaimed. Suddenly, a luminous, spherical object appeared beside them, shining like the sun. Is there really a sun underwater? Shark whispered, bemused. As the glowing orb approached, Bartalomeo could finally discern its true nature. It was a gigantic deep-sea anglerfish, with the sun being the lantern hanging from its head. Wait, it's a fish, and it's enormous, Bartalomeo exclaimed, realizing that this colossal anglerfish could easily swallow the entire ghost ship in one bite. At that moment, it opened its cavernous mouth, preparing to devour Riley and his companions. Just then, the Kraken, responsible for pulling the ship, sprang into action, swinging its massive tentacles and sending the deep-sea anglerfish flying away. This creature is surprisingly reliable. Bartalomeo wiped the sweat from his brow. The Kraken continued to guide Riley and his crew. Soon, they entered a trench with a visible bottom, and after a long descent, they finally beheld light. How bright! How can there be light at the ocean floor? Bartalomeo shielded his eyes, momentarily disoriented by the sudden brightness. This light was due to the enormous root of a tree known as the Sun Tree Eve, which allowed sunlight to penetrate the depths, enabling the ancestors of the Fishmen to establish Fishman Island. Riley explained this with familiarity. Shark couldn't help but glance at him, questioning who among them was truly the Fishman. Not far ahead, an island enveloped in enormous bubbles floated into view. Undoubtedly, that was Fishman Island. Is that Fishman Island? It's so large. Just as Bartalomeo was about to request Riley to instruct the Kraken to lead them into the island, several enormous shadows loomed nearby. Wait. Bartalomeo looked up and was taken aback. Surrounding them was a group of sea beasts, glaring menacingly at the ghost ship. These creatures were massive, rivaling the Kraken itself. And the once mighty Kraken now trembled in fear before the other colossal marine beings. Strangely, one of the sea beasts bore a fishman upon its back. Chapter 42. The new Fishman pirate crew. The Kraken quaked in fear, torn between fleeing and remaining loyal to Riley. It found itself in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. I didn't expect there to be a fishman on board, observed the fishman atop the massive beast, spotting Shark aboard the ghost ship with surprise. This fishman was Hammond, a combatant from the new Fishman pirate crew, and it was evident he did not recognize Shark. In that case, how about persuading your companions to join our new Fishman pirate crew? Otherwise, even if you are a fishman, we may have to eliminate you here. Who is this guy? Bartalomeo asked. Shark shook his head. Having left Fishman Island long ago, he was unfamiliar with the new Fishman pirates, which were formed after Arlong's defeat by Luffy. Raylo pinched his ear, exclaiming in disbelief at their incessant ramblings. How utterly absurd. The youth of today truly lack any sense of decorum. After Raylo finished speaking, he cast a fierce glance at the sea beasts, unleashing his overwhelming Conqueror's haki upon them in an instant. Raylo's release of Conqueror's haki this time was more potent than when he confronted Karakin, even causing the surrounding seawater to experience violent fluctuations. The reactions of the sea beasts were equally intense, as if they had witnessed the apocalypse, plunging into utter chaos, swaying from side to side, and emitting loud howls. What on earth is happening? Hammond clutched onto the body of a sea beast, fearing he might be thrown overboard. Begone, Raylo bellowed. Instantly, the sea beasts, like startled birds, fled in all directions. Thankfully, the captain was present, proving to be quite reliable. Once they escaped the peril, Bartalomeo began to sing Raylo's praises. Shark Maru glanced at Raylo and couldn't suppress a gulp. The man's strength was truly unfathomable. Now that the troublesome lackeys have departed, let us proceed to deliver whatever needs to be brought into Fishman Island through the main entrance. Following Raylo's command, Karakin began to move again. The outer layer of Fishman Island featured a massive circular entrance, accommodating vessels of nearly any size. Once Karakin had guided the ghost ship through the entrance, he remained motionless, anchored in place. "You may leave," Raylo stated. Upon receiving Raylo's order, Karakin departed the vicinity of Fishman Island in a swift manner, his fear of Raylo evident. At the entrance of the inner bubble of Fishman Island, soldiers from Ryugu Palace stood guard, seasoned sentinels who had never before witnessed a ship being delivered by Karakin. Although the sentinels were startled by Raylo and his crew's imposing presence, they did not forget their duty, blocking Raylo's path and demanding a toll for passage. Faced with the unexpected obstruction, Raylo was momentarily taken aback. After all, in the original tale, Luffy and his companions did not enter Fishman Island through the conventional route. So Raylo was unaware of the toll requirement. "The passage fee is 100,000 berries per person," one soldier declared. "That's quite expensive." "Equivalent to the cost of traveling to Skypiea," Bartalomeo remarked. "Do you have any money left?" Bartalomeo scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "I only have 150,000 berries, Captain." Raylo never anticipated that his pirate crew would be so impoverished, unable to muster even 300,000 berries. Riley gestured towards Shark Maru, remarking that as a fellow fishman, he surely wouldn't be charged for returning home. He then pointed at Bartalomeo, describing him as a scoundrel. "Perhaps only half a man. We have a total of 150,000 berries, which is just sufficient," he mused. "Captain, that is simply unacceptable. Regulations are regulations." The soldier retorted firmly, shaking his head vigorously. "Ah, this island was originally under the protection of Whitebeard, was it not? What are you planning?" The soldier tightened his grip on his weapon, casting a serious glance at Riley. Fishman Island had long been plagued by the relentless incursions of various pirates, with its innocent inhabitants often subjected to brutal atrocities. However, ever since Whitebeard publicly declared his guardianship over Fishman Island, no pirate dared to disturb its peace. Yet, following Whitebeard's demise, many pirates have begun to stir restlessly, occasionally launching attacks on Fishman Island, much to the distress of the soldiers tasked with its defense. In an effort to resolve this predicament, the royal family has commenced the search for a new protector, reportedly engaging in negotiations with other emperors of the sea. Though thus far, no success has been achieved. From the soldiers' reaction, Raylo could discern that, at least at this moment, the old woman's hand had yet to reach this island. Raylo chuckled softly, extending his hand to pat the shoulder of the soldier. "It appears you are still in search of new protectors. In that case, allow me to shield this island," he proclaimed. "Go forth and announce to the world that Fishman Island is now under the protection of me, the demon Raylo. Henceforth, there shall be no tolls to pay. Bartalomeo, let us depart." Raylo commanded. "Yes, Captain." Bartalomeo responded, steering the phantom ship away from the passage. "Wait." The guard soldier finally reacted, promptly reporting the earlier events to his superiors. "Hello. This is the entrance to Fishman Island. Someone has just forcefully breached the island." "Understood. What characteristics does this individual possess?" The soldier relayed the features of Raylo and his companions to his superior, swallowing hard as he spoke. Furthermore, he mentioned that Fishman Island is now under Raylo's protection, claiming he is known as the demon Raylo. Wait. The creature on the other end of the transponder was equally astonished. Fishman Island is a submerged landmass enveloped within a bubble containing breathable air for its inhabitants. While much of Fishman Island lies hidden beneath the ocean's surface, there remains ample land for human activities. After Raylo and his companions departed from the entrance, they arrived at a vast expanse of sea where numerous ships were already anchored. As the ghost ship traversed the passage, its coating vanished, returning to its original form. Bartalomeo docked the ghost ship by the shore, finally releasing a sigh of relief. The journey to Fishman Island had been fraught with countless hardships and dangers. Raylo surveyed his surroundings. Fishman Island was adorned with an abundance of vibrant corals, and not far away, numerous enchanting mermaids were gracefully frolicking. It must be said that Fishman Island is an exceptionally beautiful place. At that moment, however, Raylo noticed Shark Maru gazing at him with an unusual expression. What could it mean? Has he only just now recognized my charm? "You just claimed that you protect Fishman Island. Is that truly the case?" Shark Maru inquired. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, a gesture that conveyed sincerity. It is in my nature to always act upon my words, to fulfill my promises. Have you lost your mind? To dominate Fishman Island, one must at least be one of the 4 emperors. Sharkmaru exclaimed. Chapter 43. The third prince. In response to Sharkmaru's sudden emotional outburst, Raylo did not feel anger. Instead, he offered him a smile. Just for emperors? I shall soon demonstrate that to you. Raylo spoke in a tone of utter calmness, as if discussing something of little significance. Yet, neither Shark nor Bartalomeo perceived his words as mere jest. Indeed, only someone of the 4 emperors' stature could rightfully claim the title of captain. Bartalomeo, stroking his chin, nodded vigorously in agreement. Meanwhile, within the confines of Fishman Island's Fisherman Street, aboard the Noah, Hammond reported tremulously to Hody Jones, Captain, that individual truly frightened off the sea beast with merely a glance, and I was powerless to intervene. Hody inquired, You say there are fishmen aboard that ship? Yes, Hammond affirmed. Find a way to bring them to me. Though reluctant in spirit, Hammond dared not defy Hody Jones, a man audacious enough to commit regicide. Raylo intended to gather intelligence from the playful mermaids. His strikingly handsome appearance quickly captivated the attention of the beautiful creatures, each competing to draw closer to him. What is the meaning of this, ladies? Are you intent on dismantling our captain? Bartalomeo expressed a hint of discontent, though it remained uncertain whether his jealousy was directed towards Raylo or the mermaids. Shark glanced at the eager mermaids and let out a resigned sigh. How enviable this scoundrel is. Riley inquired about Jinbei. Following the conclusion of the Marineford War, Jinbei, having resigned from the Shichibukai, found himself once again pursued by the world government. Consequently, he could no longer remain in Fishman Island and departed with his followers. It was not until 2 years later, when Luffy arrived at Fishman Island, that he returned. However, considering the recent timing of the Marineford War, Riley speculated that Jinbei had not yet left Fishman Island. Mr. Jinbei, you say? I heard that just a few days ago, he entered Ryugu Palace to meet with Neptune, the sea god. It seems Mr. Jinbei is preparing to align himself with one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, and is set to depart soon for her territory, remarked a mermaid. I see, Riley nodded, realizing that this aligned closely with his own assumptions. Thus, the plans he had devised were indeed likely to succeed. Captain, look, what an unusual ship, Bartalomeo exclaimed, pointing towards a peculiar vessel. Raylo followed the direction of his finger and beheld a vessel, buoyed by bubbles and drawn by fish, gracefully drifting towards him. Adorned with the grand character's dragon palace on its hull, it was unmistakably a royal ship, a rare sight indeed. The merfolk glanced at Raylo and inquired, Dear sir, have you perhaps entered our realm unlawfully? Riley remained noncommittal, while Bartalomeo bashfully scratched his head. I see you are a decent fellow. It would be wise to conceal yourself. For being captured would not bode well, he advised. What foolishness is this? Our captain stands among the ranks of the 4 emperors. How could he possibly hide? Bartalomeo proclaimed, brandishing his fist with fervor. Ryro chuckled softly. Bartolomeo's words resonated well with him. Regardless of whether it was the mere royal family of Fishman Island or even the formidable 4 emperors and the main forces of the navy, there was no way for him to evade their presence. Just then, a ship came to a halt before Ryro and his companions. A group of soldiers positioned themselves at the sides of the vessel, sounding their horns, and soon after, 3 distinctly different merfolk emerged from the cabin. To Ryro's astonishment, it was none other than 3 royal princes who had come in person. Who on earth are you? The merfolk exclaimed upon seeing Ryro. What? How could those 3 be princes of the royal family? They all look so different. Bartalomeo expressed his bewilderment. Ryro shared his curiosity prior to his arrival in this world. He had often pondered how Neptune and Odoheim managed to have 4 entirely different children, including Shirahoshi. The eldest prince, Sharkstar, stood at the bow of the ship, gazing down at Ryro. Are you the infamous demon, Ryro? He inquired. Indeed, this is our captain, the demon Ryro of the demon pirate crew. Bartalomeo interjected before Ryro could respond. Raylo cast a sidelong glance at Bartalomeo, utterly exasperated by his boisterous demeanor. Clearing his throat, Raylo inquired, What brings you esteemed gentlemen to seek my presence? Sharkstar, the firstborn of Neptune and Odoheim, was the most handsome and formidable among the 3 princes. Even in the absence of overt hostility, Raylo's remarkable prowess was palpable, causing Bartolomeo's heart to race. I have heard from Jinbei that you rescued Port Gasti, Ace during the Marineford War. Jinbei holds you in high regard, and thus, we shall overlook your unlawful entry, Bartalomeo boasted, unable to contain his pride. Indeed, you were quite the captain, commanding the respect even of the Prince of Fishman Island. At that moment, Raylo yearned to silence Bartalomeo with duct tape. While we may choose to overlook the matter of your illegal entry, I must insist that you retract your claim of protecting Fishman Island. To offer such protection, one must possess strength commensurate with that of the four emperors. Raylo chuckled softly. Retract? Why would I do that? My words are always followed by action. From this day forth, this island belongs to me, Raylo. Should anyone dare to infringe upon it, they should prepare to meet their fate. Raylo's tone was flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. However, Sharkstar did not perceive him as jesting. At that very moment, the telephone bug aboard the Dragon Palace ship buzzed, relaying a voice from the entrance soldiers. This was the entrance to Dragon Palace City, where a multitude of pirates had gathered, suspected of attempting a forcible intrusion and requesting reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Sharkstar furrowed his brows. The matters concerning Raylo remained unresolved, yet a significant predicament had arisen elsewhere. Let us depart, Sharkstar declared, turning swiftly to enter the Dragon Palace, preparing to provide assistance at the entrance of Fishman Island. Farewell, let us dance together again next time, said the two other princes to the mermaids below. How charming, the mermaids exclaimed, covering their flushed cheeks, somewhat infatuated. Indeed, but this young man is not so bad himself, remarked another mermaid, glancing at Raylo. Raylo felt a sense of resignation. What peculiar tastes these merfolk possessed to compare themselves to those three individuals. Casting a glance toward the direction in which Sharkstar and his companions had departed, Raylo began to contemplate in his mind. Perhaps this presented a splendid opportunity. You all remain here and do not move. I shall return shortly. Upon finishing his words, Raylo executed the moonwalk to catch up with Sharkstar and the others. Chapter 44. The Pirate Alliance. The mermaids, witnessing Raylo ascend into the sky, were rendered speechless, their admiration for him intensifying within their hearts. Bartalomeo placed a hand on his forehead, gazing in the direction where Raylo had departed, pondering what the captain might be up to. Beside him, Shark Maru, while equally curious about Raylo's intentions, chose not to engage Bartalomeo further, pretending he had not heard. On board the Ryugu, the soldiers inside were taken aback by Raylo's sudden approach. Sharkstar was the first to step forward, standing at the bow and addressing Raylo. What do you mean by following us? Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth and declared, This is my island. If anyone dares to infringe upon it, I shall not let them go unpunished. With that, he propelled himself forward, hastening towards the entrance of Fishman Island, swiftly surpassing the Dragon Palace ship, carrying Sharkstar and his crew. Quickly pursue him, Sharkstar commanded, urging the Dragon Palace ship to accelerate, seemingly anxious that Raylo might stir up trouble. Near the entrance of Dragon Palace City lay a stretch of land where several pirate ships had already passed through, congregating along the coastal waters. The soldiers of Dragon Palace City stood in formation, confronting the pirates with unwavering resolve. Incredible! Is this truly Fishman Island? With so many fishmen and mermaids, selling them into slavery could yield hundreds of millions of berries. One pirate remarked, having heard that Princess Shirahoshi of the royal family was a beauty rivaling that of the Empress Boa Hancock. Turning her over to the celestial dragons would surely bring substantial rewards. You fool! Such a beauty should be kept for oneself. Another retorted. It was rumored that the treasure vault within Dragon Palace City housed numerous riches, including the fabled treasure box of Fishman Island. The pirates, heedless of the soldiers' presence, engaged in reckless discussions. They did not belong to a single pirate crew, but rather were a coalition formed from several different factions. Fishman Island held immeasurable value, and countless pirates had long coveted it. However, under the protection of Whitebeard, they had previously feared to intrude. Yet after Whitebeard's demise in the Marineford War, these greedy pirates grew bolder, uniting to form a pirate alliance and electing the strongest among them as their leader to orchestrate this invasion. This event was not chronicled in the original manga, leading Raylo to speculate that his arrival had subtly altered the course of the world's development. Captain, that appears to be a royal ship. Their reinforcements are arriving, remarked an inconspicuous pirate. Even with more reinforcements, it will be in vain, replied a tall, imposing middle-aged man with a fierce countenance and a scar across his chest, making him appear even more menacing. This man was the leader of the pirate alliance. The notorious Gary, a merciless pirate who reveled in the slaughter of innocents and frequently engaged in human trafficking. With a bounty of 300 million berries placed upon him by the world government, he stood at the prow of a pirate ship, casting a scornful glance at the Dragon Palace ship. At that moment, Raylo stood concealed behind the soldiers, deliberately masking his presence, thus avoiding detection by either the pirates or the Fishman soldiers. Gary, however, seemed to sense something amiss, casting a fleeting glance in Raylo's direction, yet ultimately refraining from taking action. Meanwhile, the three princes had also navigated the Dragon Palace ship nearby. Sharkstar, noticing Raylo standing silently behind the soldiers, paid it no mind. Simultaneously, Hammond of the new Fishman pirates and several other combatants arrived in the vicinity. Are those human pirates? I didn't expect members of the royal family to show up as well. This complicates matters. It is not yet time for us to confront them directly. After some contemplation, Hammond and his companions decided to observe the unfolding situation from the sidelines. Raylo's hesitation to act was not due to his cautious nature or a desire to discern the strength of his opponents. Rather, he intended to wait until the forces of Fishman Island found themselves in dire straits, thereby allowing him to offer them a more substantial favor, compelling them to submit willingly. As time passed, an increasing number of Fishman soldiers congregated in the area, overwhelming the small patch of land with their presence. Is this all there is? Merely a bunch of insignificant fish, ha ha ha. Gary's laughter echoed, revealing his malicious nature without reservation. Suddenly, Raylo sensed a formidable aura approaching him. Undoubtedly, it was Gary's conqueror's haki. A multitude of Fishman soldiers, unable to withstand the sheer force of Gary's presence, collapsed one by one. What is happening? Sharkstar gazed in disbelief at the fallen soldiers. They had once held a numerical advantage, yet at that moment, the pirates had surpassed their numbers. Ha ha ha. I never anticipated that the soldiers of Fishman Island would be so easily defeated. You lot, charge. With Gary's command, a throng of pirates surged forth from their ships, engaging fiercely with the Fishman soldiers. The three princes, witnessing the unfolding chaos, could not remain idle. They seized their weapons and charged into the fray. Even upon witnessing the main force of the enemy take to the battlefield, Gary remained unmoved, standing with his arms crossed at the bow of the ship. These pirates were among the strongest of humanity. Although the soldiers of Fishman Island were well trained, they were still no match for these marauders. While the three princes possessed greater strength than the average pirate, they found themselves unable to contend against overwhelming odds, forced to focus solely on their own protection, neglecting the plight of their fellow soldiers. In a short span, the already dwindling ranks of soldiers suffered even more grievous losses, observing his subordinates being injured or even killed. Sharkstar could no longer contain himself and shouted at Raylo, "Did you not claim that Fishman Island is your domain? Why do you not step forward to defend it?" "So, you are acknowledging that Fishman Island is under my protection?" Shark Maru gritted his teeth, remaining noncommittal. Raylo chuckled, "Then I shall take that as your acknowledgement. What are you two babbling about? Do you think our captain is non-existent?" A pirate beside Gary overheard the conversation between Raylo and Sharkstar and began to shout, "How noisy!" Raylo cast a piercing glance at the pirate, unleashing his conqueror's haki upon him. The pirate instantly felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, his mind blanking as he collapsed onto the deck with a thud. Although the commotion was minimal, it captured the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Neither Sharkstar and his crew from Fishman Island nor Gary from the Pirate Alliance had anticipated that Raylo possessed such formidable abilities. In contrast to Gary's extensive display of Conqueror's haki, Raylo's focused assault on a single individual demonstrated a significantly greater level of difficulty. The notoriously arrogant Gary was taken aback to encounter someone on Fishman Island who shared his royal potential. He scrutinized Raylo, feeling an odd sense of familiarity, yet unable to recall where he had seen him before. Despite Raylo's bounty of 2 billion berries, he had only partaken in one major event, the Marineford War. Furthermore, the world government had intentionally concealed the fact that Ace was rescued by Raylo, resulting in a scarcity of individuals who truly recognized him. Are you truly human? It is utterly laughable that you choose to assist these fishmen. Why not join us? In that case, I could share half of Fishman Island's wealth with you. Gary, though exceedingly arrogant, was not devoid of reason. As a fellow strongman, he understood the extent of Raylo's prowess and opted to attempt to win him over. Some of Gary's crew expressed dissatisfaction with his decision. Gary shot a glare at one of them, causing the pirate to gulp nervously and swallow his remaining words. Half? That condition sounds rather appealing. Raylo feigned satisfaction with a nod. However, for me, it is still far from sufficient. He raised his right hand and clenched it tightly, declaring, I want it all. Have you lost your mind? What nonsense is this scoundrel spouting? Captain, let us tear him to shreds. The other members of the Pirate Alliance reacted with discontent to Raylo's words, eager to dismantle him piece by piece. Ha ha ha, what an audacious little brat you are. Gary laughed heartily. Despite Rairo's true age being several times that of Gary, he appeared significantly younger in demeanor. Do you really believe you can take on all of us? Raylo chuckled, merely a group of good-for-nothings. As soon as his words faded, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Raylo's Conqueror's Haki was far more formidable than Gary's. As he unleashed his Haki, the once boisterous pirate alliance collapsed like a house of cards, swiftly falling one after another. In the blink of an eye, the once numerous pirate coalition was reduced to just Gary and a few of his lieutenants. What? Gary gazed incredulously at the unfolding scene. Though he was aware that Raylo possessed Conqueror's Haki like himself, he had anticipated that a battle with Raylo would leave many of his subordinates unconscious. However, he never imagined the sheer power of Raylo's Haki could decimate the pirate alliance so completely in an instant. The shock was not limited to Gary. The third prince of Fishman Island, Shark Star, shared the same disbelief as he pondered the implications. Perhaps this man before him could indeed safeguard Fishman Island from harm. The few remaining lieutenants who had not succumbed to Raylo's Haki were now in a state of panic, fear gripping their hearts. Just moments ago, they had boasted about plundering Fishman Island, yet now they hesitated, contemplating retreat. Boss, perhaps we should. One lieutenant hesitantly voiced his thoughts. Although he did not explicitly say so, it was clear he was urging Gary to withdraw. What unfolded next was entirely unexpected. Gary drew a weapon from behind him, a colossal blade shimmering with a dark hue. There shall be no cowards among the pirate alliance, he declared, and without hesitation, he swung the massive sword toward the lieutenant who had just spoken, blood splattering upon impact. The remaining lieutenants gasped in horror. Though they were all captains of their own ships, the fear they harbored for Gary compelled them to submit to his authority. Wiping the blood from his blade with a handkerchief, Gary proclaimed, "Listen closely, while Conqueror's Haki is a rare ability found in one among millions. In the latter half of the Grand Line, such individuals are plentiful. Thus, there is no reason to fear this man. His powerful Haki does not necessarily indicate that his other abilities are equally strong. He is surely just posturing. Otherwise, he would have attacked us by now. I will confront him. You handle the remaining soldiers and those 3 royal figures." Upon hearing Gary's determination to face Raylo, the lieutenants felt a flicker of hope rekindle within them. With a powerful leap off the ship, Gary landed on solid ground, brandishing his blade and charging toward Raylo. This marked the first time he had left his vessel since the battle commenced, and all present eagerly anticipated the ensuing confrontation. Gary's sword, entirely black, bore the marks of being enveloped in Haki over the years, rendering it exceptionally resilient. Coupled with Gary's active use of his own Haki to enhance his weapon, the blade became nearly indestructible. Aiming for Raylo's neck, Gary prepared to sever his head. "Prepare to die," he shouted. However, just as the words left his lips, a sound akin to an object plunging into water resonated. The charging Gary suddenly stood frozen in place, his head now nowhere to be found. Crimson blood gushing from his severed neck, staining the ground. The sound they had heard earlier was that of Gary's head falling into the water. The rapidity of the event left everyone in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Some lieutenants finally began to process the reality of the situation, still struggling to accept it. The man they thought invincible had met his end so abruptly, and the manner of his demise remained a mystery to them. In truth, the moment Gary lunged at Raylo, the latter had unleashed one of the 6 forms, Storm Leg. This technique, utilizing the foot to deliver a sharp cutting strike, was already formidable in its own right. Coupled with Raylo's own Haki, it became an unstoppable force, rendering Gary's physique utterly defenseless. The spectators had been fixated on Gary, failing to notice Raylo's counterattack. Although Gary had sensed the impending danger, the speed of Storm Leg was so astonishing that by the time he registered the attack, it was already too late. His body had been cleaved in 2. With a soft crack, Gary's once mighty blade exhibited a fissure before shattering entirely, clattering to the ground. Even such a resilient weapon proved no match for Raylo's overwhelming assault. Chapter 46. The first island. Raylo cast a glance at the terrified officials, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Is there anyone left? Though his voice was barely above a whisper, the battlefield was enveloped in an eerie silence, allowing his words to resonate clearly in the ears of all present. The remaining officials exchanged anxious glances, each engaged in their own calculations. Even Gary found himself momentarily stunned, pondering if he still had a chance to act. Suddenly, a cadre discarded his weapon, signaling his surrender to Raylo. Following his lead, an increasing number of officials relinquished their arms, proclaiming their capitulation. Raylo cast a glance at Shark Star and smiled. "They are entrusted to you." Shark Star, gazing back at Raylo, suddenly crouched down. Subsequently, The remaining two princes mirrored Sharkstar's gesture, bowing to Rairo. At that moment, the remaining soldiers of Fishman Island also knelt on one knee in homage to Rairo. Undoubtedly, this signified their formal acknowledgement that Fishman Island now belonged to Rairo and was under his protection. Although Sharkstar was not the supreme ruler of Fishman Island, as the crown prince, he rightfully stood as the next heir to the throne. Thus, his decision largely equated to that of King Neptune, the sovereign of Fishman Island. You shall detain these pirates. Sharkstar commanded the soldiers to handle the remaining matters. Despite the officers' desire to flee, the presence of Rairo rendered any misstep potentially fatal, compelling them to surrender without resistance. Mr. Rairo, I must report the recent events to my father. Please feel free to explore Fishman Island. No soldiers will impede your passage now. I shall return with my father to pay you a visit. Following the recent occurrences, Sharkstar's demeanor towards Rairo underwent a significant transformation. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of Jinbe? Rairo inquired. Jinbe entered Ryugu Palace a few days ago, but I currently do not know his location. However, he should not have left Fishman Island yet. That is sufficient, Rairo nodded. As long as Jinbe had not departed from Fishman Island, he would find a way to locate him. It is entrusted to you, Rairo declared. Then utilized the moonwalk technique to depart, heading towards the direction of Bartalomeo and the others. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Hammond, who had witnessed everything, was preparing to rush back to Fisherman Street. I must promptly report to the boss, he thought. Rello's strength far exceeds their expectations. And now even the royal family has officially acknowledged that Fishman Island is under Rello's protection. Consequently, this will undoubtedly have a significant impact on their future plans. Therefore, he must promptly inform Hody Jones to devise a countermeasure. All of this, however, falls well within Rello's anticipations. Raylo had long since noticed Hammond watching from a distance. From the moment they witnessed their actions leading to Gary's demise, to their return to Fishman Street to inform Hody Jones of the events, everything unfolded as Raylo had envisioned. Now that Fishman Island belonged to Raylo, he felt an obligation to safeguard it. Hody Jones represented a ticking time bomb for the island. Rather than leave the issue for Luffy 2 years hence, it was wiser to eliminate him now. Instead of expending time and effort searching for Hody Jones, Raylo preferred to let them come to him. However, Hody Jones remained unaware of these machinations. Within the confines of Noah on Fishman Street, Hody Jones had just listened to the account relayed by Hammond. His expression remained unchanged, as if he had already devised a plan. Boss, that guy's strength is truly formidable. We might. Hody Jones glanced at him, and Hammond immediately sensed the looming specter of death, leaving the rest of his sentence unuttered. After all, he was merely a human, an inferior race, far beneath the prowess of the Fishmen. Moreover, Hody Jones glanced at the box beside him and gently patted it. We possess this as well. No matter the adversary, we shall prevail. Hammond cast a glance at the box, which contained the potent treasure, the deadly drug ES, stolen from the palace of the Dragon Palace. Hammond swallowed hard. Indeed, with that substance, even that individual could be vanquished. By the way, he should have awakened by now. Bring him to me. It is time to discuss our collaboration. The individual they referred to was none other than Vanderdecken, who had previously attacked Raylo and his companions in the depths of the sea. Originally, the alliance between Vanderdecken and Hody Jones was to commence 2 years later, coinciding with Luffy's arrival at Fishman Island, but Raylo's unexpected emergence forced Hody Jones to expedite his plans. Raylo returned to the location where Bartalomeo and the others were gathered. At this moment, Bartalomeo had already become quite familiar with the mermaids, laughing heartily while being affectionately embraced by them. Upon seeing Raylo's return, Bartalomeo initially felt a bit shy, but soon relaxed. Captain, you're back, he exclaimed. Raylo replied, casting a glance at Bartalomeo with a smile, looking good. Bartalomeo bashfully scratched his head. I can't believe the royals actually let you return. What did you do? Shark looked at Raylo in disbelief, unable to fathom what had transpired. Oh, it was nothing too significant, merely helping them resolve a few issues, Raylo stated nonchalantly. By the way, from now on, Fishman Island shall be my domain, so you can roam freely upon its shores. What? Though Shark was reluctant to accept this notion, he understood that Raylo never spoke in vain. It is evident that Raylo has gained the approval of the royal family, as suggested by his words. Unbeknownst to Shark Maru, his feelings towards Raylo are in a constant state of transformation. Rayluo glanced at Bartalomeo and Shark Maru. I am going to meet the Mermaid Princess. Would you care to join me? The Mermaid Princess? Is she not the legendary beauty, comparable to the Empress of the Seven Warlords? I must see her. Bartolomeo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he was not as lecherous as Sanji, his curiosity about the appearance of Shirahoshi, the mermaid princess, was undeniable. Sharkmaru, a resident of Fishman Island, had never laid eyes on Shirahoshi, for she rarely revealed herself. Since being targeted by Vanderdecken, she had taken refuge within the confines of the Noah's Ark and had become increasingly reclusive. Sharkmaru held deep respect for Odoheim, so out of reverence for her, he too wished to meet Shirahoshi. Yet, feeling somewhat embarrassed, he merely cleared his throat softly. Ray Luo, fully aware of Sharkmaru's sentiments, chose not to address the matter directly and simply smiled. Let us depart for the Noah's Arkansas Chapter 47. Charlie's Prophecy. Riley, accompanied by Bartalomeo and Sharkmaru, departed from the realm of the merfolk, heading towards the formidable shell tower where Princess Shirahoshi resided. The mere thought of meeting the stunning beauty, renowned alongside the Empress, sent Bartalomeo into a fervor of excitement, while Sharkmaru's heart raced, knowing that Shirahoshi was the daughter of Odoheim, the legendary mermaid princess. However, as they advanced, Riley abruptly altered their course. Unfamiliar with Fishman Island, Bartalomeo perceived no issue, yet Sharkmaru quickly grasped the gravity of the situation. This is not the route to Shell Tower. Where are you taking us? Though Sharkmaru had never visited Shell Tower, he understood that it lay within the confines of Ryugu Palace, which was situated directly above Fishman Island. Presently, Riley was leading them southeast, clearly diverting from the path to Ryugu Palace. There is a renowned fortune teller on Fishman Island. I wish to witness her abilities. Are you referring to Madame Charlotte? Her mermaid CAF is located within Coral Hill to the southeast of Fishman Island, so this route is indeed correct. Charlotte is a favored being of the heavens, possessing the extraordinary gift of foresight, having never failed in her predictions. She even foretold the advent of the Great Pirate Era and the demise of Whitebeard during the Marineford War. When Luffy and his companions arrived at Fishman Island 2 years later, Charlotte had also predicted that the island would face destruction due to Luffy's actions. This notion has sparked numerous speculations. The most credible theory posits that Luffy will overthrow the celestial dragons, obliterate the red line above Fishman Island, uniting the seas, and all fishmen and merfolk shall migrate to the land, symbolizing, in a certain sense, the demise of Fishman Island. Raylo was uncertain about what the future held, yet he was filled with curiosity. Since his arrival in this world, it had undergone significant transformations, leading him to ponder whether Sherry's prophecy would also change. He wondered if, within Sherry's foretelling, the one who would bring destruction to Fishman Island might ultimately be himself. With such perplexities in mind, Raylo felt compelled to seek an audience with Sherry. The Coral Hill area was the most densely populated region, teeming with countless merfolk and fishmen, as well as a considerable number of humans. With Raylo's striking appearance, he quickly garnered a multitude of admiring gazes, including numerous enthusiastic mermaids who approached him to greet him. Witnessing this scene, although Shark feigned disdain, there lingered a hint of envy in his heart. In response to the mermaids who approached him, Raylo offered a polite smile, neither dismissing them nor pushing them away. He was, however, intensely curious about how these merfolk would react upon learning that he was now their protector. Under the enthusiastic support of a crowd, Lello and his companions entered the mermaid CAF. Faced with the unexpected influx of people, the staff of the CAF were taken aback. The establishment was already overflowing, packed to the brim. Raylo cast a glance around, yet he did not spot Kimmy. This young girl had a significant connection with the Straw Hat Pirates. Thus Raylo was eager to meet her. Madam Charlie, we have a situation. A multitude of people has suddenly arrived at the shop, and there is simply no room left, cried one of the staff members. What is the fuss about? Just as the words left his mouth, a colossal mermaid entered through the back door of the mermaid CAF. Madam Charlie, with her statuesque figure and alluring attire, held a pipe in her hand, exuding both sophistication and sensuality. She surveyed the crowd in the establishment and remarked, "If there are no other matters at hand, kindly exit. Do not disrupt our business." Charlie held considerable authority among the mermaids, and although some were reluctant to leave Raylo's side, they complied and exited the mermaid restaurant. Moments later, only Raylo, his two companions, Charlie, and a few staff members remained within the CAF. Instantly recognizing Raylo's uniqueness, Charlie signaled to the staff to attend to other tasks. Taking a slow drag from her pipe, she inquired, "So, what brings you here?" Raylo chuckled and said, "I have heard that you are a renowned diviner, one who has foretold numerous significant events, and your prophecies have never faltered. Therefore, I wish to inquire whether you can glimpse into my future? He laughed heartily. Each day, countless individuals seek my predictions. Yet I generally send them on their way. Although I possess the ability to foresee the future, such visions often manifest spontaneously in my mind. And I seldom endeavor to actively predict what lies ahead. After all, knowing the future would render life rather tedious. However, Summerlee shifted her tone. I find myself quite intrigued by you and would like to discover what your future holds. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, displaying no surprise at all. Within the confines of the mermaid CAF, there lay the crystal ball that Sherry frequently employed for divination. Observing her, one could see Sherry moving her hands rhythmically across the surface of the crystal sphere. Captain, what is this woman doing? Bartalomeo inquired from the side. Before Raylo could respond, Sharkmar shot a glare at Bartalomeo, signaling him not to disturb Madame Shayley. Bartalomeo made a face at Sharkmar and glanced at Shayley, inwardly muttering about the pretentiousness. As time passed, Shayley's brow gradually furrowed. What is it? Have you glimpsed an unfavorable future? Raylo couldn't help but inquire. No, I cannot see your future at all. Riley was taken aback, not anticipating such an outcome. Suddenly, Charlie's expression contorted into one of sheer agony, and she emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Reminiscent of her forewarning 2 years hints that Fishman Island would face destruction at the hands of Luffy. Madam Charlie, what troubles you? The shop assistants inquired with genuine concern upon noticing her distress. What have you seen? Riley asked. Charlie slowly lifted her gaze to meet Riley's, uttering, You are not human. You are a demon. Ha ha. I never imagined you were aware of our captain's moniker. Splendid, splendid. Bartalomeo bellowed with laughter. Raylo gazed at him, clearly understanding that Sherry did not mean that at all. What exactly did you see? Raylo inquired urgently. I witnessed the entire world crumbling because of you. And I also beheld your demise. Raylo was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the future that lay ahead. What nonsense are you spouting, you vile woman? Our captain could never perish. Bartalomeo exclaimed, showing not the slightest concern for the impending doom of the world. Calm down. Sharkmar intervened, restraining Bartalomeo, who was ready to strike Sherry. Sharkmar himself was filled with uncertainty. Sherry's prophecies had never encountered an exception. Yet he could not fathom how the world could possibly be brought to ruin by Raylo. Chapter 48, Dragon Palace City. Raylos contemplated for a moment and soon found peace. No longer troubled by Charlie's prophecy. As the wielder of the eternal life devil fruit, he was indestructible and immortal. 60 years ago, the Navy had exerted tremendous effort to capture him, yet they could not execute him but could only confine him within Impel Down. Now, with Charlie predicting his demise, it was evidently an impossibility. Charlie had also foretold that Fishman Island would be destroyed by Luffy, yet it was clear that Luffy had no intention of annihilating it. Therefore, while Raylos did not dismiss the validity of Charlie's prophecy, he was convinced there must be a more rational explanation. Bartalomeo, Raylos suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, the previously frenzied Bartalomeo calmed down. What is it, Captain? Do you want me to smash this place? Lelu shook his head, saying no. What I desire is for you to be a bit quieter. Raylo turned to Sherry, expressing his gratitude for her prophecy, yet he remained unconvinced of his impending demise. Let us await the unfolding of this world and my future, he declared. With that, Raylo exited the mermaid CAF, followed closely by Shark and Bartalomeo. As Sherry watched Raylo's retreating figure, a myriad of thoughts swirled within her. This man is indeed captivating. The Dragon Palace, enveloped in bubbles, floated directly above Fishman Island. Moreover, the palace was almost entirely filled with seawater, presenting considerable inconvenience for Raylo and his companions. Thus, prior to his journey to the Dragon Palace, Raylo purchased bubble coral from a shop in Coral Hill, which could generate bubbles at any moment. Once all preparations were complete, Raylo, accompanied by Bartalomeo and Shark, employed the moonwalk technique to make their way to the Dragon Palace. The entrance to the Dragon Palace bore a resemblance to that of Fishman Island, though it lacked the presence of guarding soldiers. However, a small red button adorned the entrance. Raylo instructed Bartalomeo to press the button to connect with the interior of Dragon Palace City. I am the demon Raylo. Raylo? Who is that? I have never heard of such a name, came the scornful voice of the guards at the entrance. Ryro wore a face of despair, while Sharkmar stood by with a mocking smile, seemingly oblivious to the earlier claims that Fishman Island had become his domain. Don't spout nonsense, the captain would never boast. There must be some misunderstanding from the other side. Bartalomeo, even more concerned than Ryro, would have confronted Sharkmar on the spot had they not been restrained by Ryro's grip. At that moment, Ryro felt utterly at a loss. Clearly, Sharkstar and the others had yet to convey the recent events to all the soldiers of Fishman Island, which explained why the guards at Dragon Palace were reluctant to grant them entry. Separated by a sound transmission device, Ryro found himself powerless against the situation. Just as despair began to envelop him, ready to take drastic measures to force the entrance open, a voice echoed from the other side. What is going on? Is someone arriving at Dragon Palace? Prince Sharkstar, what brings you here? This individual at the entrance claims to be the demon Ryro. How absurd. What? Mr. Ryro. Quickly. Open the door. Earlier, Sharkstar had just parted ways with Ryro, having informed him of a forthcoming visit alongside Neptune. Thus he was taken aback by Ryro's sudden appearance. Yes, Your Highness. Although the guards were still unclear about Ryro's true identity, they complied and opened the entrance. Mr. Ryro, please wait a moment. I shall come to greet you at the entrance. Sharkstar's tone was exceedingly respectful, recognizing the necessity of Ryro's protection for Fishman Island. No need. I shall proceed myself. Ryro replied nonchalantly. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Bartalomeo laughed heartily, casting a triumphant glance at Sharkmar, who remained silent. Though Sharkmar understood that Ryro's earlier declaration of Fishman Island as his own was no mere bluster, he was still astonished by Sharkstar's profound respect for Ryro. The seawater of Dragon Palace connected to the entrance, and the entrance mechanism was activated simultaneously. After encasing themselves and Bartalomeo in bubble coral, the group entered the passageway. The bubbles ascended with the water flow, while Sharkmar moved outside the bubbles. Both Bartalomeo and Ryro, being users of devil fruits, found themselves in a precarious situation. Should Sharkmar suddenly attack and rupture their protective bubbles, the consequences would be dire for Bartalomeo and Ryro. Thus, Bartalomeo fixed his gaze on Sharkmar, prepared to unleash his powers to create a barrier against any assault. In contrast, Ryro remained remarkably composed. With his exceptional observation hockey, he was confident he could react before Sharkmar made any move to strike. Having spent considerable time in Sharkmar's company, Ryro had discerned his character and was assured that an attack was unlikely at that moment. The trio swiftly traversed the passage, revealing before them a palace reminiscent of a grand castle, surrounded by an array of fish, accompanied by a vividly lifelike dragon sculpture encircling the palace. The entrance to the palace was immense, rendering Ryro and his companions insignificant by comparison. As they approached the doors, they swung open immediately. Behind them lay a corridor, with Dragon Palace soldiers flanking either side, their entrance greeted by a chorus of welcoming shouts. King Neptune of Fishman Island, along with his 3 princes and 2 ministers, awaited them at the corridor's end. Upon seeing Ryro, they all rushed forward to extend their greetings. Ha ha ha, the captain is truly impressive. Even the ruler of a nation has come to welcome you. I doubt even the Yonko of the New World receives such treatment, Bartalomeo exclaimed, brimming with pride. Raylo shrugged nonchalantly, pondering the uncertainty of the situation, for it was uncommon for the 4 emperors to personally visit this nation. You must be Raylo. Sharkstar recently mentioned you to me, Neptune remarked. Your Majesty, please be mindful of your address. The left minister interjected softly, our nation is currently in a perilous state, relying entirely on the protection of this esteemed individual. Raylo, bowing his head in deference to the left minister, appeared much like a contrite child. Bartalomeo and Sharkmaru exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom that a sovereign of such stature could be reprimanded thus by a subordinate. Raylo was unfazed by the situation and cleared his throat to interject. So, Mr. Raylo, what brings you to the Dragon Palace? Are you here to demand a reward for protecting Fishman Island? Neptune inquired, turning toward Raylo. That is not an unreasonable assumption, Raylo replied with a smile. Just hand over your daughter, Shirahoshi, to me. Chapter 49, The Mermaid Princess. Haha. You truly are the captain, demanding a princess right from the outset. Are you hoping to make her the captain's wife? Bartalomeo laughed heartily, oblivious to any impropriety in his thoughts. Although he was initially taken aback by Raylo's audacity, he was not one to adhere strictly to convention, and he soon calmed down, while Sharkstar was still recovering from the shock. What are you saying? Neptune roared. Though I acknowledge your recent protection of Fishman Island, if you dare to lay a hand on my precious daughter, I will stop you at all costs, even at the cost of my life. The 2 ministers remained speechless, aware that Neptune's actions could lead to the demise of Fishman Island, yet reluctant to dissuade him from his course. After all, Shirahoshi was the daughter of Lady Otoheim, whom they had watched grow up. At this moment, the 3 princes also drew their weapons and stood alongside Neptune. Mr. Raylo, I will not allow you to take my sister, Sharkstar declared. Oh? It seems my phrasing has caused some misunderstanding, Raylo chuckled. I have no intention of taking Shirahoshi away. I merely wish to meet with her to discuss a contract. After all, with her considerable size, it would not be convenient for me to take her along. Neptune and his companions exchanged glances. When have you seen Shirahoshi? How do you know she is of such considerable size? They wondered. Since her birth, Shirahoshi had never left Fishman Island, and following Vanderdecken's fixation on her, she had never departed from the Tower of Law. Thus, it was inconceivable that Raylo could have encountered her. Laylo chuckled. Remarking that this matter was of no concern to them, he simply required a confirmation of agreement to his proposal. Neptune, accompanied by 3 kings and 2 ministers, exchanged glances. Indecisive in their deliberations. Ultimately, Neptune's voice resonated with authority as he declared, I can permit you to meet with White Star, but you must vow not to harm her. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. I shall regard White Star as my own granddaughter, Laylo responded with conviction. Neptune nodded. Though a momentary flicker of uncertainty crossed his face, as if sensing an underlying discord. Under Neptune's guidance, the group traversed a layer of bubbles, shedding the encasing orbs until they arrived before the formidable shell tower. The tower's walls were remarkably sturdy, crowned with a massive iron door that was as thick as those found in the impregnable city. Yet the exterior of the shell tower was adorned with an array of weapons, creating a rather jarring contrast. What a colossal tower! Is such an enormous door meant for passage? Bartalomeo inquired. He stepped forward to tug at the iron door, but it remained immovable. Sharkmar, standing nearby, scoffed at the display, remarking on the frailty of human strength. Indeed, the power of the merman was tenfold that of humans, rendering Sharkmar's comment somewhat justified. Just as Neptune approached to open the door, Laylo seized the opportunity and moved ahead. With one hand grasping the iron handle, he gently pulled, and to everyone's astonishment, the door swung open with a resounding creak. Yet, this was merely the beginning of their adventure. Rairo's hand gently waved outward, effortlessly pulling open the massive door. This door was larger than several Rairos combined, yet in his grasp, it seemed weightless. It appears the strength of the Fishman is rather limited, Rairo remarked, casually tossing the door aside as he strode into the tower, as if nothing had transpired, leaving Neptune and the others standing in stunned silence. Rairo harbored no desire to incite discord between the Fishmen and humans, however, given the current circumstances. He felt compelled to demonstrate his strength and compel these Fishmen to yield to him. Although the interior of the hard shell tower was shrouded in darkness, Rairo's mastery of observation haki enabled him to discern the whereabouts of Shirahoshi with utmost clarity. At that precise moment, a massive axe hurtled in from outside, unimpeded by the iron gate, heading directly for Shirahoshi. Just then, Neptune and his companions entered, illuminating the surroundings, and the axe flew past them, racing towards Shirahoshi, leaving them in a state of helplessness. In a critical instant, Rairo abruptly vanished from his position, reappearing in midair to intercept the colossal axe. Are you all right? Rairo inquired. Upon witnessing the formidable axe so close at hand, Shirahoshi was momentarily paralyzed with fear, but upon glimpsing Rairo's strikingly handsome visage, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Rairo cast the axe onto the ground. Bartalomeo? No sooner had he spoken than Bartalomeo understood the command without hesitation. Instantly, he utilized his fruit abilities to conjure a barrier in the gap of the iron gate. This barrier was as solid as a fortress, rendering the weapon subsequently hurled by Vanderdecken utterly incapable of breaching its defenses. Are you unharmed, Shirahoshi? Neptune inquired gently, concerned for the well-being of his beloved daughter. I am fine, dear father. Who are these individuals? This is Mr. Rairo, and these two are Mr. Rairo's subordinates. After the demise of Whitebeard, various factions have been eyeing our Fishman Island with intent. Now, Mr. Rairo has pledged to protect us. Is that so? How wonderful! Shirahoshi expressed her genuine delight. Do not rejoice too prematurely, Rairo interjected, raising his hand to halt their celebration. Laylo gazed at Baishing and said, My actions come with a condition. You must promise me one thing first. Baishing paused for a moment, inquiring, What is it? Laylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, remarking that discussing this matter now seemed futile. Rest assured, you shall not be put in an awkward position. All that is required of you is to utter a few words. It will neither harm you nor pose a threat to the other mermen. Raylo requires the assistance of White Star, primarily because she possesses the unique ability to command the colossal sea kings. Although Raylo has established a rapport with these magnificent creatures, he recognizes that their relationship does not extend to a profound level of trust. Consequently, when the time comes for Raylo to execute his plans, he cannot be entirely certain that the Sea Kings will offer their aid. Thus, White Star is indispensable to him. as the mermaid princess of Fishman Island. A rarity born once every few centuries, she is revered as the Sea King and wields the power to summon the formidable Sea Kings. Therefore, her involvement lends Raylo a greater sense of assurance in his endeavors. Despite Raylo's assertions, White Star remains somewhat ambivalent, glancing at her father and 3 brothers, seemingly seeking their counsel. Frustrated, Raylo sighed and lightly tapped his forehead, thinking that under the circumstances, he would bestow upon her another gift, should she acquiesce to his request. He would present to her the true culprit behind her mother's demise, allowing her to confront them as she sees fit. As Laylo's words resonated, the atmosphere in the room grew instantly tense. Neptune, struggling to contain his emotions, stepped forward and grasped Laylo by the collar, exclaiming, "What did you say? Wasn't Yuki killed by that person?" Chapter 50, Taking Action. Raylo cast a piercing glare at Neptune, the overwhelming aura compelling Neptune to relinquish his grip on Raylo's collar. Riley adjusted his attire, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "That individual is merely a scapegoat. The true perpetrator lurks elsewhere, and at this very moment, they're on Fishman Island." A gasp of disbelief echoed throughout the crowd. Although Shark was not related to Otoheim by blood, he held her in the highest regard. In fact, his companionship with Riley on this journey was motivated by his desire to uncover the truth behind Otoheim's tragic demise. Now that Riley had revealed that the actual murderer resided on Fishman Island, Shark was engulfed in agitation, yearning to unearth the culprit and exact vengeance. At this moment, nearly every gaze in the assembly was fixated upon Shirahoshi, who felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. Suddenly, tears began to well in her eyes. "Captain, why is she crying all of a sudden?" Bartalomeo inquired, perplexed by Shirahoshi's emotional outburst. "That's just her nature. No need to concern yourself," someone remarked. Shirahoshi was timid and prone to tears, earning her the nickname Cowardly Star from Luffy. With the weight of the moment pressing heavily upon her, she succumbed to her emotions. Despite being the mermaid princess and Neptune's cherished jewel, Otoheim held an unparalleled place in everyone's hearts. Thus, although compassion stirred within them, none dared approach Shirahoshi to offer solace. Unable to contain his concern any longer, Neptune finally spoke. "You need not say anything further, father. I shall comply with Lord Riley's request." Although her sobs had not ceased, Shirahoshi's demeanor had calmed considerably. Upon receiving Shirahoshi's affirmation, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Bartalomeo began to relax from the tense atmosphere, taking the opportunity to admire the mermaid princess, whose beauty rivaled that of any empress. Shirahoshi's allure was entirely distinct, while the empress exuded an enchanting charm that beckoned admiration. Shirahoshi evoked a tender instinct to protect her. It is difficult to ascertain which form of beauty is superior, yet for Bartalomeo, who had yet to encounter the empress, Shirahoshi stood as the epitome of beauty. "She truly is magnificent," Bartalomeo murmured to himself. "Such a grand physique. Even our ship, the Thousand Sunny, may struggle to accommodate her." Shark shot a fierce glare at Bartalomeo. "I warn you, do not entertain any thoughts regarding Princess Shirahoshi, or I shall not let you off easily." "Goodness. I wonder how Miss Kaya would feel upon hearing your words." Shark's stoic countenance suddenly flushed. "I didn't mean it like that. You mustn't misinterpret my intentions." "Ha ha, rest assured. I harbor no intentions towards this princess. However, should she take a liking to me, there is little I could do about it." While Bartalomeo and Shark engaged in their banter, Riley had already shifted the conversation back to serious matters. "Mr. Riley, please tell me who is responsible for my mother's death. I shall dispatch my forces to apprehend him immediately." "There is no need for haste. He will come to us in due time," Riley replied with a smile. The gathered crowd exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Riley's enigmatic assurance. Laylo addressed Neptunus, stating, "You merely need to announce to the citizens that the position of the king of the Fishman Island will be bestowed upon me, and at noon tomorrow, a coronation ceremony shall be held in the square in my honor." Neptunus paused for a moment, taken aback by this request. Raylo patted his shoulder, reassuring him that this was merely a strategy to lure them out and capture them all at once. He had no interest in your throne whatsoever. Although Raylo was aware that Hody Jones and his cohorts were in Fishman Street, he had no desire to seek them out. On one hand, he feared the ensuing trouble, and on the other, the entire Fishman Street was submerged beneath the ocean, which posed a significant disadvantage for Raylo, a devil fruit user. As for revealing Hody Jones's location to Neptune and sending his troops to confront him, that was out of the question. Those soldiers would merely be sacrificing themselves. Thus, the only remaining course of action was the one Raylo had proposed. Hody Jones had long been plotting to seize the Ryugu Palace and dethrone Neptune, harboring a deep-seated hatred for humans. Upon learning that Neptune intended to pass his throne to a human, he would undoubtedly lose his composure, hastening his plans and emerging in full force to confront Raylo in the plaza of Fishman Island. "Now, let us host a banquet," Raylo declared. "I am quite hungry." Shortly thereafter, in Fishman Street, Hody Jones seethed at the news of Neptune relinquishing his throne to a human. That bastard Neptune. How dare he entrust Fishman Island to a human? His right-hand man, Hammond, whispered, "That human is the one I mentioned to you earlier. His strength is extraordinary." "Is that so?" Hody Jones glanced at the box of deadly poison beside him. "It seems it is time to bring this to an end. Are you ready, partner?" Hody turned toward a corner where Vanderdecken, captain of the flying pirate crew, was waiting. Of course, Vanderdecken smiled. "I can hardly wait to marry Shirahoshi." They exchanged knowing smiles, each harboring ulterior motives. "To a fruitful collaboration," Vanderdecken said as he rose to shake Hody's hand. A day later, the plaza of Fishman Island was teeming with people. Among the crowd were fishmen, mermaids, and ordinary humans. Some had come to denounce Neptune, questioning why he would hand over Fishman Island to a human, while others, proud of their humanity, had come to witness the spectacle. Many simply sought to observe the commotion. Amidst the clamor, Raylo and Neptune descended from the aerial Ryugu Palace to the ground, greeted by both cheers and jeers. Raylo regarded the situation with contempt, dismissing the concerns of the common folk. Suddenly, a deafening explosion captured everyone's attention, causing the onlookers to scatter in panic. Had they arrived? In the aftermath of the blast, few remained, while pirates under Vanderdecken and Hody Jones surged forth from all directions. Among them was a massive, bald sea monster whose colossal form caused the very ground to tremble with each step. In 2 years' time, when Luffy faced Hody Jones in a decisive battle in the square, they would confront an army of no less than 100,000 pirates. However, most of these were humans subjugated by Hody Jones during the intervening years. At this moment, the number of pirates in the square was far from that figure, yet still formidable, amounting to around 30,000. Chapter 51. The truth revealed. Could these be the minions of the true culprits? Neptune gazed at the 30,000 ruffians, feeling a surge of emotion. Wasn't that Hody Jones? What was he doing here? Hody, once a soldier of Fishman Island, had been the one to slay the human on the day Princess Odoheim met her tragic fate, falsely proclaiming that it was humanity that had taken her life. Thus, Neptune retained a vivid recollection of him, even after many years. Observing the ruffian's attitude toward Hody Jones, Neptune began to piece together the troubling truth. Could it truly be him? Ha ha ha. So many people. I can finally unleash my wrath, Bartalomeo exclaimed. Undeterred by the throng, his excitement palpable, Shark shot him a glance, akin to that of one observing a fool. "Just don't get trampled," he warned. Despite the looming threat, the two maintained their playful banter. Raylo had initially contemplated regarding this battle as a means of tempering the two of them. However, this confrontation held paramount importance for him as well. Fishman Island serves as the demarcation point between the two segments of the Grand Line and is an indispensable passageway to the New World, endowed with unparalleled advantages. Raylo intends to establish Fishman Island as his stronghold, gradually expanding his influence. Thus, he requires the unwavering loyalty of the inhabitants of Fishman Island. Achieving a decisive victory in this battle is a crucial means for Raylo to win the hearts of the people. Apologies to Bartalomeo, but it seems there will be no opportunity for you to intervene this time. Huh? Captain, do you plan to face all these people alone? Bartalomeo exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Raylo smiled, intending to respond, but he suddenly sensed a familiar presence in the square. The person he had long been searching for, Jinbei, had arrived. Jinbei addressed Neptune, expressing his surprise at the timing of Jinbei's appearance. "When I heard that King Neptune intended to hand Fishman Island over to humans, I sensed something amiss and came to investigate. I never expected that it would be you. Was this all part of your scheme?" Although Raylo and Jinbei had only met once before, Jinbei held a profound impression of Raylo, as he had saved Ace during the Marineford War. Raylo did not provide a direct response. Instead, he smiled and said, "Just watch closely, for I have another matter to entrust to you." Upon uttering these words, Raylo vanished instantly from his original position, reappearing at the center of the square, facing Hody Jones directly. Although Rayluo's sudden appearance startled Hody Jones, he was, after all, an exceptional warrior and quickly regained his composure. "You scoundrel!" Hody Jones bellowed, launching a powerful punch towards Rayluo. The outcome was predictable. Hody Jones swung at empty air, his fist crashing into the ground and creating a substantial crater. Raylo cast a mocking glance at him, his eyes brimming with derision. Although Raylo possessed the strength to effortlessly vanquish Hody Jones in an instant, he refrained from doing so. Previously, Hody Jones had led a throng of 30,000 ruffians, causing the onlookers to flee in terror. Without the presence of the crowd, Lelo's instantaneous defeat of Hody would hold no significance. Thus, he patiently awaited the return of the spectators, content to deftly evade Hody's assaults in the meantime. Indeed, it wasn't long before individuals began to reappear around the periphery of the square. Meanwhile, Neptune's forces were engaged in a fierce battle with Hody Jones's minions. As the civilians realized that the danger would not encroach upon them, they grew increasingly audacious, and gradually, more and more people congregated around the square to witness the unfolding drama. It was nearly time. Raylo suddenly came to a halt. Hody Jones seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Raylo's head. Upon witnessing this, Lelo remained utterly unmoved, resolutely absorbing the opponent's attack with his own head. A muffled thud echoed through the air, yet not a single mark marred Lelo's body. Instead, Hody Jones's fist appeared slightly swollen and ached with an ominous throb. What on earth was happening? Hody Jones stared at Lelo as if confronted by a malevolent specter, utterly perplexed. Raylo smiled, the reason being quite simple: you are utterly weak. This statement holds true. In comparison to Raylo, Hody Jones is indeed feeble. In the face of his attacks, Raylo need not even resort to using haki, as his formidable physique alone suffices to withstand them. The previous evasion of Hody Jones's assaults was merely a manifestation of Raylo's mischievous inclinations. You dare to mock me? Hody Jones seethed with rage, retrieving several doses of the lethal druggie from his pocket. Upon ingesting the pills, a palpable transformation overtook Hody Jones's body. His muscular definition became strikingly pronounced, and his eyes gleamed a vivid crimson. Drug E, a substance that trades one's life for power, magnifies strength exponentially with each dose consumed. In that moment, Hody Jones's aura shifted dramatically. However, regrettably, he remained inconsequential in Raylo's eyes. With a fierce punch directed at Raylo, Hody Jones unleashed a tremendous force that generated a gust, capturing the attention of all present. Yet, Raylo nonchalantly raised a single index finger, effortlessly nullifying Hody Jones's offensive. What? The officers of the new Fishman pirates gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. They had perceived Hody Jones as an immensely powerful figure, nearly invincible after consuming the drug, yet now he was so easily thwarted by Raylo. You are simply too weak. Is it your inherent frailty that led you to resort to assassination to end Princess Odoheim's life? Raylo raised his voice intentionally, and his words reverberated from the center of the square, reaching every corner. An instant uproar ensued throughout the plaza. What? Wasn't Lady Yuki slain by humans? Could this fellow truly be the real murderer? Various discussions erupted in a cacophony. Indeed, Neptune's demeanor remained calm, yet his fists were clenched tightly. That damn bastard. Sharkmar gritted his teeth. Although he shared no blood ties with Yuki, he held her in profound respect. Her death had profoundly affected him, and his intense hatred for humanity was inseparable from her demise. Now that the truth had surfaced, revealing that the one responsible for Yuki's death was, in fact, a Fishman, Sharkmar found himself engulfed in deep self-doubt amidst his fury. The potent drug had completely stripped Hody Jones of his sanity as he reveled in his newfound power, laughing maniacally. Yes, it was I who killed that foolish woman. You pitiful creatures have been deceived by me for so many years. Your ignorance is utterly laughable. Initially, some harbored doubts regarding Hody Jones's involvement in Yuki's murder, but with his own admission, all skepticism vanished. This news spread rapidly from 10 to 100, swiftly reaching every nook and cranny of Fishman Island. Chapter 52, The Majesty of the Emperor. Could it truly be him? Jinbei gazed at Hody Jones in disbelief, unable to fathom that this once promising soldier was indeed the true culprit behind Yuki's death. Simultaneously, Jinbei's perception of Raylo grew increasingly complex. Having already felt gratitude towards Raylo for his actions during the Marineford War, he now recognized that Raylo had unmasked the hidden villain Hody Jones, a monumental favor to all of Fishman Island. Thus, Jinbei found himself at a loss for how to express his gratitude to Raylo. Considering that both sides were still in conflict, Jinbei resolved to join the fray and assist Neptune and Raylo in securing victory. However, before he could set foot on the battlefield, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. The reason Rayleigh has not yet concluded the battle is to compel Hody Jones to reveal the truth from years past before the onlookers. At this moment, his strategy has borne fruit, and there is no longer a need for prolongation. It is time to bring this to a close, Rayleigh silently muses, as he emanates his conqueror's haki outward. In an instant, Rayleigh's formidable conqueror's haki envelopes the entire plaza. 2 years later, during Luffy's confrontation with Hody Jones, He had once annihilated 50,000 foes in a heartbeat using his own haki. At present, Rayleigh's haki surpasses even Luffy's, an overwhelming force that ordinary individuals cannot withstand. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of bodies crashing to the ground reverberate through the plaza, akin to the detonations of firecrackers. In a fleeting moment, 3 or 5 of Hody Jones's thugs are rendered incapable of further combat, collapsing onto the earth. At this juncture, only Hody Jones remains, accompanied by a handful of his subordinates. The soldiers of Ryugu Castle and the surrounding spectators gaze in disbelief at this scene. Most among them are unfamiliar with the concept of Conqueror's haki, and thus, to them, Rayleigh appears as a deity descended from the heavens, unparalleled in might. Oh! A chorus of cheers erupts across the plaza. Regardless of the underlying sentiments, it is undeniable that Rayleigh has earned their respect and acknowledgement. Father, what do you think? Sharkstar inquires of Neptune. Look closely, Sharkstar. This is a man of royal caliber. In the near future, the world will undoubtedly undergo monumental changes because of him. As the ruler of Fishman Island, Neptune possesses a broader perspective and greater insight than most, having encountered numerous rulers endowed with Conqueror's haki. Yet, only those legendary figures from the previous era can be compared to Rayleigh. It seems this sea is on the brink of turmoil. Neptune cannot help but exclaim. What have you done? Hody Jones stares incredulously at Rayleigh. He cannot fathom how one individual could dispatch 30,000 enemies in an instant. A frog in a well cannot discuss the ocean, nor can a summer insect speak of ice. You would not comprehend even if I told you. Indeed, upon hearing Rayleigh's words, Hody Jones feels even more bewildered. Boss, we are here to assist you. A few of Hody Jones's loyal subordinates, aware of Rayleigh's formidable prowess, rush to his aid. Alas, these individuals are far too weak, even inferior to Hody Jones himself. They converge upon Rayleigh from all directions, encircling him without a sliver of room to maneuver. For an ordinary person, even withstanding the assaults of several opponents would result in severe injury. However, they are not facing an ordinary individual, but rather Rayleigh. Boom. A violent explosion erupts from Rayleigh's center, sending a vast cloud of smoke billowing forth. Hey, what on earth is happening over there? I don't know. I can't see anything. Surely, even he must be in dire straits against such overwhelming numbers. The onlooking civilians become engulfed in discussions about Rayleigh. A gentle breeze sweeps through, dispersing the smoke. There stands Rayleigh, unscathed, while Hody Jones's subordinates lie sprawled around him, bloodied and barely clinging to life. What? Hody Jones's eyes widen in disbelief, completely unprepared for such an outcome. His subordinates had secretly ingested potent drugs before launching their assault. Yet they were vanquished by Rayleigh in the blink of an eye, unable to inflict even a scratch on him. Who on earth are you? Hody Jones bellows in fury. Rayleigh smiled, while they all referred to him as the demon. As he gazed upon the grinning Rayleigh, Hody Jones felt an unsettling chill, and despite the thrill of the lethal drug coursing through him, he experienced an unprecedented fear. Hody Jones pulled out handfuls of the deadly substance from his pocket, recklessly stuffing them into his mouth. With each dose swallowed, a significant transformation overtook his physique. His muscles became more defined, nearly rivaling Rayleigh's. However, the side effects of the drug soon became apparent. Hody's once dark hair had turned a stark white, and fine lines appeared upon his face. It was evident that his vitality was rapidly depleting under the drug's influence. Yet in comparison to the power he gained, Hody deemed this sacrifice negligible. Despite the immense boost in his strength, Rayleigh remained unfazed, for Hody's original power had been far too feeble. Even a multiplied enhancement was insufficient to catch Rayleigh's attention. Nevertheless, Rayleigh found himself contemplating a curious notion. The drug extracted power at the cost of one's life, while he, as a wielder of the immortal fruit, possessed boundless vitality. What might transpire should he consume the deadly drug? This thought ignited a sense of exhilaration within Rayleigh, who could hardly contain his anticipation to acquire the substance from Hody Jones. At that moment, Hody Jones had acclimated to the strength granted by the lethal drug. Ha! I am invincible, prepare to die, he bellowed, opening his gaping maw and charging towards Rayleigh, aiming to bite into his neck. Just as Hody's sharp fangs were about to make contact, Rayleigh sprang into action, delivering a powerful punch to Hody's jaw. Hody's mouth snapped shut under the force of Rayleigh's might, shattering his fangs, and his body was propelled upwards by Rayleigh's overwhelming strength. Rayleigh had promised Shirahoshi to bring Hody Jones before her, so he deliberately restrained his strength with the previous punch. Otherwise, Hody's head would have been crushed like a balloon. Hody's body soared upward, and due to the stimulation from the dangerous drug, he did not lose consciousness immediately. However, he soon could not hold on any longer. Before his awareness completely faded, he made a gesture towards a certain direction. Chapter 53. Noah. Although Hody's movement was exceedingly subtle, it did not escape Raylu's keen observation. Suddenly, an ominous premonition welled up within him. He raised his gaze and was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was as he feared. Despite having anticipated this, the reality of the situation still left him somewhat stunned. Above Fishman Island, an immense ship was slowly descending. This vessel was none other than the long-dormant Noah, the ark that had been resting beneath Fishman Island. 800 years ago, the human Joy Boy had made a pact with the mermaid princess of that time to relocate the inhabitants of Fishman Island to the surface. And thus Noah was conceived as the means to fulfill that promise. To accommodate all the residents of Fishman Island, Noah was constructed to be colossal, measuring nearly half the size of the island itself. If Noah were to crash down upon Fishman Island, it would undoubtedly lead to its utter destruction. Hey, look over there. What is happening? Isn't that Noah? How did it end up there? The civilians spotted Noah and instantly fell into a state of panic. Neptune and the others understood all too well that this was the work of Vanderdecken. Utilizing his devil fruit powers, he had maneuvered Noah away from Fishman Street to hover above Fishman Island, arranging with Hody Jones that should anything go awry, Noah would descend to annihilate the island. Though Vanderdecken was also a fishman, he felt no sense of belonging to his identity. The destruction of Fishman Island held little significance for him. Moreover, his obsessive pursuit of Shirahoshi had driven him to madness. Unable to possess her, he sought to obliterate her very existence from the world. Quick, flee to the harbor. Sharkstar, as a member of the royal family, chose to remain behind to assist in evacuating the civilians rather than escaping first. Yet he knew that all efforts were in vain. If Noah were to collide with Fishman Island, there would be no escape from death, regardless of where one fled. Nevertheless, for Sharkstar, this was all he could do at this moment. In contrast, Jinbei stood frozen, gazing at the descending Noah. Although he was a former warlord of the sea with formidable strength, he felt utterly powerless against such a colossal entity. Jinbei turned his gaze towards Raylu, beginning to place his hopes in this man. Bartalomeo gazed intently at the slowly descending Noah, his astonishment far exceeding his fear. In truth, he felt no concern over Noah's fall. His barrier was nearly invincible against opponents without hockey. Even if Noah were to crash down upon Fishman Island, he could perfectly shield himself by utilizing his devil fruit abilities to manifest the barrier. Though Bartolomeo's barrier ability had not been fully developed and was limited in range, allowing protection for only himself and a few others, his character meant he would not concern himself with anyone outside his immediate companions. Bartalomeo cast a cold glance at Sharkmaru. Though reluctant to admit it, their journey together had forged an inexplicable bond between them. If you plead with me later, I might consider protecting you too, he remarked. Sharkmaru turned to glance at Bartalomeo, retorting, you should worry about yourself first. Both men huffed in annoyance, turning away to say no more. However, after a brief moment, they simultaneously shifted their focus back to Raylu. If anyone could alter the impending doom facing Fishman Island, it was undoubtedly Raylu. At this moment, Rayleigh was also gazing up at the descending Noah. Although he had once shattered the formidable gate of justice with a single punch during his escape from Impel Down, that gate now seemed trivial in comparison to Noah. Merely 2 years later, Luffy, utilizing his gear third, nearly obliterated Noah. Thus, Rayleigh, whose strength now far surpassed that of Luffy at that time, felt confident in his ability to destroy Noah as well. However, Noah was the ship of promise, bearing the hopes of Fishman Island. Should Rayleigh resort to such a violent means, Noah would undoubtedly be reduced to mere fragments, leaving nothing behind. Therefore, he was disinclined to take such a drastic approach. In the original narrative, it was ultimately due to the call of Princess Shirahoshi that the colossal sea kings arrived just in time to halt Noah's descent. Concerned for Shirahoshi's safety amidst the chaos, King Neptune had instructed her to remain within the hardshell tower, leaving her unaware of the peril facing Fishman Island and rendering her incapable of summoning the immense sea kings. As matters stood, everything now rested upon Rayleigh's shoulders. Little did he expect that he would have to invoke this connection so soon. Riley continuously unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, a formidable aura that had previously incapacitated 30,000 ruffians. In contrast to that earlier display of overwhelming power, this time his Haki was more subdued and elongated, barely perceptible to ordinary individuals. yet still palpable to other beings. Due to its diminished intensity, the range of this conqueror's haki expanded significantly, swiftly enveloping the entirety of Fishman Island and continuing to extend outward. Why does Mr. Riley remain standing there, motionless? Could it be that he is at a loss? Sharkstar cast a puzzled glance at Riley while evacuating the crowd. King Neptune regarded Riley thoughtfully, remaining silent. Suddenly, Jinbei, who had been quietly observing, spoke up. I have faith in that man. He will surely devise a solution. Neptune nodded in agreement, realizing that, at this juncture, their only hope rested solely on Riley. Otherwise, Fishman Island would face inevitable destruction. Leilu's formidable aura continues to expand, permeating the depths of the ocean. This is his method of attracting the attention of those colossal sea kings. Since his arrival in this world, he has encountered these titanic creatures on 2 occasions, but both times they sought him out rather than the other way around. Unlike Shirahoshi, who possesses the ability to summon the colossal sea kings directly, Leilu is compelled to resort to this arduous approach. As time progresses, it becomes increasingly evident that Noah is on the verge of obliterating the dragon palace above Fishman Island. Yet those enormous sea kings remain conspicuously absent. Relo sighed, ceasing to unleash his conqueror's haki, and instead began to gather strength within, preparing to obliterate Noah. At that moment, the Fishman Island was suddenly shrouded in darkness. The crowd looked up to behold several colossal sea kings, nearly titanic in size, surrounding the island. They clutched the iron chains of Noah, preventing its descent. What on earth is happening? How did those gigantic sea kings arrive at Fishman Island? It appeared they had intervened to halt Noah's fall. The panicked civilians abruptly halted, gazing in disbelief at the scene before them. Finally caught up, Relo chuckled. Chapter 54. The promise of the sea kings. These enormous sea kings gazed downward, their eyes fixated on Relo. We did not anticipate that you would signal us regarding this matter. However, if Fishman Island were to be destroyed, it would pose a significant challenge for us as well, so we owe you our gratitude. The voices of the colossal sea kings were audible only to Relo, while Shirahoshi remained within the hardshell tower, unable to receive their message. Relo chuckled softly, initially believing that seeking assistance from the colossal sea kings would incur a debt of gratitude. He overlooked the fact that these sea kings were inherently loyal to the legendary mermaid princess, possessing profound ties to Fishman Island. Upon receiving news from Relo, they had rescued Fishman Island, and rather than making Relo feel indebted, they were merely grateful. In the near future, I require your aid for a significant endeavor. Relo had previously expressed similar sentiments to these gargantuan sea kings upon returning to the Grand Line with his companions. Yet he had not received a definitive response at that time. By revisiting the subject now, Relo aimed to seize the moment and elicit a natural agreement from them. After a moment of hesitation, the colossal sea kings nodded slightly, affirming their willingness to meet his request, provided it did not contravene the will of the mermaid princess. In their eyes, Relo was merely an ordinary acquaintance, while Shirahoshi stood as their supreme authority, her commands being absolute. Naturally, this was understood. Relo smiled, his spirits lifted. With their promise, even if Shirahoshi were not involved in the execution of his plans, the Sea Kings would likely still assist him. However, Relo's cautious nature appreciated the additional assurance that Shirahoshi's involvement would provide. Look, is he conversing with those Sea Kings? Impossible. Only our legendary mermaid princess possesses the ability to communicate with the Sea Kings. No matter how formidable he may be, he remains but a mere human. With the aid of the colossal Sea Kings, Noah came to a halt, and as the crisis eased, some onlookers began to discuss Relo's actions. Although Relo had left a profound impression on them, even shocking some, they remained incredulous that a human could possess the ability to communicate with the Sea Kings. Coincidentally, their conversation caught Bartolomeo's attention. Hey, are you discussing our captain? Bartalomeo turned to face them. His appearance was far from charming, and coupled with his somewhat peculiar grin, the surrounding fishmen instinctively stepped back. To be honest, our captain can indeed communicate with those Sea Kings. Quite remarkable, I assent it? Yes, indeed, very remarkable. Perceived as a villain by the common folk, Bartolomeo's demeanor discouraged them from offending him, and they could only acquiesce to his statements. Although Bartolomeo's character was eccentric, he was not foolish. He quickly discerned the true sentiments of the fishmen. Are you questioning me, you scoundrels? Bartolomeo rolled up his sleeves and glared at them fiercely. No, no. The fishmen hastily waved their hands in denial. He speaks the truth. That man can indeed communicate with the Sea Kings. Suddenly, Shark, who had been observing from the sidelines, interjected, even surprising himself with his defense of Bartolomeo. The Fishman paused momentarily. Although Shark appeared to be an ally of the man, he was at least a Fishman like themselves, making his words more persuasive. Could it be that the man truly had the ability to communicate with the Sea Kings? They dared not ponder further. Nearby, King Neptune and Jinbe also overheard their conversation, exchanging glances that revealed an exchange of extraordinary insights. They turned their focus to Raylo, pondering whether this extraordinary man would bring happiness or destruction to Fishman Island in the distant future. The colossal Sea Kings moved Noah away from Fishman Island, while Neptune's forces began to clear the battlefield. Hody Jones's subordinates were gravely injured, on the brink of death, and the 30,000 ruffians who had been incapacitated by Raylo's conqueror's haki remained unconscious. A conflict that could have fundamentally altered Fishman Island was quelled by Raylo's singular strength. From this day forth, Raylo's name and image would be indelibly etched in the hearts of every inhabitant of Fishman Island. Rayluo turned his head to glance at Hody Jones, who had long since fallen from the sky. In his quest to confront Rayluo, Hody Jones had consumed a copious amount of deadly drugs during the battle, gaining strength at the cost of significant vitality. At this moment, the effects of the drugs had worn off, and his once robust physique rapidly withered, causing him to lose his potency in an instant. Although he was in the prime of his life, he now resembled a frail old man, flickering like a dying candle. Despite Hody Jones's breath being exceedingly faint, Rayluo, through his observation haki, sensed that his breath remained relatively steady, indicating that death was not imminent. He quietly sighed in relief. He had promised Shirahoshi to bring Hody Jones before her, and if he were to kill him with a single punch, it would be a breach of that promise. Renault crouched beside Hody Jones and retrieved the few remaining deadly pills from his grasp. This potent substance had been pilfered from Dragon Palace City during Hody Jones's tenure as a soldier there, and subsequently, through meticulous analysis of its components, it was mass-produced. Raylo scrutinized the pill in his hand. While ordinary individuals could exchange their vitality for strength through this substance, what about someone like him, whose life force seemed nearly boundless? Raylo chuckled softly, unhesitatingly swallowing the pill in his hand. The pill traversed his throat and entered his body, swiftly absorbed by his system. Raylo awaited the transformation with quiet anticipation. However, after a considerable amount of time, his body remained unchanged. Raylo felt somewhat at a loss. It appeared that the medication had no effect on him, leaving him to ponder whether it was due to the influence of the devil fruit or the fact that his physical prowess had surpassed the limits the drug could enhance. Raylo did not ponder deeply, as the lethal potion was merely an unexpected acquisition. He had never intended to harness such a substance for power. Nevertheless, he tucked the remaining pills into his pocket, contemplating that perhaps one day they might prove useful. I am immensely grateful to you, Mr. Raylo. Were it not for your intervention, I would still be oblivious to the truth of those bygone days and unable to thwart the ambitions of Hody Jones. Neptune remarked as he approached Raylo's side. Raylo contemplated for a moment, lifting his gaze beyond the bubble encasing Fishman Island, delving deep into the abyss. Oh, the affair is far from concluded. Chapter 55. The conclusion. Although the mastermind behind the events, Hody Jones, has met his demise, his accomplice, Vanderdecken, remains at large. Even though he did not directly engage in battle, he lurked in the shadows, launching devastating assaults on Fishman Island. This island now belongs to Raylo, and for that alone, Vanderdecken's fate is sealed. Moreover, he has tormented Princess Shirahoshi for years, forcing her to remain hidden within the confines of the hardshell tower, deprived of sunlight for far too long. Additionally, during Raylo's prior visit to Fishman Island, Vanderdecken had audaciously piloted a submarine to attack the Thousand Sunny. With these three transgressions combined, it is evident that Raylo cannot let him escape. Captain, what are you observing? Bartalomeo inquired, as he maneuvered past the soldiers clearing the battlefield to join Raylo's side. Riley extended his hand upwards, and I observed that fellow. Bartalomeo followed the direction indicated by Riley. Yet he saw nothing apart from the colossal Sea Kings gradually receding into the distance. Captain, where is everyone? Bartalomeo waited for a response, but upon realizing there was none, he turned around only to discover that Riley had vanished without a trace. Looking around anxiously, Bartalomeo still could not find any sign of Riley. Look, how is that person soaring in the sky? An astonished cry from a merman echoed nearby. Bartalomeo turned in that direction and witnessed Riley, employing his moonwalk technique, ascending steadily, seemingly on the verge of breaking through the bubble enveloping Fishman Island. The direction in which Raylo is currently situated forms an angle with the location Bartalomeo previously observed. which is why Bartalomeo did not initially pay attention to Raylo. Why is the captain climbing so high? Bartalomeo wondered to himself. Riley moved with astonishing speed, swiftly arriving before the bubble-encased wall. Was he contemplating suicide? A group of fishmen began to murmur among themselves. To their astonishment, Riley effortlessly penetrated the sturdy bubble. And just when everyone presumed he would meet his demise at the ocean's depths, they were taken aback to find him enveloped in a layer of bubbles. These were the bubbles he had created using bubble corals. Though small, they were sufficient for him to navigate freely underwater. What could he be planning? Sharkmar gazed at Riley, his mind filled with uncertainty. To him, the battle seemed to have reached its conclusion, and Riley's unconventional escape from Fishman Island left him utterly perplexed. Sharkmar's expression toward Riley grew complex. Initially, he regarded Riley as an enemy, but after their agreement, he found himself reluctantly sharing a vessel with him. Now that Riley had fulfilled his promise, revealing the truth behind Yuki's tragic fate, Sharkmar felt there was no reason to remain alongside him. Yet, the thought of parting evoked an inexplicable sense of reluctance within him. Although he had never interacted with Riley as a comrade, the time spent together had forged an indescribable bond among the group. Sharkmar stared blankly at the receding figure of Riley, uncertain of how to proceed. Sanji had developed two skills, Moonwalk and Seawalk, in the realm of the Kamabaka Kingdom. Although Riley had not mastered Seawalk, he was well versed in the application of Moonwalk. Coupled with his remarkable talent and combat experience, he quickly adapted to a skill akin to Sanji's Seawalk while immersed in the deep sea. Raylo moved swiftly through the depths of the sea, his speed rivaling that of the Fishman. To the inhabitants of Fishman Island, he appeared as a mere speck, vanishing from their sight in an instant. Who could this individual be, possessing such formidable power? Was he not the man destined to inherit the throne of King Neptune? The commoners lingering in the square suddenly recalled their original purpose for being there. Ahem. Neptune coughed, holding a transponder snail, his voice resonating throughout Fishman Island. The man you see before you is Raylo. It was he who thwarted Hody Jones and summoned the Sea Kings to prevent Noah from destroying our island. Ever since Whitebeard's demise, we have faced a constant onslaught from pirates, but fear not. This island is now under the protection of the demon known as Raylo. Upon finishing his proclamation, Neptune's soldiers promptly raised the flag of the demon pirates that had been prepared in advance. The pirate flag soared high above the square, leaving the crowd astounded. There was no eruption of cheers resembling a tidal wave, nor were there any furious curses. Most merely glanced and then averted their eyes. For those living at the lower echelons of Fishman Island, it mattered little whether they were shielded by Whitebeard or Raylo in their eyes. Both figures demanded no tribute from them. Hey, ha ha ha. At that moment, Bartolomeo's voice boomed across the square. He snatched the transponder snail from Neptune's grasp and declared loudly, "Listen up, you bunch of scoundrels. This island is under the protection of our captain now, so if you value your lives, hand over your treasures." His words incited chaos anew. Neptune glanced at Bartalomeo and then at Jinbei, seemingly seeking assistance. Yet Jinbei turned away, as if he hadn't noticed Neptune's gaze. The reason for Jinbei's behavior was simple. Despite his superior strength, Bartalomeo was a crew member of Raylo, who had bestowed great favor upon Fishman Island. Given that the island now relied entirely on Raylo's protection, Jinbei was reluctant to sever ties with Bartalomeo. Neptune turned back to Bartalomeo, unsure of how to proceed, when suddenly an explosive sound rang out. Boom. Raylo, who had been outside Fishman Island, descended from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater, sending debris and dust into the air. Cough, cough, cough. As the dust settled, the commoners beheld a bloodied Raylo standing in the square, resembling a demon from the underworld. It was evident that the blood staining him was not his own, but that of Vanderdecken, whom he held aloft like a rabbit. Vanderdecken's face was contorted beyond recognition, and a gaping wound pierced through his chest, no longer bleeding, his fate uncertain. Had Raylo not intended to present Vanderdecken to Shirahoshi for an explanation, he would have been reduced to nothing more than a pile of debris by Raylo's fist. With a sigh of relief, Raylo remarked, "Bartalomeo, I believe I just heard you say something?" He turned to his crew member. Chapter 56, a demand for recompense upon witnessing Raylo's sudden arrival. Bartalomeo sheepishly scratched his head. Knowing his captain's character well, he had little tolerance for nefarious deeds. Raylo cast aside the Vanderdecken in his hand and approached Bartalomeo. Bartalomeo recoiled slightly, his heart filled with trepidation. Even if Raylo refrained from striking him, a scathing reprimand was inevitable. To his astonishment, Raylo seized the telephone bug from Bartolomeo's grasp and proclaimed loudly, I am the fearsome Raylo. You all heard what my crew just declared. From this day forth, this island belongs to me. Should you wish to continue residing on this island, you must render me the appropriate remuneration." Bartolomeo's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly taken aback by Raylo's declaration. Meanwhile, the square remained in a state of turmoil due to Bartolomeo's earlier remarks, causing Raylo's words to garner little attention. Neptune exchanged glances with Jinbe, both feeling that the outcome was within the realm of acceptance. After all, not everyone is as generous as Whitebeard, who demanded no compensation. Having received protection, one must naturally offer some form of benefit in return. It remained uncertain, however, what specific Raylo sought, especially if it was as Bartalomeo suggested. An exorbitant demand for everything. Riley surveyed the panicking civilians in the square, feeling no sense of wrongdoing in his decision. Although he was not a villain, he was certainly not a selfless do-gooder devoid of ulterior motives. Even after assisting Fishman Island, Luffy and his companions had readily accepted the treasures of the island, albeit ultimately compensating Big Mom. Similarly, after aiding the villagers of Kokyasi in their struggle against the Fishmen, Riley sought some recompense, albeit modest. In essence, Riley was not one to take anything without expectation of return. If Fishman Island accepted his protection, then they were obliged to provide him with commensurate benefits. However, given Riley's current circumstances, gold and silver held little value for him. He required Fishman Island to fulfill other needs. Silence, Riley bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder, amplified further by the transponder snail, reverberating across Fishman Island. The previously raucous square fell silent in an instant. Each individual shall remit 10,000 berries to me monthly, otherwise, you are to vacate Fishman Island. The island, once again quiet, erupted into whispers among a cluster of fishmen. In truth, 10,000 berries was not an exorbitant sum. During Arlong's tyranny over Kokyasi Village, each villager was extorted for 100,000 berries each month, or face death. Thus, Riley's policy was remarkably humane. Failure to pay simply resulted in expulsion from the island. Moreover, in comparison to Kokyasi Village, which primarily survived on the trade of oranges, Fishman Island was considerably more affluent. Nevertheless, Riley could not guarantee that the impoverished inhabitants of Fishman Street would have sufficient funds each month. Therefore, he thoughtfully devised a contingency plan. I shall establish an auxiliary army on Fishman Island. Should you be unwilling to remit 10,000 berries monthly, you may choose to enlist in the army, regardless of gender. Raylo's words instantly ignited a fervent discussion in the square. The commoners, who had been cursing him inwardly for demanding their wealth, began to experience a shift in their sentiments, finding themselves unexpectedly appreciating Raylo as an individual. Raylo saved Fishman Island and ensured their safety, yet they did not express gratitude. When Raylo requested financial compensation, they voiced their grievances. However, as he presented them with an alternative path, a flicker of appreciation for Raylo began to emerge. The thoughts that occupied their minds were of little concern to Raylo. His proposal to establish an army and openly recruit members served not only to offer solutions for those unable to pay, but also encompassed other intentions. Each of the four emperors possesses a stronghold to cultivate their influence, and Fishman Island, strategically located in the heart of the Grand Line and beneath the holy land of Marineford, presented an unmistakable geographical advantage, making it an ideal choice for Raylo to expand his own power. Furthermore, as Raylo needed to embark on journeys with his companions and could not remain on Fishman Island indefinitely, it was essential to cultivate individuals capable of combat. Additionally, the army Raylo envisioned would serve another significant purpose: to levy a monthly fee of 10,000 berries from those not enlisted. After all, it was impractical for Raylo to visit Fishman Island each month to collect the berries personally. Entrusting this task to Neptune's forces was equally concerning. Thus, he decided to categorize the inhabitants of Fishman Island into two groups, one to provide financial support and the other to contribute labor, employing magic to counter magic. Although the preliminary plan was established, the subsequent execution would undoubtedly prove challenging, with numerous details yet to be meticulously arranged. However, that was a matter for another time. Raylo turned to Neptune and inquired, "Do you have any objections to my proposal?" "No, not at all." Neptune hastily waved his hand. Initially, he had intended to offer all the treasures of the Dragon Palace's treasury, but he was pleasantly surprised by Raylo's gentle approach in seeking recompense, which also provided everyone with distinct options. "That is reassuring," Raylo replied with a smile, gesturing towards Vander Deacon, whom he had cast aside. "I leave him to you. He has kept your daughter imprisoned in the Shell Tower for many years, depriving her of sunlight. Surely, you harbor a deep resentment towards him. However, given his current condition, he will not endure much longer. Neptune gazed at Vanderdecken, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, yet he remained silent. Raylo turned to Jinbei and said, "There is something I would like to entrust to you." Jinbei's expression grew serious as he inquired, "What is it?" Raylo stepped forward and whispered a few words in his ear, during which Jinbei's gaze shifted continuously, occasionally glancing in the direction of Shark Maru. "I promise you, not solely for the sake of Fishman Island, but also because you saved Ace." Raylo nodded, expressing his relief. After spending several days on Fishman Island, Raylo had finalized the establishment of his army and the collection of protection fees. During this time, he also met with Shirahoshi, who had moved away from the Hardshell Tower. Once everything was settled, Raylo, accompanied by Bartalomeo, prepared to depart. A group of individuals gathered at the port to bid farewell to Raylo and his companions, including Neptune and his 4 children from Ryugu Kingdom, Jinbei, some genuinely grateful individuals, and a somewhat reluctant Shark Maru. An agreement had been reached between Shark Maru and Raylo, and there was no longer any reason for him to remain on Raylo's ship. Chapter 57. Each journey having boarded the ghost ship, Raylo turned to glance at Shark Maru below, immediately sensing his emotional turmoil. Captain Bartalomeo observed Shark Maru and then Raylo. Despite their frequent banter and even a skirmish, Bartalomeo was, after all, a man of genuine character. The thought of parting from Shark Maru, knowing that they would likely not meet again, stirred a sense of reluctance within him. "Do not wear that expression. It is not as if we shall never meet again," Raylo remarked, looking at Bartalomeo. "What are you saying, Captain?" Bartalomeo replied, momentarily taken aback. Their conversation, though quiet, reached Shark Maru's ears below, leaving him in a state of disbelief as he gazed at Raylo. "Our agreement has been fulfilled. Perhaps we shall never meet again in this lifetime." Although Raylo would undoubtedly pass through Fishman Island again if he ventured into the New World, Shark Maru would no longer be there. Shark Maru was not one to remain idle. He possessed a spirit for adventure, which had driven him to leave Fishman Island and pursue a life of piracy in the East Blue, following in Arlong's footsteps. After Raylo's departure, he would soon leave Fishman Island to embark on his own journey. Given Shark Maru's current capabilities, he was ill-prepared to navigate the treacherous Grand Line, so he was likely to head to one of the 4 seas to gradually enhance his strength. However, this path would significantly diminish the chances of reuniting with Raylo and his crew. With a somewhat forced smirk, Shark Maru declared, "Our agreement has been fulfilled. After your departure, I too shall set sail. We shall likely not meet again. Though I am reluctant to admit it, you have kept your word. You are a decent man." Raylo chuckled. "When shall our agreement be fulfilled? You have yet to honor your promise." "What promise?" Shark inquired, genuinely perplexed, as he had no recollection of having made any commitments to Raylo. "Back on the ship, did you not vow that if I revealed the truth of that year and identified the real culprit, you would acknowledge me as your companion?" Shark was taken aback. He only remembered agreeing to travel with Raylo until he fulfilled his promise, completely oblivious to any commitment to become his companion. Bartalomeo widened his eyes, looking at Raylo. He had been present during their conversation and had no memory of Shark agreeing to such a thing. After a moment of contemplation, Bartalomeo chose to remain silent, burying his thoughts deep within. Regardless of his words, he secretly wished for Shark to become his companion, as the absence of witty banter on the ship would undoubtedly diminish his enjoyment. Shark struggled to recall the details, and after a brief moment, he concluded that Raylo was deceiving him. Just as he was about to respond, Raylo stated, "I will take Bartalomeo and leave first. You shall remain on Fishman Island to train under Jinbei, and I will return to fetch you in a year and a half." At this, Shark's eyes ignited with fervor. This was not solely because Raylo regarded him as a companion, but also because he had secured Jinbei's mentorship for him. Jinbei, a former warlord of the sea, possessed extraordinary strength and mastery of Fishman karate, making him the unparalleled champion among fishmen. To receive instruction from Jinbei signified a tremendous leap in Shark's abilities. Unconsciously, Shark turned his gaze towards Jinbei, who noticed his look and nodded in acknowledgement. Shark's heart raced. Undoubtedly, Raylo spoke the truth. He had genuinely procured Jinbei's guidance for him. That day in the square, the conversation between Raylo and Jinbei had indeed pertained to mentoring Shark. Though Jinbei was baffled as to why someone as formidable as Raylo would take such an interest in an ordinary fishman, he nonetheless agreed. "All right, enough said. Focus on your training with Jinbei and do not disappoint me. With that, Raylo directed Bartalomeo to navigate the ship away from Fishman Island. Shark stood rooted in place, watching as Raylo and the others disappeared into the distance, his emotions tumultuous and unresolved. Before long, the ghost ship, piloted by Bartalomeo, surfaced from the depths, basking once again in the sunlight. "Ah, finally surfaced," Bartalomeo exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. The undercurrents below were treacherous, posing threats at any moment. And for someone not well versed in navigation like him, piloting the ghost ship away from Fishman Island had been quite a burden. Bartalomeo glanced over at Raylo, who was blissfully sprawled on the deck soaking up the sun, and rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Captain, where shall we head next?" Upon hearing Bartolomeo's question, Raylo ceased to recline, executing a nimble roll and rising to gaze contemplatively upon the shimmering surface of the sea. The companions he had summoned were largely situated with their respective training locales and mentors. Only Bartalomeo remained without arrangement. However, despite Raylo's earnest deliberation, he could not devise a suitable plan for Bartolomeo's instruction. If no viable solution presented itself, he would have no choice but to undertake the task of teaching Bartalomeo himself. Raylo could not help but let out a sigh. Were it not for his sense of desperation, he would prefer not to personally instruct Bartholomew. Firstly, he lacked the patience characteristic of a mentor, and secondly, he himself required training. Although Raylo's strength already ranked among the world's elite, he had spent 60 years in Impel Down, creating a significant disparity between his current abilities and those of his prime. Contemplating the formidable foes he would soon face, Raylo recognized the necessity of training alongside his companions. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. He smirked and said to Bartholomew, "Let us journey to Amazon Lily." Upon hearing the name Amazon Lily, Bartholomew's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. While he was not as lecherous as Sanji, he was, after all, a typical man. "Are you referring to the island ruled by the pirate empress of the Seven Warlords?" Raylo chuckled. "You foolish one. Is there any other daughter island in the world?" Bartalomeo immediately perked up. Having already encountered the stunning White Star, who rivaled even the Empress in beauty, he was eager to visit Daughter Island, where he hoped to behold the legendary world's most beautiful woman. "Be careful, you're drooling," Raylo remarked as Bartalomeo wiped his mouth, invigorated, and turned the ship's helm. Moments later, Bartalomeo turned to Raylo with a pitiful gaze. "Captain, do you know where Daughter Island is?" Navigating the Grand Line requires the use of specific compasses. Although Raylo and his crew previously lacked the necessary navigational tools, they successfully reached each destination with the assistance of Shark Maru. However, now that Shark Maru remained at Fishman Island, they found themselves devoid of a precise route to other islands. Cough. Perhaps we should return to Fishman Island to fetch Shark Maru? Chapter 58. Journey to Daughter Island. Certainly, Raylo could never consider returning to Fishman Island to seek assistance from Shark Maru. Primarily, he feared the inconvenience, and secondly, he found it difficult to swallow his pride. Having recently advised others to train diligently, it would be quite awkward for him to turn around and rush back for help. Such an embarrassing situation was not one Raylo would subject himself to, especially since it did not align with his image as a formidable warrior. However, fortune often smiles upon the resourceful. While Raylo lacked the eternal pointer of Amazon Lily and could not communicate with fish like Shark Maru, he was undeniably clever. He understood that Amazon Lily resided within the doldrums of the Grand Line, a region frequented by sea kings. Thus, upon reaching the doldrums, he would be able to ascertain the precise location of Amazon Lily through the sea kings. Despite the absence of landmarks and the lack of a compass, Raylo utilized the sun's trajectory to determine the cardinal directions, thereby identifying the location of the doldrums. A few days later, after enduring considerable hardship, Raylo and Bartalomeo finally arrived at the doldrums. Although their voyage had been devoid of peril, they faced multiple thunderstorms along the way, which, combined with the absence of sunlight, nearly led them astray on several occasions. Moreover, with no cook aboard, they were left to subsist on mere bread, and the lack of companionship for Bartalomeo made the journey particularly arduous. Though he contemplated lightening the mood with jokes aimed at Raylo, he was deterred by Raylu's demeanor each time. Meanwhile, Raylu, while equally bored, refrained from initiating any jesting with Bartalomeo, as it did not align with his role as captain. "Captain, we have now reached the doldrums. What shall we do next?" Patience is key. Riley rose to his feet, gradually unleashing the conqueror's haki he had previously demonstrated at Fishman Island. The calm belt was teeming with sea kings, their numbers far exceeding those surrounding Fishman Island, and thus, Riley's haki swiftly attracted the attention of a sea king. Compared to the colossal sea kings he had encountered at Fishman Island, this particular creature was relatively modest in size, and Riley had never laid eyes upon it before. However, tales of Riley had circulated among the sea kings, rendering him a familiar figure to this one. Drawing from prior experiences, Bartalomeo was no longer astonished upon seeing this sea king. He even attempted to greet it. Yet, the sea king merely cast a disdainful glance in his direction before turning away. "You scoundrel, do you look down on me?" Bartalomeo seethed with indignation. Disregarding the identity of the creature, rolling up his sleeves, ready to strike the sea king. Under ordinary circumstances, Riley would not intervene if Bartalomeo wished to confront anyone. However, given that this sea king was crucial in guiding them, he could not allow Bartalomeo to engage in reckless behavior. Raylo turned and shot a glare at Bartalomeo, a hint of conqueror's haki subtly emanating from him. Bartalomeo instantly lost his composure, offering an awkward smile as he obediently retreated. "Do you know where Daughter Island is?" Raylo inquired. The sea king nodded in response. These sea kings possessed an intelligence that rivaled that of ordinary humans. Thus, knowing the location of Daughter Island was hardly a remarkable feat for one who resided within the calm belt. After revealing the precise location of Daughter Island to Raylo, the sea king turned and submerged into the depths, disappearing from sight. "Set sail," Raylo shouted. "Aye," Bartalomeo responded enthusiastically. Soon, they would behold the legendary empress. He wondered who was more beautiful, she or Princess Shirahoshi. However, before Bartalomeo could contemplate further, he abruptly realized something alarming. "Captain, we are out of fuel." In the calm belt, ships could only move through their own power or external assistance. Raylo's ship, the Phantom, had been converted from a warship and was equipped with a power source. However, ever since Raylo commandeered the vessel from Impel Down, they had not replenished their fuel. After such an extended voyage, the ship's original fuel reserves had been entirely depleted. At that moment, Raylo and his crew found themselves stranded upon the vast ocean, unable to move. "Hey, don't leave. Come back," Raylo shouted, completely disregarding the image of a formidable warrior or the dignity of a captain. The vessel, the evil ghost, often sailed towards Daughter Island, while a sea creature at the bow pulled the ship forward. Raylo felt a sense of relief, for the Sea King had not strayed far. Otherwise, he would have been uncertain as to when he could reach Daughter Island. Although he possessed the ability to traverse the skies with moonwalk, he lacked the confidence that he could maintain this technique for the entirety of the journey, especially with Bartalomeo in tow. Moreover, leaving the ghost ship behind was not an option. Summoning another Sea King might result in encountering an exceedingly colossal creature, which would complicate matters rather than alleviate them. Thus, having this particular Sea King ferry them became the most prudent choice, effectively eliminating the possibility of Bartalomeo steering them astray. "We have arrived, just ahead," the Sea King announced. Though only Raylo could perceive its voice, Raylo gazed into the distance and discerned the presence of an island ahead. Upon the island stood a colossal mountain, one side of which revealed a barren rock face, prominently inscribed with the striking characters 9 serpents. "Captain, we are nearing our destination." Bartalomeo also took note of the island that lay before them. Raylo nodded and signaled the Sea Kings to halt at a considerable distance from Daughter Island. Although the island is inhabited solely by women, they are all formidable female warriors, and getting too close might provoke unnecessary trouble. Raylo instructed Bartalomeo to drop anchor and steady the ship. "Thank you. I will soon be departing from here, and I hope you can take us away then." The Sea King nodded and turned to leave. "Let us go," Raylo exclaimed, seizing Bartalomeo by the side and leaping high into the air, soaring like an arrow released from its bow. After executing several moon steps in midair, Raylo descended with Bartalomeo to the edge of the jungle on Amazon Lily. "Who goes there?" As soon as they landed, questions erupted from the surroundings. Following that, a rustling sound was heard, and several figures sprang forth from the thicket. They were 4 armed women, strikingly beautiful with a healthy wheat complexion, dressed in daringly revealing attire, each adorned with a serpent wrapped around their bodies. These formidable female warriors were responsible for patrolling this area and had discovered the intruders, Raylo and Bartalomeo. Chapter 59. The unexpected Bartalomeo. Are they the residents of Amazon Lily? They differ from my expectations, Bartalomeo thought with a hint of regret. In his mind, he had envisioned the maidens of Amazon Lily to be as enchanting and gentle as the mermaids from Women Island. While these warriors were undoubtedly beautiful, they exuded no trace of the softness associated with the daughters of the island. They were unmistakably strong-willed women. Moreover, judging by the few warriors before him, their beauty paled in comparison to the mermaids he had encountered on Fishman Island. Nevertheless, despite his disappointment that they were not the gentle maidens he had hoped for. Bartalomeo felt no sense of loss. After all, the legendary empress had yet to make her appearance, and perhaps she could outshine them all. The female warriors widened their eyes in disbelief as they gazed at Raylo and Bartalomeo. A man. It's a man. On Amazon Lily, only women resided, and decades could pass without a man setting foot on the island. Many had lived their entire lives without ever encountering a man. Although Luffy and Rayleigh were currently training on an uninhabited island to the northwest, it was uncommon for the island's inhabitants to see them, making men a rare sight indeed. However, due to the uproar caused by Luffy's previous intrusion, many had already witnessed the existence of men, and while surprised, their reactions were not nearly as exaggerated as during Luffy's invasion. "What should we do, Sealy?" The gazes of the female warriors turned to one among them. A woman in her early 20s who, despite her unremarkable appearance, clearly commanded authority among the group. After a moment's contemplation, Sealy declared, "Take them to see Old Lady Nyo." The Old Lady Nyo they referred to as Giro Lairosa, the former empress of Amazon Lily. Currently, the ruling empress was Boa Hancock, who was preoccupied with Luffy and not present on the island, thus delegating many matters to Giro Lairosa. The other female warriors nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. "Captain, this seems ominous. They appear intent on taking us to see someone," Bartalomeo remarked. "Captain? Captain?" He focused intently on the female warriors, calling out several times before realizing that Raylo had vanished without a trace. The female warriors also noticed Raylo's sudden disappearance, a wave of fear washing over them. Sealy gulped, having just fixed her gaze on Raylo, only to find him gone in the blink of an eye, and her observation hockey had detected no sign of him. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. "Is he a ghost?" Sealy shook her head, dismissing the thought. There could be no ghosts in broad daylight. It was evident that he must be an extraordinary powerhouse, yet why would such a person choose to flee from the assault of mere mortals? Or did he have other intentions? Sealy found herself perplexed. Bartalomeo shared her confusion. He was well aware of Raylo's strength and understood that Raylo could not have faced any misfortune. It must have been a conscious choice to depart. What scheme is the captain concocting now? Bartalomeo mused inwardly. Just then, Raylo's voice echoed from a distance. "Bartalomeo, I have brought you here. This is your training ground. The inhabitants of this island are proficient in hockey, perfect for honing your devil fruit abilities. Furthermore, if you possess the capability, you may learn the application of hockey from them, provided they are willing to teach you. Additionally, I must inform you that Luffy is training on a nearby island. If you are able, you might seek him out. Now, the choice lies before you, to flee or to comply and accompany them willingly." As soon as Raylo's words fell silent, the surroundings were enveloped in stillness once again. Bartolomeo's emotions were a tumultuous mix of surprise, joy, and mild irritation. He was irritated that Raylo had unceremoniously abandoned him without consultation, undoubtedly putting him in a precarious situation. Yet, considering that the island was populated solely by women and that the idolized Luffy was nearby, Bartolomeo's feelings transformed into pure delight. Reflecting on Ajin, who could only remain in the company of Von Cray in the land of transgenders, his spirits soared. It seemed that the captain had truly shown him kindness. The words spoken by Raylo resonated in the ears of the female warriors. They were unaware of the relationship between Raylo and Luffy. Yet they noticed that Bartolomeo's expression turned noticeably abnormal upon the mention of Luffy. Instinctively, a thought emerged in their minds. This man posed a threat to Luffy. As Luffy was a man of great importance to the Empress, they felt it was their duty to ensure his safety. "Seize him quickly. We cannot allow him to approach Luffy," Sealy commanded. Upon hearing this, several female warriors immediately prepared for battle. The soft serpents that had coiled around them transformed into rigid forms resembling bows, and they swiftly drew arrows from their quivers to unleash upon Bartalomeo. Fortunately, Bartalomeo regained his composure just in time, utilizing his devil fruit ability to erect a barrier that deflected their assault, preventing him from being pierced by arrows. "Do you intend to stop me from meeting my senior, Luffy?" Bartalomeo exclaimed, his temper flaring. Without pondering their motives, he was consumed with the desire to retaliate against these women. However, the thought of seeing Luffy nearby expedited his desire to leave the confrontation, and he turned to depart. "Is he a devil fruit user?" Sealy mused, unfazed by the revelation. "Pursue him," she ordered. Yes. The female warriors, accustomed to combat in the jungle, moved with remarkable speed, quickly closing the distance to Bartalomeo. "Remarkable, they truly do not relent," Bartalomeo noted as he became aware of their pursuit, yet he remained unconcerned. With his fruit ability, evading them was not a challenge. The female warriors remained silent, drawing their bows once more to fire at Bartalomeo. The arrows, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, surged toward him. Bartalomeo merely glanced back, calmly deploying his barrier to intercept the projectiles. However, he failed to notice that these arrows were no ordinary missiles. They were laced with black hockey. Several arrows struck the barrier, but rather than falling to the ground, they penetrated through, causing cracks to appear in Bartolomeo's once impenetrable shield. It was evident that his current mastery of his fruit was insufficient to withstand the hockey-infused attacks from these warriors. Chapter 60. Old friends. Upon witnessing the cracks in his barrier, Bartolomeo's eyes widened in disbelief, his mohawk standing even taller. Previously, he had been invincible in Loguetown, walking with an air of confidence. Yet after encountering Raylo, his barrier had been shattered with ease, and even the Marine Lieutenant, Nia, had managed to inflict damage upon it. Now, even ordinary female warriors from Amazon Lily were causing his shield to fissure. Bartalomeo began to regret his decision to set sail. In truth, Bartolomeo's concerns were unfounded. While hockey is indeed a natural enemy to devil fruits, not everyone in the New World possesses the ability to wield it, even among the strong. It was merely that the warriors of Amazon Lily excelled in its use. Moreover, a fully developed barrier fruit ability could counter even hockey-laden attacks. Bartalomeo, however, had not yet reached that level of strength. With his thoughts consumed by Luffy, Bartalomeo felt a twinge of disappointment at the sight of his barrier cracking. Yet he did not dwell on it for long. Realizing that his barrier could no longer hold against their attacks, he chose to retreat rather than engage further. The female warriors, however, were determined not to let Bartalomeo escape, relentlessly pursuing him, marking the beginning of his rigorous training. After departing from Bartalomeo, Raylo utilized the moonwalk technique to traverse through the air. At this moment, he was situated at a considerable height above the ground and had concealed his presence, thus evading detection by the female warriors patrolling the island. Raylo made his way directly into the heart of Amazon Lily, as if traversing a desolate expanse. The palace of Amazon Lily diverges from the conventional notion of palatial architecture, being constructed upon a sheer cliff face. Boa Hancock, both the emperor of the nation and one of the 7 warlords of the sea, often finds herself absent from her own abode. Currently, Luffy is training on a nearby island, and Boa Hancock, preoccupied with thoughts of him, has little inclination to remain on the island. Consequently, the vast palace is left with only a handful of guards and the presence of Curly Dayton, who stays behind to assist the Empress in managing various affairs. Ryro burst into the palace from above, and before the guards even had a chance to notice his presence, he gradually unleashed his conqueror's haki. This strategic display was neither overly conspicuous nor insufficient to render the guards into a deep slumber. Thud, thud. Several guards collapsed onto the ground in a disarrayed manner. Having never even glimpsed Ryro's visage, Raylo traversed a passage, moving towards the heart of the palace. A guard at the corner, bolstered by remarkable willpower, managed to remain conscious and finally beheld Raylo's visage. To his astonishment, the guard had not succumbed to unconsciousness. Although Raylo's emitted conqueror's haki was not particularly potent, the proximity rendered it formidable, making the guard's resilience quite extraordinary. This suggested that the women on this island possessed considerable strength. Raylo slightly intensified the release of his conqueror's haki, causing the guard to feel as though his consciousness was on the verge of vanishing. The elderly guard, with her gaze directed towards the innermost depths of the passage, summoned her remaining strength to call out, seemingly attempting to alert the acting emperor. However, before her voice could reach its destination, she succumbed to unconsciousness and collapsed to the ground. Thus, within the palace, only Raylo and the acting empress of Amazon Lily, Gloriosa, remained. Raylo ventured into the passageway, and simultaneously, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. A smirk played on Raylo's lips. He was not taken aback by this revelation. Gloriosa, the former emperor of Daughter Island, had once resolutely set sail in her youth, making her a formidable figure in her own right. Though age had diminished her strength over the years, her fundamental instinct for self-preservation remained intact. Raylo boldly intruded into the palace, unleashing her conqueror's haki, rendering the guards unconscious. There was no doubt a disparity in strength. Moments later, the figure of Garori Osa appeared not far from Raylo. She was diminutive, barely reaching Raylo's chest, with a mane of white hair and a face etched with deep lines, resembling the parched bark of a withered tree. In contrast to the current empress of Amazon Lily, Boa Hancock, the two were worlds apart in appearance. However, Raylo was neither Sanji nor Bartalomeo. She paid little heed to the old woman's looks. Yet, upon seeing Raylo, The venerable Garori Osa appeared as if struck by lightning, her body rigid and motionless. After a considerable pause, Garori Osa regained her composure and slowly uttered, "How? How could you be here? Even now?" Her eyes were filled with astonishment. "Long time no see," Raylo smiled. Boom. It was as if Garori Osa's mind had exploded, leaving an overwhelming void. Initially, she suspected that someone might be impersonating Raylo, but at this moment, she was certain that the person before her was indeed the infamous Raylo, the demon that had once sent tremors through the world. Although Raylo had escaped from Impel Down, the upper echelons of the world government had deliberately concealed this news. Coupled with the fact that Raylo had only revealed herself briefly during the Marineford War, her notoriety had diminished, known only to a select few who closely followed the bounty announcements. Clearly, Garori Osa was not among them, which explained her ignorance until now regarding Raylo's escape from Impel Down. "How did you manage to escape?" she inquired. "It's a long story." Garori Osa and Raylo were old acquaintances. They had met when Garori Osa abandoned her entire nation to embark on a voyage, at a time when Raylo was just beginning to make waves on the world stage. As a fledgling, Garori Osa chose to travel alongside Raylo for a while. However, their relationship never ignited into a romantic spark, devoid of any tales of love. In truth, Garori Osa held both respect and trepidation for Raylo, for the latter had once been known as a demon, powerful yet utterly ruthless, devoid of compassion, mercilessly slaying even unrelated civilians in battle. This marked the reason for their eventual parting of ways. Raylo recounted in detail to Gloria how he managed to escape from Impel Down. Yet he discreetly concealed the fact that he was a traveler from another world. "I can't believe you were able to withstand the suppression of Haki," Gloria expressed her disbelief. "Indeed, I too was taken aback. Perhaps the prolonged suppression has led my body to develop a certain resistance," Raylo replied vaguely. Gloria swallowed hard and inquired, "So, what brings you to seek me this time?" Her tone was notably cautious, for she understood that should she provoke Raylo, even their past acquaintance would not shield her from his potential wrath, and the entirety of Amazon Lily could suffer dire consequences. Chapter 61. The Secrets of the Nine Serpents. Raylo chuckled softly, revealing that there was nothing of particular significance. "He merely recalled something you had mentioned to me previously, prompting his visit." Guroliosa was momentarily taken aback. After all, it had been 60 or 70 years since she had traveled with Raylo. Given the passage of such time, even if she retained some memories, it was implausible for her to distinctly recall every word exchanged. Thus, when Raylo brought it up, she found herself somewhat perplexed. However, Raylo's situation was different. The memories he possessed were inherited from the original owner, and the entire spectrum of the original's experiences unfolded before him like a cinematic reel. Consequently, events that transpired decades ago felt as immediate to him as if they had just occurred. "What are you referring to?" Guroliosa inquired. "During our leisurely conversations, you once mentioned a sword from a millennium ago that is said to be preserved on Daughter Island. I wish to borrow it for a time." "Borrow?" She mused with a wry smile in her heart. Although Raylo claimed it was a loan, he left himself no room for refusal. Otherwise, not only would his life be in peril, but the entire Daughter Island would also be endangered. Moreover, it was evident that Raylo had no intention of returning this loan. However, Guroliosa was somewhat astonished. Prompted by Raylo's reminder, she recalled having mentioned that knife to him in the past. Yet, she could hardly fathom that he would remember it so vividly and seek her out after so many years. According to legend, there was indeed a knife on Daughter Island, but it remained merely a rumor. Even I, who once held the title of emperor, had never laid eyes on it. Whether it exists or not can only be ascertained through exploration. I simply wish to inquire if you possess any relevant clues." With a deep sigh, Guroliosa resolved to divulge everything she knew to Raylo for the safety of Daughter Island. The inhabitants of Daughter Island are known as the Nine Serpent Tribe, each person intertwined with a serpent, and from a distance, one can see the characters 9 serpents etched upon the cliffs of the island. Additionally, a colossal statue, nearly the size of half the island itself, stands atop the great mountain in the center of the isle. This statue depicts a gigantic serpent with 9 heads. The entire island is inextricably linked to serpents. According to legend, a giant 9-headed serpent serves as the guardian deity of this island, influencing the all-female populace. Furthermore, it is said that this 9-headed serpent is tasked with safeguarding the national treasure of the Daughter Kingdom, the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball is a knife, one more malevolent than the infamous Ghost Cutter. It is rumored that this weapon surpasses even the supreme Great Blade, yet it absorbs the life force of its wielder, rendering it unusable by mere mortals. As to the existence of this sword, no one can provide a definitive answer. After listening to Gu Luali Osa's account of the Dragon Ball, Lalo furrowed his brow slightly. Some of this information had been shared with him by Gu Luali Osa decades prior, while other details were newly revealed. However, these snippets alone were insufficient for him to locate the knife. The possibility of a nine-headed serpent acting as the guardian deity of Daughter Island did not strike Lalo as particularly surprising. After all, in this world, anything is possible. Beings like the Elephant Master, who possess both immense longevity and unparalleled strength, exist, making the presence of a nine-headed serpent entirely plausible. If the nine-headed serpent, the guardian of Daughter Island, truly existed, then the Dragon Ball was likely nearby. Yet, even as Lalo employed his almost all-encompassing observation haki to survey the island, he could not detect the serpent's presence. This led him to conclude that either the serpent did not exist at all, or it was extraordinarily powerful, concealing its aura from his perception, to be able to hide itself before me. Raylo felt a surge of excitement. If that serpent truly existed, it would likely be the most formidable adversary he had encountered since his arrival in this realm. I understand. I shall seek out that blade myself. And if the need arises, I will reach out to you, Raylo declared before turning to depart. Buroliosa was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom Raylo's abrupt departure, which was entirely unlike his former self. She had even prepared for the possibility that Raylo would ransack the treasures within the palace, yet astonishingly, he left empty-handed. Buroliosa sighed softly, realizing that despite his unchanged exterior over the years, his inner self had undergone significant transformation. Even the once feared demon could have its fangs dulled. Raylo wandered through the jungle, replaying all the events surrounding the Dragon Balls in his mind. The Island of Daughters was inhabited solely by women, and the mystery of their reproduction remained unsolved. It was likely connected to the legendary Hydra. Thus, the existence of this mythical creature was probably a reality. Returning to this thought, Raylo frowned, realizing that to locate the Dragon Balls, he must first investigate the fabled Hydra. Just as he found himself at an impasse, he looked up at the sky and caught sight of the magnificent stone statue of the Hydra, coiled atop the colossal mountain at the heart of the island. Although the Hydra was a mere sculpture, each pair of eyes sparkled with life, and the intricate details of its scales were strikingly vivid. A somewhat absurd conjecture suddenly surfaced in Lalo's mind. Surely, it could not be true. Even Lalo himself found it hard to believe this notion. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, he became increasingly preoccupied with this idea, akin to a fishbone lodged in his throat. He felt a lingering discomfort that would not dissipate unless he sought to verify it. Alas, he resolved to investigate further. Originally meandering leisurely through the jungle, Lalo instantaneously traversed to the center of the island. His remarkable speed conjured a tempest, uprooting numerous trees and capturing the attention of several female warriors. However, as his velocity surpassed their wildest imaginations, they naively assumed it was merely a gust of wind that had swept through. Raylo stood beneath the colossal statue of the Hydra, gazing upward at its immense form. The statue loomed almost as large as half of Daughter Island, rendering Raylo minuscule in comparison, scarcely the size of a single tooth. However, for Raylo, who had encountered Noah and those gargantuan sea kings, the sheer size of this serpent did not evoke a sense of awe. Yet, he found himself pondering the enigma. If this serpent were merely a statue, what manner of being had conceived and crafted it? At that moment, an ominous premonition stirred within Raylo, as if he were being observed. Even Raylo, in that instant, felt a flicker of danger. Raylo abruptly lifted his gaze. At that moment, the 9 pairs of eyes belonging to the 9 serpents seemed to awaken, fixating intently on Raylo's direction. Chapter 62, Awakening. This unforeseen turn of events nearly startled even a formidable warrior like Raylo. Raylo fixed his gaze intently upon the statue of the Hydra at that very moment. The 9 pairs of eyes of the creature seemed to resume their eerie scrutiny, each fixated on a different direction. How uncanny! Raylo blinked, realizing that everything appeared to be as it should, as if nothing had transpired at all. The sights he had just witnessed seemed to be nothing more than an illusion of his own making, while others might misinterpret the reality around them. Raylo was acutely aware that he could not have been mistaken. Just moments before, the 9 pairs of eyes belonging to the Hydra had undoubtedly been fixed upon him. This statue had stood here for countless millennia, and if there were indeed something extraordinary about it, the inhabitants of the Daughter Nation would have long since discovered it. Surely, Gloria would not have concealed such knowledge from him. Could it be that there was something unique about him that triggered this anomaly? Given his ability to communicate with the sea creatures, it would not be entirely surprising if he could also provoke an unusual response from a statue, or perhaps This was not a statue at all. A sudden illumination flickered through Raylo's mind, gradually bringing clarity to certain matters. An overwhelming aura abruptly erupted from Raylo, unleashing his formidable conqueror's haki, which nearly enveloped the entirety of Amazon Lily. The island's female warriors succumbed to unconsciousness in droves. Bartalomeo, who had been evading the pursuit of these fierce women, suddenly noticed that the ones chasing him had fallen silent. Upon turning around, he was astonished to find them sprawled upon the ground, and almost immediately he sensed a familiar oppressive force. Was it the captain's doing? Bartalomeo did not delve into Raylo's intentions. With no one obstructing his path, he eagerly made his way to the shores of Amazon Lily. However, it was not long before the corners of his mouth, which had been lifted in delight, fell into a frown. Luffy was nearby on another island. But the Thousand Sunny was still several hundred meters away from Amazon Lily, and as a devil fruit user, Bartalomeo was utterly incapable of swimming across. "Hey!" Bartalomeo shouted, attempting to attract the attention of the Sea King, yet it seemed as though the creature was oblivious to his calls, completely ignoring him. The sudden manifestation of Rayleigh's conqueror's haki stems from a particular reason. If one were to discern any distinction between himself and the inhabitants of the island, it would solely pertain to gender and the disparity in strength. Although Luffy had previously visited Amazon Lily, he had not stood before this statue, and at that time, his capabilities were evidently insufficient. Therefore, Rayleigh intends to display his prowess before this statue to ascertain whether it might elicit a response. Should this statue indeed possess sentience, then Rayleigh's actions at this moment are undoubtedly a provocation. Very well, let me behold what you truly are. Raylo's lips curled into a faint smile, a flicker of anticipation igniting within him. However, after a considerable passage of time, nothing transpired. Even the Sea Kings surrounding Daughter Island, drawn by Raylo's formidable aura, remained captivated. Yet the statue stood there unresponsive. Raylo felt a twinge of disappointment, but just as he contemplated retracting his conqueror's haki, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The once motionless statue suddenly began to tremble, and fragments of stone and dust cascaded down in a shower. Raylo took a step back to avoid being struck by the falling debris. Moments later, the stones ceased their descent, revealing the true form of the statue. It was, astonishingly, a living Hydra. Its original appearance seemed merely to be encased in a layer of stone. Raylo was not particularly surprised. His observation haki had failed to detect its presence, either because it had perished or it had somehow lost its life signs. Indeed, if its exterior was petrified, it would effectively conceal its aura. However, Raylo was uncertain whether this Hydra had been sealed by another or if it had chosen self-imprisonment to serve as a guardian of the island, erasing its life characteristics. Yet, the truth mattered little to him. His objective had been achieved. The Hydra's 9 heads opened wide, revealing gaping maws as they flicked their tongues outward, exuding a terrifying presence. The resurrection of the Hydra created a considerable commotion, causing the entire island to tremble slightly with its movements. Those who remained conscious in the wake of Raylo's conqueror's haki now turned their attention towards the revived Hydra. Indeed, he had truly discovered it. Standing outside the palace, Gyuroliosa gazed blankly in the direction of the Hydra, rendered speechless. After all, it was the captain's doing. He was indeed worthy of the title. However, should she devise a way to reunite with the captain, or should she flee first? Bartalomeo stroked his chin, lost in contemplation, completely forgetting about Raylo's request for him to remain on the island for training. The women of Amazon Lily were formidable warriors, possessing great strength. Thus, although they were profoundly shaken by the Hydra's resurrection, they did not succumb to panic. They quickly regrouped, preparing defensive measures while dispatching individuals to consult Gyuroliosa for guidance on their next steps. With the Empress absent from the island, Gyuroliosa had become their leader. The captain of the National Guard warriors, Kikyo, approached Gyuroliosa, inquiring, "Elder Nyo, you've noticed the revived statue as well. What exactly is going on?" Gyuroliosa shook her head. "I am uncertain as well." Kikyo furrowed her brow and pressed, "What should we do next?" Gyuroliosa sighed, "Let us distance ourselves from the center of the island. The forthcoming battle is beyond our capability to intervene." As a former comrade of Raylo, Gyuroliosa was acutely aware of his terrifying prowess. With the nation's strongest empress absent, engaging in battle with only their numbers would amount to nothing but folly. Gyuroliosa could only hope that Raylo would swiftly acquire what he sought and depart from this island. Raylo scrutinized the Hydra before him, while its 9 heads simultaneously surveyed him with equal intensity. Though Raylo's stature seemed almost insignificant in comparison to the colossal creature, the Hydra instinctively sensed a looming threat. The formidable aura radiating from Raylo caused even the massive beast to tremble slightly. Can you comprehend my words? It hissed. Lalo felt somewhat helpless. Although he could communicate with the Sea King class, he found himself unable to converse with the nine-headed serpent. It seems my observation haki still has considerable room for improvement. This ability allows one to perceive the emotions and thoughts of living beings, and theoretically, if its intensity reaches a certain level, it should facilitate communication with various creatures. Chapter 63, The Nine-Headed Serpent in Legend. This nine-headed serpent serves as the guardian spirit of Daughter Island, tasked with protecting the Dragon Ball. However, as Lalo surveyed his surroundings, he found no evidence of swords or blades, nor any marks on the serpent itself. Lalo couldn't help but furrow his brows. In Japanese mythology, there exists a creature known as Yamada no Orochi, a fearsome beast with 8 heads and 8 tails, its body capable of filling 8 valleys and 8 hills. Hidden within its tails lies the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, one of Japan's 3 sacred treasures. However, the serpent before Lalo boasted 9 heads and a singular body. Distinctly different from the Yamada no Orochi, resembling more closely the nine-headed serpent Xiang Lu from Chinese mythology. Lalo mused to himself. Could Oda have blended the mythologies of both nations? Yet, a thought flickered in Lalo's mind, since the Kusanagi no Tsurugi is concealed within the tail of Yamada no Orochi. It is highly probable that the Dragon Ball is similarly hidden within the tail of this nine-headed serpent. Lalo shifted his body, realizing that the only option left was to extract the sword from within it. As if sensing Lalo's malevolent intent, the Hydra with 9 heads launched an attack against him first. With a thunderous crash, one of its heads struck the ground where Lalo stood, moving with an astonishing speed that belied the creature's massive size, creating a tremendous crater upon impact. As the serpent's head reared back, Lalo was notably absent from the depths of the pit. How impressive your speed is. I did not foresee such swiftness, but alas, I had anticipated this. Having previously stood on the ground, Lalo now found himself atop one of the Hydra's heads. The sudden turn of events caused a momentary stiffness across the 9 heads of the beast, yet it quickly regained its composure. The head beneath Lalo thrashed violently, attempting to dislodge him. However, Lalo seemed as if he were affixed to the creature, remaining steadfast despite its vigorous attempts to shake him off. Suddenly, Lalo leapt from atop the head, only to plummet downwards with great force, decisively stomping upon it. Boom! Lalo forcefully slammed his head against the ground, unleashing a tremendous wave of destruction that sent debris flying in all directions. Under the formidable influence of his advanced haki, the seemingly solid cranium of the Hydra was pierced through as if it were mere tofu, creating a gaping hole from which blood and brain matter flowed forth in a disturbing amalgamation. Lalo emerged from his mind, remarkably unscathed by any blood. The 9 heads of the Hydra were independent entities. Although one had been obliterated by Lalo, the remaining 8 exhibited no signs of distress. With a thunderous roar, the 8 heads opened their gaping maws, emitting a low growl that was far from serpentine. They writhed around him, encircling him from all directions. At that moment, a vision of the future suddenly unfolded in Lalo's mind. His brow furrowed deeply as he leapt upward with great force, almost simultaneously. One of the remaining heads unleashed a cloud of toxic mist towards his position. The density of the mist surpassed anything Lalo had previously encountered, far exceeding Magellan's venom and the MH5, compelling him to be on high alert. As the toxic mist gradually dispersed, becoming increasingly thin, the surrounding flora wilted instantaneously, losing all vitality. Hovering in midair, Lalo observed the scene below with a sigh of relief. Undoubtedly, the toxicity of the Hydra's mist far surpassed that of Magellan's venom and MH5, and it was not a product of devil fruit abilities. Even the mightiest of haki could not offer protection against it. Though he was immortal, being at the epicenter of that mist would undoubtedly drain his life force in an instant, while he would eventually recover. He would have been rendered a helpless prey before that could occur. Fortunately, my observation haki had foreseen the danger in advance. Otherwise, I would have likely found myself as mere carrion by now. At this moment, Lalo was employing the moonwalk technique to hover in midair. Shortly after the noxious fog dissipated, he plummeted rapidly from the sky, launching another assault towards the serpent's head that spewed the poisonous mist. A resounding bang echoed. Another head of the Hydra was severed. Despite losing 2 heads, the Hydra, unable to feel pain, seethed with fury. Come on, let me see what other tricks you possess. The tension between the man and the serpent was palpable. Suddenly, one of the serpent's heads opened its mouth wide and unleashed a bolt of lightning aimed directly at Lalo. In the face of this unexpected onslaught, Lalo did not evade. Instead, he enveloped himself in a layer of armament haki. The lightning struck him, causing a brilliant display of electric sparks to dance across his body before vanishing into thin air. Although protected by the armament hotkey, Lalo still felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, revealing the formidable power of the lightning. Goodness, quite a repertoire of techniques you have. Is it time for fire now? As soon as he uttered these words, a ferocious inferno surged towards him. Indeed, his prediction proved accurate. Though Lalo anticipated the Hydra's attack a mere instant before it occurred, he chose not to dodge, but to withstand the flames with his own flesh. Apart from the highly toxic fog, Lalo rarely opted to evade. He possessed unwavering confidence in his physical resilience, viewing the absorption of his enemy's attacks as a means of fortifying his body. As the flames subsided, it was evident that Lalo had emerged unscathed, save for a few singed hairs. Lalo gently touched his singed hair, poised to further examine a severed head, when he suddenly stumbled upon a peculiar phenomenon. The Hydra, originally possessing 9 heads, had lost 2 at Lalo's hands. Logically, it should now retain 7. Yet, before him, the Hydra exhibited 8 heads. Intriguingly, despite this anomaly, Lalo felt not a trace of discomfort, a testament to his unwavering confidence as a formidable being. It appeared that this creature resembled the legendary Shangliu, wherein one head's survival ensured the immortality of the 9-headed serpent. As long as a single head remained alive, this Hydra would endure for eternity. Lalo smiled faintly, realizing that this fellow bore a striking resemblance to himself. If merely severing the heads proved futile in vanquishing the creature, then there was but one course of action left: to obliterate all 9 heads of the Hydra in a remarkably brief span of time. Given the immense size of the Hydra, others might find such a task daunting, yet for Lalo, it posed no significant challenge. He possessed both the requisite speed and formidable destructive power. Lalo silently amassed strength, preparing to vanquish his adversaries in the briefest possible time. Suddenly, a tempest arose. The aura of Lalo surged, and the surrounding environment was profoundly affected, the air seemingly solidified. Yet, the remaining 8 heads of the Hydra appeared to sense the imminent threat of death, bowing low towards Lalo, nearly touching the ground, as if in submission to an unparalleled sovereign. Chapter 64. Dragon Ball. Lalo himself did not anticipate that Hydra would suddenly make such a move, leaving him momentarily stunned as the formidable aura he had been cultivating began to wane and gradually dissipate. Sensing the terrifying energy of Lalo diminishing, Hydra, once again gripped by fear, gradually steadied its trembling form, yet its head remained firmly pressed to the ground, refusing to lift. "You are rather clever," Lalo remarked, loosening his tightly clenched fists and offering a smile to Hydra. Although the unfolding events had taken him by surprise, they had not spiraled into a more dire situation, which he deemed acceptable. As the guardian of Daughter Island, Hydra was undoubtedly intertwined with the fate of the island itself. Should Lalo resort to slaying it in pursuit of the sword, it would indelibly impact the entire land. Originally, Lalo embodied the essence of unbridled self-interest, indifferent to the lives of others. However, within him now resided another soul. While not a paragon of virtue, the thought of the entire Daughter Island suffering due to his actions kindled a flicker of guilt within him. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, Lalo wished to avoid such a course of action. "It seems you also wish to survive. If that is the case, then relinquish the Dragon Pearl to me." Strangely, the Hydra, which had previously appeared utterly incapable of understanding human speech, now seemed to grasp Lalo's intent. One of its remaining 8 heads slowly lifted, writhing back and forth as if it were about to regurgitate something. Lalo gazed at the scene before him with a sense of revulsion, and simultaneously, a realization dawned upon him. Could it be that this fellow had been feigning ignorance all along? At that moment, the Hydra appeared to be utterly oblivious to Lalo's words, showing no sign of understanding. After a brief pause, a clear, resonant sound pierced the air, and a glimmering blade suddenly emerged, as though a spear had been launched from the Hydra's mouth, striking the ground with precision. At last, the Hydra expelled the object from its maw. It was a knife, a blade that shimmered with an icy radiance. Undoubtedly, this was the Dragon Pearl, the treasured national artifact of the Isle of Daughters, fiercely guarded by the Hydra. Lalo had anticipated that the Dragon Ball, expelled from the gaping maw of the Hydra, would undoubtedly be tainted by its bodily fluids, and he had steeled himself to endure the noxious stench. However, the Dragon Ball that landed upon the ground was remarkably pristine. Not a trace of the Hydra's essence or even a speck of dust marred its surface. Furthermore, upon the Dragon Ball's departure from within the Hydra, the surrounding environment underwent a profound transformation. The temperature in the vicinity seemed to plummet instantaneously, as if a veil of white frost had settled upon the ground and the remnants of trees encircling the area. Lalo furrowed his brow, sensing a sudden drop in temperature, causing the pores on his skin to constrict. Soon, his ears caught the faint rustling sounds, and the ground began to swell with numerous small mounds. Before long, a multitude of creatures that had been concealed beneath the earth emerged, scurrying away as if in dread of the dragon pill. Raylo's brows furrowed, indicating that this blade was far more perilous than he had initially anticipated. The Dragon Ball, confined within the serpentine body of the Hydra, had previously exerted little influence on the outside world. However, now that it had re-emerged, the malevolence of the Dragon Ball was once again manifesting. At this moment, it seemed as if the Dragon Ball was incessantly emanating an imperceptible chill, sending shivers down the spine. It appears that the legends hold some truth. Rather than guarding the blade, the Hydra was suppressing the sinister nature of the Dragon Ball with its own corporeal form. It is no wonder that it was reluctant to relinquish it to me. Should the Dragon Ball come into existence, all living beings on the island would surely be affected. Nevertheless, this creature ultimately feared for its own existence. Raylo cast a glance at the Hydra, who seemingly grasped his intent from the look in his eyes, turning its head away as if feeling a sense of embarrassment. You are quite the character, Raylo thought, somewhat exasperated, as he averted his gaze and silently approached the dragon blade. Although the dragon blade was merely a weapon, it appeared to possess a consciousness of its own. As Raylo drew nearer, the chilling aura it emanated intensified, causing even the Hydra, who had always kept it within its body, to retreat slightly in discomfort. Raylo sensed that Long One was currently resisting him. A fine sword is akin to a noble steed, possessing its own distinct character. Some blades, much like fiery stallions, though immensely powerful, are equally tempestuous and difficult to tame. What Raylo must now accomplish is to conquer the dragon orb, compelling it to acknowledge him as its master. Although the chilling aura emanating from the dragon orb intensifies, it poses little hindrance to Raylo's immensely powerful physique. Raylo stepped forward decisively, arriving directly before the Dragon Ball, and reached out to lift it from the ground. The moment his palm made contact with the Dragon Ball, he felt as though his hand was encased in ice, rendered immobile and rigid. It was as if all the blood in his body had been siphoned away, and an overwhelming chill surged through him. In an instant, a significant portion of his vital energy was drained by the Dragon Ball, leaving one side of his body gaunt and withered. Truly, it is a malevolent blade. No wonder it had to be sealed away. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have perished and turned to a desiccated corpse from the depletion of their life force. Raylo spoke with an air of nonchalance, as though it were another who had been deprived of a significant portion of their vitality rather than himself. The blade was exceedingly domineering, initially. Raylo had attempted to compel Long One to restore his essence through intimidation, yet Long One remained utterly unmoved, relentlessly siphoning the vitality from within Raylo. At this moment, Long One continued to absorb Raylo's life force, albeit at a markedly reduced pace. Meanwhile, the power of the eternal fruit began to manifest, continuously replenishing the vitality that had been drawn from Raylo. Gradually, a state of equilibrium was established between the two. Eventually, it seemed that Long One had consumed an ample supply of vitality, and he ceased his relentless extraction from Raylo. Only then did the eternal fruit commence its true nourishment of Raylo's body, and before long, Raylo's form began to return to its former state. Raylo scrutinized the Dragon Ball in his hand. Having absorbed a considerable amount of his vital energy, the Dragon Ball no longer radiated the chilling aura it once did, and the subterranean creatures that had fled earlier had now calmed. Its brilliance was now subdued, no longer emanating an intimidating cold light. Perhaps due to the substantial absorption of vitality, Raylo perceived that the Dragon Ball felt significantly heavier than an ordinary blade. Nevertheless, it suited him perfectly. Let us give it a try. Raylo wielded the Dragon Ball, sweeping it toward the heavens, unleashing a blade of energy so potent that it seemed capable of cleaving Daughter Island in twain. Chapter 65, Departure from Daughter Island. The sword energy ascended relentlessly, remaining visible until it vanished beyond the reach of Raylo's naked eye, holding its form as it disappeared into the horizon. The female warriors of Daughter Island, previously rendered unconscious by Raylo's overwhelming presence, gradually lifted their gazes skyward. The sun sank low, casting a sanguine hue across the remnants of daylight. The cloud layers, severed by the sword energy, lingered apart, creating a terrifying rift in the sky that appeared as though it had been violently torn asunder. What on earth is happening? Kikyo stared vacantly at the sky, her mouth agape in astonishment. Beside her, Grolio was also transfixed, rendered speechless for an extended moment. This must surely be the captain's doing. Raylo scrutinized the dragon orb in his hand. Following his recent strike, the orb began to absorb his vital essence once more. However, unlike before, this time the dragon orb did not voraciously siphon off Raylo's life force. After consuming a portion, it settled into a tranquil state. Raylo swiftly returned to his usual state, thanks to the powers bestowed by the eternal fruit. It seems that the Dragon Ball functions akin to a weapon that requires recharging. Each utilization demands a toll on one's vitality, making it truly unsuitable for the average individual. Rairo's conception is not flawed. The Dragon Orb possesses the ability to convert vital energy into offensive power, and the strength of the user's life force directly correlates with its potency. For the average user, they often succumb to exhaustion before they can unleash the true might of the Dragon Orb. Given that Rairo's target is the ethereal clouds, the impact of the Dragon Orb may not be overtly apparent. Nonetheless, Rairo can sense that a full-powered strike from the Dragon Orb would undoubtedly possess world-shattering strength. It appears that, for the time being, it is of little use to him. With Rairo's current prowess, he need not employ the Dragon Orb against typical adversaries. He intends to keep it close, nurturing it with his own dominion and vital energy, reserving its use for a pivotal moment to decisively vanquish his foes. However, he still requires a sheath for the weapon. The Dragon Orb is exceedingly sharp, and while Rairo himself is not fearful of accidental harm, he cannot simply leave the Dragon Orb uncontained. Its inherently malevolent essence exudes a chilling aura, although it has temporarily stabilized. Rairo harbors no certainty that it will maintain this state. Thus, he must seek an appropriate sheath to subdue the Dragon Orb. Raylo cast a glance at the Hydra behind him, and a sudden thought surged within him. Hiss. It seemed that the Hydra sensed the malevolence in Raylo's gaze, causing its entire body to tremble once more, instinctively retreating a short distance. Fear not, it will be swift, though it may sting a little. Raylo remarked with a sinister smile. No sooner had the words left his lips than he vanished from his position, striking the Hydra in a flash. The swiftness of Raylo's assault was such that the Hydra could scarcely react. Thud. It was only when a tooth, as large as a small hill, fell alongside Raylo that the Hydra registered the loss, the expression on the severed head contorted in anguish, tears welling in its eyes. Yet, despite its plight, the Hydra dared not harbor any resentment towards Raylo. After all, preserving its life took precedence above all else. The reason Raylo extracted a tooth from the Hydra was that it had long utilized its own body to suppress the Dragon Ball. Thus, the tooth, being a part of the Hydra, might also contribute to the suppression of the Dragon Ball. Of course, this was merely Raylo's conjecture, and the outcome could only be discerned through experimentation. It appeared somewhat oversized and required refinement. The tooth of the Hydra was immensely large, towering above Raylo even when lying horizontally on the ground, rendering it impractical to be used directly as a sword sheath. Raylo swung the Dragon Ball, relentlessly striking the Hydra's tooth. Although the tooth was exceedingly sturdy, the Dragon Ball was inherently razor-sharp, and coupled with Raylo's mastery of armament hockey, it became an indomitable force, slicing through the tooth as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables. In the blink of an eye, Raylo had removed more than half of the tooth's mass, leaving the Hydra feeling quite discontent. After a brief moment, Raylo ceased his strikes, having shaped the tooth into the form of a sword sheath. While he was not a professional craftsman, his hands were steady, and each cut he made was executed with precision. Thus, although this sheath may not be exceptionally aesthetically pleasing, it certainly rivaled ordinary sheaths in quality. The sheath bore no ornate patterns, lending it a simplicity that, paradoxically, added to its charm. Raylo deftly inserted the dragon pill into the sheath, precisely fitting it with perfect precision. Turning to the Hydra, he smiled and remarked, "Fortunately, your teeth have remained unblemished after being petrified for so many years. Otherwise, it would have been rather unsettling for me to hold it. Now, I shall take my leave." Raylo arrived at Daughter Island, primarily to arrange for Bartolomeo's preparation for his training and secondly to acquire the legendary weapon. Having achieved both objectives, he is naturally inclined to depart. As Laylo took a few steps forward, he became acutely aware of the commotion behind him. Although the Hydra moved with meticulous caution and made only slight adjustments, its immense size rendered it incapable of remaining silent, thus inevitably creating a considerable disturbance. Laylo turned his head and asked, "Why are you following me? Can't you revert back to a statue?" The Hydra remained unresponsive. Rayluo glanced at the Dragon Ball he held in his hand. The Hydra had turned itself to stone to seal the Dragon Ball. But now that it was in Rayluo's possession, there was no longer any need for it to remain a statue. Given the Hydra's colossal size, staying on the island would undoubtedly pose significant inconveniences. Thus, it had no choice but to depart. Raylo furrowed his brow. "Are you really going to accompany me?" Hiss. The Hydra's head nodded slowly. After a moment of contemplation, Raylo remarked, "It's not entirely out of the question. Bartalomeo must remain on the island, and I find myself in need of someone capable of steering the Phantom ship. You can swim, correct?" Hiss. "That's splendid. However, the guardian of the Daughter Nation and the Dragon Ball have been taken away by me. I wonder what will become of Daughter Island. Never mind, if anything arises. Have Garolio seek me out. If all goes as planned, in a few years, both the Dragon Ball and you will return to Daughter Island. By the way, since you will be accompanying me, it is only fitting that I bestow upon you a name. After pondering for a moment, Lei Luo suggested. How about calling you Geolama? One possesses 9 tails while the other has 9 heads. There should be little distinction between the two. The Hydra displayed a distinctly disdainful expression, clearly unimpressed. Or perhaps, I shall refer to you as Dishi? Hiss. The Hydra slowly nodded, seemingly quite satisfied. Chapter 66, Departure. Rairo departed from Daughter Island accompanied by the Hydra. Due to the colossal size of the serpent, their exit caused a tremendous uproar, shaking the very earth. Many, who had fainted from the presence of Rairo, narrowly escaped calamity, thanks to the valiant efforts of several alert female warriors who managed the aftermath, resulting in no casualties. However, the women who remained conscious were profoundly shaken, having witnessed an unforgettable spectacle, the revered Hydra transforming from a statue into a living creature, obediently trailing behind a man as if it were a docile pet. Although numerous individuals yearned to intervene and thwart Rairo's departure with the Hydra, fear rendered them immobile, their legs seemingly nailed to the ground. Kikyo, too, beheld this scene. Swallowing hard, she turned to Giroliosa. Do you know who that man is? Giroliosa nodded, recalling. Many years ago, I was the Empress of 9 Snakes. I grew weary of island life and resolutely abandoned my entire kingdom to venture into the sea. It was then that I first encountered him. But Giroliosa, you were Empress at least 70 years ago, yet that man appears to be no older than 20. Kikyo exclaimed. He is the possessor of the immortal fruit, unyielding and eternal. Thus, despite the passage of time, he remains unchanged, Giroliosa clarified. I see. Since you are acquainted with him, why not attempt to stop him? Kikyo implored. Such efforts would be futile, Giroliosa replied with a resigned shake of her head. He bears no sentiment for the past. He is no mere human, but a wretched fiend. During our time aboard the same vessel, he not only slaughtered innocent civilians but also mercilessly executed crew members who dared defy him. This is why I ultimately chose to abandon his ship and return to Daughter Island. Kikyo fell silent, grappling with the weight of Giroliosa's words. I later heard he was besieged by the Navy, suffering significant losses before being captured and imprisoned. It has been 60 years since then. Remarkably, he seems to have undergone considerable change. I initially thought he had developed an interest in Hancock, yet he mentioned her not at all. Leaving immediately after fulfilling his own agenda, showing no lingering affection for the multitude of women on the island. Kikyo glanced at Giroliosa. Surely, you two have no shared history? Giroliosa's aged visage flushed crimson as she coughed lightly. Those are matters of the past. Kikyo refrained from further inquiry, pondering the strange lack of interest Rairo displayed toward the renowned beauty, Snake Princess. However, if the Snake Princess were present, he would not dare act so recklessly. That would be of no consequence. Giroliosa shook her head. His power far exceeds your imagination. Even the naval hero, Garp, barely escaped death at his hands in years gone by. We should actually be grateful that the Snake Princess is absent from the island. Otherwise, with her fierce temperament, a clash with Rairo would be inevitable. The losses we would suffer could far exceed just a single Hydra. Perhaps the entire island could vanish from the map. Kikyo's complexion paled. Disbelief etched across her features. Even the Snake Princess could not halt him? Raylo arrived at the shores of Daughter Island with the Great Serpent in tow. At which point Bartalomeo, not far away, also took notice of Raylo. Captain, I am here, Bartalomeo shouted. Riley's observation hockey had long sensed Bartolomeo's presence nearby. Yet he deliberately feigned ignorance. When he was finally noticed, he simply turned his head and waved. Captain, please take me to meet Lord Luffy. I cannot swim. I have already stated, you must find a way on your own. This is part of your training. I am leaving now. We shall meet again in a year and a half. Upon concluding his words, Raylo gracefully employed the moonwalk technique to depart from Daughter Island, closely followed by the formidable Hydra. Captain Bartalomeo was overwhelmed with a torrent of negative emotions, yet he refrained from voicing his frustrations, choosing instead to bottle them up within. As the colossal serpent entered the sea, it unleashed a tremendous wave, prompting the surrounding marine creatures to hastily retreat. Daughter Island lay within a windless zone, surrounded by numerous sea kings. However, the sheer size of the Hydra far surpassed that of the average sea king, rivaling that of the gargantuan sea kings. Thus, when the sea kings stationed near the ghost ship beheld the approaching Hydra, they swiftly submerged into the depths, vanishing from sight. How astonishingly timid. Raylo mused upon returning to the ghost ship from the air, feeling somewhat exasperated. Nevertheless, on the whole, he found himself quite pleased, with the Hydra towing the ship. He had managed to instill fear in the majority without having to lift a finger, thereby deterring any overly ambitious individuals from approaching and sparing himself a great deal of trouble. The question now lingered: where to next? The crew summoned by Rayleigh has now been fully arranged, awaiting his return in a year and a half. Meanwhile, Rayleigh seeks to occupy himself and carve out opportunities for cultivation. During the 2 years of training in the original narrative, numerous events transpired in the world, and thus he decides to traverse and cultivate, using these occurrences as his guide. For now, he intends to depart from the Calm Belt and return to the Grand Line. Hiss. The Great Snake propelled the ghost ship forward at an astonishing speed, surpassing even the vessel's inherent momentum. With the Great Snake providing protection, the surrounding marine creatures retreated, allowing for an unobstructed journey. Shortly thereafter, the Empress Boa Hancock returned to Amazon Lily from the island where Luffy resided. Upon discovering that the statue of the nine-headed serpent, which had long stood at the center of Amazon Lily, was missing, she erupted in fury and chastised Coragliosa. However, after learning the full account of the events, her expression darkened. Boa Hancock had encountered Rayleigh during the Marineford War. His timely intervention had saved Ace and Luffy from Akainu's assault, leaving a profound impression on her. While the Empress typically cared for no one but Luffy, Rayleigh's recent actions on the island had thoroughly infuriated her. I am the sovereign of the Kuja, and everything on this island belongs to me. Moreover, I am an extension of Lord Luffy. Thus, all that resides here is his property. How dare he take what is mine? He shall not be spared. Yet, since he had once saved Lord Luffy, she deemed it appropriate to spare his life, albeit with the punishment of amputation and exile. Kikyo and Coragliosa exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Where did he go? I must retrieve him. Chapter 67. The Enigmatic Island Snake Empress. Coragliosa, who had always been submissive to Boa Hancock, suddenly shouted, startling everyone present. You old hag, how dare you raise your voice? Boa Hancock leaned back, one hand on her hip and the other pointing at Coragliosa, her head almost parallel to the ground, exuding an air of superiority. In that case, let him face the ultimate punishment. Lady Snake Empress, old Granny did not mean to offend. Please forgive her. Indeed, old Granny has been managing the affairs of the nation during this time. If she were to face repercussions, the citizens would surely rise to defend Coragliosa. Boa Hancock disdainfully glanced at them. Nothing will happen. Whatever I do will be forgiven, for I am as beautiful as a celestial being. Lady Snake Empress. The crowd erupted in cheers, utterly captivated by her beauty. Perhaps we should first hear what old Granny has to say, Kikyo suggested calmly, aware of Rayleigh's formidable nature. Boa Hancock's exquisite brows furrowed slightly, her curiosity piqued by Coragliosa's intentions. Speak, and perhaps I shall grant you mercy. Thus, Coragliosa divulged all she knew about Rayleigh. As she finished, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, and all present fell silent. Even Boa Hancock wore a stern expression, unlike the others, however. Her concern was not born of fear of Rayleigh's prowess. She had not anticipated his strength to be so formidable, and he would undoubtedly become a hindrance to Lord Luffy's path. Although he had once saved Luffy, the future remained uncertain. Moreover, according to the old woman, he was a scoundrel who needed to be dealt with promptly. Since he had escaped from Impel Down, the Navy would surely wish to recapture him. Thus, she resolved to leak his whereabouts to them. Though Boa Hancock possessed confidence, she was not blindly arrogant. She had a clear understanding of her strength. Otherwise, she would have engaged with the three admirals during the Marineford War for Luffy's sake. Therefore, this time she planned to use another's hand to eliminate him. However, Boa Hancock failed to consider that in the wake of the recent war, the Navy was severely weakened and in dire need of recuperation, lacking the resources to mount an offensive against Rayleigh. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, under the guidance of the Great Snake, returned from the Calm Belt to the Grand Line. Thanks to the Great Snake, they encountered no sea kings or other pirates along the way. While this spared Rayleigh many troubles, it also rendered his journey somewhat tedious. Ray Luo reclined on the deck, contemplating his journey of cultivation. Currently, his strength was not inferior to that of the three admirals. However, after being imprisoned in Impel Down for 60 years, his power had waned, and he was no longer at his peak. Consequently, if he were to encounter one of the four emperors, he could not guarantee victory. Nonetheless, in a one-on-one confrontation with a four emperor, he would not be at a disadvantage. The four emperors are renowned not only for their formidable strength but also for their numerous capable subordinates. An exception among them is Shanks, who commands only a single ship of crew members. However, considering his relationship with the Gorosei, the number of crew members he possesses seems to lose its significance. During the 2 years of training that Luffy and his companions undertook, Perhaps the most momentous event in the world was the fierce rivalry between Admiral Aokiji and Admiral Akainu. Their intense battle on Punk Hazard lasted for 10 days, drastically altering the island's ecosystem. Although Akainu ultimately emerged victorious, one wonders if the outcome would have been different had I intervened. Riley's playful spirit surged as he contemplated the prospect of engaging in combat between two formidable opponents. Such a confrontation would undoubtedly require him to take a stance against one side, potentially instigating a temporary ceasefire between the two great commanders, who might then turn their attention toward him. It is a rare individual who would willingly face the onslaught of two great generals alone. Yet, for Riley, this presented itself as one of the finest opportunities for personal growth. However, after a moment's reflection, he swiftly dismissed the notion. He was aware that Akainu and Aokiji had clashed in a duel within the past 2 years, but the specifics of that encounter remained elusive to him. It would be impractical to linger on Punk Hazard Island, particularly given its location in the New World, which posed significant challenges for access. The opportunity appeared to have slipped away. Riley felt a twinge of regret, momentarily at a loss for what to do next. At that precise moment, his attention was drawn to an island emerging in the distance. This island was shrouded in ominous clouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, making it remarkably captivating. The island's periphery was barren, littered with jagged rocks, devoid of any vegetation, and bore a charred appearance. An eerie aura enveloped the entire isle. Just then, a colossal golden serpent descended from the sky with a resounding crash. Thunder roared as lightning struck the rocky exterior of the island, shattering the stones into fragments and leaving a scorched earth in its wake. At last, Riley understood the reason for the island's desolate and charred surroundings. Intriguing indeed. While the Grand Line is home to a multitude of peculiar islands, one like this, rife with electrical storms, is quite rare. Serpent, let us investigate, he commanded. The Hydra hesitated momentarily, clearly reluctant, as its animal instincts warned of the island's peril. Yet it dared not defy Riley, resolutely guiding the demonic ghost toward the ominous shores. However, as they approached, the creature refused to advance any further, stubbornly halting its progress. This distance posed no challenge for Riley, who effortlessly leapt forward, employing moonwalk midair to arrive upon the island's surface. With a thunderous boom, Riley landed, only to be met with another bolt of lightning striking perilously close to him. The speed of the lightning was astonishing. Even with his advanced observation haki, he barely managed to evade the strike. Rather than feeling alarmed, Riley found himself exhilarated. This island was an ideal setting for his endeavors. Yet another bolt of lightning descended, and he nimbly dodged it, taking note of the increasing density of lightning as he ventured deeper into the island's interior. It was evident that something at the center of the island was drawing the electrical energy toward itself. At that moment, the dragon pearl in Riley's possession began to tremble. It was as if it were expressing exuberance at encountering an old friend or a fury at confronting a mortal enemy. What was happening? Even Riley was taken aback by this unexpected reaction. He had always known the dragon pearl possessed a certain sentience, but he had never anticipated such a vigorous response. The secrets of this island were more profound than he had imagined. How delightfully intriguing. A smile crept across Riley's face as he felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. Raylo continued his march towards the heart of the island when, at that very moment, a naval vessel approached the shore. Major Ninia, are we truly heading to that island? A young marine gulped nervously. Ninia cast a disdainful glance his way. Of course, haven't you seen that fellow has already set foot on the island? Belonging to the East Sea, Ninia had harbored a lingering resentment since her encounter with Raylo, where she felt humiliated. Thus, she devised a way to transfer herself to the Grand Line, intent on capturing Raylo. A few days prior, the Empress had leaked Raylo's whereabouts to the Navy. However, following the considerable losses sustained during the Marineford War, the Navy had yet to fully recover and lacked sufficient manpower to confront Raylo, leaving only a few high-ranking officials privy to his movements. As a key figure in the new generation of the Navy, Ninia had fortuitously overheard information regarding Raylo. This mission was entirely her personal initiative, unbeknownst to the naval hierarchy. The sailors aboard were individuals she trusted, having been selected by her for this expedition to apprehend Raylo. Nevertheless, the majority of the crew were trembling with trepidation at that moment. But Major Ninia, that Hydra is nearly large enough to engulf the island. If we proceed, the warship could easily be overturned. Another Marine voiced his concerns. What are you afraid of? Ninia crossed her arms defiantly, exuding an air of fearlessness. Did you not see that beast ferrying that man? Its submission indicates it has been defeated. Thus, it is not invincible. What is there to fear? Doesn't that only further illustrate the formidable strength of the demon Raylo, which we cannot hope to match? A group of Marines muttered amongst themselves. Yet none dared to voice their thoughts aloud. These were seasoned soldiers, trained to execute orders as their foremost duty. Though fear gripped their hearts, they steeled themselves to command the vessel closer to the island. As the warship passed by the Hydra, all 9 of its heads abruptly turned to face them. Hiss. The Marines on board sensed the Hydra's gaze and heard its forked tongue flicking, instantly realizing they had become prey, drawing in a sharp breath. Even the typically proud Ninia felt an overwhelming sense of pressure before the Hydra, her brow furrowing slightly. Just as she hesitated between issuing a retreat or engaging in a desperate fight, the Hydra unexpectedly turned away, seemingly disinterested in them now. Seizing the opportunity, the crew hastily accelerated the ship towards the island. As they distanced themselves from the Hydra, a collective sigh of relief echoed among them. Strange. It was clearly ferrying the demon Raylo, yet it didn't hinder our approach, one Marine speculated. A creature like that must possess intelligence akin to ours. Does it not recognize that we are the Navy and Raylo is a pirate? Perhaps it harbors discontent towards Raylo and wishes for us to confront him on its behalf? The Marines engaged in animated discussion, yet Ninia remained silent, her confidence momentarily shaken. She understood that the Hydra's decision not to attack the warship was not due to confusion regarding friend or foe, nor was it dissatisfaction with Raylo. Rather, it believed that allowing them to reach the island would have no bearing on Raylo's fate. From its position at a distance, reluctant to approach the island, it may have sensed danger. It presumed that this group would meet their demise before even encountering Raylo. This island appears to be even more perilous than I anticipated, Ninia thought to herself. Though brimming with self-assurance, she was not devoid of reason. Ninia's belief that she could capture Raylo stemmed from her ignorance of his true power and the legendary events from 60 years prior. Since arriving at the Grand Line, she had devised a strategy she deemed effective against Raylo, emboldening her to boldly lead a contingent to seize him. However, the reality before her was that both Raylo and the island itself were fraught with danger. Is anyone aware of the circumstances surrounding this island? Ninia inquired. Silence enveloped the ship. Suddenly, the ship's navigator spoke up. Before our departure, I examined the nautical charts of the surrounding waters and found no mention of this island. What did you say? This island does not belong here? Ninia responded incredulously. Indeed, the navigator adjusted his glasses. The Grand Line is home to many peculiar islands, some of which are not stationary, or rather, some islands are not merely islands. Ninia fell into contemplative silence. Raylo steadily approached the heart of the island. Due to the necessity of constantly guarding against the lightning strikes that could descend at any moment, his pace was not particularly swift. Nevertheless, during this journey, he became increasingly adept at utilizing his observation haki. Although his mastery of this ability was nearing its zenith, he was not the original owner of this body. Furthermore, his battles in this world had been remarkably few, and he seldom relied on observation haki. Thus, through the endeavor of evading lightning, he had become quite proficient in the application of his observation abilities. Raylo chuckled softly. Indeed, this island proved to be a most suitable sanctuary for cultivation. As he delved deeper, his understanding of the island expanded significantly. Its expanse exceeded his initial expectations, with a perimeter of charred stones encircling the land, while within, a variety of flora emerged. Compared to ordinary plants, the vegetation here bore a darker hue and occasionally flickered with arcs of electricity. It appeared that these plants had endured relentless storms, developing a remarkable resilience to lightning, thus enabling their survival amidst tempestuous weather. With this thought, a sudden inspiration ignited in Raylo's mind. Thunder rumbled. A bolt of lightning struck down, yet this time, Raylo did not evade. A charred crater formed around him, and his hair stood on end, while his skin flushed a vivid red. What a force! Raylo exclaimed, wisps of white smoke escaping from his mouth. Chapter 69. The ferocious beast Raylo did not opt to defend himself with armed haki. Instead, he chose to confront the onslaught with his own flesh. His physique had nearly reached the pinnacle of what the human body could achieve, yet the descending bolts of lightning still inflicted some damage upon him, causing him to feel pain. In comparison to the previous lightning strikes, the electricity spewed forth by the Hydra was merely a tickle to Raylo. Thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities bestowed upon him by the immortal fruit, his injured flesh began to mend at a visibly rapid pace, quickly returning to its original state. His complexion returning to normal and his hair no longer standing on end. Perhaps he truly could withstand this. Thunder rumbled. Once more, a tremendous bolt of lightning cascaded from the heavens, and once again, Raylo did not evade. This lightning was more potent than before, causing every hair on his body to stand erect, resembling a frizzled kitten, while his skin took on a charred appearance. The once exceptionally handsome man now resembled a figure of charcoal. Sizzle. The residual energy of the lightning enveloped Raylo, relentlessly tormenting his wounds and intensifying his agony. Yet, under the influence of the eternal fruit's power, Raylo's injured form swiftly healed, as if nothing had transpired. Boom. Lightning struck once more upon Laro. Raylo was struck by lightning 3 times in succession. Rather than suggesting that the celestial bolts fortuitously targeted him, it would be more accurate to assert that Raylo, utilizing his advanced observation haki, anticipated the lightning's descent and positioned himself accordingly, awaiting its arrival. His intention was not born from a reckless desire for self-destruction, but rather from a determination to refine his physical form through the power of the storm. His body had approached its zenith, and conventional methods no longer sufficed to enhance his physical strength. Thus, he sought alternative avenues, harnessing the might of the lightning to aid his endeavor. This approach proved effective, as he felt his corporeal strength augmenting significantly after only a few strikes. As thunder roared and lightning illuminated the sky, bolts continuously rained down upon Raylo. Were an onlooker to witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly presume that he had committed some heinous act to provoke such wrath from the heavens. Yet, Raylo reveled in the experience, as the dual forces of destruction and rebirth played out in a mesmerizing cycle upon his being, fortifying his physique further. Just as he was engrossed in this transformative process, his observation haki detected an immensely powerful presence nearby. He swiftly turned his head, only to discover a peculiar beast fixating on him from a short distance away. This creature bore a striking resemblance to a tiger, yet differed significantly. Its fur was a pale blue, and its upper jaw was adorned with 2 prominent, sword-like fangs reminiscent of a saber-toothed tiger. Furthermore, its entire form shimmered with faint yellow electrical sparks, exuding an aura akin to that of a thunderous beast, imposing and formidable. The expression it wore was ferocious, reminiscent of an ancient predator. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning descended, but this time its target was not Raylo, but rather the fearsome beast. The lightning struck the creature with no more effect than a drop in the ocean, inflicting no damage whatsoever. Instead, it caused the electrical sparks enveloping the beast to flicker and intensify, as if it had been invigorated by the strike. The beast appeared to relish the experience, clearly showcasing its prowess to Raylo. However, Raylo regarded it with an impassive demeanor, his expression betraying no sign of concern. Suddenly, the beast let out a thunderous roar, its mouth opening wide as it unleashed a powerful shockwave that rustled the sparse vegetation surrounding it. Its roar resonated like a cataclysmic wave, reverberating through the air and reaching every corner of the island. What was happening? The members of Nia's team, advancing on the island, were startled by the unexpected roar and halted momentarily. Despite her concerns about the situation on the island, Nia ultimately resolved to proceed. She divided her team into 2 groups, one led by herself to explore the island, while the other remained behind to stand guard. This strategy ensured that should any misfortune befall the exploration team, the remaining members could provide timely assistance, thereby mitigating potential losses. As they traversed the terrain, luck seemed to be on their side. Although lightning occasionally struck nearby, it caused no casualties. However, the beast's roar caused Nia's brow to furrow. She recognized that the creature responsible was undoubtedly a native of the island, signaling its presence to the outside world. From the very nature of the roar, it was evident that the creature possessed considerable strength, indicating that the island was far more perilous than she had anticipated. "Major Nia, should we continue onward?" inquired a concerned sailor. "Of course we must press on. It seems evident that Raylo is contending with a formidable opponent. We can seize the opportunity to strike when they are both weakened." Nia swiftly grasped the crux of the situation. With that, she took the lead, urging her team forward. "Are you not going to follow? Do you intend to remain here and wait for lightning to strike you?" Reluctantly, the sailors fell in line behind Nia. The beast's roar did nothing to deter Raylo. Instead, it prompted him to scrutinize this new adversary with greater seriousness. Although the creature's size paled in comparison to that of the Hydra, Raylo distinctly sensed its superior strength. Clearly, it was intent on obstructing his advance. Yet this only piqued his curiosity about the secrets that lay within the island. Resolute, Raylo prepared to confront the beast, but just as he did, the creature abruptly vanished from sight. Raylo's observation haki activated, allowing him to foresee the imminent appearance of the ferocious beast before him. With a single swipe of its claw, it left his face in tatters. Witnessing this dire moment, Raylo attempted to retreat and evade the beast's onslaught. However, for reasons unknown, he hesitated, faltering in his response. Before he could even initiate his escape, the creature materialized right in front of him, launching its assault as he had predicted. In that critical instant, Raylo had no choice but to raise his right arm to shield his face, striving to mitigate the force of the impending attack. Raylo did not employ the use of armament haki, firstly due to his unwavering confidence in his own physical prowess, and secondly, out of a desire to gauge the strength of his opponent. As the ferocious beast struck down with a claw, it seemed as though Raylo's body had lost its inherent defensive capabilities, being penetrated in an instant, leaving behind several conspicuous wounds. The depth of the injuries revealed bone, and blood flowed incessantly. What could possibly have transpired? Raylo himself was taken aback. He was aware of the formidable strength of his opponent, yet he never anticipated that he would find himself utterly defenseless. Chapter 70. Fierce Battle. Since his arrival in this world, Raylo had encountered numerous adversaries. However, none had ever inflicted such tremendous harm upon him with such ease. The confidence in his own strength that he had cultivated began to waver. The sense of despair within him had caused him to overlook the pain emanating from the wound on his arm. No, that is not right. Raylo swiftly regained his composure, returning to a state of normalcy. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of his own physique, even without the aid of armament haki. It was improbable for his opponent to inflict such conspicuous wounds. Moreover, given his own swiftness, he should have effortlessly evaded the attack upon anticipating it. Yet, in that fleeting moment, it felt as though he had been deprived of his velocity. Raylo clenched his fist tightly. Indeed, it was as he suspected. Raylo had already discerned that his inability to withstand the opponent's assault stemmed from an inexplicable suppression, resulting in a significant decline in his strength, speed, and defensive capabilities. Soon after, he became aware of an even graver predicament. The wounds inflicted on his arm by the fierce beast had not healed. The power of the immortal fruit was rendered ineffective. The ability of the immortal fruit had been one of his greatest assets, granting him immortality and the capacity to recover from even the most grievous injuries. Yet, at this moment, the immortal fruit had lost its efficacy, placing him in an exceedingly perilous situation. Was it because of that creature? Raylo cast a glance at the fierce beast. It was only after its appearance that his strength had been suppressed and the power of the immortal fruit had faltered, suggesting that everything was likely related to that beast. Although the current circumstances were dire for Raylo, with his powers suppressed and the abilities of the devil fruit inexplicably failing, he was, after all, the notorious demon who had wreaked havoc upon the world 60 years prior. While he had not personally witnessed those grand spectacles, the memories he had acquired endowed him with experiences far beyond the ordinary. He took a deep breath to compose himself. At that moment, he suddenly noticed an exceedingly bizarre occurrence. The fierce beast was gazing at him with an expression that seemed to mock him, akin to a human taunting an adversary. Though this scene was somewhat unsettling, Raylo, being a man who had weathered many storms, did not feel terror. Instead, he merely furrowed his brow. Could it be that this creature was also a wielder of a devil fruit-esque power? Raylo's conjecture is not without merit. Within the realm of Zoan-type devil fruits, there exists a myriad of classifications, among which the mythical Zoan fruits are even rarer than their natural counterparts, and their powers are exceedingly formidable. This could elucidate why the fearsome beast before him possesses such immense strength. However, it does not account for the diminishment of Raylo's own abilities. At that moment, the beast that had mocked Raylo suddenly launched an assault. Armed with prior experience, Raylo stood ready, not daring to underestimate his opponent. Although his personal strength was suppressed, his haki remained potent. At this juncture, his conqueror's haki surged forth unabated, causing the surrounding flora, untouched by Raiden's influence, to rustle and even causing the debris beneath to tremble. "What is happening?" exclaimed a bewildered Marine in panic. Raylo's release of Conqueror's haki this time was primarily concentrated in the vicinity surrounding him, failing to permeate the entirety of the island. However, the area where Nia and her companions were situated was inevitably affected. Although no one fainted from Raylo's overwhelming presence, nearly everyone's breathing became rapid, their faces pale and exhibiting signs of weakness. Nia's expression instantly turned grave. Having previously engaged in a brief confrontation with Raylo, she was acutely aware of the potency of his abilities. At that time, Raylo had merely unleashed his conqueror's haki, rendering her immobile, and the intensity of his aura this time was evidently far more formidable. What manner of beast could compel that individual to reach such heights? Nia's emotions were exceedingly complex at this moment, urging her subordinates to hasten their advance. Raylo's conqueror's haki exerts a formidable suppressive effect on the ferocious beast, rendering its movements considerably sluggish, even though it does not succumb to unconsciousness. While Raylo's own speed has diminished somewhat, he is no longer caught off guard in the presence of such a beast. With a fierce roar, the creature lunges at Raylo's, its dual claws poised to strike him with ferocious intent. Raylo extended his hands to meet the opposing claws, and thus they found themselves locked in a contest of strength. For various reasons, their powers were evenly matched, leaving neither able to gain the upper hand. However, the immense force emanating from their palms created a powerful shockwave, sending fragments of stone swirling through the air. The stalemate between them soon began to shift. Raylo's right arm remained injured and had yet to heal, rendering him unable to exert his full strength, and he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The formidable beast loomed over him, its massive form pressing down, as it opened its cavernous maw, revealing two razor-sharp fangs poised menacingly at Raylo's throat. A mere step forward would enable the creature to sever his neck. The lingering injury on his arm left Raylo uncertain. Should the beast succeed in its deadly bite, he questioned whether he would survive such a grievous wound. In this moment, the familiar sensation of helplessness, akin to that he had experienced in his past life as an ordinary individual, surged within him once more. The beast's dominance grew increasingly pronounced, forcing Raylo's hands to retreat further. The distance between Raylo's neck and the fearsome beast's fangs was but a hair's breadth. Damn it, having finally arrived in this world, I refuse to meet my end here. There are still tasks I must accomplish. How could I possibly fall here? With this thought, Raylo's fighting spirit reignited, and the dragon orb hanging at his waist seemed to resonate with his emotions, beginning to tremble slightly. Suddenly, Raylo felt a warm current emanating from the dragon orb, gradually enveloping him, and his strength began to amplify little by little. Raylo was utterly unprepared for the unexpected boon from the dragon pill, which filled him with unrestrained joy. How fortunate it was that I devoted so much of my vitality to nurture you. As Raylo's strength gradually ascended, he began to turn the tide, utilizing his formidable power to push the ferocious beast back. With a thunderous roar, the beast became infuriated, yet it was helpless against Raylo's overwhelming might, resorting only to baring its teeth in a menacing snarl. Thus, Raylo could ascertain that it was merely a savage creature, rather than a human who had consumed the devil fruit. Just as Raylo believed victory was in his grasp, an unforeseen change occurred. The electric sparks within the beast's fur began to flicker with alarming speed, transforming in an instant into living golden serpents that surged towards Raylo. Each serpent that struck him felt akin to a jolt of lightning, and before long, Raylo's body was marred with numerous wounds, presenting a rather terrifying sight. Chapter 71. The slaying. The relentless pain brought forth by the thunderstorm incessantly stimulated Raylo's nerves, causing him to grit his teeth in fury, while anger continued to accumulate within his heart. Such a mere beast, how dare it be so arrogant? With a thunderous roar, Raylo unleashed an explosion of power from within, enveloping his form in a cloak of armament hockey, causing the electric sparks that had danced around him to dissipate in an instant. In the next moment, Raylo's right knee surged upward, colliding forcefully with the jaw of the ferocious beast. A sharp crack echoed through the air as the creature's body recoiled, separating from Raylo, accompanied by the crisp sound of its two razor-sharp fangs snapping off. Deprived of its formidable teeth, the beast posed a significantly diminished threat to Raylo, however. It became exceedingly enraged, glaring furiously at him. Then, an unexpected event unfolded before Raylo's eyes. With a deafening roar, the beast summoned forth several bolts of lightning from the heavens, which struck down upon its form with precision. The creature's pale blue fur crackled with electric energy, as if it were absorbing power. Yet, as the flickering lightning stabilized, the two fangs that Raylo had shattered began to regenerate at a visible pace, swiftly returning to their original state. Such an astonishing turn of events was beyond Raylo's expectations. Raylo was astounded to discover that the ferocious beast possessed such formidable regenerative abilities. Judging by its rapid recovery, it was no less formidable than its former self before the fruit's powers had waned. This could not continue. Raylo was acutely aware that his strength had inexplicably been suppressed, and the regenerative powers of the eternal fruit had ceased to function. Meanwhile, his adversary was fighting on home ground, possessing a considerable advantage and remarkable recuperative abilities. Coupled with his own injuries, the situation was deteriorating, and if it continued in this manner, it would only worsen further. Raylo silently tightened his grip on the dragon orb hanging at his waist. Previously, the dragon orb had replenished Raylo, drawing upon some of the vital energy stored within it. Yet, relying on its remaining power was still sufficient to unleash a breathtakingly formidable attack. However, after a single strike, the dragon orb would require another infusion of vital energy, and Raylo was no longer capable of generating a continuous supply. Thus, even if he succeeded in vanquishing the ferocious beast with the dragon orb, the ultimate outcome could very well be his own demise due to exhaustion of life force. Yet, should he refrain from taking action, he would certainly be worn down and killed by the beast. Nevertheless, he resolved to face the situation head-on, trusting that solutions would present themselves in due course. Raylo exuded an imposing aura, his right hand resting upon the hilt of the dragon blade, poised to draw it at any moment. The ferocious beast seemed to sense his intent, its fur suddenly bristling with tension. Meanwhile, the dragon blade in Lailo's grasp began to quiver slightly. The beast and the blade appeared as eternal adversaries, locked in a rivalry since time immemorial. In the next heartbeat, the beast vanished from sight, undoubtedly lunging toward Lailo in an attempt to thwart his draw. Suddenly, the howling wind ceased, and the air seemed to crystallize, as the beast's form halted mid-air. Time appeared to stand still. This phenomenon was the result of Lailo's conqueror's haki reaching its zenith, exerting a suppressive force over all living things. Even Nia and the others in the distance felt their movements slow considerably. As his words faded, Lailo unsheathed his sword with a decisive strike. A flash of lightning illuminated the scene as a crescent-shaped blade of energy surged forth, slicing diagonally upward. The sword's force was devastating, scattering fragments of stone in all directions and distorting the very lightning that rained down from the heavens. Upon contact with the ferocious beast, its once formidable body crumbled as though it were mere tofu, disintegrating in an instant, with a significant portion of its form obliterated. The blade of energy continued its ascension, cleaving through the dark clouds that loomed above the island, splitting the once cohesive mass into two distinct halves, leaving a vast expanse in between. Sunlight penetrated the clouds, casting its rays upon the island below. Was this the work of that individual? Nia gazed upward, momentarily struck dumb by the spectacle. The proud and obstinate demeanor she had always possessed began to waver in the face of such overwhelming power. Lailo plunged the dragon ball into the ground, propping himself with one hand on his sword and the other on his knee, gasping for breath. Although the dragon ball contained a reservoir of his vital energy, that recent strike had drained much of his strength. Coupled with the prolonged battle and the lack of replenishment, he now felt utterly exhausted. Raylo cast a glance at the wound on his right arm, noting with dismay that there was no sign of improvement, which prompted him to furrow his brow. Prior to the emergence of that ferocious beast, the remarkable healing speed bestowed by the eternal fruit had been effective. Thus, Raylo had presumed that upon vanquishing the beast, his abilities would be restored. To his astonishment, however, nothing had changed in the slightest. At this juncture, Raylo began to feel a sense of urgency. His greatest reliance lay in the prowess of the eternal fruit. Should its capabilities remain dormant, even his formidable strength would be significantly undermined. Moreover, without the power of the eternal fruit, he could no longer wield the dragon orb with reckless abandon. In that moment, the dragon orb began to siphon vitality from Raylo, rendering the already weary warrior even more feeble. Yet, as if imbued with sentience, the dragon orb sensed its master's precarious condition and abruptly ceased its extraction. Nevertheless, a chilling current emanated from the dragon orb, slowly advancing towards the remnants of the beast's carcass. In the blink of an eye, the remains of the beast shriveled, resembling desiccated wood, as its residual vitality was thoroughly plundered by the dragon orb. Once this process concluded, the cold current returned to the dragon orb, which settled down contentedly, akin to a child satisfied with its spoils. Raylo turned his head to gaze at Long Wan, astonished that Long Wan could absorb the vital energy of individuals beyond its user. This revelation implied that even if his ability to utilize the eternal fruit remained ineffective, he could still harness the life force of others to activate Long Wan. However, it appeared that Long Wan's capacity to absorb the life force of others was contingent upon certain conditions. Otherwise, it would have instinctively drawn upon that individual's energy from the outset. It seemed that this ability could only be effective shortly after the opponent's demise, while their vital essence had yet to dissipate completely. Raylo pondered within his thoughts when, all of a sudden, the ground trembled violently, causing the entire island to sway aggressively. At that moment, Raylo felt exceedingly weak, stumbling precariously, nearly losing his balance. Was it an earthquake? There were no volcanoes on the island, so such a vigorous tremor could only be attributed to seismic activity. However, the disturbance lasted but a brief moment, with no aftershocks following, rendering the occurrence somewhat unnatural. At this moment, Lei Luo was filled with doubts and had no inclination to ponder this matter. However, Nia and her companions suddenly became exceedingly tense, their hearts racing in their throats. Only when they confirmed that the tremors had ceased and did not persist did their collective anxiety dissipate, allowing them to proceed onward. Raylo hastily bandaged his wounds and pressed onward toward the heart of the island. To unravel the mystery behind the disappearance of his devil fruit powers, he must first unveil the secrets of this island itself. Chapter 72, Thunderblade deprived of the ability to continuously regenerate. Raylo now relied on his observation haki to cautiously navigate the sporadic bolts of lightning descending from the sky, fearful of being struck once more. However, ever since he cleaved the ominous clouds above with the dragon pearl, the frequency of the lightning strikes has diminished significantly. Raylo pressed onward, encountering no formidable beasts or adversaries to obstruct his path this time. Apart from the occasional flashes of lightning from the sky, his journey remained unimpeded. Before long, he arrived at the heart of the island. The center was a flat expanse, adorned with peculiar symbols and intricate designs that Raylo could not decipher. At the very center stood a formidable katana, its blade seemingly drawing down the continuous bolts of lightning that struck it. As if all the tempestuous energy of the storm was irresistibly attracted to this weapon, the blade itself was shrouded in darkness, etched with lightning-like patterns that emanated an overwhelming aura of pressure. Suddenly, the katana, which had been quietly embedded in the ground, began to tremble. Concurrently, the dragon orb in Raylo's grasp began to vibrate violently. This unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned Raylo. It was evident that the dragon orb he held and the katana rooted in the earth shared an enigmatic connection known only to them. Raylo glanced at the trembling Dragon Ball in his hand. His arrival on this island occurred only after he had obtained the Dragon Ball. Perhaps it was not entirely his own volition that brought him here, but rather the magnetic pull between the Dragon Ball and that fabled sword. It seemed as though fate itself had guided him to this place. In a world brimming with the extraordinary, Raylo felt little astonishment. Let me uncover the truth of the matter. Raylo gradually approached the location of the katana on the island. As he stepped onto the flat ground, the patterns beneath him suddenly illuminated, causing a chill to run down his spine. The lightning above, as if summoned by an unseen force, diverted its focus from the katana and struck towards Raylo's position instead. Although he possessed the ability of observation haki to foresee impending events, the significant suppression of his strength and the drastic reduction in his speed made it challenging to confront such a relentless barrage of lightning without feeling overwhelmed. After a series of trials and tribulations, Raylo finally stood before the katana. Curiously, the lightning ceased its assault on both him and the katana at that moment. Drawing upon his previous experience with the Dragon Ball, Raylo refrained from hastily unsheathing the katana. Instead, he first grasped the Dragon Ball firmly in his hand. Given the profound connection between the Dragon Ball and the katana, it was conceivable that a reciprocal relationship of restraint existed between the two. Thus, even if there were adverse effects upon drawing the katana, the Dragon Ball might mitigate some of those consequences. After ensuring all preparations were in place, Raylo then extended his hand to draw the katana. The moment Leilua's palm brushed against the katana, an extraordinarily potent surge of electricity surged forth, coursing through his entire body. This current was more intense than any electric shock Leilua had ever experienced. The electricity not only inflicted excruciating pain, but also brought with it an unbearable heat, making Leilua feel as though his very flesh were on the verge of melting. Just as he was engulfed in this torment, a chilling wave emanated from Long On, enveloping Leilua entirely, counteracting the searing heat with its icy grip, causing his temperature to plummet dramatically. Leilo gasped for breath, still haunted by lingering fears despite having escaped danger. Moments ago, he had been taking a gamble, yet fortune favored him. Had Long One not arrived in time to assist Leilo, he would likely have met his demise with the failure of the eternal fruit. Rairo glanced at the dragon blade, although it was merely a knife. He felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude within. If only my fruit ability could be restored, I would ensure you were well fed. The dragon blade seemed to sense Rairo's thoughts, trembling slightly in response. At that moment, Rairo held the dragon blade in his right hand, gripping the thunder blade firmly with the other. Fearing that Rairo might unleash another surge of electricity, he refrained from releasing his hold on the dragon blade. Rello casually waved the thunder blade in his left hand, seeking to gauge its power. In an instant, a flash of lightning erupted from the blade, radiating outward with a crackling sound. The ground around him was pockmarked with deep craters from the explosive force. Raylo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such formidable power from a mere wave. Compared to Long Wan, the assault of Lei Jin appeared to be even more potent, requiring no consumption of the wielder's vitality, thereby imposing a lesser burden on its user. If employed on the battlefield, it would indeed create a spectacular display of sparks and lightning. However, without Long On, an ordinary individual grasping Lei Jin would likely be reduced to carbon. For both of these weapons are not easily mastered. Raylo believes that the Thunderblade possesses an innate ability to attract lightning, as well as the capacity to store it for subsequent release during an attack. This phenomenon elucidates the persistent overcast skies enveloping the island. The reason why lightning ceased to strike while I stood before the Thunderblade could be attributed to the mutual counteraction of the powers of Long Wan and the Thunderblade. Consequently, should one wield the Thunderblade in the absence of Long Wan, they would constantly face the peril of being struck by lightning. As Raylo drew forth the Thunderblade, the entire island trembled slightly. However, Having previously encountered such occurrences, he remained unfazed. He returned to the remnants of the fearsome beast, intending to fashion a sheath for the thunder blade from its remaining parts. Given that the beast was tasked with guarding the thunder blade and showed no fear of lightning, its body would undoubtedly serve as the finest material for the sheath. Although the beast's form had been largely obliterated by Long Wan and its life force thoroughly drained, its spine remained relatively intact, and the remaining length was just sufficient to accommodate the thunder blade. Drawing upon his earlier experience crafting a sheath from the teeth of the Hydra, Raylo approached this task with greater proficiency, swiftly shaping the sheath with Long Wan's assistance. Raylo sheathed his sword, took a deep breath, and silently released the dragon orb he had been clutching. Nothing occurred. It seemed that the fellow's spine indeed possessed the ability to shield against the lightning of the Thunderblade. Raylo gazed contentedly at the dragon pearl and Thunderblade in his hands. In such a brief span of time, he had acquired two formidable weapons. Although his own strength was inexplicably suppressed and his fruit abilities had mysteriously ceased to function, he held steadfast in his belief that a solution would inevitably present itself. At that precise moment, Nia and her companions were approaching Raylo's location. Raylo had long been enveloped in the aura of observation haki, acutely aware of their presence. For their arrival came as no surprise to him. The naval forces, upon catching sight of Raylo, immediately readied themselves for battle, each soldier brandishing their weapons in his direction. Faced with a being of such unparalleled strength, the Navy personnel were visibly apprehensive, sweat trickling down their brows. Yet, Raylo remained unfazed. His gaze drifted through the crowd to Nia, and he offered a gentle smile. I never anticipated we would meet again. In Chapter 73, The Plunge. If it were an ordinary woman encountering a peerless beauty such as Raylo, she might blush or exhibit some degree of emotional turmoil. However, Nia appeared almost ethereal, casting a casual glance at Raylo and quipping, "Why do you look so disheveled?" Raylo was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the unexpected words from the other party. Caught in a mix of amusement and exasperation, his overall impression of Nia was not unfavorable. She possessed a rare vigor among women, exuding confidence without the arrogance characteristic of a female sovereign. Although she foolishly entertained the notion of capturing Raylo, he had no intention of mocking her aspirations. At this juncture, despite a significant decline in his strength and the loss of his devil fruit abilities, he felt confident that dealing with Nia and her companions would pose no challenge. Thus, he chose to disregard Nia and her entourage, turning away to continue his exploration of the island in search of the cause behind his bodily anomalies. In response to Raylo's indifference, the Navy members experienced two contrasting emotions. The majority felt a sense of relief, glad that Raylo did not appear inclined to confront them. However, Nia, upon realizing she had been overlooked by Raylo, was instantly consumed by anger. Despite having previously considered retreating, her pride would not permit such disregard from him. "What are you trying to do? Are you attempting to flee?" Nia exclaimed with indignation. Raylo appeared to be oblivious to her words, dismissing them entirely. Although the Marines remained silent, Nia felt that Raylo had embarrassed her in front of his subordinates, disregarding the fact that his strength far surpassed hers. Fueled by determination, she prepared to unleash her formidable aura against him. Just then, an unexpected tremor shook the ground, as if the entire island were on the verge of capsizing. Everyone swayed from side to side, toppling to the ground, and even Raylo struggled to maintain his balance. What could be the cause of this? Raylo was utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel, though their faces were etched with fear, bore no surprise, as if the unfolding events were anticipated. Suddenly, a deep growl resonated from the island's center. The sound was deafening, forcing nearly everyone to cover their ears in agony, with some even bleeding from their eardrums. In comparison to this growl, the earlier roars of the beast seemed like mere childish whimpers, insignificant and trivial. The sound not only reverberated across the island but also spread outward, causing waves to ripple through the surrounding waters. Then, an unforeseen event occurred. The entire island abruptly lifted into the air, akin to a fish leaping from the ocean, before plunging fiercely back into the sea. In an instant, all who were on the island found themselves enveloped by the rushing waters. Nearby, the Hydra widened its 18 eyes in astonishment at the spectacle, then glanced back at the ship it had been towing, momentarily at a loss as to what to do. Should it return to Daughter Island? The briny, bitter seawater surged into Raylo's mouth and nostrils, leaving him disoriented and nauseated, though he was largely unaffected by the sea prism stone. At that moment, he felt as if the water had drained the strength from his body. Despite his efforts, he could not lift himself above the surface. At that moment, Raylo resembled an ordinary person drowning, struggling futilely against the overwhelming tide. As Raylo's consciousness began to fade, just when he thought everything was coming to an end, a graceful figure approached him. His blurred awareness hindered his ability to discern the figure's features clearly. He could only vaguely perceive her lithe form and beautiful visage, reminiscent of a mermaid from Fishman Island. Just as Lalo was on the brink of losing all awareness, the figure took hold of his arm and began to guide him toward the surface of the sea. As their heads drew closer to the water's surface, an immense creature suddenly emerged behind them. It was an enormous head, its eyes larger than those of the Hydra, glowing eerily in the water, exuding an unsettling aura. The one assisting Lalo sensed the impending danger and quickened her pace. But alas, it was too late. The colossal head opened its mouth wide, seawater gushing in, and the powerful suction force affected both Lalo and his companion, pulling them backward until they were ultimately swallowed whole. In his dazed state, Lalo caught a whiff of a putrid scent, which jolted him awake. He looked around, discovering the surroundings shrouded in darkness, nearly devoid of visibility. Yet, through his observation haki, he sensed another presence nearby. "You are awake," a melodious voice echoed. Lalo paused for a moment, recognizing the voice of Nia. "Was it you who saved me just now?" he inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Indeed, it was I. I must also take you back to exchange for merits. Even in death, your body shall accompany me. There is no possibility of letting you go so easily." Lalo chuckled, finding the explanation reasonable and indeed reminiscent of what Nia would do. Fortunately, she was not an extremist like Zephyr. Otherwise, a single strike against his unconscious self would have left him to await his demise. Deprived of the powers granted by the eternal fruit, what on earth transpired? Lalo, who had lost consciousness shortly after plunging into the sea, remained unaware of the events that unfolded. The island we had originally inhabited was not merely a simple island. "What do you mean?" Lalo furrowed his brow as he began to piece together the situation in his mind. It was, in fact, a living behemoth with an island resting upon its back. Typically, it remained in a state of dormant slumber, floating upon the ocean's surface, thus appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary island, albeit it constantly shifted, rendering it non-existent on nautical charts. The nation of Zo in the New World rested upon the back of an elephantine creature, so the presence of other islands on the backs of colossal beings did not astonish Lalo in the slightest. For some unknown reason, it had abruptly awakened, causing us to be thrown into the sea. Nia's tone carried a hint of exasperation. "Are you implying that we are inside the belly of this giant beast?" "Indeed." Lalo's expression suddenly turned exceedingly grave. Although both of them were currently safe and sound, the situation was not yet dire. However, if they lingered here any longer, they would inevitably be absorbed and transformed into a puddle of thick liquid, now bereft of the abilities granted by the eternal fruit. He found himself incapable of confronting such a harsh environment. Lalo felt around his waist, reassured to find that both the dragon pill and the thunder blade were still there, not lost to the vast ocean, a stroke of fortune amidst his misfortunes. Otherwise, locating them in the boundless sea would have been an almost insurmountable task. Lalo unsheathed the thunder blade. Although he did not possess the dragon orb at that moment, the thunder blade refrained from unleashing any electric assaults upon him. The electric light entwined around the thunder blade illuminated the surrounding space in an instant. Chapter 74, The Curse. Utilizing the radiance emitted by the thunder blade, Lalo surveyed his surroundings. Astonishingly, the ground beneath him was not merely terrain. Within the colossal beast, there existed a small island. However, due to the harsh environment, not a single plant could be found. Only scattered stones, decaying wood, and a few dilapidated vessels were visible. The periphery of the island was suffused with a pungent liquid, and gazing outward, one could only discern walls of a vivid crimson hue, with the ceiling reflecting the same ominous color. It was evident that they were ensconced within the belly of the beast. Fortunately, the creature's stomach provided them with an island to stand upon. Otherwise, they would have been entirely consumed by its gastric acid. Perhaps their fortune was not entirely lacking. "Is that so?" Nia's tone dripped with skepticism. "With so many of my subordinates plunging into the sea alongside us, how is it that only the two of us were swallowed? Is this truly what one might consider good fortune?" Lalo glanced at the thunder blade in his hand, realizing that all of this must be connected to it. However, he was reluctant to disclose this to Nia. Upon drawing the thunder blade, the colossal beast began to tremble, ultimately hurling itself into the sea, seemingly intent on swallowing him whole, perhaps in pursuit of the thunder blade. Given that the blade rested upon the beast's back, it was evident that there existed an intricate connection between the two. Moreover, the fact that he had slain the ferocious creature appeared to elicit some response from the giant, suggesting a certain bond between them. With this thought in mind, a new idea surfaced within Lalo. Since killing the beast had not restored his normalcy, perhaps he should trace the root of the issue and seek answers from the gigantic creature itself. Yet, being deep within enemy territory, Leilua was cautious about taking rash actions. Otherwise, should he provoke the beast, its gastric acids might surge forth onto the island, leaving him utterly helpless. He resolved to proceed with caution, deciding to explore the island further. "I'll accompany you," Nia called out, rising to follow closely behind Leilua. Raylo did not refuse, at this moment. The allegiance he shared with Nia had become inconsequential. If they could not escape, both would be doomed to perish in this place. "What is happening on your back?" Nia exclaimed suddenly. At that moment, Raylo's entire body was drenched in seawater, rendering his clothing even more sheer, revealing the musculature of his back. However, an array of strange, chaotic, and pitch-black patterns had suddenly appeared on his back. Raylo paused, reaching behind to feel his back, yet he detected nothing unusual. Unable to see his own back, he nonetheless learned from Nia about its condition. Although Raylo had lost the ability granted by the eternal fruit, rendering his wounds incapable of rapid healing, he understood that the markings on his back were neither scars from ferocious beasts nor from lightning, for there was not a hint of pain emanating from that area. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Laylo was utterly perplexed. However, he began to suspect that the peculiar condition of his body stemmed from the pattern on his back. But when had this pattern manifested? Prior to encountering the ferocious beast, his body had shown no signs of abnormality. It was only after the beast's appearance that his strength was suppressed and the effectiveness of his abilities diminished. When, and in what manner, had the beast inscribed this pattern upon him? He could not fathom it. Rello reached behind him, incessantly rubbing at his back. Yet his skin turned a deep crimson, nearly shedding a layer under his relentless friction, while the pattern remained unchanged. "Stop rubbing. What you bear on your back is a curse, one that cannot be simply erased." "A curse?" Rello paused, momentarily taken aback. Within the memories of the original owner of his body, there were indeed fragments pertaining to curses, albeit rather superficial. Notably, the captain of the Hawkins pirates, Basil Hawkins, possessed a fruit with the power of curses. Given the existence of such a cursed fruit, it would not be surprising to find other forms of curses in the world. As the notion of curses, shrouded in enigma, lingered in his mind, Rello found himself disinclined to ponder the origins of the pattern on his back. In short, whoever had cast this curse upon him must have done so in a manner beyond Rello's imagination. "Do you know how to lift the curse?" Nia, though youthful, was a promising talent of the next generation of the Navy, cultivated with great care, and perhaps she possessed knowledge of some obscure secrets. Although Rello's age far surpassed Nia's, much of his time had been spent in training grounds in the confines of Impel Down, leaving his understanding of the world potentially inferior to hers. "I only heard a senior Navy officer mention, years ago, when they were dispatched to a village overrun by pirates. Upon their arrival, however, everyone on the island suddenly became extremely weak, with no signs of poisoning, and they retreated one after another. Ultimately, it was the then ordinary Marine, Vice Admiral Carp, who, despite his frailty, charged into the enemy's stronghold and felled their leader, after which everyone returned to their former strength." Raylo nodded. Carp truly deserved his title as a naval hero, exhibiting exceptional prowess. According to the tale recounted by Nia, it seemed that eliminating the individual who cast the curse would restore everything to its original state. Yet, the pressing question remained. Who, in fact, had inflicted this curse upon him? Raylo lifted his gaze. "Is this the colossal beast?" Raylo abruptly turned to Nia and inquired, "Do you have any patterns on your back?" Although Nia's attire was dampened by the seawater, she was draped in a heavy navy coat, concealing the skin on her back. Without hesitation, Nia removed the coat, concerned that Raylo might not see clearly. She even lifted her top slightly to reveal her back. Nia's waist was slender, scarcely fitting within a gentle grasp, leading up to her smooth, porcelain-like back, pristine as freshly fallen snow, with hints of allure subtly emerging above. Yet, there were no discernible patterns. "Is there?" "No." Raylo shook his head, his confusion deepening. Both Nia and he were on the island. If a colossal beast had indeed cast a curse, why was it that only he bore the markings while Nia remained unaffected? Furthermore, if that ferocious creature had indeed enacted a curse, having already been vanquished by him, why did the curse persist? Was it that this particular curse was of a more peculiar nature, one that would endure beyond the death of its originator? Or was there something else at play? A sudden thought emerged in Leilua's mind. Perhaps the one who cast the curse was indeed the colossal beast. But the reason it was only directed at him was due to his unique nature in comparison to Nia and the others. Raylo glanced at the dragon pearl hanging from his waist. The dragon pearl and the thunderblade were mutually attractive yet antagonistic. And the thunderblade held an inseparable connection with the colossal beast, leading to the question of whether it had cursed itself. Chapter 75, the historical text. It turns out, it was all your doing. Raylo looked at the dragon pearl, somewhat helpless. This explanation seemed reasonable, and he could not conceive of a more plausible one. However, even if everything stemmed from the dragon pearl, Raylo could not cast it aside. After all, he was the one who had brought the dragon pearl away from the Isle of Daughters. He could not become a heartless man who would unsheath his sword without hesitation. Raylo raised his gaze to the interior wall of the colossal beast's stomach. At this moment, his strength was diminished to a mere fraction, and he lacked the absolute certainty required to breach the creature's body in one decisive move. Should he choose to strike, it would undoubtedly provoke the beast, compelling it to react, and both he and Nia would likely be left to await their doom. Thus, Raylo refrained from impulsive actions. Instead, he resolved to explore the island, as it might hold clues to unraveling the curse. Given that this isle could exist within the beast, it likely bore some connection to it. Nia nodded in agreement and continued to follow Raylo deeper into the island. The radiance emitted by the thunderous blade is limited, allowing them only a partial glimpse of the island's mysteries. As they venture deeper, their understanding of this land expands. The remnants of vessels upon the island are significantly fewer than Raylo had anticipated, indicating that this colossal beast predominantly remains in a tranquil state, rarely engaging in attacks against humanity. Among the wreckage, some ships belong to pirates, while others are of naval origin. However, not a single merchant vessel is in sight. After all, ordinary folk, upon encountering such an island, would generally maintain their distance, never daring to approach it. One cannot help but wonder how many ships the colossal Elephant Lord has destroyed over the years. Upon witnessing this scene, Raylo inevitably recalls the equally massive figure of the Elephant Lord. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashes through Raylo's mind. The Elephant Lord is a creature of high intelligence, capable of communication with both Momonosuke and Luffy. Thus, if this monstrous being is indeed able to cast curses, it must possess wisdom rivaling that of the Elephant Lord. Given that both he and Luffy belong to the D lineage and can converse with sea kings, perhaps he too might be able to communicate with this immense creature. If this were the case, he might be able to depart from here without shedding any blood. Hey, can you hear me? Raylo's voice echoed incessantly within the belly of the colossal beast, yet no response was forthcoming. Nia gazed at Raylo as if he were a fool, questioning, "Whom are you addressing?" Raylo shook his head in resignation, his heart not overly heavy with disappointment. It seemed that either this colossal beast lacked the requisite intellect, or it was simply disinterested in engaging with him. Regardless of the reason, Raylo found himself devoid of any solutions. "Look over there." At that moment, Nia's exclamation abruptly interrupted Raylo's contemplation. Following the direction of her gesture, Raylo beheld an immense, perfectly square stone slab. The surface of the slab was inscribed with a multitude of characters, none of which Raylo could recognize. That was the historical text. Although Raylo had never encountered the historical text in this world, his counterpart in the real world had seen its manifestations countless times, thus he could not possibly mistake it. The historical text is an indestructible monument forged by the ancestors of the Kokyasi clan during the Century of Blankness. From what Raylo understood, there are approximately 30 such stones, 9 of which record information pertaining to Raftel, often referred to in connection with the Century of Blankness, and 4 that mark the location of Raftel. Each of these historical texts holds immense significance. The mere appearance of any one of them in the world would undoubtedly stir up considerable upheaval. However, only the creators of these stones, the Kokyasi clan, and the scholars residing in Ohara possess the capability to interpret them. The Kokyasi family has passed down the pronunciations and writings of the ancient script through generations, yet they have not conveyed the contents recorded within the ancient texts. With the annihilation of Ohara by the Buster Call, only Robin remains in the world with the ability to decipher the historical text. To conceal the truth of the Century of Blankness, the world government has gone to great lengths to seek Robin's demise. Among the 4 historical texts indicating Raftel's location, one is situated in the whale forest of Zo Island. Another is in the possession of one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. A third, once in Wano, has now fallen into Kaido's hands. The whereabouts of the 4th remain unknown and have yet to surface. Although Lero could not comprehend the contents above, he discerned that the 4 stone tablets documenting the location of Laugh-Tale were distinct from ordinary historical texts, radiating a striking red hue. The historical text before him, however, had undergone slight discoloration due to its prolonged confinement within the colossal beast. Yet it was evidently not red and did not belong to the 4 tablets that marked the location of Laugh-Tale. It struck him as peculiar that a historical text would find itself in this place. Since their creation, historical texts had been dispatched across the world, and there existed a profound connection between the D lineage and the Kozuki clan. The presence of this text here suggested that, unless it had been fortuitously swallowed by the beast, there must be a significant relationship between this creature and both the Kozuki clan and the D lineage. The unfolding events became increasingly enigmatic. Despite the obscure origins of the colossal beast, Laro's primary concern remained how to address the suppression of his strength and the ineffectiveness of his devil fruit abilities. If he found himself unable to escape this place, even if one of the 4 stone tablets were before him, it would be of no use to him. In the midst of his anxious deliberations, Nia silently scrutinized the historical text. "Can you understand it?" he inquired. "Of course not," she replied, shaking her head. It was hardly surprising. Had Nia possessed such understanding, the world government would have swiftly dealt with her. "I'm contemplating how to extract this object. If I manage to bring it back to the Navy headquarters and present it to the world government, my rank might increase by at least 1 level," Laro mused. Left speechless by her ambition, he had underestimated Nia, not realizing that amidst their current predicament, she still harbored aspirations for advancement in rank. Suddenly, an absurd notion took root in Laro's mind. The historical texts, crafted by the Kozuki clan and reputed to be indestructible, should naturally withstand the corrosive gastric acids of the beast. "Hey, are you afraid of the smell?" he asked. Nia paused, taken aback. "What do you intend to do?" Being an astute woman, she quickly grasped his implication. "You can forget it. Even if I were to perish here, I would never resort to that method." The method Nia referred to was precisely what Laro had envisioned. The two of them would embark upon the historical text and navigate through the digestive tract of the beast to escape its interior. Lalo shrugged, as he had no intention of adopting such a method. He merely proposed a feasible approach. After all, resorting to that tactic, even if successful, would equate to social death, which was utterly incompatible with his identity as a strong individual. Chapter 76. The zombie. At the moment when Lalo found himself in a quandary, an eerie and unsettling cry suddenly echoed from the depths of darkness. Due to the incapacity of the eternal fruit's power, Lalo no longer possessed formidable regenerative abilities. Thus, in this situation, to conserve his energy, he refrained from activating his observation haki. Consequently, when the sound emerged, Lalo was nearly startled. Nia's reaction was far more pronounced than Lalo's. She let out a piercing scream. It was difficult to imagine such a woman displaying such timidity at this moment. "Did you just hear that sound?" "Yes, in this haunted place. It must be a zombie," Lalo teased Nia, jesting half-heartedly. "Don't say such nonsense." Nia's face paled in fright. Lalo thought to himself that the contrast was rather stark. He had assumed Nia was fearless. Once again, the strange cry emanated from the darkness, causing Nia's delicate face to turn as white as snow. Laro furrowed his brow, having just deployed his observation haki. Yet he could not discern any signs of life in the direction from which the chilling cry emanated. It was evident that the source of the sound lurking in the darkness was not a living creature, although it was connected to the devil fruit. This world indeed harbors terrifying entities such as zombies and ghosts. Thus his initial astonishment did not escalate into sheer shock. In the past, Laro, with his extraordinary prowess, would have remained unfazed by any predicament. However, under the current circumstances, a flicker of unease lingered in his heart. Nia, equally adept in observation haki, shared Laro's realization that the beings in the shadows were not of the living, and her fear intensified, causing her to instinctively draw closer to him. In that moment, Nia appeared as a delicate maiden. Yet, Laro had no time for sentiments. He raised his thunder blade and illuminated the darkness, the electric sparks instantaneously banishing the obscurity. Before them materialized 4 or 5 grotesque humanoid figures, clad in tattered garments, their decaying muscles marred by visible sutures. Many parts of their bodies were ensconced in bandages, while exposed areas revealed the stark whiteness of their bones. Their skin, in a state of extreme decay, rendered their faces horrifying, some devoid of noses, others with bulging eyes hanging from their sockets, their mouths agape, revealing a few remaining teeth. Nia shrieked in terror at the sight of these monstrosities. Pointing at the creatures in the dark, she edged even closer to Laro. The zombies advanced slowly towards them, emitting low growls, their vacant gazes and clawing motions betraying a complete lack of reason. Laro recalled that the former warlord of the sea, Gecko Moria, utilized the powers of the shadow fruit to implant human shadows into corpses, thereby creating zombies. Aside from the inability to replicate the abilities of the devil fruit user, these zombies possessed the same character and skills as their original human forms. However, it was clear that the zombies before them lacked any semblance of human intellect. Could it be that these creatures naturally arose in this world, aside from Moria's creations? Undoubtedly, these were individuals who had perished within the bellies of colossal beasts, transformed into zombies for some unfathomable reason. While the zombies conjured by the devil fruit could be purified using salt, imbued with the energy of the sea. To sever their shadows from their decaying flesh, Lero found himself at a loss on how to confront the ones before him. How did Uncle Ling deal with zombies? With Peach with swords? By drawing talismans? What are you babbling about? They're coming, Nia cried out. Raylo brandished his lightning blade at the encroaching zombies, and arcs of electricity erupted forth, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive sounds. After this tumultuous display, thick plumes of white smoke began to rise from the decaying corpses, their already grotesque limbs rendered even more disfigured. After stumbling a few steps, they collapsed to the ground, rendered immobile. Witnessing this scene, Nia finally exhaled in relief, her previously furrowed brow easing slightly. Raylo was momentarily taken aback, for at that moment, his power was significantly suppressed, allowing him to exert only a mere 30% of his original capabilities. He had initially assumed that these zombies would, to some extent, be able to resist his onslaught. However, he was astonished to find them so utterly feeble. Nevertheless, Raylo did not allow himself to feel relieved, for soon enough, ominous sounds emerged from the darkness. This time, it was not the eerie howls of the undead, but rather the dull thud of footsteps. Clearly, the adversary was not akin to these mindless zombies that had come before him. It was evident that there were more formidable forces lurking in the shadows. Raylo was not particularly surprised by this development. After all, he had never anticipated that the events transpiring within this colossal beast would be straightforward, regardless of the motivations behind the previous zombies' actions. Remarkable indeed. I didn't expect you to dispatch them so effortlessly. Upon hearing the other party speak in human language, Nia felt a significant weight lift from her heart, yet Raylo became increasingly vigilant. As a figure emerged from the shadows, Nia nearly jumped in fright once more. The individual wielded a conspicuous large blade. Although his attire remained relatively intact, his body bore numerous signs of stitching, with large patches of muscle decayed and accompanied by a pungent odor. Aside from his somewhat intact visage and a gait reminiscent of humanity, he bore little distinction from the previous zombies. It's him, Nia exclaimed suddenly, having overcome her initial trepidation, as if recognizing the figure. Do you know him? Raylo inquired, turning to her. Nia nodded. Every soldier within the Navy was required to be familiar with the pirate bounties issued over the past 3 years. This man had once been a formidable figure, boasting a bounty of 300 million 3 years ago, known as the Demon Blade Rasha. However, he had mysteriously vanished 3 years prior, and it was astonishing to discover that he had transformed into this grotesque form. Nodded slightly and inquired of, "What is the reason for your assault upon us?" At that moment, found himself significantly constrained in strength, bearing wounds upon his body. Even though he possessed vital information that could potentially neutralize his adversary, he preferred to avoid unnecessary conflict. Drawing forth his formidable blade, declared, "Our master desires to possess you. Is your master male or female?" Interjected with a question of little relevance. Meanwhile, fell into contemplation, gaining a clearer understanding of the entire situation. Surrender your body to our master. Suddenly launched an attack on. Chapter 77. A surprise assault from the shadows clang. Raylo raised the Thunderblade to parry Rasha's assault. The clash between the Thunderblade and the demon's sword produced an exceedingly piercing sound. The shockwaves reverberated within the belly of the colossal beast, causing ripples in the surrounding gastric acid. Although Lero's strength had significantly diminished at that moment, it still far surpassed that of an ordinary warrior. He had not anticipated that Rasha's power could rival his own in this state. With a subtle flick of his wrist, Raylo unleashed a powerful current that surged from the lightning blade, instantaneously coursing through Rasha's entire being. Yet, in the face of such formidable electricity, Rasha remained utterly unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of discomfort, as if he were impervious to pain. His body exhibited neither charring nor the emergence of smoke. Even Raylo, with his imposing physique, would typically show some reaction when confronted with such overwhelming electrical force. Rasha's unwavering demeanor raised suspicions. Had this individual undergone some extraordinary transformation, endowing him with remarkable resistance to lightning? Raylo extended his arm outward, deflecting Rasha's ghostly blade, and the two combatants once again distanced themselves. Although Raylo was acutely aware that the lightning from the Thunder Blade would have no effect on Rasha, he harbored no intention of employing the Dragon Pearl. The utilization of the Dragon Pearl demanded a substantial expenditure of vital energy, and his current physical condition was insufficient to sustain its activation. While it was true that the Dragon Pearl could absorb the vital energy of entities other than its user, Lalo doubted that these zombies possessed any residual energy left to offer. Moreover, he lacked the precise control necessary to manipulate the Dragon Pearl effectively. Should it start to draw upon the vital energy of the colossal beast, he would be reduced to mere bones long before the creature's energy was depleted, succumbing to its corrosive gastric acid. "You are indeed fortunate," Lalo remarked suddenly, casting a glance at Rasha. "What do you mean by that?" Rasha inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Had I not been in my current state, you would have been obliterated by my fist the moment our eyes met." "Haha, what an audacious young man." Rasha laughed heartily, utterly dismissing Lalo's assertion as mere bravado. "Ha." Lalo smirked, a palpable shift in his demeanor as his aura transformed entirely. Ziz. The electric brilliance of Thunder Blade radiated incessantly, dazzling in its luminosity. With a swift flash, the next moment saw Lalo, who had been standing before Roxa, suddenly appear behind him. His speed so astonishing that neither Roxa nor the observing Nia could react in time. As Roxa attempted to turn and gaze at Lalo, he discovered that his body felt as though it were immobilized, rendering him incapable of even the slightest movement. Nia, observing from the side, noticed an ethereal light beginning to emanate from Roxa. In the blink of an eye, numerous fissures appeared across his form, resembling the shattering of porcelain. Following a crisp sound, Roxa's body began to fragment completely, flesh cascading to the ground in disarray. The incredulous expression on Roxa's face shattered into several pieces, littering the floor. Not far away, Nia's mouth fell agape, her visage mirroring disbelief. She was acutely aware that Lalo's powers had been diminished under the weight of a curse, and thus she could scarcely fathom that the formidable ghost blade Roxa could be so effortlessly vanquished by Lalo. At that moment, the once arrogant Nia began to reconsider whether her ambition to capture Lalo was nothing more than a fanciful delusion. As Nia pondered, Lalo's form suddenly swayed perilously, nearly toppling over. "What troubles you?" Nia inquired with genuine concern. At that juncture, the two found themselves akin to grasshoppers on the same strand of rope, no longer mindful of the differences in their allegiances. Raylo waved his hand dismissively, assuring that he was merely fatigued and would recover with a brief respite. Previously, endowed with the prowess of the immortal fruit, he possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. However, now that the fruit's powers had waned, his recovery capabilities aligned more closely with that of an ordinary individual. Coupled with his existing injuries, the exertion from his recent powerful strike left him somewhat spent. Upon confirming Raylo's well-being, Nia offered a brief comment, devoid of any excessive concern. Yet, a flicker of worry crossed her mind. Surely, there wouldn't be more zombies emerging? Just as her thoughts settled, a shadowy figure stealthily materialized from behind Raylo. "Behind you!" Nia exclaimed in alarm. As Rayleigh turned his head, he discovered that one of the former warlords of the sea, Moria, had appeared behind him, grasping his own shadow in one hand and wielding a pair of scissors in the other. Without the slightest hesitation, Moria utilized his devil fruit powers to sever Rayleigh's shadow from his body. In that fleeting moment when the shadow detached, Rayleigh felt an instantaneous draining of his strength, his consciousness beginning to fade into obscurity, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Fortunately, having witnessed Luffy's state when Moria had stolen his shadow, Rayleigh had anticipated this occurrence. He bit down hard on his tongue, using the sharp pain as a stimulus to stave off the loss of awareness. I never imagined someone could maintain their consciousness after having their shadow stolen. Truly a remarkable warrior. But now, this power belongs to me." Moria cackled with abandon. "Moria, what are you doing here?" Nia's vigilance heightened instantly. As a member of the Navy, she was well aware of Moria's identity. Following the war on the summit, the higher-ups of the world government deemed Moria insufficiently powerful to retain his position as a warlord and ordered Doflamingo to eliminate him. However, in the end, Moria was rescued by his subordinate Absalom, who utilized the invisibility granted by his devil fruit. In the original narrative, Moria made his appearance in the New World 2 years later, yet due to Rayleigh's traversal into this world, the entire timeline had shifted, leading to Moria's unexpected presence here for reasons unknown. Nia had a certain understanding of Moria's pirate crew and knew he had several competent subordinates, causing her to scan her surroundings anxiously, fearing that others might emerge from the shadows to launch a surprise attack. "There's no need to look around. It is just me here," Moria declared. "After leaving Marineford, we sailed this way when we were suddenly attacked by that wretched giant beast. and we ended up swallowed whole. But thanks to that, I've acquired your power. Once I escape from here and assemble a formidable body, I will soon defeat Kaido and become the new Yonko. Originally, Moria had a hulking physique, his belly swollen as if filled with balloons, but now he appeared significantly emaciated, clearly having endured considerable hunger recently. Although Moria was unaware of Rayleigh's true identity, he had witnessed Rayleigh's terrifying strength up close during the war on the summit. Thus, he felt giddy at having obtained Rayleigh's shadow, equating it to seizing a portion of his power. Chapter 78. Rayleigh's plan after having his shadow stolen. Rayleigh realized that the sensation of power being drained was merely a misperception of his brain, not a genuine loss of strength. Though devoid of the enhancement from his devil fruit abilities at that moment, he quickly adapted after a brief recovery. As Rayleigh observed the self-satisfied Moria, he felt neither anxiety nor concern, for everything unfolded according to his design. From the very beginning, upon encountering those zombies, Rayleigh suspected a connection to Moria, and with the appearance of Rasha, he became even more convinced of Moria's involvement. It seemed that Moria had entered this realm for some undisclosed reason, and those who perished within the belly of the giant beast had unwittingly become the materials for Moria's zombie creations. Originally, Moria's army of zombies had been crafted by a ship's doctor, Hogback, yet Moria himself possessed the ability to create rudimentary zombies. Therefore, Rayleigh surmised that the initial zombies leading the charge were likely Moria's failed creations, their shadows belonging to mindless animals, originating from beings consumed by the giant beast. Devoid of consciousness and compelled to obey Moria's will, Rasha, as a zombie, was presumably one of Moria's more successful modifications. With a shadow that likely belonged to a powerful individual Moria had collected. When Rayleigh shattered Rasha's form, the shadow stealthily attempted to flee behind him. Realizing this, Rayleigh confirmed Moria's presence at his back, intentionally exaggerating his perceived exhaustion to lure Moria into attacking him, effectively drawing the serpent from its den. Although it may seem irrational for Rayleigh to remain passive in the face of an impending ambush from Moria, especially when he possesses the ability to resist, there exists a rationale behind his inaction. The shadow mirrors its master in character and techniques, and at this moment, Rayleigh is burdened by a curse. Thus, he ponders whether his shadow might also bear this curse. Alternatively, he contemplates whether the affliction upon himself could transfer to his shadow. All of this constitutes a gamble on Rayleigh's part. Should he lose this wager, he risks forfeiting his fruit ability and being suppressed in strength. He would likely find himself outmatched by Moria, who can enhance his powers by devouring shadows. Once Moria consumes Rayleigh's shadow, his strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Fortunately, fortune favored him, and he bet correctly. Although Lero could not see the cursed markings on his back, he could distinctly sense that his power was intensifying. While it had not returned to its original state, it was significantly stronger than when he had battled with Rasha. Furthermore, Lero observed that his wounds were healing at an accelerated rate. Though it did not match his inherent regenerative abilities, the speed of recovery was nonetheless astonishing. Leluo let out a sigh. Although he was aware that the curse upon him had not been entirely lifted, the method of splitting his shadow had indeed weakened the curse, allowing his abilities to be significantly restored. What should he do? If the curse could never be eradicated, would he have to continue facing peril in such a state indefinitely? Relo swiftly dismissed this notion. Consequently, those whose shadows were seized by Moria's devil fruit abilities cannot be regarded as complete human beings if exposed to sunlight. They would soon disintegrate into nothingness. Even though Relo had regained a portion of the powers bestowed by the immortal fruit, he was reluctant to take such a risk, as the dangers were far too great. At this moment, Moria was still lost in the euphoria of having acquired Relo's shadow, completely oblivious to the changes occurring within Relo. Riley did not interrupt him, merely observing in silence. The shadow of Riley in Moria's grasp struggled incessantly, attempting to break free from Moria's hold, yet all efforts proved futile. As a user of the shadow fruit, Moria possessed absolute control over the severed shadows. Even Riley's shadow was unable to escape his clutches. However, at that moment, Riley's shadow was also partially influenced by a curse, rendering it less than at its peak strength. Otherwise, whether Moria could maintain complete control over Riley's shadow would remain uncertain. It was only then that Moria turned to face Riley, inquiring if he did not wish to reclaim his own shadow. With that, he swallowed Riley's shadow, revealing a smug expression. As soon as Rayleigh's shadow was swallowed by Moria, his physique underwent a dramatic transformation, growing taller and resembling a small giant. His muscles became distinctly pronounced, shedding the previous bulkiness of his form. It was indeed formidable, Who would have thought that a single shadow could wield such immense power? Surpassing that of 1,000 shadows? Moria burst into laughter, convinced of his inevitable victory. However, Raylo cast a scornful glance at him, dismissing him entirely. Filling an abyss with stones does not easily yield a mountain, even if it were to become a mountain. It would never compare to the grand peaks formed by the stones themselves. Moria was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing Raylo was mocking him. Though Moria could augment his strength by devouring shadows, the enhancement was not proportional. Thus, despite consuming Raylo's shadow, Raylo could sense that Moria's power still fell short of his own. The disparity was evident. Moria's massive arms suddenly descended upon Raylo's location with astonishing speed, defying the expectations of his size. With a resounding crash, a deep pit was created on the small island. Yet, within that pit, Raylo was nowhere to be found. Too slow. Raylo had effortlessly positioned himself atop Moria's arm, gazing down at him with an air of arrogance. Infuriated by Raylo's provocation, Moria swung his arm to toss Raylo into the air while his other hand came crashing down. He assumed Raylo would be unable to maneuver in midair, certain the blow would land. To his surprise, Raylo executed a moonwalk, deftly evading the attack. After 2 consecutive misses, rather than growing angrier, Moria regained his composure. Shadows extracted through the powers of the devil fruit could not exist independently. Should their original owner perish, the shadows would vanish as well. Therefore, Moria had to ensure Raylo's survival in order to make any attempt at claiming his shadow meaningful. Fortunately, you evaded my grasp. It would have been troublesome had I accidentally struck you down. Huh. Raylo chuckled without response. Shadow box, Moria shouted, and the shadow beneath him transformed into countless bats. Soaring towards Raylo, the bats encircled him, ultimately forming a box that trapped him within. Chapter 79. The uninformed Moria seeing Raylo ensnared, Moria finally exhaled in relief. He turned his gaze towards Nia, remarking, "Now it's just you left. Should I claim your shadow, or shall I kill you and turn you into a zombie?" Although Nia had once harbored a profound fear of zombies, the realization that it was Moria's devil fruit ability at play eased her mind. Faced with Moria's threat, she transformed back into the fearless Navy major she once was. "If you think you can, then come and try," she challenged. "Ha ha ha, such a presumptuous little girl. I needn't lift a finger for you." Shadow Mage. Moria's shadow suddenly took on a 3-dimensional form, as if a dark doppelganger emerged from it. This was Moria's shadow clone, capable of assisting him in both defense and offense, having once put Luffy in a difficult predicament. Yet, Nia showed no signs of retreat against the Shadow Mage. She rolled up her sleeves and launched an attack. Although Nia could inflict damage on the Shadow Mage using her armament haki, the clone's power was intrinsically linked to Moria's own strength. Now that Moria had devoured Raylo's shadow, his power had surged, rendering him far beyond Nia's capacity to contend with. In mere moments, Nia found herself on the defensive, struggling against the Shadow Mage's relentless assaults. Moria, observing Nia's increasing helplessness, reclined on the ground, propping his head on one hand as if he were watching a theatrical performance. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that an ordinary Navy officer possessed such strength? Quite impressive. Although Nia was formidable, she was far from a match for the Shadow Mage. And it wasn't long before she bore the marks of battle. How long will you wait? Do you intend to watch the spectacle like him? Nia suddenly shouted, startling Moria. Just as he pondered her words, Raylo's voice echoed from within the shadow box. "I had faith in you. Since you require my assistance, I shall intervene." With a thunderous crash, Raylo effortlessly shattered the shadow box with a single kick, as though it were made of paper. Moria's shadow box was utterly incapable of containing Raylo. His choice to delay shattering it stemmed from a desire to toy with Moria, as well as a curiosity to observe any further changes in Moria after consuming his shadow. Raylo has always been clear about his loyalties. Nia had once rescued him, so when she finds herself in peril, he cannot simply turn a blind eye. Although he had just been concealed within the shadow box, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings through the keen awareness of his observation haki. Should Nia encounter danger, he would not hesitate to act immediately. Just moments ago, as Nia was retreating under pressure, even if she remained silent, Raylo was prepared to intervene on her behalf. Little did he expect that you could so easily breach my shadow box. It seems that eliminating you promptly could transform your body into the mightiest of warriors. Raylo chuckled. Then you may continue dreaming. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly appeared before the Shadow Mage, delivering a punch that caused the mage's form to dissolve like a balloon pricked by a needle. Nia let out a sigh, witnessing the Shadow Mage, who had previously posed a formidable challenge, Being so effortlessly vanquished by Raylo filled her with an unsettling feeling. Why the sigh? Oh, it's nothing, Nia replied, shaking her head as she sought to reassure herself. He is human, and so am I. If he can succeed, then I too shall achieve greatness in due time. As long as I draw breath, I will surely seize my chance one day. Raylo would not concern himself with the chaotic thoughts swirling in Nia's mind. He turned to Moria, inquiring whether she preferred to end her own life or would rather he assist her in that endeavor. Although he was aware that the return of the shadow would intensify the curse upon him, Raylo felt he had no other choice. However, the temporary absence of the shadow was not without merit, as it had restored a portion of his immortality fruit's powers and healed his wounds. Do not be so arrogant, Moria shouted. Having witnessed Rairo's prowess, she realized that she was no match for him, yet she chose to resist with stubborn defiance. Shadow Spear. Moria's shadow transformed into a spear, lunging toward Raylo with formidable force, capable of piercing through Little Oz's form with ease. Alas, this attack proved ineffective against Raylo. Raylo grasped the tip of the shadow horn gun with a single hand, rendering it immovable. The lingering effects of the curse meant that Raylo's strength had not fully returned, compelling him to employ armament hockey. With a sharp crack, the shadow horn gun shattered instantaneously. Witnessing the futility of his assault, Moria began to exhibit signs of distress. At this juncture, he abandoned the use of any devil fruit abilities, relying instead on the enhanced physicality he possessed, unleashing a flurry of erratic blows directed at Raylo's position. The outcome was unmistakable. Moria's every strike missed its mark, instead ravaging the island into a state of disrepair. While the stomach of the colossal beast reverberated under the impact of Moria's attacks, beginning to tremble slightly. This was dire. Raylo sensed the tumultuous churn of the beast's gastric acid, realizing that it had been provoked by Moria. If this escalation were not halted soon, both he and Nia would undoubtedly be caught in the ensuing chaos. Cease at once. Riley swiftly approached, delivering a powerful punch to Moria's abdomen. In an instant, Moria's stomach caved in, his body contorting into a bow shape, his eyes glazing over as he lost consciousness. Had it not been for Moria's body being enhanced by Riley's shadow, coupled with Riley's restrained strength in the absence of his haki, that punch could have easily disemboweled Moria. Moria's enormous form crashed to the ground, and shortly thereafter, Riley's shadow surged forth from his mouth, gradually restoring his massive physique. The moment the shadow returned to Riley, he felt the curse upon him intensify, resulting in a significant decrease in his overall strength. As the assault ceased, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. The stomach acid of the colossal beast no longer roiling, allowing Riley to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Glancing at the ground beneath him, a thought suddenly flickered in Riley's mind. Could this small island be a gastrointestinal stone of the giant beast? Nia approached Moria, contemplating what military rank could be exchanged for his return, yet recognizing that Moria was ultimately defeated by Riley. She inquired, "What do you intend to do with him?" Raylo does not intend to eliminate Moria at this moment. He has entered the belly of the beast long before him, possessing a wealth of intelligence. And perhaps he is privy to certain information pertaining to the curse. Hence, Raylo opts to spare him for the time being, extracting every ounce of value from him. Chapter 80. Another World. Snap. Wake up. Raylo struck Moria twice, causing his rarely slender face to swell. After a while, Moria gradually regained consciousness. Upon realizing that the first figure he beheld was Raylo, a look of sheer terror washed over him, and he instinctively recoiled. Just moments prior, Raylo had already instilled in him a profound fear of death. Speak. How do you wish to meet your end? Raylo did not directly inquire about the intelligence he sought from Moria, but rather opted to threaten him with death. It is only when confronted with the specter of death that an individual will resort to any means to survive. Thus, it was under such duress that Moria would ultimately divulge everything he knew. Had Raylo waited to ask him directly, Moria would likely have concealed information or even resorted to deception. Please don't kill me. I don't wish to die. The once formidable Moria now appeared before Raylo like a wretched, tail-between-legs dog. Despite his larger stature, in comparison to Raylo, he seemed utterly insignificant. Moria understood that Absalom would not come to his rescue this time, compelling him to employ every possible tactic to ensure his survival. If you spare my life, I will offer you everything. Oh, and what do you possess to offer me? Your little dress or your large scissors? Your devil fruit is intriguing. I have heard that when a devil fruit user perishes, the power of the fruit randomly shifts to a nearby piece of fruit, thus giving rise to a new devil fruit. Raylo cast a somewhat sinister glance at Moria, who gulped, feeling an increased sense of dread. His mind raced as he desperately sought conditions that might appease Raylo. Meanwhile, Raylo silently observed him, refraining from interruption while subtly intensifying the pressure. Unbeknownst to Moria, Raylo was currently under the full manifestation of a curse, his strength considerably diminished since the loss of his shadow. Thus, should Moria muster the courage for a final stand. Although defeating Raylo was an impossibility, a narrow escape might not be entirely out of reach. Have you made up your mind? If not, I shall transform you into your most beloved zombie, Raylo remarked, unable to contain himself as Moria remained silent for an extended period. Beads of sweat began to form on Moria's forehead, cascading down his face. If you spare me, I can lead you out of here. Moria finally blurted out after much contemplation. Is that so? If you had the means to escape, you would have fled long ago. Do you think I am as gullible as Luffy? Raylo retorted, invoking the name of the Straw Hat Boy, which caused Moria to grit his teeth in frustration. Do not interrupt. I am not deceiving you. I can harness my shadow to create bats, allowing us to traverse the gullet of the colossal beast. The reason I have not done so before is due to my limited power. The bats would falter midway. However, if I were to consume your shadow, my strength would significantly amplify, enabling us to escape together. Lelos pondered for a moment. From Moria's words, it seemed that such a method might indeed be feasible. Initially, Lelos had contemplated utilizing the moonstep to escape through the giant beast's esophagus, but his strength had been suppressed by a curse, and he was injured, rendering him incapable of sustaining the moonstep for long. He would likely fall before even reaching the beast's throat. Although his injuries had now healed, his power had yet to be restored, leaving him still unable to employ the moonstep for escape. In light of this, Moria's suggestion appeared to be the best course of action. Why should I trust you? Lelos remained cautious and did not readily acquiesce. This is the only way, trust me. I wish to leave here more than either of you. I have been here for quite some time and know this giant beast better than anyone else. This is the sole method of escape. Oh, how much do you know about this giant beast? Lelos inquired, following his lead. Although uncertain as to why Lelos suddenly took an interest in the creature, Moria understood that his life hung in the balance and thus complied. As far as I know, this giant beast does not belong to our world. What? Nea, who had been watching from the side, suddenly exclaimed. Although Rayleigh was taken aback, his reaction was not as pronounced as Nea's, for he too had traversed into this world. Why do you say that? Moria swallowed hard. While many islands along the Grand Line are perched upon the backs of colossal beasts, these islands are generally documented by the world government. Yet, this particular creature bears no mention in their records. Can you still access the world government's archives? I was once one of the 7 warlords, Moria continued. Though the world government's records may be silent on this matter, it does not imply that others are unaware. I spent many years in the mysterious triangle, where numerous vessels from centuries past reside, along with a wealth of ancient literature. Raylo's interest was piqued, and he patiently listened as Moria continued. I once encountered a passage in a tome that recounted an event from 5 centuries past, where a band of pirates sailed the vast ocean. Suddenly, the space ahead warped, giving rise to a colossal black hole, from which a monstrous creature emerged and plunged into the depths of the sea. Based on my observations, this creature bears an astonishing resemblance to the one depicted in that ancient text, leading me to deduce that they are likely one and the same. Raylo was taken aback. If Moria's assertions held true, and this beast hailed from another realm, it would imply that the curse upon him also originated from a different world, rendering the prospect of breaking the curse a formidable challenge. Raylo glanced at the lightning blade he held as a source of illumination, as well as the dragon orb hanging at his waist. Are you also from another world? He inquired. I have shared everything I know. So, what do you say? Lend me your shadow, and allow me to lead you away. Raylo let out a silent sigh, a tinge of disappointment lingering in his heart. He had hoped to glean some information about the curse from Moria, but it appeared that Moria was equally in the dark regarding the matter. It seemed he had no choice but to leave this place for the time being and devise a new plan. Very well, I accept your proposal, however. Should you entertain any nefarious thoughts, I assure you that you will witness your own brain matter. Moria swallowed hard and quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Raylo approached the historical text, endeavoring to commit the inscribed words to memory. Although he was oblivious to their meaning, he sensed that the content bore immense significance, potentially serving as a catalyst that could influence the world. Thus, he could not afford to disregard such a treasure lying before him. Yet, due to his unfamiliarity with the script, the words appeared to him as mere symbols. Fortunately, Raylo possessed an extraordinary memory, and given that the text was not overly extensive, he ultimately succeeded in memorizing its entirety. Chapter 81. Escaping to freedom. Raylo willingly surrendered his shadow to Moria. After Moria devoured Raylo's shadow, his form once again swelled to a tremendous size, significantly enhancing his strength and filling him with a sense of triumph, accompanied by a peculiar, sinister laughter. However, having recently tasted defeat, Moria harbored no further ill intentions. Instead, he obediently wielded his fruit abilities and released a multitude of bats from his shadow. These bats coalesced into a vast, flying carpet, providing a sturdy platform even with Raylo and his companions standing upon it. "Let us depart," Raylo commanded instinctively. Moria, unfazed, adeptly maneuvered the bats into motion. Given the massive size of the beast, its stomach was equally formidable, and after a considerable duration, the trio successfully emerged from the beast's belly and reached the esophagus. Riding upon the bats, they traversed the esophagus until they finally arrived at the cavernous mouth of the creature. At that moment, the beast's jaws were firmly shut, obscuring their view of the outside world. Should the beast be submerged in the ocean, any rash attempt to escape would leave Raylo, an adept of the devil fruit, reliant solely on Nia for salvation. Nevertheless, Raylo was largely unaffected by the sea stone. His previous loss of power in the ocean stemmed from a curse suppressing his abilities. With his shadow now gone, the influence of that suppression had diminished, leading Raylo to believe that perhaps he could still retain some degree of mobility in the sea. Moria's thoughts, however, diverged sharply from Raylo's. A person without a shadow cannot survive in sunlight if it were daytime outside. Raylo would be reduced to ashes the moment he was exposed to the sun. In this scenario, although Moria would forfeit the opportunity to harness Raylo's formidable powers, he would be liberated from any lingering concerns of being coerced by Raylo. Nia, too, pondered her own thoughts, though hers were much simpler. If both Raylo and Moria lost consciousness in the sea, how many ranks would I ascend by bringing them back to headquarters? The three individuals, each lost in their own contemplations, remained inactive for an extended period. Eventually, Raylo stepped forward, declaring, "Allow me to take the lead." Raylo concentrated his strength and delivered a powerful punch to the giant beast's jaw. Although he did not exert his full force, the impact caused the beast's jaw to cave in, followed by an earth-shattering sound emanating from within its massive body, indicating it was in considerable pain. At that moment, the beast's mouth slightly opened, allowing a few rays of sunlight to penetrate. They were fortunate. The beast's head was above the water's surface, preventing seawater from flooding its mouth. Raylo and his companions stood on the shadow bat, positioned near the beast's jaw, thus avoiding direct sunlight. However, Moria, witnessing this scene, suddenly entertained a nefarious thought. If he released the shadow bat now and escaped, they would surely pursue him, but that fellow would be too afraid to emerge into the sunlight without his shadow. The woman, on the other hand, would be easy to deal with. He chuckled to himself, imagining that he could trap them here, free from the fear of their pursuit while also gaining the power of his shadow. As Moria contemplated this, a chill ran down his spine, causing him to feel a sudden dread. Slowly turning around, he found Raylo gazing at him with a knowing smile. "Have I not warned you against harboring such treacherous thoughts?" Moria stammered, "I would never dare," although he believed that if he exerted himself, he might be able to escape first. The oppressive aura emanating from Raylo paralyzed him with fear, leaving him too intimidated to move or take the risk. "Return my shadow," Raylo commanded. Moria obediently relinquished Raylo's shadow, and upon its return, he lost the power sustaining the shadow bat beneath him. As the shadow bat dissipated, Raylo swiftly embraced Nia's slender waist and executed a moonwalk, departing from the giant beast's mouth without a thought for Moria's fate. He had promised Moria that he would spare him if he facilitated his escape, but Moria's earlier intentions had clearly betrayed him. Raylo considered it a mercy not to deal with him personally. Shortly after Raylo's departure from the giant beast's maw, it closed its mouth, leaving Raylo unaware of whether Moria had managed to escape. At that moment, Raylo felt the weight of the curse in its complete form, significantly diminishing his power. Furthermore, carrying Nia limited the duration he could remain airborne while using the moonwalk. Just as he was about to plummet into the sea with Nia, a military ship approached them at high speed. This was the vessel Nia had brought, and after the others fell into the sea, the crew had rescued everyone except for Nia, prompting them to search the vicinity while maintaining a safe distance from the beast. When they spotted Raylo emerging from the beast's mouth with Nia, they were taken aback, astonished that Nia had been swallowed by the giant creature. Nevertheless, they rushed over to assist her. Seeing the approaching ship filled Raylo with joy, disregarding whether they were friend or foe. He exerted all his strength and propelled himself towards the vessel like an arrow released from a bow. With a thud, Raylo landed smoothly, still holding Nia, but soon encountered another dilemma. The entire crew of the ship drew their weapons, aiming them at Raylo. Despite his diminished strength, the pressure he exerted remained formidable, instilling fear within them. many trembling uncontrollably. Yet, concerned for Nia's safety, none retreated. "Do not think that by using Major Nia as a hostage, we will be intimidated," shouted a regular sailor, attempting to bolster his own courage. "Hostage? Her?" Raylo glanced at Nia, a look of disdain crossing his face. "What do you mean by that?" Nia retorted, noticing his expression. "It's nothing," Raylo replied, releasing Nia and pushing her towards the sailors. "Regardless of your intentions, you did save me once. I shall not trouble you this time. However, should we meet again, I will show no mercy." Though the sailors were unaware of the animosity between Raylo and Nia, they collectively sighed in relief upon hearing his words. Nia remained silent, torn between her desire to detain Raylo and the understanding that, given her current circumstances, she could not hope to do so with just her companions. Chapter 82. Nia's scheme. Scanning the ship, Raylo noticed the Hydra approaching swiftly with the Phantom ship in tow. "At least you have some semblance of conscience," he thought. Raylo did not depart immediately. Instead, he turned to Nia and inquired, "Previously, you mentioned that the Navy encountered a curse while besieging a village. Where is that village located? Where do you intend to seek a remedy?" Raylo nodded, not concealing his thoughts, for it was evident that he could not hide them. "Wait a moment." Nia stepped into the cabin and retrieved a nautical chart. Presenting it to Raylo, "I do not possess a compass pointing to the island where the village resides. However, this chart delineates the village's location, which may guide you to your destination. Yet, after so many years, it is possible that no traces remain." Raylo chuckled, deeming it worth a try. The other sailors aboard the ship gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. They could hardly fathom that Nia, who had once vowed to capture Raylo, was now engaging with him in such a harmonious manner, even extending her assistance. Could it be that Major Nia and that scoundrel experienced something within the belly of the beast? One mused. Perhaps that is indeed the case. That damn fellow. I wouldn't dare pursue Major Nia, not a chance. The whispers of the sailors were certainly not lost on Raylo's ears, yet he remained unfazed, as it was of no consequence to him. Nia could not have developed feelings for Raylo merely because they had faced adversity together. Her willingness to help him was not born from affection. Although her resolve had wavered on numerous occasions, she had never relinquished her determination to capture Raylo. Aware that he would venture towards a particular village, she meticulously prepared herself for that destination. However, if Raylo were unaware of the village's location and unable to reach it, all her preparations would prove futile. Raylo was also cognizant of this fact, yet he chose not to expose it. After all, he regarded Nia's limited capabilities with indifference. At that moment, the Hydra was not far from the warship, and should it draw closer, the sailors aboard would likely flee in terror. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth and said to Nia, "We shall meet again then." As soon as the words left his lips, he leapt into the air and executed the moonstep, rushing towards the Hydra. Nia was momentarily taken aback by Raylo's words. This fellow actually understood her thoughts. Watching his distant figure fade away, a medley of emotions stirred within Nia's heart. Before Raylo could land on the evil spirit, he had already exhausted his stamina. Fortunately, the Hydra was of immense size, allowing Raylo to simply descend directly onto its head. Raylo gently patted the Hydra's head, expressing gratitude for its presence. "It is fortunate to have you by my side. Otherwise, even if I managed to escape, the ghost ship would likely be lost to me." Hiss. Initially, Raylo subdued Hydra through sheer force. However, witnessing the unwavering loyalty of Hydra despite his own significant decline in power deeply moved him. An idea suddenly blossomed in Raylo's mind. If that colossal beast hailed from another realm, could it be that Hydra, tasked with guarding the Dragon Pearl and closely linked to the beast, also originated from a different world? "Are you from another world?" Raylo inquired. Hiss. The 9 heads of Hydra swayed slightly, conveying a look of incomprehension. It seemed he had overthought the matter. Even if the giant beast was from another realm, the thunder blade upon its back might not necessarily be of foreign origin. Furthermore, Hydra's role was merely to seal the Dragon Pearl, which perhaps bore no intrinsic connection to the pearl itself. At that moment, Hydra was gradually pulling the ghost ship away, and Raylo turned to gaze at the colossal beast. Its massive head was now partially exposed, revealing its true form. The head resembled a gigantic mountain, with an appearance strikingly akin to that of a turtle. "Isn't this just a giant turtle?" "There's nothing particularly extraordinary," Raylo mused, a hint of disappointment creeping in. Previously, upon discovering that island, he had been filled with joy at the prospect of using it for training. However, not only had his strength failed to increase, but he had also unfortunately fallen victim to a curse. His power had significantly waned, and the abilities granted by the devil fruit had become ineffective, resulting in a grave loss. Yet, amidst this misfortune, there was a silver lining. He had obtained the Thunder Blade, an artifact rivaling the Dragon Pearl. Nonetheless, if the impediment afflicting him could not be dispelled, Raylo felt it might ultimately be a Pyrrhic victory. Raylo unfurled the nautical chart that Nia had bestowed upon him, deciding to commence his exploration from the village, in hopes of discovering an alternative method to lift the curse. After Raylo departed, Nia stood on the deck, lost in contemplation, remaining motionless for an extended period. Major Nia, what shall we do next? A sudden determination illuminated her gaze as she lifted her head. First, we shall return to headquarters and report this matter to the marshal. At that moment, Sengoku had not yet formally stepped down from his position as marshal. He remained at the pinnacle of the naval hierarchy. Although Nia, as a major, had no direct access to Sengoku, her status as a rising star of the new generation granted her certain privileges. Riley has long been regarded as a thorn in the side of the world government. However, following the cataclysmic events of the Paramount War, the Navy has suffered considerable losses and lacks the strength to orchestrate a dedicated campaign against him. Nonetheless, in the wake of recent events, Riley's power has significantly waned, and his devil fruit abilities have become ineffective, allowing the Navy to confront him with only a contingent of its core forces. With Sengoku's decisiveness, upon learning of Riley's predicament, he may even dispatch an admiral to that village to deal with him. Originally, Nia was exceedingly arrogant, believing she could capture Riley single-handedly. However, after a brief encounter with him, she has abandoned the notion of relying solely on her own abilities. To succeed in apprehending Riley, she must enlist external assistance. The essence of military strategy lies in swiftness, thus Nia must hasten her return to Navy headquarters to ensure Sengoku is prepared for all contingencies. Otherwise, should she delay even for a moment, Riley may have already vacated the village or discovered a means to break the curse, rendering all their efforts futile. I apologize, Riley. Though you rescued me from the belly of the beast, the reality remains that you are a pirate and I am a member of the Navy. I shall show you no mercy. Despite Riley's act of salvation, Nia recalls that she had previously saved him and thus does not feel indebted to him. Moreover, given their opposing allegiances, she does not perceive her actions as erroneous. Achoo! Ryro suddenly sneezed. Could it be that my body is weakened to such an extent? The sea breeze has made me sneeze. By the way, how does one read this nautical chart? Neither the original Ryro nor the Ryro in my mind had ever studied navigation, leaving him perplexed as he fumbled with the chart. Chapter 83. The decision of Sengoku at Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku sat in his office, his hands propped on the desk, wearing a grave expression. At his feet, a white goat was voraciously chewing on documents. After the conclusion of the Marineford War, Sengoku had submitted his resignation request to his superior, Fleet Admiral Kong of the world government. However, due to the prolonged indecision regarding his successor, Sengoku found himself lingering in his position. As the current Fleet Admiral, Sengoku had nominated Aokiji as his successor, yet the upper echelons of the government favored Akaino's candidacy. The two opposing views remained irreconcilable, leading to the eventual 10-day duel between Akainu and Aokiji on Punk Hazard Island. However, at this moment, that confrontation had yet to take place, and both sides maintained a precarious coexistence. Sengoku sighed heavily. Though no longer in his youth, he had maintained remarkable physical condition until the war. However, post-war, the myriad of burdens had hastened his aging. Now, he bore numerous white hairs and wrinkles, appearing a shadow of his former self. At this juncture, Sengoku had learned from Nia about Ryro's situation, presenting him with two choices. The first was to disregard Ryro as he had previously, for the Navy was in a state of disarray following the war, necessitating recuperation. Despite Nia's assertion that Ryro was cursed and significantly weakened, his current strength remained uncertain. Any rash action could lead to disastrous consequences. Moreover, internal divisions concerning the next fleet admiral rendered large-scale operations ill-advised. Yet, if this opportunity was missed, capturing Ryro later would prove exceedingly difficult. The second option involved assembling elite forces to apprehend Ryro in that village. Regardless of his diminished strength, he was undoubtedly at his weakest now, enhancing the chances of success. Otherwise, if Ryro regained his full strength, the Navy would face far graver repercussions. Both courses of action bore their own merits and drawbacks, leaving Sengoku in a quandary. To encounter such a dilemma on the verge of retirement, Ryro, you truly are a troublesome individual, he silently lamented. At that moment, a bold idea sprang to Sengoku's mind. Connect me to Fleet Admiral Kong. Yes, the operator, upon receiving the command, promptly set to work. Sengoku shared his thoughts via the transponder snail, and after a prolonged silence, Kong's voice finally emerged on the other end. Proceed as you suggest. I will persuade the higher-ups on our end, so do not worry. With that, the call ended. Upon receiving Kong's affirmative response, Sengoku exhaled in relief. His plan was to dispatch both Aokiji and Akainu to the village simultaneously. Whichever of them succeeded in capturing Rairo would become the next fleet admiral. The three admirals represented the Navy's foremost combat strength, each capable of contending with the four emperors. Under normal circumstances, neither Aokiji nor Akainu would prevail against Rairo in a duel. However, given Rairo's current curse state, their chances were not without merit. Sengoku's strategy held the potential to eliminate the Rairo threat while simultaneously resolving the succession issue. The existence of Raylo poses a significant threat to the world government. Therefore, despite their fervent desire to elevate Akainu to the position of the next Marine Admiral, they cannot refuse Sengoku's request, regardless of who ultimately captures Raylo. It would be a momentous occasion for them. However, Sengoku's strategy is not without its flaws. While the exclusion of two admirals may preserve the core strength of the Navy to the greatest extent, any unforeseen circumstances involving the three admirals would drastically diminish the Navy's combat prowess. Ordinary pirates might remain unaffected, yet those with grand ambitions would undoubtedly become reckless. Moreover, given that this matter pertains to the position of Marine Admiral, Sengoku cannot guarantee that the two would not secretly undermine each other. It seems imperative that this operation remains clandestine. Thus, even if unforeseen events occur, they can be concealed from the public eye. Additionally, the involvement of others is necessary to instill a sense of caution in both parties, deterring them from turning against their comrades. Sengoku pondered quietly, already formulating a plan in his mind. At this moment, Raylo had finally deciphered the navigational chart gifted to him by Nia and was directing the Hydra towards their destination. Blissfully unaware, Raylo found himself a pawn in the rivalry between Akainu and Aokiji for the position of Marine Admiral. Although the Hydra was immense, its agility was remarkable. With its assistance, the ghost ship sailed considerably faster than it would have under its own power. Thus, within just a few days, Raylo arrived near his destination. It was an ordinary small island, lush and green from a distance, devoid of any peculiar features. Could there be a curse residing here? Perhaps after so much time. There was nothing left. Raylo felt a twinge of concern but resolved to explore nonetheless. Due to the Hydra's conspicuousness, Raylo opted not to approach the island too closely, fearing unnecessary trouble, and instead halted at a distance. At this point, Raylo lacked the strength to use Sara to traverse directly from the ghost ship to the island. So he dutifully lowered the small boat from the ghost ship and rowed over. Fortunately, there were no onlookers nearby, allowing Raylo to maintain his strong persona without concern for appearances. Raylo docked his small boat at the shoreline and ventured alone onto the island. Along the way, he encountered nothing but flora. His keen observational abilities failed to detect any signs of human presence. What could be the reason for this? Had he perhaps arrived at the wrong location? A sense of unease began to stir within him, for he had only recently learned to interpret nautical charts, and the possibility of error loomed large. The deeper he ventured into the island, the more pronounced his apprehension became. According to Nia, this island had once served as a stronghold for a pirate crew. Given its history of prolonged occupation by pirates, it seemed implausible that it would be utterly desolate. A terrifying thought suddenly surfaced in Raylo's mind. If he had indeed arrived at the correct location, there could be but one explanation. The Navy must have annihilated both the pirates and the innocent villagers of this island, rendering it a deserted wasteland. Chapter 84. The Devastated Isle. The world government does not shine as brightly as it appears. Beneath its surface lies a labyrinth of darkness. Being someone who has traversed from a reality steeped in such truths, Raylo was acutely aware of this fact. Thus, even if the villagers had been exterminated by the Navy, he would not be overly shocked. However, this revelation left him devoid of any leads to lift the curse that bound him. Nia had mentioned that the Navy barely claimed victory in that battle due to the involvement of Garp. Did he not intervene to halt the slaughter? Or did the Navy possess a compelling reason to eradicate them entirely? Although Garp is celebrated as a hero within the Navy and commands immense respect, his moral compass does not align with the absolute justice espoused by Akainu. Garp's delineation between good and evil is far more ambiguous. Otherwise, he would not have allied with Roger to confront Crocus. Nor would he have accepted Roger's commission to safeguard Ace at great personal risk when Roger was on the brink of execution. Not to mention Garp's decision to entrust Ace and Luffy to the mountain bandit Dayton for upbringing. Garp adheres to his own sense of justice rather than the Navy's dogma. So Raylo could not fathom that someone like Garp would permit the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents by his comrades. It seemed that the events of the year were far from straightforward. Nia's understanding was but a mere fragment of the truth. and the entirety of the matter awaited his own discovery, although Raylo was almost certain that no village remained on this island. He chose not to depart, but rather to explore further. His motivation stemmed from the possibility that remnants of the curse or threads of the past truth might linger here. The pristine cleanliness of the island raised a troubling question. Had the Navy thoroughly eradicated all traces of human existence? To Raylo's eyes, aside from the verdant foliage, there was naught else. Yet, he soon discerned subtle clues amidst the unassuming vegetation. Despite the lushness of the trees, their ages appeared to be merely a few decades. And within the gaps of the forest, faint marks of cannon fire could be discerned. The passage of time had rendered these signs nearly unrecognizable, with only a handful of locations revealing such evidence. As a denizen of the modern world, Raylo understood that ecosystems possess remarkable stability. They can rapidly recover and flourish even after localized devastation. It seemed evident that these plants had endured a cataclysmic assault decades prior, with the trees he observed now sprouting in recent years. The absence of human interference allowed the remnants of the destroyed flora to nourish new growth, leading to the flourishing state of the current vegetation. Had the Navy indeed unleashed artillery upon this place, leveling it to the ground? But what could have compelled them to do so? Was it a demon-slaying order? This order, sanctioned by the world government, authorizes the Navy to execute indiscriminate destructive attacks on targeted regions to eliminate any threats to their dominion. Typically, such an operation comprises 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, thousands of elite Navy personnel, and 10 top-tier warships, sufficient forces to obliterate an ordinary nation. The renowned archaeological site of O'Hara, Robin's homeland, was annihilated by a demon-slaying order, vanishing utterly from maps. The rationale lay in the world government's fear that the truths of 8 centuries past might be unearthed through their research, prompting them to eliminate potential hazards. This island, being considerably smaller than O'Hara, would not necessitate 10 warships for its obliteration. Yet it was evident that the Navy had mobilized a significant force at that time. O'Hara was destroyed due to its existential threat to the world government. Could it be that this inconspicuous isle harbored similar dangers? Suddenly, Raylo began to grasp certain truths. What Nia knew was merely the official narrative propagated by the world government. Clearly, events had transpired on this island that necessitated concealment, and Garp, as an ordinary Navy officer at the time, could only acquiesce to the prevailing currents of power. The occurrences here likely unfolded between the time he was imprisoned in Impel Down and Roger's ascendance as the Pirate King, a span where few possessed knowledge. At this juncture, Raylo's skepticism regarding Nia's claims of a pirate-occupied village in the presence of a curse wielder grew. Nonetheless, the secrets concealed within this island were sufficient to compel him to remain. Meanwhile, en route to Marineford, a top-tier warship surged forward at full speed. The vessel carried a sparse crew, consisting only of navigators and a communications officer, along with 3 individuals, each an unparalleled powerhouse, the 3 admirals of the Navy. Sengoku had petitioned the world government that should either Akainu or Aokiji capture Raylo, one would ascend to the position of fleet admiral. Given the gravity of the situation, Sengoku simultaneously dispatched Kizuru, another admiral, to accompany them, thereby consolidating the Navy's elite forces in a coordinated effort to apprehend Raylo. The deployment of the top 3 combatants of the Navy undoubtedly enhanced the likelihood of capturing Raylo. However, should the trio encounter unforeseen circumstances, the Navy could suffer significant losses and face a potential counteroffensive from pirates. Consequently, very few were privy to this operation, aimed at minimizing the repercussions of any unexpected events. Yet, this endeavor remained fraught with peril, a precarious balance of risk and opportunity. Had Sengoku been aware of Raylo's current state, he might not have exercised such caution. Raylo is truly formidable. I never anticipated that Fleet Admiral Sengoku would dispatch all 3 of us, Kizuru remarked. We absolutely cannot allow him to escape this time. Akainu scoffed. During the Marineford War, Raylo had effortlessly thwarted his assault, leaving a lingering frustration within him. This time, he was resolute in personally capturing Raylo, both to quell his own turmoil and to secure the Fleet Admiral position. Aokiji glanced at them momentarily without uttering a word, then resumed reclining on a deck chair, obscuring his face with a magazine as he closed his eyes to rest. Although the 3 harbored differing mindsets, they shared a singular objective: to capture Raylo. Meanwhile, Raylo continued his exploration of the island, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Raylo lifted his gaze to observe the weather. A dark cloud was approaching in the distance. A change in the weather was imminent. Chapter 85. Ruins. We have been sailing for quite some time. How much longer until we reach our destination? Huang Yuan inquired. his tone as lecherous as ever. A marine stepped forward, saluting Huang Yuan with utmost respect, and reported, "Admiral Palyasolino, we are approximately a few hours away from our destination. However, due to the surrounding currents not aligning with our course, our speed has been significantly reduced." "I see," Huang Yuan replied. "Additionally, it seems we have been unable to contact headquarters since our arrival, possibly due to magnetic interference. Is that so?" Huang Yuan's expression shifted momentarily before returning to its usual state. "Understood. You may leave now." "Yes, sir." The Marine saluted once more and turned to depart. Though he harbored concerns about the inability to reach the naval headquarters, he reassured himself that with the three greatest powers of the Navy assembled here, even an encounter with one of the four emperors of the New World posed little threat. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to fret unduly. Meanwhile, as the three admirals sailed across the sea, Sengoku sat in his office. He had exerted every effort to deal with Raylo, mobilizing the strongest forces while simultaneously shouldering significant risks. If Akainu and the others encountered any mishap during the capture of Raylo, Sengoku could almost guarantee that his retirement would not be tranquil. Surely, nothing will go amiss, Sengoku mused. Although renowned as a strategic genius, he felt a sense of unease. The strength of the three admirals was unparalleled. Individually, they might not match the four emperors, yet united, they could hold their own against them. Moreover, Raylo was currently subdued by a curse, greatly diminishing his power. Thus Akainu and the others should have the upper hand. Sengoku continued to reassure himself. Yet an unsettling feeling lingered, as if something crucial had slipped his mind. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated Sengoku's thoughts, rendering his expression grave and even tinged with fear. I had completely forgotten about such an important matter. Was it due to the passage of time? Or was I simply not paying attention when Nia mentioned it? It was that place. Sengoku's recollection of a terrifying memory caused his pupils to dilate, and the muscles in his face trembled uncontrollably. This was a deeply buried memory within him. Suddenly, Sengoku stood up, slamming his palm onto his desk, shattering the solid wood. The guards outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed in, anxiously asking, "What's wrong, Admiral Sengoku? Quickly, contact Kazan and the others. Relay my orders for them to return at once. Hurry." Sengoku's final words were nearly a roar. Yes, though the guards were filled with doubt. They complied with Sengoku's urgent demeanor and hurried to the communications room. A moment later, the guard rushed back, breathless and flustered. "Admiral Sengoku, we are unable to reach Admiral Kazan." Sengoku slumped into his chair, his heart heavy with despair. At that very moment, Raylo was exploring the island. As he ventured deeper into the terrain, his observation haki suddenly detected the presence of life. "Is there still humanity here?" he mused, just as he heard a rustling sound nearby. Raylo followed the direction of the sound, only to behold an adorable little rabbit. A flicker of disappointment crossed his heart, realizing it was merely a hare. Suddenly, his stomach let out a loud growl. Although Raylo had previously relied on the powers of the eternal fruit, which rendered him impervious to death even after prolonged periods without sustenance, he still experienced hunger. After being cursed, which rendered the powers of the eternal fruit ineffective, he became increasingly dependent on food. During this time aboard the demon ship, he had subsisted on stored rations, and now, upon spotting a potential meal, he felt an undeniable urge. Just as Raylo prepared to make his move, the rabbit seemed to sense the impending danger and swiftly darted away, as quick as lightning. Raylo stood frozen in place. Goodness, how could it run so swiftly? Had it undergone a mutation? Yet, despite the rabbit's remarkable speed, it could not elude Raylo's keen gaze. Coupled with his mastery of observation haki, the rabbit was utterly unable to conceal itself. Although Lei Luo was constrained by a curse, significantly diminishing his strength, he still belonged to the upper echelon of power in this world. Certainly, he was not someone a mere rabbit could easily evade. As he pursued the traces of the rabbit, he suddenly noticed that the surrounding vegetation was gradually thinning, as if this island were only adorned with trees at its periphery. However, at that moment, Lei Luo was solely focused on the prospect of a hearty meal, paying little heed to the changes unfolding around him. The fleeing rabbit abruptly halted, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Lei Luo. Could this creature be deliberately luring me here? The surroundings were a desolate expanse of ruins, with stone columns and slabs scattered about, nearly devoid of any vegetation. It seemed as though he had stumbled upon an ancient relic. Unexpectedly, the rabbit lunged at Lei Luo with ferocity. For a brief moment, he was taken aback, contemplating the unexpected delicacy presented to him. However, before his exhilaration could fully blossom, The rabbit suddenly widened its mouth. Its head, which had previously been the size of Lei Luo's fist, expanded exponentially, capable of engulfing him whole. At this point, Lei Luo had acclimated to the strength of his current form, and thus, he was not caught off guard by the sudden onslaught. He deftly twisted his body to evade the attack, simultaneously raising his right hand, enveloping it in the armament of his haki. With a decisive motion, he delivered a swift strike, cleaving the rabbit's body and head asunder in an instant. Leilo's assault was swift and decisive, executed with remarkable speed while minimizing the expenditure of energy, leaving no room for superfluous loss. Although the curse constrained his abilities, it paradoxically honed his mastery over power. During the recent voyage, he diligently practiced aboard the ghost ship. Now, Leilo possesses an extraordinary precision in wielding his strength. Raylo gazed at the rabbit, its head having returned to its original size, yet it remained motionless, its body continuously oozing blood. The existence of such a creature on this island was utterly bewildering. It seemed this place was even stranger than he had anticipated. Although this world is replete with various bizarre beings, Raylo did not consider that peculiar rabbit to be a conventional creature of this realm. Suddenly, an event occurred that astonished Raylo even more. The rabbit's body began to writhe. And then, remarkably, it ceased to bleed and commenced moving once again. A headless rabbit moved with surprising swiftness, abruptly diving into a crevice beneath a stone slab. Chapter 86, The Underground Palace. A decapitated creature still capable of movement. Raylo stared in disbelief at the spot where the rabbit had vanished. Such vitality could only be rivaled by Raylo himself during the times when the powers of the eternal fruit were still in effect. Initially, Raylo sensed that the rabbit was extraordinary. Now, that notion was reinforced. This rabbit might harbor significant secrets, possibly linked to the reasons behind the Navy's annihilation of this place. Intriguing. Raylo smirked slightly. He had come to this island seeking a means to lift the curse that plagued him, yet he found no information regarding the curse itself. Instead, he was drawn into a web of mysteries. However, with no further leads concerning the curse, his curiosity could no longer be contained. He resolved to remain on the island until everything was brought to light. Raylo approached the crevice in the stone slab where the rabbit had burrowed and kicked aside the covering slab, revealing what lay beneath. To his astonishment, another stone slab was concealed below. This second slab was remarkably intact and embedded in the ground, resembling a clandestine portal to the depths below. A corner of the slab was missing, revealing a small, dark hole that led straight into the abyss. It was evident that the headless rabbit had slipped through this very entrance to the underground. Such a covert passage seemed indeed peculiar. The surface of the slab was adorned with strange patterns that Raylo had never encountered before, evoking a sense of discomfort within him. However, if Nia were present, she would undoubtedly be astounded, for the designs on the slab bore a striking resemblance to the curse markings that adorned Raylo's back. An iron ring was embedded in the slab, clearly intended for lifting it. Yet, due to the passage of time and exposure to the elements, the ring had succumbed to severe rust. When Raylo gently tugged on it, the ring broke apart. Left with no alternative, Raylo extended his hand into the dark hole where the slab was missing, attempting to lift the entire stone. Yet, as his hand ventured into the abyss, a sudden jolt coursed through him, as if something had taken a bite out of his hand. In a moment of urgency, Raylo swiftly hurled aside the stone slab, unveiling the concealed passageway hidden beneath. Raylo gazed at his palm, where a wound the size of a needle's eye had manifested, devoid of pain or discomfort, appearing entirely unremarkable. Yet, Raylo would not allow himself to be complacent because of this. Raylo had always exercised caution. Even when he extended his hand into the hole, he did not deactivate his observation haki. Yet, he still failed to evade the previous attack. This indicates that whatever had ambushed Raylo was either exceedingly small, eluding detection by his observation haki, or exceptionally skilled in concealing its presence, so much so that even his heightened senses could not perceive it. Regardless of which possibility it was, it warranted Raylo's serious attention. Moreover, he did not believe that any benevolent entity would emerge from the place where the headless rabbit had fled. To err on the side of caution, Raylo squeezed some blood from his wound. However, the blood was a vivid red, showing no signs of poisoning. Am I being overly cautious? Raylo shook his head, dispelling the doubts that lingered in his mind. Regardless of what had just ambushed him, and irrespective of the adversary's intentions, the only way to unravel the mystery was to venture forth and investigate personally. Raylo's gaze shifted towards the passage beneath the stone slab. The corridor descended at an angle, its destination unknown. However, Raylo detected no pungent odor of decay, indicating the presence of ventilation below. Having lost the ability to wield the fruit of immortality, Laylo found himself bereft of his greatest asset, thus necessitating utmost caution at every turn. Laylo unsheathed his lightning blade, employing it as a source of illumination as he ventured alone into the passage, descending steadily. After traversing a stretch of sloping terrain, the ground beneath Laylo unexpectedly leveled out, and the once narrow corridor expanded significantly. Laylo boldly speculated that a hidden underground chamber existed in this place, concealing both the reason behind the rabbit's mutation and the truth regarding the naval destruction that had occurred here. After traversing a distance, he suddenly found himself in a vast subterranean plaza, which was interconnected by numerous pathways aside from the route he had taken. Was this structure designed as a refuge? At that moment, Laylo sensed two presences approaching him, followed closely by the sound of footsteps, staccato and stiff, reminiscent of marionettes in motion. To his astonishment, two individuals emerged from the passage ahead, clad in naval uniforms. However, Laylo quickly discerned that something was amiss. The vacant expressions in the eyes of the two sailors and their stiff movements bore no resemblance to those of living beings. Yet, unlike Moria's zombies, they bore no signs of stitching or decay. Their muscles and skin appeared as normal as any healthy person. A myriad of conjectures flooded Laylo's mind. How could there be Navy personnel here? Had Nia betrayed her whereabouts, leading Sengoku to dispatch them for his capture? Or were they remnants of the incident that had transpired years ago, left stranded on the island? Observing their tattered naval attire, Laylo leaned towards the latter hypothesis. He surmised that the Navy must have arrived on this island decades prior. Thus, those who participated in that battle would now be at least 50 or 60 years old. Yet, the sailors before him appeared no older than 20. The image of the headless rabbit that could still move resurfaced in Laylo's thoughts, prompting another notion. There existed something here that could grant biological immortality. However, he understood that this phenomenon must possess inherent flaws when compared to his own immortality fruit. The two individuals before him were a prime example. Were they under the control of another, or had they merely lost their self-awareness? Laylo pondered. Hey, can you understand human speech? To the one manipulating them from behind. Laylo did not receive a response from his opponent. Instead, he was met with an immediate assault. It was evident from their attire that they were merely ordinary naval soldiers, yet the combat prowess they exhibited was far from that of typical Marines. It is no exaggeration to assert that each of them possessed strength rivaling that of a standard naval vice-admiral. Although Laylo's abilities had significantly waned due to a curse, he had not yet fallen to a level where he could not contend with even a vice-admiral. Despite the swiftness of their attacks, Laylo found it relatively effortless to evade them. Bang! Laylo suddenly unleashed a kick towards one of the individuals, targeting his head. Before the overwhelming force of Laylo, the man's skull shattered instantaneously, transforming into a mass of pulp. Blood gushed forth from the wound at his neck. However, his body remained upright, refusing to fall. Chapter 87. The battle within the dungeon. Although the scene before Laylo was somewhat macabre, it did not elicit any profound shock from him. After all, the rabbit, despite its decapitation, was still capable of movement, so it was hardly surprising that this naval officer, lacking a head, continued to stand. The wound on the man's neck swiftly healed, ceasing the flow of blood, and he resumed his assault on Laylo. Indeed, despite the loss of his head, it appeared that the opponent was not affected in the slightest. His movements remained remarkably swift. Furthermore, it seemed he did not rely on his eyes to ascertain Laylo's position, as even in the absence of a head, his accuracy in attacking remained unaffected. Laylo furrowed his brow slightly. Initially, he had overlooked the rabbit's escape, but the scene before him now captured his attention. Even the zombies of Moria relied on their eyes to gather information from the surroundings. However, this creature, devoid of its head, still seemed aware of its environment, which was truly perplexing. Riley had considered the possibility that his opponent might employ observation haki, for even a blind individual like Fujitora could effectively engage in battle using this ability. However, the previous rabbit, despite lacking a head, did not flail about like a headless chicken. Instead, it had made its way here with remarkable precision. Riley certainly did not believe that the rabbit possessed the capability of utilizing observation haki. I am eager to discover how you ascertain my whereabouts. Bang! Another dull thud echoed as another naval soldier's head was obliterated by Riley's fist. His condition mirrored that of the previous soldier. After the blood ceased to spurt, he resumed attacking Riley alongside his comrades, undeterred by the absence of his head. It appears that visual sharing is not the case. Raylo had previously harbored suspicions that the visual perception of the two naval officers was interconnected. Thus, even if one lost sight, the other could relay the external circumstances through his eyes. While Raylo was in the external environment, he could not ascertain whether there were other creatures like the rabbit surrounding it, which might have provided visual information. Therefore, this conjecture seemed plausible. However, now that both naval soldiers had lost their heads yet still managed to pinpoint Raylo's location with uncanny accuracy, he was compelled to dismiss this notion from his mind. Let us now observe just how resilient your life force truly is. Raylo's form was as elusive as a specter, appearing and disappearing between the two soldiers with uncanny agility. Each time he manifested, he launched a ferocious assault, exacting a grievous toll on his adversaries. After several exchanges, Raylo came to a halt. The limbs of the two sailors lay incapacitated, rendered powerless by Raylo's prowess. They writhed on the ground like worms, yet even in their diminished state, they strained to inch closer to him. It was indeed amusing that despite their condition, they still harbored the audacity to lunge towards me. Raylo is now almost certain that these two naval officers are being manipulated by someone or perhaps something. Furthermore, for some reason, this entity wishes to do something to him. This reason is likely the greatest secret concealed within this place. Raylo's sword-like brows furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to depart in search of a passage to explore, his keen observation, a manifestation of his observation haki, detected the approach of another presence. The sound of footsteps, rigid yet familiar, echoed once more. This time, the cadence was more rapid, indicating that there were evidently more individuals approaching. Were they intent on preventing my departure from this place? Or perhaps, did they wish to obstruct my entry into that passage? Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, increasingly intrigued by the secrets concealed within this place. Shortly thereafter, a dozen individuals emerged one after another from the passage, standing before Raylo. These individuals bore diverse appearances, their attire varying subtly. Some donned naval uniforms, while others were clad in ordinary garments. Raylo speculated that they were either the indigenous inhabitants of this island or, as Nia had mentioned, the pirates who once occupied this place. Raylo took a deep breath. Although his strength had waned, these individuals were still not worthy of his regard. However, he could no longer rely on the boon of the eternal fruit, and his physical stamina had become his most significant concern. Despite having minimized the consumption of his power through rigorous training, the rate of his recovery still lagged behind the pace of his depletion. Raylo speculated that there would likely be several more fierce battles ahead, thus he must conserve his strength to the utmost at this moment. Sighing, Raylo placed a hand on his stomach, lamenting that he should have filled himself before descending. Nevertheless, he resolved to give it a try. Initially, the Thunderblade merely served as a source of illumination in Raylo's hand, but now he swung it outward with great force. In an instant, flashes of lightning erupted from the blade, cascading into the surroundings. The air was soon saturated with crackling sparks of electricity, darting around the individuals present, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds as they were scorched black as coal. Some even found their very surroundings obliterated by the electric onslaught. Yet, when the tumult subsided, those individuals did not collapse or lose their ability to move. Instead, they lunged at Raylo with a frenzied intensity. Raylo deftly evaded, yet his expression suddenly grew solemn. Compared to the Dragon Ball, the Thunderblade imposes a lesser burden on the body, requiring no expenditure of one's own strength. It merely drains the stored lightning within. However, it must be noted that the Thunderblade's offensive power does not rival that of the Dragon Ball. Without hesitation, Raylo unsheathed the Thunderblade with his other hand and executed a sweeping strike through the air. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy surged forth from the blade of Longwan, hurtling towards the adversaries. The sword energy resembled an indomitable scythe, effortlessly cleaving them in two. With a resounding crash, the energy struck the wall, not only penetrating inward, but nearly bisecting the entire underground palace. Raylo exhaled deeply, acknowledging the overwhelming power of Longwan. Although he had intentionally restrained his strength, he remained wary that Longwan might effortlessly obliterate the entire underground palace. Longwan possessed the ability to absorb the vital essence of living beings, depleting a portion of it with each use, thus necessitating replenishment from the user. However, Raylo had discovered during his previous encounter with the formidable beast atop the giant creature that Longwan could also siphon the life force from external individuals. Raylo speculated that the Dragon Pearl could only absorb the life force of its adversaries shortly after their demise, when their vitality had not yet fully dissipated. The ground was strewn with severed bodies, yet they were not truly dead. They writhed incessantly, leaving Raylo uncertain whether the Dragon Pearl could indeed siphon their essence. Should the Dragon Pearl require his own life force, the loss of the immortal fruit would undoubtedly place Raylo in a precarious predicament. Fortunately, the situation did not deteriorate. The Dragon Pearl, seemingly imbued with sentience, recognized Raylo's unfavorable condition and refrained from demanding his life force. However, this did not quell the Dragon Pearl's agitation. An invisible chill emanated from it, swiftly saturating the entire space. The writhing, mutilated bodies on the ground appeared to freeze instantaneously, their movements abruptly halted. Subsequently, those bodies, which had previously seemed indistinguishable from ordinary humans, underwent a startling transformation. The once robust muscles withered away, and the skin became wrinkled, resembling desiccated corpses. The life force of these individuals was utterly consumed by the Dragon Pearl. Moments later, the chilling aura returned to the Dragon Pearl, which quivered slightly, akin to a glutton savoring a sumptuous feast, as if to express its satisfaction. Raylo cast his gaze upon the scattered bodies strewn across the ground. Though they had not lost their vitality when cleaved in two by Raylo, they now lay utterly lifeless, motionless as if all semblance of life had been extinguished. A profound sense of doubt arose within Leluo. Yet, before he could grasp the situation, a rustling sound emanated from the ground. Moments later, a swarm of pitch-black insects emerged from the spinal columns of the corpses. Each individual bore one of these creatures upon their back. These insects were diminutive, the largest no more than the size of Leluo's pinky finger. Their appearance was unremarkable, encased in a hard shell, somewhat reminiscent of a centipede. Though their hue was a deeper shade of black, with little discernible distinction between their heads and bodies, resembling a slender black cord. Perhaps compelled by an unseen force or driven by fear. The insects began to move in unison toward a singular direction, the very passage from which these individuals had originally come. Despite their small size, their movements were remarkably swift, and in the blink of an eye, they had nearly vacated the area, entering the passageway. Uncertain of the nature of these creatures, Leluo hesitated to act immediately. However, as the last of the insects departed, he raised his blade toward the solitary remaining one. This time, Leluo did not employ the Dragon Pill, but instead wielded the Thunderblade in his other hand. With a flurry akin to the dance of a golden serpent, the lightning emitted by the Thunderblade swiftly struck the insect. Upon being hit by the electric surge, the creature's shell shimmered with arcs of electricity, causing it to momentarily falter before swiftly resuming its advance, rapidly departing from the scene. Raylo chose not to pursue further, but cast a gaze of frustration at the Thunderblade in his hand. Despite the formidable attack power and extensive range of the Thunderblade, it bore no adverse effects for him, as he possessed the Dragon Orb. However, its shortcomings were glaringly evident. The Thunderblade's assaults primarily relied on stored lightning energy. Thus, if the target displayed any resistance to electricity, the blade would become nearly ineffective. It was evident that those insects possessed such resistance to lightning. It was no wonder that when I previously struck them with the Thunderblade, they continued unabated despite being charred inside and out. Although I had yet to conduct a thorough investigation, I had formed a preliminary hypothesis regarding the role of those insects. They parasitize various organisms, bestowing upon them immense vitality and strength, while simultaneously controlling their movements, rendering them mere puppets. Consequently, although those individuals appeared indistinguishable from the living, they had long since perished. As long as the parasites within them remained alive, the hosts would not cease their actions. Yet, when the life force of the host was entirely drained, the insects would be compelled to abandon their host and seek a new target. The life force of those individuals had been completely siphoned by the Dragon Orb, which had forced the insects to emerge. It seemed the Dragon Orb deemed those individuals dead, hence its consumption of their life essence. However, had I not first utilized the Dragon Orb to sever them at the waist, could it still absorb their life force? Raylo was oblivious to the secrets concealed within the Dragon Orb, which likely surpassed even those hidden within this tomb. Nevertheless, he was not inclined to delve into the mysteries of the Dragon Orb at present. While the secrets of this place gradually unfolded, a myriad of doubts lingered in his mind. Even if these insects posed a significant challenge, was it truly necessary for the Navy to wield such immense power? To the extent of obliterating an entire island, while concealing the truth of that fateful day, Raylo was unaware and could only seek the answers himself. Based on his conjecture, there must be a matriarch among these creatures. If he could eliminate it, he would be able to eradicate all the insects. The ones that had just fled evidently returned to their progenitor. If he could locate the matriarch, Perhaps he would uncover the true origins of these insects and further unveil the buried truths of this place. Raylo stepped into the passage from which the insects had fled. Observing the path before him, Raylo couldn't help but furrow his brow. This corridor did not extend straightforwardly. Numerous forks emerged along the way. However, upon activating his observation haki, he found that similar auras permeated almost every direction. What was initially a remarkably convenient ability now became a perplexing burden, leading to a sense of confusion. Raylo sighed, abandoning reliance on his observation haki, opting instead to deduce from various subtle clues and trust his instincts. Unfortunately, his intuition proved to be flawed. The corridors of the underground palace sprawled in all directions, resembling an intricate labyrinth. Raylo wandered for quite some time within the labyrinthine depths. Yet he could not ascertain the location of the core, nor could he find his way back. The pangs of hunger had become increasingly pronounced, his stomach growling incessantly. He pondered whether those insects were edible. Meanwhile, as Raylo circled the subterranean chambers, Akainu and his fleet had already disembarked on the island. Though the three admirals were formidable and adept in the use of haki, they had yet to attain the level of mastery required to envelop the entire island with Kinbunchika haki. Thus, locating Raylo had become their most daunting challenge. It has been a while. He hasn't already left, has he? Kizaru remarked. Akiji cast a glance at Kizaru and proposed, regardless, we should commence our search on the island. What do we do? Shall we disperse to the three corners of the island, then release our Kinbunchika haki and gradually converge towards the center to locate him? Akiji's approach was both prudent and effective. That will take too long, Akainu exclaimed impatiently. If he is indeed on the island, we should simply force him out. Oh, Sakazuki, what do you intend to do? Kizaru inquired. Destroy the entire island. Chapter 89. The annihilation of the island. Although Akainu's suggestion was somewhat extreme, neither Kizaru nor Akiji voiced any objections. After all, it was evidently the swiftest solution. They were well aware that the island was uninhabited, prompting even the typically composed Akiji to concur with his plan. Meteor volcano. Akainu leaped high from the deck of the warship, his fists transforming into molten magma. He struck the air repeatedly, unleashing massive magma fists that soared like cannonballs into the sky, subsequently raining down upon the island like a meteor shower. The magma fists, in their descent, struck the land with catastrophic force. As the magma fists made contact, the lush trees ignited instantaneously, flames rapidly spreading. Even areas untouched by the magma were engulfed in fierce infernos. The entire island was instantly transformed into an ocean of fire, resembling a hellish landscape. Akainu's meteor volcano attack did not cease there. The magma fists possessed significant mass. Even without the searing heat, their impact from such a height wrought considerable destruction. The ground echoed with resounding thuds as the magma fist struck, causing deep craters to mar the terrain. The entire island trembled subtly. The destructive power remains as formidable as ever, Sakazuki, Kizaru commented from the side. Akainu scoffed dismissively. Yet, in terms of destructive capability, Akainu could arguably be deemed the most powerful among the three admirals. The devastation wrought by meteor volcano extended beyond the island's surface, penetrating into its depths. The entire subterranean complex began to quiver, already fractured by Rairo's Dragon Ball technique. Now, with Akainu's onslaught, the fissures widened ominously, as if a collapse were imminent. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? At this moment, Raylo had not activated his observation haki, thus he remained oblivious to the arrival of Akainu and the others, mistakenly believing the tremors to be the result of an earthquake. With a thunderous roar, the entire underground palace collapsed in an instant, reducing it to a mere ruin. With Raylo buried beneath the debris, cough. Dust infiltrated Raylo's lungs, prompting him to involuntarily cough twice. Raylo's fortune was indeed favorable, although the underground palace had collapsed. The angle formed between the ceiling and the ground provided him with a protective space, preventing him from being crushed by the falling debris. Despite being trapped in this predicament, he felt no trace of anxiety. Even though he was burdened by a curse that diminished his strength, breaking free from this place would not pose significant difficulty. It would, however, inevitably exhaust a considerable amount of his stamina, which could leave him vulnerable in subsequent encounters. Raylo wished to avoid such a scenario, and he also desired to continue exploring this place in search of the truth, thus he was in no hurry to depart. The collapse of the underground palace had restricted his path, leaving only a single remaining passageway for him to navigate. Yet, this also spared him the trouble of finding his way and alleviated any concerns of wandering in circles within the palace. A faint rustling sound emanated from a corner, catching Raylo's keen ears. Raylo turned his head and noticed a bug crawling out from a crevice in the corner, the very same type that had previously infested the spines of those individuals. It seemed that the tremors caused by the collapse of the underground palace had startled them, prompting a few of the insects to flee. Raylo, with swift reflexes, swiftly captured the insect. Previously, he had harbored a sense of trepidation towards these creatures, hesitant to approach them lightly. However, after such a long interval since his last encounter, he found it impossible to maintain complete composure. In a moment of urgency, he resorted to seizing it with his hand. The insect was firmly pinched between his thumb and forefinger, writhing incessantly, yet unable to escape Raylo's grasp. Although he was exceedingly famished and had even jested about the taste of these insects not long ago, the thought of consuming it now did not cross his mind. After all, these insects could parasitize the human body. Who could fathom the consequences of swallowing one? Lacking the extraordinary regenerative abilities and immortality bestowed by the fruit of eternal life, Raylo was understandably cautious against reckless experimentation. If a maternal figure indeed existed, these insects would likely gravitate towards it in times of peril, he pondered. Just then, Raylo felt a sudden prickling sensation in his hand as the insect bit him. A tiny puncture wound appeared on Raylo's thumb, mirroring the one on his palm. It dawned on him that these creatures had bitten him earlier at the entrance of the underground palace. When Raylo had first entered, he had also sustained a similar wound on his palm, but now it showed no signs of abnormality, which led him to disregard it. He placed the worm on the ground, attentively observing its movements. Fully focused on the creature, he was determined not to lose sight of it. Should the worm burrow into a crevice, Raylo would forcefully break through, following it in hopes of locating his target. Simultaneously, the flames on the island's surface had reached their peak, reducing most of the remaining fauna to charred remains. Given the prolonged stillness, had the target already departed the island? Or was the intelligence incorrect, indicating that his strength had returned, allowing him to endure this environment without discomfort? Huang Yuan remarked. Impossible, he must still be on the island. Qing Ji countered. Oh, what makes you think so? Qing Ji pointed to the distant sea, where the Hydra was tethered to the ghost ship. The Hydra had initially awaited Raylo outside the island, instinctively retreating further as the three admirals approached, which was why Qing Ji and the others had not noticed it sooner. That is Raylo's vessel. Thus, he must still be on the island, and his power has likely not yet recovered. Otherwise, he would not remain hidden here. In his normal state, he would have rushed to our ship before Sakazuki could even make a move. Indeed, Huang Yuan nodded, finding this reasoning quite plausible. But where do you suppose he is hiding? Qing Ji surveyed the nearly scorched island, suggesting, we should ascend to take a look. Air of ice. Qing Ji leaped into the air, releasing an icy aura that swiftly enveloped the entire island, plunging it into a frozen state and extinguishing the raging flames in an instant. Chapter 90. The mother body Akainu and his companions leapt from the warship onto the island, leaving several Navy personnel behind to guard the vessel. They understood that the impending battle was beyond their capacity to intervene in lightly. Even mere observation could pose a lethal risk. You two have truly turned this island into a chaotic spectacle. If you were to engage in combat, it might well transform into a realm of ice and fire. Akainu remarked. Both he and Qing Ji shot a glare at Huang Yuan, exuding a fierce aura, yet the latter appeared oblivious, continuing his leisurely stroll across the island. The rivalry for the position of admiral between Qing Ji and Akainu was common knowledge. Had Sengoku not orchestrated this operation, it was likely that they would soon clash. Huang Yuan's comments were undoubtedly intended to provoke. However, those who reached their ranks were not simple-minded brutes. Both Akainu and Qing Ji remained unfazed by Huang Yuan's taunts. Akainu, more straightforward in nature, boldly asked, Polysolino, do you wish to contest for the position of admiral as well? Huang Yuan quickly waved his hands. How could that be? Being a vice admiral keeps me exceedingly busy. I have no energy to aspire for the rank of admiral. Humph, Akainu scoffed, refraining from further discussion. Having worked alongside Huang Yuan for many years, Akainu believed he understood his colleague's character well. Huang Yuan was the type to avoid exertion whenever possible. And even when he did, it was merely for show. The notion of Huang Yuan vying for the admiral's position was one Akainu found utterly implausible. However, he had never anticipated that Qing Ji would openly contest him for the admiral's position. While Qing Ji was not as lethargic as Huang Yuan, he certainly did not exhibit an overly ambitious demeanor either. He did not place great value on power, even as Sengoku's recommended candidate for the next admiral. Akainu had expected Qing Ji to decline such a proposal. What had precipitated such a drastic shift in Qing Ji's mentality was beyond Akainu's comprehension. Or perhaps he simply did not know him well enough. As Akainu pondered these thoughts, the trio continued deeper into the island. Following a series of assaults from Akainu and Qingji, the island lay in ruins, and the three could see no living creatures. Even Qingji began to question whether Lalo still remained on the island. At that moment, they came upon a deep chasm, formed by Akainu's meteor volcano, which had caused the underground palace to collapse. They all peered into the chasm and beheld the ruins of the underground palace. To their astonishment, such a vast structure lay beneath the island. He must be below. What should we do? Shall we descend? Qingji, being the more composed of the three, refrained from acting impulsively. No need, Akainu replied, his tone calm yet resolute, leaving no room for dissent. Let him come out on his own. With that, Akainu crouched down, plunging his hands into the ground, his arms transforming into molten magma. The magma flowed into the earth, gradually infiltrating the underground palace below. At this moment, Lalo had followed the worm for a considerable distance, and he too was beginning to grow impatient. If I do not find the mother body soon, I shall reduce you to mere pulp. As if comprehending Lalo's words, the worm suddenly quickened its pace, attempting to shake him off, yet Lalo remained hot on its heels, refusing to let any distance form between them. Moments later, the worm's speed abruptly slowed once more. Rairo also slowed his pace, surveying his surroundings, and even he, having weathered many storms, could not help but feel a sense of astonishment at the sight before him. At this moment, Rairo found himself in a vast expanse. This area was also a part of the original underground palace, but constructed with greater fortitude, thus remaining largely unaffected by the volcanic onslaught of Akainu. What astonished Rairo were the creatures inhabiting this space. The area was densely populated with various insects. While they appeared similar, they varied in size and exhibited slight differences in form, some adorned with delicate wings on their backs. Furthermore, the ground was strewn with the remains of animals. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the entire space bore no trace of putrefaction. How could this be? Were not these insects supposed to thrive through parasitism? The organisms they parasitized were not only stronger, but also nearly immortal. Why then were there so many corpses present in this place? Raylo was in a state of utter bewilderment. What perplexed him further was the question of why these parasitic creatures seemed oblivious to his presence. The sheer number of them surged forth, overwhelming the disoriented Raylo, who found himself at a loss. Was it possible that these insects possessed an innate awareness of their own formidable strength, rendering him insignificant in their eyes? A rather absurd notion began to take root in Raylo's mind. Simultaneously, he noticed something peculiar. At the very heart of this space lay an area where the number of insects was significantly diminished, as if they held an inherent reverence for that particular spot. At the center of this zone rested an insect, which, while not particularly large compared to its counterparts, was of a strikingly unique hue, an ethereal golden shade. In stark contrast to the others, which were entirely black. The presence of such a distinctive creature in such a remarkable location inevitably sparked curiosity. Could this be the progenitor? If it were to perish, what fate would befall the multitude of insects? Raylo cautiously approached the progenitor. His primary objective for venturing here had been to uncover a means to lift the curse afflicting him, yet after such a prolonged search, he had found not a single clue related to the curse, only these insects. Thus, he refused to allow this endeavor to be in vain. However, Raylo did not intend to slay the progenitor. Rather, he planned to capture it and keep it close, as it might prove useful in the future. Just as Raylo was about to seize the progenitor, he was suddenly struck by an intense wave of heat. Turning his head, he witnessed molten lava streaming into the space. The insects reacted far more violently than Raylo, scattering in a frenzy, while those with wings took to the air, darting towards the ground. Chapter 91. The fearless insects. At this moment, Lalo had no time to ponder the origins of the magma. Having lost the ability granted by the eternal fruit, he found himself utterly incapable of withstanding the molten flow. If he lingered any longer, he would soon be consumed by the magma, ultimately meeting his demise in this inferno. The mother creature, slightly larger than Lalo's index finger, elicited no concern in him regarding its potential reactions as he swiftly seized it, grasping it firmly in his hand. The state of the mother creature appeared exceedingly feeble, allowing itself to be held without resistance. Meanwhile, the other insects were desperately fleeing, showing no interest in the mother creature captured by Lalo. In the blink of an eye, the searing magma had encroached upon him, a terrifying wave of heat enveloping Lalo's entire being, causing even the finest hairs on his body to emit a faint scent of burning. Lalo, without hesitation, executed the moon step, suspending himself in midair. The invasion of magma had caused subtle alterations in the spatial structure of this place. leading to numerous fine cracks appearing on the walls, into which the insects burrowed. To swiftly escape and return inside, breaking through the crevices like the insects was the most expedient and optimal choice. Although Lailo's size was far greater than that of the insects, making it impossible for him to pass through those fissures, his strength was formidable enough to forcibly widen them, allowing his body to slip through. Bang! Boom! Various sounds echoed throughout the dilapidated underground palace, a cacophony resulting from Lailo's forceful breakthrough. The smaller and more agile insects managed to escape the palace much faster than Lailo. What are those creatures? Qingji and the others were astounded to see such a multitude of insects emerging from the ground. These insects were divided into two categories: winged and wingless. The winged insects flapped their wings incessantly as they approached Akainu and his companions, while the wingless ones wriggled their bodies, moving with a speed that rivaled that of their winged counterparts. The insects surged towards Akainu and the others like frenzied wolves encountering prey. If an ordinary person were to witness such an overwhelming swarm of insects charging towards them, they might be paralyzed with fear. Even their emotions would undoubtedly fluctuate. However, the insects faced the three admirals, the pinnacle of the Navy's might, who had previously contended with monsters of the Yonko level, and thus, they felt no trepidation towards these insects. Ice Age. Qingji was the first to launch an attack, unleashing a powerful chill that emanated from him, instantly freezing the insects in their tracks, rendering them immobile. The insects that had been airborne plummeted to the ground as well. Unfortunately, this brief respite was short-lived. The insects possessed extraordinary vitality and remarkable cold resistance, and even when frozen, they did not lose consciousness. Their bodies began to vibrate at a high frequency, producing a series of crisp sounds, and astonishingly, they broke free from their icy confines, regaining mobility. The insects charged once more at the three admirals. How embarrassing, Kazan. Akainu remained unfazed, choosing instead to mock. Qingji remained silent. Although his fruit ability was formidable, it had inherent limitations. While his control was exceptional, it could not match Akainu's destructive power. Great eruption. Akainu followed suit with an attack. His arm transformed into a massive lava fist, a manifestation of elementalization, and he launched it with the force of a volcanic eruption. The magma fist detonated in midair, scattering into countless volcanic projectiles, each possessing extraordinary power, more than sufficient to deal with these insects. However, in comparison to the volcanic projectiles, the insects were still significantly smaller. Thus, despite the intensity of Akainu's assault, many insects evaded his attacks. Fortunately, these insects lacked exceptional heat resistance, and upon being struck by the volcanic projectiles, they were invariably consumed by the magma, meeting their demise in an instant. Yet these insects exhibited remarkable teamwork when faced with unavoidable attacks. Several neighboring insects would cluster together to shield the one in the center. Consequently, at least one or two insects would survive in areas struck by Akainu's attacks. Over time, the number of insects within Akainu's striking range dwindled. Meanwhile, the insects seemed endless, continuously surging towards the three admirals without fear of death. At this moment, Kizaru also commenced his onslaught, pinching his thumbs and index fingers together, then crossing his hands at his chest, forming a circular shape that resembled an eye directed outward. 8 Shaka Jewel. Kizaru completed his elementalization, unleashing a barrage of dazzling light orbs that far surpassed Akainu's great eruption in both range and density of attacks. In mere moments, the number of insects struck by the light orbs exceeded the count of those eliminated by Akainu thus far. However, although Kizaru's accuracy was high, the lethality of his attacks was somewhat lacking. The insects boasted exceptional defensive and regenerative capabilities. Those struck would quickly recover and continue their relentless charge towards the three admirals. Before long, a plethora of insects breached the attack range of Akainu and the others, advancing directly towards them. Unsure of what these insects truly were, even the three admirals did not dare to underestimate them. Fortunately, as users of Logia-type devil fruits, they remained unperturbed even as the insects approached, each executing their elementalization. Despite the peculiar nature of these insects, they were incapable of utilizing haki and were utterly helpless against the three admirals in their elemental forms. As the insects drew near to Akainu, they were engulfed by the magma emanating from him, ultimately succumbing to their demise. At that moment, Lailo finally emerged from the underground palace. The instant his feet touched the ground, he witnessed the swarm of insects surging towards the three admirals. It was revealed that the magma earlier was conjured by Akainu. How had they come here? Did Nia inform Sengoku of my movements? That old man Sengoku. Ordinarily, even if Lailo encountered the three admirals alone, he would feel no fear. However, under the present circumstances, having significantly diminished in strength and lost his devil fruit abilities, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Yet soon, this concern dissipated, replaced by confusion. Why were those insects charging frantically towards Akainu and the others? Undeterred by their own deaths, while seemingly ignoring him entirely, Rairo found himself perplexed. Initially, when he was in the underground palace, the insects did not attack him, and he presumed they were intimidated by his prowess. However, witnessing the same insects displaying no fear in the presence of the three formidable generals made him waver in his conviction. Undoubtedly, the strength of the three generals surpassed that of Rairo at this juncture. Chapter 92. Entrapped in despair at that moment, Akainu, who was previously entangled with the insects, noticed Rairo's appearance. The demon. Akainu gritted his teeth. He refrained from directly uttering Rairo's name, much like he would not directly refer to Luffy as anything but the Straw Hat Kid. "Ah, you've all come," Rairo remarked, undeterred by the looming threat. Maintaining his penchant for banter, Riley understood that in the original narrative, Akainu and Aokiji battled for 10 days and nights at Punk Hazard Island to determine who would ascend to the rank of admiral. The simultaneous presence of both Aokiji and Akainu suggested that the ultimate confrontation had yet to unfold. Was it Sengoku who promised you that whoever could capture me would become the next fleet admiral? Riley's thoughts raced, leading him to a conjecture. The gazes of Akainu and his companions shifted momentarily before returning to normal, yet Riley gleaned valuable information from their exchange. Could it truly be as he suspected? Sengoku, that cunning old fox. With the rivalry over the admiralty escalating to a point of irreconcilable conflict, a clash between the two was inevitable. Sengoku's orchestrated scheme had deftly redirected their animosity towards Riley, and should it succeed, not only would it eliminate this troublesome element, but it would also defuse a crisis within the Navy. That old man was indeed a master strategist. However, Riley had not considered the reason for Kizaru's presence. Could he also be vying for the position of admiral? Aokiji, what motivates your desire for the admiralty? Instead of inquiring about Kizaru's presence, Riley directed his question to Aokiji. Aokiji paused momentarily before responding coldly. You need not concern yourself with that. Lalo shrugged helplessly, refraining from further inquiries. You should contemplate your own course of action. Akainu growled menacingly, simultaneously advancing toward Lalo. Seething magma dripped incessantly from Akainu's form, hissing ominously, leaving devastation in its wake. Raylo silently placed his hands upon the hilts of the Dragon Ball and Thunderblade. Though the strong exude confidence, they also possess a profound understanding of their own capabilities. Rairo understood that at this moment, he stood no chance against the combined forces of the three formidable generals. Surrounded on all sides, escape was far from an easy feat. Thus, he resolved to unleash the entirety of the power stored within the Lightning Blade and the Dragon Orb at an opportune moment, aiming to impede their advance and subsequently seek a chance to return to the demon ship. This was his sole opportunity. As for whether exhausting the blood essence within the Dragon Orb would lead to his own demise, that was a concern for another time. You saved Fire Fist during the war atop the battlefield. Now, it is time to atone for that sin with your own life, Akainu declared. Raylo extended his finger to dig at his ear. Why was there a dog barking ferociously beside him? He distinctly remembered that this dog had once been too timid to make a sound in his presence. The red dog, suddenly infuriated, raised his arm, preparing to unleash a strike upon Raylo's head. At that moment, an unforeseen event unfolded before everyone's eyes. The insects that had been charging toward the three individuals abruptly converged, all directing their swarm toward the red dog. Their movement seemed to serve as a barrier against the impending attack on Raylo. In comparison to the red dog, these insects appeared minuscule, their actions akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Yet, as countless insects amassed together, they formed an undeniable force. Layer upon layer, they enveloped the red dog's arm, exerting pressure that momentarily hindered his assault. Unfortunately, the red dog's fruit abilities were the natural adversary of these insects, which could not withstand the molten temperatures emanating from him. Thus, the moment they came into contact with his body, they were consumed by the lava. Nevertheless, these insects continued to surge forward, determined to use their insignificant forms to impede him. Although their efforts were minimal, they still managed to delay the red dog's actions to some extent. Among the crowd, the one most astonished was not the red dog, but Raylo. To him, it appeared as though these insects were protecting him. This revelation deepened the confusion that already clouded his mind, adding layers of doubt to his thoughts. Suddenly, Raylo felt a pang of anxiety as he glanced down at his chest, only to remember the core he had tucked away. Raylo surmised that the core possessed the ability to exert some control over the swarm of insects. At that moment, with the core residing within him, it was likely manipulating the insects to thwart Akainu's assault, thereby safeguarding Raylo, while simultaneously ensuring its own protection. This reasoning seemed plausible, and Raylo could not conceive of a more precise explanation. However, he had no illusions about the insects being of any real assistance to him. Despite their overwhelming numbers, those relentlessly charging towards Akainu would soon suffer significant casualties. Furthermore, with all the insects focused on Akainu, their impact on Kizaru and Akiji was effectively nullified. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? Just then, the lecherous voice of Kizaru echoed in Raylo's ears. Kizaru, a user of the Pika Pika no Mi, had the ability to transform into light, granting him remarkable speed. Under normal circumstances, Raylo would find it manageable to counter Kizaru's attacks. However, in his current state, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. Yet, as Kizaru unleashed a kick, Raylo's body unexpectedly shifted to the side, causing Kizaru to miss entirely. Not bad, Kizaru remarked, his gaze fixed on Raylo with a hint of disbelief. He recognized that Raylo's strength had waned considerably, but was astonished that he could still evade his attack so effortlessly. Raylo himself was equally perplexed. The movement that had allowed him to evade Kizaru's strike felt as though it had been executed by an external force, as if someone else were controlling his body. What was happening? Raylo was engulfed in a myriad of doubts. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain radiating from his spine, as if something were burrowing into his bones. The intense agony caused him to grit his teeth, and his expression began to twist in torment. His peculiar condition drew the attention of the three formidable generals simultaneously. What could be the matter with him? Did he possess some hidden trump card? Uncertain of the reasons behind Raylo's state, the three generals refrained from making any rash moves. Although Raylo was in excruciating pain, his mind remained remarkably composed, reflecting on the tribulations he had faced since arriving on the island. A chilling thought suddenly surged within him, the possibility that a parasite had infiltrated his body and was attempting to exert control over him. The individuals Raylo had previously encountered were similarly afflicted, with parasites residing within their spines, mirroring his current predicament. Chapter 93. The truth of the past. The parasitized beings not only possessed an extraordinary vitality, but also experienced a significant enhancement in their strength and speed, affording Raylo the chance to evade the onslaught of the yellow ape. It was not unreasonable for the progenitor to choose to manipulate Raylo to avoid the repercussions of the yellow ape's assault. Yet, a question lingered in Raylo's mind. When had this occurred? How had the parasite entered his body? At that moment, Raylo felt as though his spine might shatter, the intense pain compelling him to release a primal scream. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to two pinprick-like wounds on the palms of his hands and thumbs. The searing pain stimulated his mind, rendering it more acute than ever. A flash of insight illuminated his thoughts. Many aspects began to clarify. Throughout this ordeal, Raylo had never allowed the parasite's direct entry into his body. However, now one was burrowing into his spine. Given his experiences on the island, the outcome was evident. When he had reached into the crevice of the stone slab, he had been bitten by such a parasite, which was likely when the parasite's egg was injected into him. The egg was so minuscule that Raylo had been oblivious to its presence. This also explained why the parasites had targeted only Akainu and his companions while treating Raylo with indifference. He already harbored the egg within him, destined to become a puppet at their whim, rendering further assaults on him unnecessary. As for the parasite that had bitten Raylo on his thumb in the underground palace, it likely sought merely to free itself from his grasp without injecting another egg. When Raylo entered the underground palace, the individuals controlled by the parasites had intervened to stop him, presumably because the egg required time to hatch within him. They feared he would discover the progenitor and act against it before the egg could mature, prompting their intervention. By the time Raylo reached the area where the progenitor resided, the egg within him was nearing the completion of its incubation. Should the need arise, the progenitor could exercise control over Raylo at any moment. This was why, upon nearing the progenitor, no parasites emerged to thwart him. So, this was the reality. Raylo endured the excruciating pain. Had he still possessed the powers of the immortal fruit, he could have easily carved open his back and forcibly extracted the insects within. However, having lost the abilities granted by the immortal fruit, any attempt to remove the insects by sheer force would only lead to his demise, even if successful. As the relentless pressure mounted, Akainu, unable to contain his impatience, launched the first strike. Although the insects within Raylo continued to assault Akainu, they were no longer focused on thwarting his attack, given Raylo's precarious state of control. Akainu's magma-like arm extended rapidly, possessing both tremendous speed and extraordinary power, having previously inflicted serious injury on Whitebeard during the Marineford War. At that moment, Raylo was entirely preoccupied with the dilemma of expelling the insects from his body, neglecting to activate his observation haki, and remained oblivious to Akainu's impending assault. It was only when Akainu's attack was mere inches from him that Raylo finally made a move. Just as Akainu believed victory was assured, Raylo's form suddenly vanished, resembling a ghost. These insects had the ability to awaken their host's latent potential, significantly enhancing their physical capabilities. Raylo's original body was nearly the strongest in the world. Yet cursed, he could not utilize his true strength. Now, under the insect's manipulation, his sealed powers were unleashed, allowing him to effortlessly evade Akainu's strike. What? Akainu exclaimed in disbelief as he beheld Raylo appear a short distance away, astonished that Raylo could evade his attack at such a critical moment. However, despite avoiding Akainu's blow, Raylo was not unscathed. The agony within him intensified, and he could feel his consciousness fading away. If this continued, he would soon lose all awareness, becoming a mere puppet controlled by the insects. This was the true terror of the insects. While they possessed minimal combat capability, they could parasitize other beings, exerting control over them and boasting formidable reproductive abilities. This was precisely why Sengoku sought to prevent Akainu and the others from approaching the island. Should they fall victim to these insects, even the three admirals would find themselves reduced to mindless puppets. Fortunately for the trio, their encounter with the insects occurred during a full-scale invasion, and they remained vigilant, not underestimating the threat posed by the insects. Otherwise, they might have faced a fate akin to Raylo's. Nia was not mistaken. The village on this island had indeed been ruled by pirates for a time. But not ordinary pirates, rather, individuals controlled by the insects. Ultimately, the entire island was populated by puppets manipulated by the insects, and even the subterranean caverns were constructed by these controlled beings. When the Navy received intelligence about the island, they mistakenly believed it was merely under pirate control. Consequently, upon landing, nearly all personnel fell victim to the insects, resulting in their transformation into soulless husks. The incident tarnished the Navy's reputation, prompting the higher-ups to fabricate a tale involving curses. Only Sengoku, Garp, and a few senior officials were privy to the truth. In his youth, Garp single-handedly penetrated the heart of the island, ruthlessly exterminating those infested by the insects, even slaying powerful individuals overtaken by the queen insect. Although the queen managed to escape, she was gravely weakened and has yet to fully recover. Garp did not uncover the hidden underground palace, and at that time, the Rock's pirates were at the zenith of their power, leading Navy command to refrain from wasting resources on the island. Thus, the commander ordered the ships to bombard the island relentlessly, attempting to eradicate the insects entirely. After exhausting their ammunition, the island lay nearly leveled, and the Navy departed. Since then, the island has remained untouched by the Navy, but those who participated in that battle still harbor lingering fears. While powerful beings need not worry about the insects injecting eggs into their bodies, ordinary individuals find it nearly impossible to completely defend against them. Should the insects from the island spread beyond its shores, their astonishing reproductive capabilities could spell disaster for the entire world. Fortunately, after all these years, the island has remained remarkably tranquil, allowing the events of the past to fade from memory. Little did they know, the insects had thrived and multiplied to an alarming extent during their time of rest. Chapter 94. Restoration of Power. Laylo's consciousness grows increasingly indistinct. He can scarcely perceive the existence of his own body. Before long, the insects will completely infiltrate his spine, utterly seizing control of Laylo's form. Thus, even if Laylo manages to survive the hands of the three great generals, he will irrevocably lose his awareness, rendering him no different from the deceased. What nonsense! I am a malevolent spirit. How could I possibly be subjugated by mere insects? Rairo silently cried out within himself. Yet, no matter how vehemently his consciousness resisted, he could not escape the gradually dissipating reality. Had it not been for the curse's influence, perhaps in a state of peak physical and mental prowess, Rairo could have forcibly resisted the encroachment of the insect upon his consciousness through sheer willpower. However, in his current condition, both in strength and mental state, he was far from optimal, rendering him utterly incapable of resisting the terrifying insect. As his awareness wavered, a thought surged into Rairo's mind, his final recourse. With his consciousness already blurred, his hand trembled slightly. He extended his right hand unsteadily into his bosom, reaching for the core. The core seemed to sense Rairo's intent, hastening the insects within him to seize control of his body. Raylo gritted his teeth in pain, his outstretched hand nearly faltering. Yet, at the critical moment, he persevered, his willpower triumphing over the tormenting creature within him. Though it was but a fleeting instant, Raylo ultimately achieved his objective. Raylo's hand grasped the mother, exerting all the strength he could muster to crush it. Having endured a fierce battle with Cap in the past, the mother was exceedingly weakened, possessing nearly no capacity for movement, relying solely on controlling other insects to carry out its actions. Even if the mother wished to command the other insects to intervene at this moment, it was already too late. A faint yet muffled sound punctured the air. The mother was crushed by Raylo, its bodily fluids splattering over his hand, viscous and repugnant. However, once the mother perished, Raylo was liberated from the excruciating pain that had plagued him, as if the wretched insect had finally met its demise within him. Riley finally breathed a sigh of relief. Had he failed, he would have truly found himself at an impasse. The movements of these insects were entirely governed by the central organism. Although they possessed a modicum of consciousness, their intelligence was exceedingly limited. Once the central organism perished, the remaining insects floundered like soldiers bereft of their commander on the battlefield, aimlessly darting about like headless flies. Unlike before, when they had recklessly charged at the three admirals as if they were parasites clinging to the bodies of the strong, they now exhibited a palpable fear of the surrounding conflict. After a brief period of chaotic wandering, they began to vacate the area. The winged insects attempted to ascend beyond the island, while those without wings burrowed into the earth, seemingly striving to distance themselves from the battlefield. Akainu and his companions remained oblivious to Riley's recent act of crushing the central organism, and thus found themselves perplexed by the sudden change in the insect's behavior. Nonetheless, the absence of the bothersome insects proved advantageous for them, as it meant they could focus their efforts entirely on Riley, free from external distractions. The pressure had now shifted back onto Riley. Although he had just freed himself from the control of the insects, he was now faced with the encirclement of the three admirals, leaving his situation scarcely improved. Rayluo silently placed his hands on Thunderblade and Dragon Ball, preparing to execute his initial plan to escape this perilous situation. Although the circumstances were dire, there was a silver lining. Akainu and his comrades did not intend to gang up on Rayluo. This was partly due to their status as top-tier warriors, each possessing a sense of dignity that prevented them from easily collaborating with others, regardless of their individual temperaments. Additionally, the task of capturing Rayluo was inherently linked to the position of the Marine Admiral. If they were to capture him collectively, it would create complications, as the rank of Admiral could not be divided. Among the three admirals, Kizaru remained the most composed. He had little interest in the position of Admiral himself, merely responding to Sengoku's summons to provide support and to impose a degree of deterrence over Akainu and Akiji, ensuring they refrained from attacking one another in pursuit of Rayluo. Earlier, Kizaru had engaged Rayluo due to the interference of those insects, but now that the insects were no longer a factor, he chose to remain an observer, calmly watching as Akainu and Akiji confronted Rayluo. Akainu, true to his volatile nature, was unwilling to allow Rayluo to fall into Akiji's hands. Thus he charged at Rayluo without further ado. Hellhound. Akainu's magma-infused arm elongated rapidly, lunging at Rayluo like a ferocious hound. This maneuver was one of Akainu's swiftest attacks, nearly impossible for an ordinary person to evade. Although Rayluo had already activated his observation haki and foresaw the impending strike, his cursed body lacked the necessary speed to dodge Akainu's assault. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Just as Rayluo prepared to block Akainu's strike with Dragon Ball and Thunderblade, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, akin to his state before being cursed. With a slight pivot, Rayluo expertly dodged Akainu's attack and, in a fleeting moment, drew his sword to slash at Akainu's elemental arm. Although Akainu, a user of a Logia-type fruit, would typically be immune to physical attacks while in his elemental form, he could not withstand the damage inflicted by haki. As one of the three admirals, Akainu was adept in observation haki, and, upon sensing Rayluo's attack, he swiftly retracted his arm. Regrettably, it was a moment too late. When Akainu's arm reverted to its normal state, a grievous wound marred it, deep enough to reveal bone, with blood gushing forth ominously. The muscle around the wound rapidly withered, as if the surrounding vitality had been siphoned away. This marked Rayluo's first time using Dragon Ball's blade to directly attack a living being, and he was astonished by the outcome. Equally confounding was the state of his own body. Although he was still not at his peak strength, he had attained a level commensurate with the world's finest. This left Rayluo perplexed. Despite the curse remaining intact, why had his power seemingly increased? Chapter 95. The dog with a broken spine. Akainu surveyed his injured arm, his expression grave. What is happening? Could the intelligence have been flawed? Although Akainu had not heard directly from Nia about Rayluo's curse, he had gleaned information from Sengoku, which had led him to believe victory was assured. Yet, the present circumstances suggested that Rayluo did not appear to be weakened by a curse. Akainu was equally bewildered. If Rayluo had truly not been afflicted by a curse, why had he previously remained hidden in the tomb and refrained from attacking upon encountering Akainu and Akiji? Given Rayluo's character, if his body had not exhibited any anomalies, he would never have acted in such a manner, opting to strike first before his adversaries could initiate an attack. Could it be that in that brief moment, some transformation had occurred in his body, or even a lifting of the curse? Akainu was beset by doubts, pondering relentlessly without making any rash moves. Similarly, Kizaru and Akiji, possessing less impulsive natures than Akainu, recognized that something was amiss with Rayluo and would not act recklessly. Rayluo himself was equally perplexed. Yet he possessed a deeper understanding than the three admirals of the Navy. He was acutely aware that the alteration in his strength was not due to the lifting of a curse. Had that been the case, his power would have exceeded its current limits. Reflecting on his previous actions, Rayluo arrived at a tentative conclusion. The enhancement of his abilities was intrinsically linked to the presence of the creature within him. The parasites within Rayluo's body had reached the corresponding location in his spine, merely a step away from completely seizing control of his physical form. As Rayluo's movements were dictated by the parasites, his latent potential was also awakened, allowing him to harness power reminiscent of his pre-curse capabilities. This was precisely why he managed to evade the assaults of Kizaru and Akainu. Once the maternal entity was crushed by Rayluo, the parasites within him fell into a dormant state, no longer inflicting pain upon him or exerting control over his body. However, the enhancement of his potential, instigated by the parasites, remained intact. Thus, Rayluo was able to respond to Akainu's attacks and even inflict wounds upon him. Although Rayluo's strength had experienced a remarkable resurgence, it was still not the entirety of his original power, as the curse's effects persisted. Hence, even though the parasites could invigorate the life force of a being, they could not rival the capabilities of Rayluo's original immortal fruit. For instance, should Rayluo suffer the loss of limbs, he would not perish, yet those severed appendages would not regenerate. In contrast, the immortal fruit would not present such a dilemma. Furthermore, since the enhancement was a result of the parasites, and with the maternal entity now deceased, Rayluo could not ascertain whether this effect would endure indefinitely, prompting him to maintain his vigilance. Rayluo's objective had now shifted. He aimed to vanquish the three admirals in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, should the parasites cease to amplify his inherent strength, he would face irrevocable doom. With determination, Rayluo gripped the Dragon Ball in one hand and the Thunder Blade in the other, preparing for battle. At this moment, the three admirals on the island perceived a transformation in Rayluo, not merely in terms of strength, but also in his psychological state. When they first encountered Rayluo on the island, he appeared as a solitary yet formidable warrior, possessing considerable power but lacking the intimidation necessary to evoke fear in the elite forces of the Navy. However, Rayluo's aura had now undergone a dramatic metamorphosis, reminiscent of a peerless sovereign returning to reclaim his throne. The admirals felt as though they were confronting the legendary Whitebeard from the Marineford War. Even Akainu, who had once engaged Whitebeard in fierce combat during the war, now found himself wary in the presence of the transformed Rayluo. Rayluo's figure flickered and vanished in an instant. Almost simultaneously, he reappeared before Akainu, his twin blades crossing in a fierce downward strike. Akainu, possessing unparalleled observation haki, anticipated Rayluo's assault and refused to remain idle. He first utilized the shave technique to create distance between them before launching his own counterattack. Inagami Girin. Akainu bellowed. One of his arms transformed into molten lava, morphing into the shape of a canine head, which surged towards Rayluo with ferocity. The magma-formed dog head, alive with a primal essence, opened its gaping maw, poised to devour Rayluo. A piercing sound echoed through the air. Riley's twin blade struck against the dog-like head forged from magma. The two adversaries remained locked in a stalemate for a moment, but soon the onslaught of Akainu faltered under the overwhelming might of Riley's armament haki. They exchanged a brief flurry of blows. Although Riley held the upper hand, a sense of joy eluded him. There remained a palpable gap between their powers. Had it been before his curse, Riley would have possessed a swifter pace, rendering Akainu incapable of responding in time, even with his observation haki to foresee Riley's movements. That previous exchange, while indecisive, could have gravely wounded Akainu. "Be silent, you wretched beast." Akainu's forehead throbbed with veins, his fury simmering within him. "Cease your howling, you spine-snapping hound," Riley retorted. No sooner had the words left his lips than Riley launched another assault. This time, he appeared behind Akainu. Unlike before, Riley did not merely strike, he unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki has reached an unparalleled mastery. Although formidable opponents are not rendered unconscious by his Haki, they are nonetheless subjected to its suppressive influence, which hampers their movements. At this moment, Rayleigh has not fully regained his strength, and his Conqueror's Haki is not at its peak. Despite Akainu being a top-tier powerhouse, Rayleigh's Haki still momentarily dulled his reflexes. In the realm of skilled combatants, the distinction between victory and defeat often hinges on the briefest of moments. However, by the time Akainu managed to react, the Dragon Pearl and Thunderblade in Rayleigh's hand were mere fractions of an inch from his body. At this juncture, Akainu found himself utterly unable to evade the impending strike. In a desperate bid for survival, he could only envelop his back with his own armament Haki to shield his body. While Akainu's armament Haki is indeed formidable, it still pales in comparison to Rayleigh's. When the blade, imbued with armament Haki, struck Akainu's back, it produced a muffled thud. Subsequently, the protective layer of armament Haki enveloping Akainu shattered. Lightning Blade and Dragon Blade simultaneously struck into his back, just as Akainu was on the verge of being cleaved in two by Rayleigh. A sudden flash of yellow light surged forth, saving him. Chapter 96, The Power of Aokiji. The relationship between Kizaru and Akainu is not merely a matter of being two of the Navy's three admirals. They were both the first students of former Marine Admiral Zephyr. This bond of camaraderie naturally fosters a closer relationship between Kizaru and Akainu compared to Aokiji. While Kizaru, as an admiral, could not openly favor Akainu in the selection of the fleet admiral, he would never stand idly by when Akainu was in peril. However, Rayleigh, not in peak condition, lacked the energy to counter Kizaru's sudden assault. Although Akainu narrowly escaped being bisected by Rayleigh, he was severely injured and on the brink of unconsciousness, unable to continue the battle. For beings of their caliber, such injuries are not typically fatal. With sheer will, they might persist in combat. Yet, the attack Akainu endured was not merely a wound. The blow from Dragon Blade had siphoned a considerable amount of his vitality. Damn that demon! Even in his weakened state, Akainu could not suppress his rage. However, moments later, his injuries overwhelmed him, and he lost consciousness. Kizaru, who had always maintained a nonchalant demeanor, suddenly turned serious. He carefully lifted Akainu's body and transformed into a streak of yellow light, vanishing from the scene. In the next moment, Kizaru appeared on a warship at the island's periphery, cradling the unconscious Akainu. The soldiers stationed on the vessel were startled by Kizaru's sudden arrival, and upon seeing him injured and holding the comatose Akainu, they were filled with dread. "Admiral Borsalino, Admiral Sakazuki?" one courageous Navy soldier inquired. Kizaru did not respond directly, but instead entrusted Akainu's body to the soldier. Akainu's physique was significantly larger than that of an average person, causing the soldier to struggle to secure him, nearly letting him fall. Fortunately, several nearby soldiers rushed to assist, preventing a mishap. They promptly tended to his wounds and prepared the ship for departure. Kizaru, who usually displayed apathy, appeared remarkably earnest at that moment. Yes. Although the soldiers were puzzled by Kizaru's instructions, they complied dutifully. In an instant, Kizaru disappeared from the warship. One soldier swallowed hard, glancing at the unconscious Akainu. Is that demon truly so fearsome that he could injure Admiral Sakazuki? Don't dwell on it. He is an opponent beyond our imagination. Let us focus on completing the task entrusted by Admiral Borsalino. Upon Kizaru's return to Rayleigh's location, Aokiji and Rayleigh were locked in a fierce battle. With Akainu incapacitated, Aokiji could no longer remain a passive observer in the competition for the position of Fleet Admiral. Aokiji relentlessly employed his fruit abilities, conjuring ice blades to clash with Rayleigh's Dragon Blade and Lightning Blade. Though Aokiji coated his ice blades with Haki, they appeared somewhat fragile against Rayleigh's two formidable weapons, which were similarly imbued with Haki, often shattering after exchanging a few blows. Nonetheless, this did not deter Aokiji from continuing to summon ice blades to engage in combat with Rayleigh. Throughout their confrontation, Aokiji did not fall behind. As depicted in the original narrative, Aokiji and Akainu battled for the Fleet Admiral position in Punk Hazard for 10 days and nights, even altering the island's climate. In the end, Akainu emerged victorious, but Aokiji suffered severe burns to his right side and lost his left leg, necessitating a prosthetic made of ice. Although Akainu was the declared victor, much of the outcome was due to the mutual restraint of their fruit abilities. In terms of pure strength, Akiji was not inferior to Akainu. In fact, when facing Raylo, Akiji posed a greater challenge. This was partly due to Akiji being an ice fruit user, granting him a broader range of attack compared to Akainu. Even if Raylo could not be frozen by Akiji's strikes, the extreme cold he generated could slow Raylo's reactions and speed, akin to the effects of Raylo's Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, while Raylo had regained some of his strength, his remarkable recovery abilities had not fully returned, and he had already expended considerable stamina in battle, resulting in a deadlock with Akiji. Although Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki still exerts a degree of suppression over Akiji, diminishing his reaction speed, Akiji's observation Haki surpasses that of Akainu. Furthermore, Akiji's fruit abilities can counter Rayleigh's efforts effectively, rendering the impact of Rayleigh's Conqueror's Haki less formidable at this moment. Rayluo thrust his blade into Akiji's chest, creating a gaping wound. However, Rayluo did not revel in this success, as Akiji's expression remained eerily calm. Although Haki is the nemesis of devil fruit powers, capable of striking even those who have elementalized their bodies, there exists an exception. If the user can foresee an impending attack, they may elementalize the affected area in advance, thereby evading the strike. In other words, the gaping hole in Akiji's chest was not a result of Rayluo's attack. Rather, Akiji had created the opening himself prior to being pierced. Thus, Rayluo's strike ultimately missed its mark. During the skirmish against Whitebeard, Akiji had employed this very tactic, and though he was resorting to an old trick, it proved effective once more. Two icy spears materialized from the chilling aura that enveloped Akiji's back, swiftly launching towards Rayluo. Despite not being in peak condition, Rayluo's Kinbunchika Haki allowed him to perceive the near future. Thus he anticipated Akiji's offensive and prepared accordingly. However, as he attempted to draw his sword, he discovered that Akiji had immobilized the long wand with his devil fruit ability. Though Rayluo could forcibly extract the blade, doing so would undoubtedly slow his reaction, rendering him unable to evade Akiji's assault in time. In a fleeting moment, Rayluo made his decision. He relinquished his grip on the long wand and retreated. The icy spears shot forth, embedding themselves deeply into the ground where Rayluo had just stood. Had he hesitated for even an instant longer, the icy spears would have pierced his body instead of the earth. What audacity! To forsake your own weapon merely to evade an attack, Akiji remarked coolly, reaching for the hilt of the long wand. Even though Akiji was not a master swordsman like Mihawk, he recognized that Rayluo's weapon was extraordinary. However, the moment Akiji grasped the long wand, his expression froze in shock. A torrent of energy surged uncontrollably from within him towards the long wand, which was now akin to a blood-sucking apparatus, voraciously draining Akiji's life force. In an instant, Akiji decisively released his hold on the long wand. Although the weapon ceased its draining the moment it slipped from his grasp, Akiji had already lost a significant amount of vitality in that brief encounter. The long wand was a formidable and sinister artifact. It had initially accepted Rayluo as its master only after extracting a considerable amount of his life force, ceasing its insatiable thirst. Any other individual wishing to wield the long wand would similarly have to pay a price, one that not everyone could afford. Although Akiji had suffered at the hands of the long wand, Rayluo found little amusement in his predicament, for his own circumstances were scarcely any better. In Rayluo's other hand, he grasped the Thunderblade, a treasure akin to the Dragon Orb. It inherently possesses the attribute of lightning, exuding a ferocious energy that would be unbearable for an ordinary person, even at a mere proximity. Previously, Rayluo's ability to wield the Rimaru with ease stemmed from the chilling aura inherent to the Dragon Ball, which counteracted a portion of the Raijin's ferocity. However, as the Dragon Ball slipped beyond Rayluo's control, the Raijin inevitably began to rage uncontrollably. Anticipating this, Rayluo released the Raijin almost simultaneously with the Dragon Ball's departure. Yet, the tempestuous speed at which the Raijin unleashed its electric fury surpassed the rate at which the Dragon Ball consumed vitality. Thus, despite Rayluo's timely withdrawal, he was still caught in the backlash of the Raijin, leaving one of his arms tingling with numbness, nearly unable to lift. In their exchange, although neither inflicted harm upon the other, both were affected by their respective weapons, sustaining some degree of injury. On the surface, it appeared that Akiji bore the brunt of the damage, yet in the grander scheme, Rayluo had not gained any significant advantage. At this moment, the Dragon Ball lay at Akiji's feet, while the Raijin flickered nearby, crackling with electricity, summoning bolts of lightning from the heavens. Having lost the capabilities granted by the eternal life fruit, Laylo found himself relying heavily on the Dragon Ball and the Raijin, especially in the absence of formidable healing abilities. Though Aokiji was severely weakened, having lost a substantial amount of vitality, Laylo too had been deprived of his weapon, with Kizaru observing from the sidelines. It was evident that Laylo was at a disadvantage in this confrontation. Given that this battle determined the fate of the Marine Admiral position, Kizaru refrained from engaging Laylo. Fully aware that aiding Aokiji could lead to complications if Akainu were to find out, resulting in inevitable troubles down the line. However, after witnessing the prior exchange, Kizaru could no longer remain a passive observer. It was clear that a significantly weakened Aokiji could no longer contend with Laylo alone, and despite the potential for future complications, he resolved to intervene. While Aokiji remained engaged in recuperation, Kizaru initiated an attack on Laylo. Despite being one of the three admirals, Kizaru's demeanor markedly differed from the impetuous Akainu and the gentle Aokiji. He appeared rather lethargic, seldom taking the initiative in combat, seemingly only drawn to the role of admiral by the attractive salary it offered. Few had ever witnessed him unleash his full power, rendering the true extent of his abilities a mystery. Nevertheless, Laylo did not underestimate Kizaru's prowess among the three admirals. Amaterasu no Tachi, light coalesced in Kizaru's hand, gradually forming into the shape of a sword, solidifying into a tangible weapon. Although Kizaru was not a swordsman, his swordsmanship was undeniably remarkable. During the events at Sabaody Archipelago, he had effortlessly matched the former vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, Rayleigh, using this weapon forged from his devil fruit abilities. Seeing Kizaru conjure a weapon out of thin air, Laylo couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. The youth today lack a sense of martial ethics. Huh? Kizaru was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Laylo launched an attack, delivering a swift kick through the air. As Laylo brushed past Kizaru, his focus was not on him. At that moment, Akiji's complexion turned pale. He saw Laylo rushing towards him and had no strength left to evade. He could only rely on his devil fruit ability to conjure an ice wall in an attempt to momentarily block Laylo. However, Laylo did not collide with the ice wall. Instead, he utilized Moonwalk to change his direction mid-flight and charged towards Kizaru, deftly seizing the Dragon Ball that lay beside Aokiji in the process. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, leaving no one to foresee Laylo's true objective. With the Dragon Ball in hand, Laylo's confidence surged. The reason he had taken such a roundabout route to obtain it was to prevent anyone from discerning his true aim and thwarting him. Clang. Although the sword Amatsukami in Kizaru's hand was composed of light, it emitted a sound akin to metal clashing when it struck against the Dragon Ball held by Laylo. Both combatants moved with remarkable speed, resembling fleeting phantoms, as the clashing sounds echoed continuously, sparks flying in all directions. Each fighter enveloped their weapon with haki, making the clash appear as a contest of swordsmanship, yet it was, in essence, a struggle of haki's potency. Just like stamina, haki is subject to depletion. As the battle wore on, Kizaru's haki consumption was negligible, while Laylo had expended a considerable amount, coupled with his current recovery rate being less than optimal. The longer the fight continued, the more precarious Laylo's situation became. Yet for Laylo, there was no alternative but to persist in combat. Chapter 98. Mutual Destruction. Although Kizaru could transform into light for swift movement, the process of elementalization required a certain duration. It was not instantaneous. Thus, their speeds were roughly equivalent, with neither side gaining a distinct advantage. However, due to the previous impact from Kizaru's lightning blade, Laylo's left arm remained numb and had yet to recover. Kizaru was aware of this and deliberately targeted the left side of Laylo's body during his assaults. While the duel involved swordsmanship, Laylo's other arm was not entirely idle. Compared to his unencumbered side, the reactions of Laylo's left side were somewhat sluggish, gradually revealing his struggle. After several exchanges, although Laylo had not sustained serious injury, the left side of his body bore the marks of battle, and his stamina dwindled, revealing an increasingly evident disadvantage. Your strength has diminished considerably, Kizaru remarked nonchalantly. I can still pin you to the ground, Laylo retorted defiantly. Yet, Laylo did not allow himself to become overwhelmed by bravado. He took a deep breath, regulating his breathing to regain composure swiftly. Since being cursed, Laylo had significantly improved his control over his own power and emotions. Unlike Luffy, who was prone to impulsive fervor, he understood the necessity of remaining calm at all times. Emotional fluctuations could easily lead to erroneous judgments, and in battles among top-tier experts, even the slightest misstep could prove fatal. For Laylo, relinquishing control to his emotions and launching a reckless attack was unequivocally unwise. He could only continue to stalemate with Kizaru. patiently searching for an opening to strike down his opponent. However, Kizaru, being a cunning and experienced adversary, was well aware of Raylo's intentions. Thus, his attacks, though fierce as a tempest, were executed with precision, revealing no vulnerabilities whatsoever. The two continued their deadlock, with Kizaru's stamina resilient against the strain, while Raylo had already expended more than half of his energy. Should Kizaru maintain this strategy of attrition, the outcome would soon become apparent. Riley found himself with no alternative but to resort to desperate measures. The remaining remnants of his domineering aura were barely sufficient for a single, forceful strike. If he were to land a blow on Kizaru, there remained a glimmer of hope for a turnaround, but should he fail, he would undoubtedly fall prey to Kizaru's grasp. As Riley pondered his predicament, Kizaru launched another assault. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Riley's observation haki came into play, allowing him to foresee Kizaru's movements and evade his sword strikes just in time, thus avoiding further injury. You have little of your aura left, I presume? You wouldn't dare to attempt a last-ditch effort to reverse your fate, would you? Kizaru discerned Riley's thoughts with uncanny clarity. Raylo chuckled softly, feigning composure as he replied, "What are you talking about? My strength is still quite ample. I was merely distracted for a moment, allowing you to strike me by chance. Do not let it go to your head. Is that so? How terrifying indeed." Raylo did not engage in a battle of wits. Instead, he focused on countering Kizaru while refining the remaining haki within his body. Kizaru, sensing the shift in Raylo's demeanor, became increasingly cautious. Raylo raised the Dragon Ball high and struck fiercely towards Kizaru. Kizaru, not daring to be negligent, brandished the Amatsukami sword to defend himself. However, to his astonishment, Raylo's attack abruptly altered its course, veering towards the unsuspecting Akiji nearby. At that moment, Akiji had yet to regain his composure and was unable to evade Raylo's onslaught. In a critical instant, Kizaru displayed his gallantry, instantaneously transforming and teleporting in front of Akiji, ready to intercept Raylo's strike. Yet, the anticipated attack did not arrive. As Kizaru turned his head, he was taken aback to find Raylo standing where the Thunderblade had been thrust into the ground. With both the Thunderblade and the Dragon Ball held in his hands, the two legendary weapons crossing before his chest, Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth. Farewell. In an instant, a profound sense of crisis surged within Kizaru's heart, and his observation haki foresaw the events that were about to unfold. Almost in that very moment, Kizaru turned and lifted the exhausted Akiji from the ground. Yet, he was still a step too late. At this moment, Raylo launched an assault, crossing his dual blades in a sweeping arc. The effects of the Dragon Ball and Thunder Blade, combined with Raylo's overwhelming will, coalesced into two intertwining streams of sword energy that surged forth with a deafening roar. The sword aura crackled with electric brilliance, showcasing extraordinary power, leaving desolation in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy reached the positions of Kizaru and Akiji. With a thunderous boom, the sword energy erupted, sending shockwaves rippling outward, wreaking havoc in the surrounding area and engulfing it in a cloud of dust. As the haze dissipated, only a colossal crater remained, the subterranean palace beneath the island, already reduced to ruins, was further devastated, turning that area into mere dust and nothingness. Within the vast pit, neither Kizaru nor Akiji could be seen. Thud. Raylo collapsed to the ground, his mind clouded with fatigue, indifferent to whether Kizaru and Akiji had escaped or been obliterated. He had unleashed the majority of his power from the Dragon Ball and Thunder Blade in that strike, expending all of his willpower in the process. Now utterly exhausted, his only desire was to find peace and slumber, postponing any thoughts of the future. Meanwhile, Kizaru, bloodied and battered, along with the similarly injured Akiji, landed on the deck. Just as Raylo attacked, Kizaru had nearly achieved elemental transformation. Although he managed to whisk Akiji away in time, he too was affected by the sword energy's backlash. Had he hesitated even a moment longer, both he and Akiji would have likely been forever trapped on that island. What a terrifying man, Kizaru muttered before losing consciousness, collapsing onto the deck, pulling Akiji down with him. Admiral Borsellino, Admiral Kazan. The ordinary sailors on the ship rushed forward, astonished to see Kizaru and Akiji return grievously injured after Akainu's wounding. What manner of man could have inflicted such damage? The Navy was filled with unspoken dread. They had already received Kizaru's orders to prepare the warship for immediate departure. Now, with Kizaru, who was equally injured, returning aboard, they instinctively maneuvered the vessel away from the island. The enemies on that island were beyond their capacity to confront. They needed to flee quickly, and the farther they got, the better. Otherwise, should that man pursue them, there would be no one aboard the ship capable of stopping him. This collective thought resonated among the Navy personnel. Little did they know that Raylo was utterly spent, devoid of the strength to continue fighting. Had they possessed a modicum of courage and ventured onto the island at that moment, they might have reaped the benefits of the turmoil. Chapter 99. The Wrath of Sengoku. Several Navy personnel piloted the warship at top speed away from the island. Once they had completely vacated the area, communication aboard the vessel resumed its normal function. The phone bug aboard the ship began to vibrate, emitting a sound that demanded attention. Despite having lost contact previously, the Navy headquarters had been attempting to reach the warship, and now that the signal was restored, the phone bug naturally rang out immediately. Hello? What was the outcome? Was Raylo captured? Who accomplished it? What became of the creatures on the island? Sengoku's urgent voice came through the receiver, taking on his likeness. The operation involving Akainu had been orchestrated by Sengoku himself. This mission was not only pivotal for capturing Raylo, but also crucial for the future trajectory of the Navy. Thus, Sengoku was deeply invested, even setting aside his admiral status to communicate personally. The ordinary soldiers were taken aback at the sight of the esteemed admiral using a phone bug for communication, momentarily stunned. Before relaying every piece of information they possessed to Sengoku, having remained aboard the warship, their knowledge was limited. They only knew that all three admirals had returned grievously injured, and the creatures Sengoku referred to were entirely foreign to them. Upon hearing the soldiers recount all they knew, Sengoku fell into a deep silence. Emotions churned within him, akin to a volatile volcano poised to erupt at any moment. What on earth transpired? How could all three of them return injured? Isn't that fellow Raylo cursed, with his powers drastically diminished? Could it be that Mia's intelligence is flawed? Sengoku found himself perplexed. He initially believed that even with the curse affecting Raylo, he should not be underestimated. Hence, to err on the side of caution, he dispatched all three commanders together. Sengoku's worst-case scenario involved the possibility of one of them sustaining injuries, ultimately allowing Raylo to escape. However, he could never have anticipated that all three commanders would emerge gravely wounded. Yet, given their successful retreat, it seemed that even if Raylo had not been severely injured, he likely had lost the capacity for further action. What should he do? Should he command their return? No. Such a decision harbored far too much risk. The entire force could be annihilated, leaving Akainu and the others unable to return. In the blink of an eye, Sengoku's mind conjured numerous scenarios. He was equally concerned about the matter of the insects. After all, if those pests had not gone extinct years ago and had resurfaced due to Raylo spreading across the world, their threat would rival that of Raylo himself. Ordinary people would be utterly defenseless against those parasites invading their bodies. However, the soldiers had not yet landed on the island and were unaware of the situation, while Akainu and the others remained unconscious. Sengoku had no choice but to suppress his curiosity, awaiting further developments. It appeared that his retirement would have to be postponed. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. Raindrop-sized beads of rain continued to fall upon Raylo, gradually rousing him from his slumber. Why is it raining? Raylo wiped the rainwater from his face. Is it due to the Thunder Blade? Previously, the Thunder Blade had summoned lightning from the sky without Raylo's control, causing dark clouds to gather above the island. So the rain was hardly surprising. I wonder how Kizaru and the others are faring. Raylo was uncertain whether his attack had struck Kizaru. However, given that he had remained unscathed and at ease on the island until now, it was evident that even if Kizaru and his companions were not dead, they had undoubtedly lost their ability to act. Raylo was uncertain how long he had been unconscious, yet his body remained exceedingly fatigued. Although he could move without difficulty, he found himself lacking in strength. The eternal fruit was indeed superior. While the insects within him could stimulate his power, they failed to provide substantial recuperative abilities. Though these insects had aided him in overcoming this ordeal, Raylo remained vigilant. He was unsure whether the effects of the insects would persist or if they might regain their autonomy and take control of him once more. It was imperative for Raylo to devise a means to sever the curse afflicting him and extract the insects from his body as swiftly as possible. Raylo's journey to the island was intended to lift the curse that plagued him. However, he returned without a single clue related to the curse. Fortunately, he managed to restore a significant portion of his powers through various other means, a silver lining amidst his misfortune. Yet, with no further leads regarding the curse, Raylo had no choice but to temporarily depart in search of alternative solutions. Though utterly exhausted, he was fortunate to have arrived by small boat, allowing him to row away. Had he relied on his moon step, he would have surely found himself submerged in the sea before reaching the halfway mark. As Raylo departed the island, events unfolded within its depths. In the remnants of a once grand underground palace, a golden insect egg lay nestled in a corner, surrounded by a throng of insects, seemingly awaiting the emergence of their master. Days later, the Hydra sailed the seas aboard the ghost ship. After several days, Raylo had fully acclimated to his current form. Aside from a slight decline in his formidable healing abilities and physical attributes, he bore little distinction from his cursed state. Moreover, armed with the Dragon Ball and Thunderblade, he stood a fighting chance even against adversaries as formidable as the Four Emperors. However, following his previous encounter with Kizaru, the energies stored within the Dragon Ball and Thunderblade had nearly been depleted. While the Thunderblade could summon lightning to replenish itself, the Dragon Ball could only recover by absorbing life force. Although the Dragon Ball had yet to actively feed on Raylo's vitality, he dared not utilize it until a suitable prey was found. At that moment, a seagull flew past the ghost ship. This particular seagull existed solely to deliver news and newspapers across the world, posing no inherent threat. Both pirates and the Navy relied on purchasing newspapers from it. Previously, when Bartalomeo was aboard, the ghost pirates had adhered to the proper protocol of buying newspapers from seagulls. However, now things had changed. Upon the seagull entering his line of sight, Raylo instantly unleashed his conqueror's haki. Even in a diminished state, his haki could impose pressure on top-tier warriors like Akainu, let alone a mere seagull. The seagull froze mid-air as if struck by a bullet, then plummeted straight down, crashing onto the deck of the ghost ship with a resounding thud. Raylo stepped forward and pulled a newspaper from the bag slung over his shoulder. The headline made his pupils dilate in astonishment. He could hardly believe it. The entire front page was dedicated to a singular event, the replacement of the Admiral of the Navy. According to the article, due to the advanced age of Sengoku, he could no longer fulfill the duties of the Admiral and had voluntarily stepped down to make way for a successor. Surprisingly, the new Admiral was not Akainu nor Akiji, but rather the unexpected choice of Kizaru. The newspaper did not elaborate on why Kizaru was appointed as the Admiral. However, it did mention that Kizaru would only serve as the temporary acting admiral in place of the retired Sengoku, and the true admiral had yet to be determined. Furthermore, the article stated that the world government would initiate a global conscription, promoting those of exceptional strength beyond the usual ranks. This implies that anyone, as long as they are not a pirate and possess sufficient prowess, could potentially rise to become one of the 3 admirals of the Navy or even the admiral himself. Raylo did not anticipate that it would be Kizaru who inherited the position of fleet admiral from Sengoku. Although he is merely a temporary commander, no one can guarantee that he will not remain in this position indefinitely. Nevertheless, Raylo could somewhat fathom the reasons behind this development. Despite the fact that the 3 admirals of the Navy sustained severe injuries in the previous battle, Akainu was bisected by Raylo, and Akiji had his life force significantly drained by Ryuma, Kizaru emerged relatively unscathed. For reasons unknown, Sengoku was compelled to abdicate, and in an attempt to fill the void left by the fleet admiral, the world government had no choice but to hastily appoint Kizaru as his interim successor. Once Akainu and Akiji recover, they will likely engage in a fierce struggle for the position of fleet admiral. And it is probable that the formidable individuals selected through the world government's conscription will emerge as a third party in this conflict. Nevertheless, Raylo surmised that the world government would favor the more obedient Akainu. However, this would leave the Navy in a state of disarray, and it is unlikely that there will be any large-scale operations targeting him in the near future. Although Raylo had regained much of his strength through the use of insects, he was still not at his peak condition, compounded by the loss of his formidable healing abilities and the absence of stored life force from Ryuma. Thus, if the Navy were to mobilize its elite forces against him again, it would prove to be quite a challenge. Earlier, Raylo's use of Conqueror's haki had only lasted a fleeting moment, and as a result, the seagull had not remained unconscious for long. It was now flapping its wings and struggling to rise from the ground, gazing at Raylo with a mix of resentment and fury. In all its years of service, it had never encountered anyone as brazenly forceful as Raylo. Even the most ruthless pirates would pay for their newspapers, an unwritten rule of this world. It had not expected Raylo to act with such audacity. "Don't look at me like that," Raylo said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "I don't have a single belly to spare." The seagull seemed to comprehend his words and turned away, wearing a disdainful expression. "What does that look mean? Be careful, or I might stew you. It's been ages since I've had meat." The seagull certainly believed that Raylo was capable of such a thing and immediately flapped its wings to flee the ghost ship. As it soared into the sky, it attempted to leave its mark on the vessel, but quickly sensed the murderous intent emanating from Raylo and retracted its rear, abandoning its plan. Riley continued to gaze at the newspaper. Although it was not the front page, its contents remained of considerable significance. It reported that Blackbeard had ventured into the New World and had begun to launch frequent assaults on powerful adversaries, pillaging their devil fruits and distributing them among his subordinates. The Blackbeard pirates were steadily growing, hinting at a potential rise to become the new Yonko. Moreover, another crucial event unfolded during the Marineford War, where Jinbe assisted Whitebeard, while Moria was ordered to be eradicated by the government as High Command. Meanwhile, Blackbeard exploited his title as a warlord of the sea to wreak havoc within the prison, ultimately resulting in all three being stripped of their warlord status. The world government subsequently announced that Trafalgar Law, Buggy, and Edward Weevil would replace the trio, thus becoming the new warlords of the sea. Edward Weevil, who claims to be the son of Whitebeard, is said to bear a white mustache shaped like a crescent moon, resembling that of his purported father, and wields weapons identical to those of Whitebeard. His own strength is formidable, and it is not surprising to attribute it to an inheritance from Whitebeard. However, his intellect is notably lacking, as he blindly follows the directives of his mother, Miss Bakken. Under her instigation, he has already commenced a purge of the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. In Lei Luo's heart, there lingered a vague premonition that, in the near future, this individual might indeed seek him out. Chapter 101. The Town of Dinoco. Raylo engaged in rigorous physical training aboard the battleship, utilizing an enormous array of apparatuses. Previously, Raylo had approached the pinnacle of human physicality, rendering conventional exercise methods utterly ineffective for him. However, since succumbing to a curse, his strength had significantly waned. Despite receiving assistance from the insects, he still found himself far from the prowess he possessed upon his departure from the Push City, let alone his former zenith. Yet, it was precisely this decline that allowed these ordinary training methods to yield some benefit for Raylo in his current state. Raylo even contemplated that if the curse upon him could never be lifted, he would rely on relentless training to restore his physical prowess to its former glory. However, that was merely a desperate measure. If given a choice, Raylo would prefer not to resort to such arduous means to regain his strength. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, engaging in training was still deemed essential. Raylo momentarily halted his actions, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow as he took a brief respite to contemplate his next course of action. Although he had not unearthed a method to break the curse on that island, his endeavors were not entirely fruitless. He had regained a significant portion of his strength through the parasites within him. Even though his immortality fruit ability remained dormant, this was a silver lining amidst his misfortunes. However, the leads regarding the curse had dwindled to nothing, compelling Raylo to seek alternative avenues to lift the affliction. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a newspaper nestled in the corner. It was the very one he had seized from the seagull, which he had carelessly discarded after perusal. As he scrutinized the paper, a sudden flash of inspiration ignited within his mind. Among the articles, aside from the fact that Kizaru was temporarily serving as the Admiral of the Navy, there was mention of a figure of utmost significance to Raylo's current plight, Trafalgar Law. Endowed with the power of the Opopnomi, was a physician possessing formidable healing capabilities. Yet, it was not solely these attributes that captured Raylo's attention, for he was unaware if the curse he bore could be categorized as a disease. If it were not an ailment, healing would be moot. Nevertheless, the Opopnomi possessed an extraordinary ability in ageless surgery. When wielded by a sufficiently talented individual, it could bestow upon humanity eternal life. However, the practitioner would perish upon executing this procedure. This is precisely why the Opopnomi was so highly coveted by various factions, with even the world government once offering 5 billion berries for its acquisition. Given the fruit's remarkable prowess, it stood to reason that it could potentially provide a means to lift Raylo's curse without necessitating Law's sacrifice. The newspaper indicated that Law had ascended to the position of a new warlord, yet it did not specify his whereabouts, leaving Raylo to embark on a search of his own. For the time being, he resolved to make landfall, to gather intelligence regarding Law. The most prudent approach would be to venture into populous locales. Moreover, after an extended journey aboard the ghostly Serpent, the provisions had been entirely depleted, necessitating a quest for supplies, irrespective of his intent to gather intel on Law. Although Raylo lacked navigational charts and was not well versed in sailing, the presence of the Hydra ensured that there were few places in this world he could not reach. A day later, Raylo stood upon the deck, his eyes discerning an island on the horizon. Due to the Hydra's imposing size, approaching too closely would inevitably incite chaos, and Raylo preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, he instructed the Hydra to halt at a safe distance from the shore while he rowed ashore alone, even before setting foot on the island. Raylo could ascertain its vast expanse, complete with comprehensive port facilities, where 2 naval vessels were docked. Generally, even an island under constant Navy presence would not host 2 ships of such caliber, unless it were a naval branch. However, the defenses of a naval base would be far more stringent, a condition this location evidently did not meet. Intriguingly, this only heightened Raylo's interest in the place. Raylo anchored his small boat at the port and ventured onto the island. This island was remarkably prosperous, rivaling the bustling rock town. As soon as Raylo stepped onto the land, he could hear the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. Beyond the harbor lay a vibrant marketplace, teeming with an array of shops. At present, Raylo's bounty had spread across the globe, significantly elevating his notoriety. Many ordinary folk were indeed familiar with his name. Therefore, to evade recognition and avert unnecessary trouble, Raylo had donned a simple disguise prior to his arrival on the island, altering his appearance enough to differ from the image portrayed on the wanted posters. He also consciously suppressed his aura, rendering himself less imposing. The effectiveness of his precautions was evident, as no one recognized him. "Hey there, it seems like this is your first time in Loguetown. Would you like me to show you around?" Approached a shifty-eyed individual. This man was notorious in Loguetown, a local thug who preyed upon newcomers, waiting for the opportune moment to extort them. "Sounds good," Raylo replied, a slight smirk on his lips. Though he was unaware of the man's intentions, he sensed the approaching threat. Coincidentally, Raylo was troubled about where to procure some money. The thug led Raylo quietly into an alley, away from the throngs of people. "Let me tell you, those shops out front cater exclusively to outsiders like you. We locals never shop there," the thug began, but his words abruptly ceased as he turned, drawing a dagger from his coat, pointing it menacingly at Raylo. "Hand over your money, or I will carve several holes into you." Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth, poised to make a move, when he suddenly sensed the presence of a formidable individual. A man materialized behind the ruffian. He was a tall figure, donned in a light purple kimono, with short black hair and a neatly trimmed beard gracing his lips. His eyes were tightly shut, and a prominent X-shaped scar marred his forehead, extending down to his eyes. Upon his arrival, the ruffian seemed as if he had been crushed by an immense weight, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Fujitora? Chapter 102. Fujitora's Smile. Fujitora? The man was momentarily taken aback by Raylo's address, repeating the name to himself. "It's quite a commendable name, however, I am known as Isho. You must have mistaken me for someone else." He chuckled lightly before continuing. "I've heard that the 3 admirals of the Navy are named after colors and animals. If I were to ascend to the rank of admiral, I would choose that name. Are you all right?" He shifted focus from the peculiar mention of Fujitora to express concern for Raylo. Due to Raylo's complete concealment of his powers, even Fujitora had been unable to discern his true strength, mistaking him for an ordinary youth. "I'm fine, don't worry." "That's good to hear. This fellow is notorious around here. Many outsiders have fallen prey to his attention. Although I've reprimanded him several times, he remains unrepentant. I've raised this issue with the Navy, yet they claim it is not within their purview." Fujitora sighed deeply, his tone heavy with resignation. "There's little to be done. A dog cannot change its nature." While Raylo's words were somewhat crude, Fujitora did not contest them, and the ruffian was in no position to retort. In truth, Raylo's contempt was not directed solely at the ruffian, but also at the Navy that Fujitora mentioned. The world is fraught with filth, which is precisely why I have chosen to keep my eyes closed. There is a recruitment station for the Navy here. Did you come from afar to enlist? Despite it being their first encounter, Fujitora spoke with a familiarity that belied their brief acquaintance, broaching subjects without hesitation. Raylo finally understood why 2 naval vessels were docked at the island's port. "Indeed, I have come to participate. I also intend to enlist. Would you care to accompany me?" "Certainly," Raylo replied with a smile. While he had no intention of genuinely joining the Navy alongside Fujitora, the prospect of such an encounter could potentially lead to more information regarding Law's whereabouts. Moreover, aside from this motive, Raylo was genuinely intrigued by Fujitora. His demeanor was distinct from Akanu's fervor, and while akin to Akiji's laid-back nature, it bore its own uniqueness. Although Fujitora would soon ascend to become one of the new 3 admirals, Raylo did not perceive him as a true adversary. "Then let us be off." With that, Fujitora set his course towards the Navy's recruitment site. He navigated with his cane, and though he was blind, it hardly impeded his movement, showcasing the formidable strength of his observation haki. Raylo did not depart immediately. Instead, he approached the thug and relieved him of all his possessions. "Saved at last." Raylo chuckled softly. Both Fujitora and the thug believed Raylo was referring to them, yet only Raylo understood that his words were directed towards the thug. Raylo followed Fujitora to a bustling square, already filled with a multitude of onlookers. Among the crowd, the majority were mere spectators, while only a handful shared Fujitora's ambition to join the Navy. A dozen naval officers were present, maintaining order, with the highest ranking among them being a strikingly handsome young colonel, who sat at a table observing the throng with evident disdain. It was surprising to see that many, like myself, aspired to enlist in the Navy. Although Fujitora was blind, he possessed an acute awareness of everything occurring around him. Why do you wish to join the Navy's global recruitment? Raylo inquired, omitting formalities despite appearing considerably younger than Fujitora. Though in reality, he was much older. Fujitora did not concern himself with the informal address. Instead, he replied earnestly, "The world is rife with despicable and sordid individuals that are difficult to bear. Thus, I chose to close my eyes. Yet, even in my blindness, their existence remains undeniable. My desire is to alter this reality, and to effect such change, one requires not only strength, but also the corresponding authority." Fujitora's words hung in the air, his meaning unmistakable. He did not genuinely wish to become a Navy officer. Rather, to achieve his goals, he felt compelled to enlist and ascend to a position of power. Rest assured, your dream will soon be realized. Let us hope so. Raylo and Fujitora joined the line of individuals enlisting in the Navy, preparing for registration. Typically, civilians aspiring to join the Navy must undergo a formal selection process, including background checks, and complete 3 months of basic military training before officially becoming a sailor, starting at the lowest rank of private. However, the world government's current global enlistment does not impose such stringent requirements. As long as one possesses a clean background and sufficient strength, they can directly become a Navy member without rank restrictions. This implies that those with exceptional strength could potentially ascend rapidly to the rank of one of the 3 admirals. Although it is not impossible to directly attain the rank of fleet admiral, it requires not only formidable strength but also unwavering loyalty and alignment with the world government's principles. This is why the world government prefers to support Akainu over Akiji for the position of fleet admiral. Consequently, most believe that even the strongest candidates in this enlistment are likely only to achieve the rank of admiral. While the position of fleet admiral necessitates a rigorous vetting process and competition with the existing admirals, nevertheless, the majority of those signing up are merely testing the waters, possessing rather average abilities, with the exception of Fujitora, who stands out as a potential candidate for admiral. As the line progressed, it soon came to Fujitora and Raylo's turn. In front of them, a Navy officer was recording the details of the enlistees. Before the selection process officially began, they encountered a disturbance. "Sir, are you joking? How can a blind man enlist? You should go home," the officer declared. This Navy personnel, unfamiliar with Fujitora, spoke loudly enough to attract considerable attention. A local resident quickly interjected, "Don't jest, officer. This man is a renowned powerhouse, fully capable of serving as an admiral." The Navy soldier scoffed. His outward demeanor one of indifference, yet his inner thoughts betrayed disbelief that such a strong individual could emerge from this humble locale, rivaling the likes of Akainu and Akiji. Despite the derision, Fujitora remained unfazed and chose not to defend himself. Instead, the residents he had aided in the past began to rally in his support, arguing vehemently on his behalf. The previously orderly registration process ground to a halt, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tumultuous. Observing the commotion, a colonel seated nearby furrowed his brow and approached, irked by the disruption. As a colonel from the Navy headquarters, his rank far surpassed that of local branch officers, and his presence at such a minor recruitment effort felt beneath him. Frustrated by the stagnation, he was eager to resolve the situation and move on. "What is all this noise about?" Colonel Kleister inquired. Upon seeing his superior, the Navy soldier immediately stood at attention and saluted. "What has transpired?" "This gentleman wishes to enlist." "But he is blind," the officer replied. Colonel Kleister scrutinized Fujitora, failing to discern anything remarkable about him. It was no surprise. Even Luffy had been oblivious to Fujitora's extraordinary prowess upon their first encounter. Although Kleister held the rank of colonel, he had not undergone systematic training in hockey, and thus he was unaware that even a blind individual could perceive their surroundings through observation hockey. Typically, only those of the rank of captain or higher were well versed in hockey, with few exceptions like Nia, who, as a mere major, could wield it. Thus, Kleister dismissed Fujitora as inconsequential. "Are you here to cause trouble?" he asked. "Certainly not," Fujitora replied succinctly. "So, You intend to enlist regardless? Cleister pressed. Fujitora remained non-committal. TCH. Cleister thought, taken aback by Fujitora's apparent arrogance, which only fueled his irritation. Raylo silently observed the unfolding situation, wearing a look of amusement as if reveling in the chaos. He understood that, given Fujitora's prowess, barring any unforeseen circumstances, his ascension to the rank of admiral was all but assured. What piqued his curiosity was how Fujitora would handle the colonel afterward. Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity, if you can strike me even once. I shall waive the usual requirements for your acceptance, Fujitora declared. Without hesitation, the colonel agreed. Crest's lips curled into a smirk, having found himself idle since his arrival. He was eager to find amusement in this old man. Suddenly, Crest leapt into the air, first employing the shave technique for rapid movement, then using the moonwalk to hover gracefully in the sky. Though he lacked hockey, he was quite adept in the application of the Marine six forms. It's over. A group of Marines remarked, gazing up at Crest, convinced that Fujitora could not reach him, even if Fujitora discerned his location. It was implausible that he could strike Crest while he floated above. In their eyes, Crest had secured an unassailable position. Raylo found their expressions amusing, as there always seemed to be those who looked down upon others, regardless of the setting. As Crest remained suspended in the air, Fujitora did not immediately spring into action. What's this, giving up, old man? A nearby Marine chortled. Crest, too, wore a smug expression up above. Yet he was aware that the moonwalk could not sustain his aerial position indefinitely. If Fujitora did not concede, he would soon be compelled to land. At that moment, Fujitora suddenly sprang into action. He raised his left thumb, deftly drawing forth the sword concealed within his cane, positioning himself for a swift draw. Although he did not fully unsheath the blade, Raylo recognized that he had initiated an attack. Hey, what are you doing, old man? Crest bellowed with laughter, oblivious to the impending calamity. His laughter abruptly ceased as the sky illuminated with an intense brightness. Upon turning, he saw a massive fireball plummeting towards him. It's a meteor. The island's inhabitants and Marines shouted in unison. Crest's expression shifted to one of panic, his earlier composure evaporating. Is that the work of that man? Are you trying to destroy this place? Raylo sighed, taken aback by Fujitora's unexpected aggression. Is this even possible? Fujitora chuckled softly. The meteor he summoned was not particularly large, yet if it were to land in the square, it could reduce the entire area to ruins. Well, Colonel, do I qualify for the Navy now? Fujitora's tone remained calm, devoid of any provocation, which only heightened Crest's discomfort. Should he concede now? He would not only lose face but also struggle to maintain his dignity before his subordinates in the future. However, if he persisted, he lacked the strength to shatter the meteor. As Crest hesitated, Fujitora furrowed his brow. The purpose of summoning the meteor was to intimidate Crest, compelling him to relent. Yet he did not anticipate Crest's refusal to submit immediately. If this stalemate continued, Fujitora would have no choice but to forcibly halt the meteor, as he could not truly annihilate the area. Chapter 104, Confession of Identity. Just as Fujitora prepared to unleash his powers once more, a voice whispered in his ear. You owe me a favor. A figure darted past Fujitora like a flash, hurtling towards the meteor. It was none other than Raylo. Fujitora, sensing Raylo's presence through his observation haki, intended to intervene, but he soon realized that Raylo emanated an unprecedented force and aura. Raylo surged towards the meteor like an arrow released from its bow. To onlookers, his actions appeared as futile as striking a stone with an egg, a blatant invitation to disaster. However, Fujitora held a different perspective. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Raylo had left both the Dragon Ball and Thunder Blade aboard the ghost ship, confronting the celestial rock with nothing but his bare hands. Fortunately, the meteor was not particularly massive, being merely a few times larger than Raylo's own form, thus posing little threat to him. Raylo is indeed a man who has shattered the very gates of justice, although his current strength may be somewhat diminished compared to that time. The feat of breaking apart such a meteorite remains well within his capabilities. With a focused display of his armed color haki, Raylo unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The speed of Raylo's punch was so astonishing that it generated a sonic boom, compressing the surrounding air and creating concentric ripples that expanded outward. Although Raylo's fist did not make direct contact with the meteorite, the shockwave reverberated through it, with a resounding crash akin to thunder on a clear day. The meteorite shattered into countless fragments that plummeted from the sky. These shards still possessed considerable destructive power for an ordinary person, prompting the crowd in the square to scatter in haste. However, for Cleister, it was undoubtedly Raylo's punch that had saved him. Just as he began to marvel at the emergence of this savior, Laylo suddenly activated his moonwalk technique and charged towards him. Laylo seized Klyst's collar. Much like one would lead a tiny chick, Laylo utilized the moonwalk to hover gracefully in midair, with a multitude of blazing meteors cascading down around him, forming a dramatic backdrop. In that moment, Laylo resembled a descending deity of chaos. "Who are you?" cried Klyster, ensnared by Laylo. Utterly immobilized and unable to break free from his grasp, yet capable of speaking without difficulty, Laylo wiped away the disguise from his face, revealing his true self. All the Navy personnel present were taken aback, some brandishing their weapons in readiness for combat, others attempting to contact headquarters for reinforcements. While a few had already braced themselves for a hasty retreat, the bounty for Laylo had long been indelibly etched in their minds. Klyster stood with his mouth agape, as if he could fit an apple inside, astonished and managing only a few words. "Indeed, it is I. Are you surprised?" Laylo observed him with a playful smile. Klyster's expression darkened, his heart heavy as ash. Although he was unaware of the grievous injuries sustained by Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji due to Laylo, the notorious reputation of Laylo resonated profoundly with him. Klyster understood that falling into Laylo's hands was tantamount to a death sentence. As a candidate for the position of Fleet Admiral, Fujitora naturally had some knowledge of Laylo's affairs. Upon hearing the mention of Laylo from the nearby Navy personnel, he immediately grasped the latter's true identity. At that moment, Fujitora was engulfed in confusion. He could not fathom why Laylo had chosen to conceal his identity on this island and participate in the Navy's world conscription alongside him. He also did not comprehend why Laylo had suddenly rushed out to shatter the meteorite. Equally perplexing was Raylo's earlier statement. In truth, Raylo's impulsive action, while appearing rash, was rooted in his own calculations. Firstly, he could not genuinely partake in the world conscription. Remaining under his current identity would inevitably lead to exposure. Rather than being unmasked, Laylo deemed it more prudent to reveal himself voluntarily. Secondly, he needed to acquire information pertaining to law, and directly questioning Klyster, the highest-ranking officer present, was the swiftest and most effective method. The third point pertained to Fujitora. Aspiring to the rank of admiral is no simple feat. And given the deviations in events since Laylo's arrival in this world, Fujitora might face unforeseen circumstances that could jeopardize his ambition. Thus, Laylo opted to assist him in his own way. After all, Fujitora's ascension to the rank of admiral would not be a disadvantage for Laylo compared to others. Laylo has consistently been a formidable adversary to the world government, a source of incessant concern for the entire Navy system. Thus, he intends to deliberately provoke Fujitora into combat, showcasing his prowess in front of these individuals, laying the groundwork for his ascension to the rank of admiral. However, whether Fujitora will reciprocate Laylo's favor remains an entirely different matter. Although Laylo has observed Navy personnel contacting headquarters via transponder snail to request reinforcements, he remains largely indifferent. This is largely due to the fact that the Navy's elite forces, namely the three admirals, are currently incapacitated. Akainu and Aokiji are grievously injured, while Kizaru is preoccupied with his duties as the acting fleet admiral, rendering him unable to assist personally. The remaining vice admirals appear to Laylo as little more than insignificant pawns, and their numbers would be of no consequence, merely leading to their demise. Of course, should the Navy resolutely decide to dispatch the retired heroes Garp and Sangoku to this island, Laylo would have to reconsider his stance. Garp, a legendary figure within the Navy, possesses exceptional strength and would be an arduous challenge, especially when paired with Sangoku and Fujitora's formidable capabilities. Such power is beyond Laylo's current capacity to confront. Nevertheless, even if Garp were to come to the aid of the Navy, Laylo remains unperturbed, for the distance from the Navy's headquarters, Marineford, to this locale is substantial, making swift arrival implausible. As Laylo descended from the sky, the scattered meteorites above had already plummeted to the ground, leaving the square in a state of devastation. The surrounding crowd had mostly fled, leaving only Tengu and the naval officers behind. "I have a question for you. If you can answer it, I will set you free." Upon hearing Laylo's words, Klyster felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. He swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, "What is the question? Where's the new warlord, Trafalgar Law?" At this query, Klyster's heart soared with joy, for prior to his arrival here from headquarters, he had overheard his colleagues discussing law. Chapter 105, Gravity. Klyster swallowed again. After becoming a warlord, Trafalgar Law remained at our Navy's G9 branch, but as to why he is there, I cannot say. Laylo nodded silently, not perceiving any deceit in the man's words. For years, Law had been amassing strength to avenge Corazon, the brother of Doflamingo. Given that Doflamingo's subordinate, Virgo, had infiltrated the Navy. It was highly probable that Law had ventured to the Navy's G9 branch in search of pertinent information regarding Virgo's current whereabouts. However, Raylo did not simply allow Crest to return. Instead, he tossed him aside like a sandbag. In midair, Crest displayed an expression of disbelief, astonished that Raylo had failed to honor his promise. Raylo chuckled softly. He merely stated that he would spare Cleister, yet he did not specify when this would occur. With a resounding thud, Cleister plummeted from the sky and crashed to the ground, losing consciousness. Colonel Cleister. The anxious Navy personnel cried out in unison. The inhabitants of this island are now entirely under my control. The Navy surely cannot disregard so many innocent lives, especially with a colonel from headquarters present. A bolder sailor ventured to ask, "What do you intend to do?" Raylo smiled and instructed Kazara to prepare 1 billion berries. Otherwise, he would obliterate the island and annihilate all its inhabitants. As these words hung in the air, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. They were acutely aware of Rairo's fearsome reputation as a dreaded specter, instinctively believing the veracity of his threat. If Kazara failed to arrange the 1 billion berries, both the island and their very lives would be at stake. In that moment, someone immediately set out to contact Kazara. Raylo gazed upon the unfolding scene, aware that his objectives had been achieved. What an audacious individual! Thus, it falls upon me to impede your progress. At this moment, Fujitora stepped forward, as anticipated. If you believe you can succeed, then by all means, give it a try, Raylo chuckled, feeling a sense of anticipation for the confrontation with Fujitora. Setting aside other motives, Raylo yearned for this battle, as it would be immensely beneficial for him. After all, his current strength was derived from the insects within him, and he required constant combat to reinforce and enhance his abilities. This encounter would be markedly different from his previous skirmishes with the likes of Akainu and the other admirals. It posed less peril. Faced solely with the formidable Fujitora, Raylo possessed sufficient confidence to withdraw at any moment he deemed necessary. However, without his Dragon Ball and Thunder Blade, confronting Fujitora unarmed would not prove to be an uncomplicated endeavor. Fujitora grasped his staff with his left hand, positioning it before him, while his right hand clutched the hilt of his sword, drawing it forth in readiness for battle. Hell Journey. Fujitora activated the power of his gravity fruit, establishing a gravitational field centered around himself. Within this domain, an immense gravitational force was exerted upon all objects, and any ordinary individual trapped within this circle would undoubtedly be pinned to the ground, rendered immobile by the overwhelming pressure. Yet for Raylo, this gravity posed little threat. It did not impede his movements in the slightest. With a soft sound, Fujitora sheathed his sword. The gravitational force intensified once more, creating a vast pit in the ground as everything was pressed into it. Only Fujitora and the earth beneath Raylo's feet remained erect like a spike. The onlooking Navy personnel widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that this seemingly unremarkable man possessed such extraordinary abilities. If there had been any lingering doubts about whether the meteorite had been summoned by Fujitora, those doubts were now completely dispelled. This man undoubtedly possessed the qualifications to serve as an admiral. They understood that the impending battle transcended their capabilities, prompting them to retreat to a safe distance, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Additionally, a Navy soldier, armed with a live-streaming transponder snail, transmitted images of the scene back to Navy headquarters in real time. Mr. Raylo. Fujitora now addressed him, having discerned Raylu's true identity, no longer referring to him as little brother, but recognizing him as a genuine adversary. Although I remain unclear about your motivations, I assure you that I shall show no mercy. As the demon that instills terror across the world, I will ensure your downfall here. Riley tugged at the corner of his mouth and, without further ado, declared, "Let's go." No sooner had the words left his lips than both parties launched their assaults almost simultaneously. Despite the formidable gravitational force exerted upon Riley by Fujitora's heavy human fruit, his movements remained relatively unimpeded, albeit somewhat sluggish. Yet, even the slightest discrepancy can lead to catastrophic consequences. In the realm of elite combatants, such minute variations can prove fatal. Fortunately, Riley's Conqueror's Haki also exerted a suppressive effect on Fujitora, albeit limited by Riley's current diminished strength, which meant that the Haki could only somewhat delay Fujitora's actions. In essence, both fighters influenced one another, creating a mutual cancellation of their respective powers. While it may appear that Fujitora suffered a significant disadvantage due to the ineffectiveness of his devil fruit against Riley, it is worth noting that Fujitora's martial arts and swordsmanship are exceptionally formidable, rivaling Riley's prowess without question. Although Raylo was unarmed, he fortified his body with the formidable power of armament Haki, rendering himself as impenetrable as a fortress. The clash with Fujitora's sword, enveloped in the same haki, produced a cacophony of piercing sounds. The already ravaged square suffered further devastation from their relentless assault. The repercussions of their battle grew increasingly pronounced, swiftly engulfing the entire square and beginning to expand outward, hinting at a potential to cover the entire island. Surrounding Navy personnel fled in a frenzy, anxious to avoid being caught in the crossfire. One sailor, observing from a distance, swallowed hard, recalling tales of how the Golden Lion nearly obliterated Marineford single-handedly. Would these two ultimately bring ruin to the island as well? As Raylo and Fujitora engaged in fierce combat, the onlooking Navy began to voice their opinions. I heard that Raylo, even while besieged by the three admirals, managed to inflict serious injuries upon them. Now, he can only contend with this elder. Does that mean this elder's strength surpasses that of Admirals Akainu, Akiji, and Kazara combined? Despite Sengoku's orders for strict confidentiality regarding the previous operation, whispers of the event circulated within the Navy, though few chose to believe it. Don't be ridiculous. The three admirals represent the pinnacle of our Navy's might. No matter how formidable he is, he could never severely injure all three simultaneously. That must be mere rumor, came the immediate rebuttal from another sailor. While there was some truth to his words, Raylo had indeed wounded the admirals. This did not imply that his strength exceeded theirs collectively. Firstly, the admirals had not coordinated their efforts against Raylo, and secondly, there were unique circumstances surrounding his victories. The injury inflicted upon Akainu was due to Raylo's unexpected use of Conqueror's haki. Akiji was weakened by the Dragon Pearl, which drained his vitality. And Kazaro's defeat relied on the assistance of the Dragon Pearl and Lightning Blade. Had Raylo solely relied on his own strength, especially under the curse that compelled him to harness power through insects, he would undoubtedly falter against a united front of the three admirals. Thus, while Raylo faced only Fujitora this time, his lack of the Dragon Pearl and Lightning Blade left him evenly matched with Fujitora, resulting in their arduous stalemate. Boom. The devastation wrought by both combatants continued to escalate, transforming the square's periphery into ruins. Some island residents began to flee towards the port, preparing to abandon their home. Although Fujitora wished to spare the civilians from the fallout of their battle, he found it impossible to hold back. Any hesitation would surely lead to his defeat. However, he understood that prolonging the fight would inflict irreparable damage on the island, compelling him to seek a swift resolution. Gravity Blade. Fierce Tiger. Fujitora unleashed the power of his devil fruit, channeling immense gravity into his sword before striking at Raylo. In that instant, he also released a tremendous lateral gravitational force along the sword's trajectory. The ground erupted as if a ferocious tiger were descending, relentlessly advancing and obliterating everything in its path. Even those Navy personnel who remained untouched by the tiger's charge were forced to retreat, nearly swept away by the powerful wind pressure generated. Though Raylo stood firm against the tempestuous winds, he did not underestimate the essence of the tiger itself. Centered within the storm of Fujitora's attack, Raylo found himself in the eye of the tempest, with the tiger's reach nearly all-encompassing. There was no avenue for evasion. He could only brace himself to meet the onslaught. Be it a fierce tiger or a soaring dragon, I shall shatter them all with a single punch. Raylo assumed a formidable stance, his muscles taut, as he concentrated the armament haki within him, elevating his potential to its zenith. Just as the ferocious tiger was about to make contact with him, Raylo unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. Riley's punch was a cataclysmic force, generating a formidable pressure that countered the might of the tiger before it even made contact. This strike was imbued with Riley's unparalleled haki, capable of shattering even the great gates of justice that stand like chasms. Although Riley's strength was not what it once was, it remained extraordinary. The tiger conjured by Fujitora disintegrated instantaneously under its overwhelming destructive potential. The tiger, formed from the earth stones through Fujitora's fruit abilities, crumbled, sending debris raining down like a meteor shower. Fujitora, realizing his attack was neutralized by Riley, was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the sheer explosiveness of Riley's power. However, Riley was not in a favorable condition, having to rely on the insects within him to unleash his strength. He had already exhausted much of his stamina. At this moment, Riley was drenched in sweat. Yet, Fujitora showed no mercy, seizing the opportunity to strike. With a thunderous boom, Fujitora teleported directly in front of Riley and launched an assault, swinging his blade towards Riley's head. Although Riley managed to block the attack, the ground beneath him cratered from Fujitora's immense fruit power. The onslaught of Fujitora was relentless, akin to a tempest, forcing Riley to defend against each strike. In the face of the oppressive force of Conqueror's haki and Fujitora's fruit abilities, which nearly canceled each other out, Riley was left to rely solely on his physical prowess in his ongoing duel with Carp. Their battle was a clash of flesh and steel, a contest of willpower. Initially, Riley struggled to adapt to Fujitora's torrential onslaught, but soon found his rhythm. Nevertheless, his stamina continued to dwindle, and without the regenerative powers of the immortal fruit, he could not sustain the fight for long. Before too long, Riley would succumb to exhaustion, leading to his inevitable defeat. Raylo understood that it was time to depart. Through his battle with Fujitora, he had, to some extent, honed his abilities and gained valuable experience. However, at that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. The fierce clash between Fujitora and Raylo had reduced much of the island to rubble, particularly after Raylo shattered the formidable tiger created by Fujitora, which resulted in a considerable amount of debris. This debris soon became weapons in Fujitora's grasp. Under the influence of Fujitora's devil fruit powers, stones, fragmented buildings, and shattered trees began to levitate into the sky, nearly enveloping the entire island. Chapter 107. The colossal stone. The stones, buildings, and trees drifted above the island like a dark cloud, casting a shadow over everything. The onlookers gaped in astonishment. Even Raylo could not suppress the furrowing of his brow. Wasn't the Battle of the Golden Lion at Marineford akin to this? One naval officer remarked, immediately filled with trepidation. The extensive range of Fujitora's attack included them, and should the debris plummet, they would be unable to evade it. At that juncture, the chaotic mass above them began to undergo a transformation. The disordered fragments coalesced into a spherical shape. As the area of coverage diminished, the destructive potential was further amplified, allowing the observing navy to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as Raylo did not advance toward them, Fujitora's assault would certainly spare them. Witnessing this development, Raylo grew increasingly vigilant. Although the fragments had become more concentrated, their range remained vast. Given Raylo's current speed and stamina, evading the impending threat entirely proved challenging. Moreover, if these objects were to plummet rapidly under the influence of Fujitora's gravity fruit, their impact would rival that of meteorites. Furthermore, since the debris relied solely on Fujitora's gravity fruit for cohesion, they did not form a singular entity, making it impossible for Raylo to shatter the colossal sphere above him as he had done with the meteorites. Should Fujitora disperse the sphere and utilize his powers to drop the stones individually, the resultant force would far exceed that of ordinary artillery shells. While it may not inflict direct harm on Raylo, it would undeniably disrupt his forthcoming battle. At this moment, Rayleigh's stamina was insufficient to sustain him in battle for much longer. He needed to conclude the fight swiftly, having lost the power of the immortal fruit. Should he fail and fall into the hands of the navy, he would face an irretrievable fate. Without a moment's hesitation, Rayleigh surged forward to confront Fujitora before the latter could launch his attack, engaging him in close combat once more. Rayleigh understood that in such close quarters, Fujitora would refrain from recklessly dropping the enormous sphere, as it would endanger himself. Furthermore, to maintain the massive boulder hovering above him using his devil fruit powers would undoubtedly demand a considerable amount of energy from Fujitora. Thus, while he was preoccupied with sustaining the colossal stone, he would be unable to unleash his full potential in their confrontation. Raylo's conjecture was not erroneous, however. His physical stamina was nearing depletion. Thus, even in the scenario where Fujitora was preoccupied, he could not gain any significant advantage, and the two remained evenly matched. Nevertheless, this stalemate did not endure for long. After Fujitora successfully deflected one of Raylo's assaults and created some distance, he unleashed his fruit ability once more. The colossal boulder began to plummet rapidly under the immense gravitational force. Are you out of your mind? Raylo was taken aback by Fujitora's sudden activation of his devil fruit powers at that moment, although the distance between them was not negligible. Given the extensive range of that colossal sphere, Raylo knew that if he were struck, Fujitora would undoubtedly suffer the consequences as well. Upon hearing Raylo's words, Fujitora simply smiled faintly, offering no explanation, exuding an air of nonchalance as if to suggest that if he were not to descend into hell, who else would? Faced with the impending descent of the massive sphere, Raylo harbored no intentions of launching an attack. Firstly, he recognized the futility of such an endeavor. Even if he were to disperse the sphere, Fujitora would still unleash his devil fruit abilities, leading Raylo to confront a barrage of even more fragmented assaults that would be increasingly arduous to evade. Secondly, Raylo's physical stamina had waned to the point where he could not muster the strength to execute another devastating strike as he had previously done. Should he attempt to force a punch, it was certain that he would either collapse from exhaustion or lose consciousness entirely. Raylo felt a surge of indignation, not directed at Fujitora, but rather at the curse that plagued him. Had he not been afflicted by this curse, possessing the powers of the immortal fruit? What harm could it have done to stand still and allow Fujitora to attack? Thus, Rello's resolve to break free from his curse intensified. He must hasten his departure from this place and seek out Trafalgar Law, relying on his fruit abilities to assist him in lifting the curse that bound him. Riley was uncertain how Fujitora intended to confront the impending descent of the colossal boulder. However, it was abundantly clear that he could no longer remain in that place. Shave. Rayleigh executed the 6 forms of the Navy, propelling himself away from his original position. The technique known as Saru is typically characterized by rapid movement over short distances. However, Rayleigh unleashed it with full force, employing Saru as a means of escape, aiming to distance himself from the ominous shadow of the colossal rock overhead. Although the continuous use of Saru imposed a significant strain on him, Rayleigh found himself with no alternative. Yet, the descent of the massive boulder accelerated with alarming swiftness, drawing ever closer to him. What a dire predicament it was! Lalo felt a deep sense of lamentation. Initially, he intended to assist Fujitora while simultaneously honing his own abilities. But he never anticipated that he would find himself in such perilous circumstances. Chapter 108. Fujitora's favor as Lalo continued to utilize Shave. He gradually distanced himself from the looming boulder. However, Fujitora's fruit ability was not merely limited to controlling the descent of objects. He could also manipulate the trajectory of their fall. Thus, Fujitora deftly redirected the boulder towards Lalo, gradually enveloping him once more within its ominous shadow. Consequently, Lalo not only failed to escape the boulder's assault range entirely but also inadvertently widened the gap between himself and Fujitora, thereby eliminating any concerns Fujitora had for his own safety. Realizing he could not evade the boulder's grasp, Lalo abruptly halted and turned to face the approaching mass, channeling his strength in preparation for a desperate strike. Although Lalo understood that even if he shattered the boulder, it would likely be in vain, and he risked collapsing from exhaustion, he refused to allow the situation to continue unchallenged. Fujitora's manipulation of the boulder's descent appeared deliberate, seemingly designed to torment Lalo with the illusion of escape while ensuring he remained within its confines. Just as Lalo was poised to unleash his blow, he suddenly became aware of a figure. Clyster. Prior to the confrontation with Fujitora, Clyster had been cast aside by Lalo and left unconscious. Throughout the fierce battle, Lalo had completely disregarded Clyster, even forgetting his very existence at times. However, the reality was that Clyster was not far from their battleground. Should the boulder plummet from the sky, he would certainly be at risk. It became evident why the boulder's descent seemed so restrained. Fujitora, in a show of consideration, was deliberately providing Lalo a chance to create some distance, hoping to ensure Clyster's safety. Lalo felt a sense of contemplation, grateful that Fujitora's temperament was in stark contrast to Akainu's. Had Akainu been present, he would undoubtedly disregard the safety of Colonel Crest, focusing solely on defeating Lalo, which would have placed Lalo in a precarious situation. However, this realization sparked new inspiration within Lalo. He ceased to gather strength and instead began to run once more. Yet this time, his flight was not a mere escape. He redirected his path toward Crest's position. Upon noticing Lalo's change in direction, Fujitora displayed no surprise. Nor did he alter the speed or trajectory of the falling boulder, as if nothing had transpired. Meanwhile, the onlooking Navy personnel grew increasingly agitated. Upon witnessing Lalo's approach towards Crest, they quickly deduced his intentions and erupted in a chorus of indignation. What a shameless individual, attempting to use Colonel Crest as a hostage. Is this the conduct befitting a true warrior? The voices of the Navy clamored incessantly, yet Lalo remained indifferent to their outcries. Now was not the time for decorum, especially considering Lalo had other reasons for needing Crest. Lalo swiftly appeared before Crest, grasping his collar and directing his gaze towards Fujitora. It seemed as though Fujitora had only then realized Lalo's true intentions as he employed his devil fruit powers to forcibly halt the descending boulder. Lalo tugged at the corners of his mouth, for Fujitora indeed would not harm the innocent. Thus, Lalo swaggered as he led Clyster towards the port, with Fujitora showing no inclination to intervene. As for the onlooking Navy, although filled with righteous indignation, they were hesitant. Firstly, Clyster was in Lalo's grasp, making them wary of taking action. Secondly, they were acutely aware that they were no match for Lalo. Consequently, despite wielding their weapons and gritting their teeth in anger, none dared to pull the trigger against him. I shall take my leave now, and I hope that when we meet again, I will have lifted the curse that binds me, allowing us to engage in a true battle, Lalo remarked to Fujitora before departing. At this moment, Lalo was nearly certain that Fujitora had not exerted his full strength during their confrontation, but had instead held back. The reasoning behind Fujitora's restraint was not solely due to Crest. Lalo speculated that Fujitora's ability to perceive the true intentions of others through his observation haki allowed him to discern Lalo's genuine purpose, prompting him to show mercy. Thus, it could be inferred that Fujitora's earlier harsh words were merely directed at the onlooking navy. Lalo had not anticipated that Fujitora would repay his kindness so swiftly. Upon hearing Lalo's words, Fujitora chuckled softly, offering no reply, and allowed him to depart as he pleased. At the Navy headquarters, Kizaru observed this scene through a live transmission from the Din Din Mushi, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Truly, he is a fascinating man. Raylo returned to the demonic ship with Chrysler in tow, navigating the small boat with ease. Although the Hydra was somewhat taken aback by Raylo bringing an additional companion, it ultimately refrained from expressing any discontent, recognizing its subordinate role in serving Raylo. The reason why Raylo brought Clyster back to the ghost ship was certainly not as simplistic as merely using him as a hostage. Firstly, Clyster was aware of Raylo's inquiries regarding Trafalgar Law, and if Raylo did not take him along, he would inevitably divulge this information, allowing the Navy to prepare in advance. Although the Navy was currently in a weakened state, Raylo could not discount the possibility of the veteran figures, Garp and Sengoku, who had retired to the sidelines, being dispatched. Secondly, Raylo was in dire need of a navigator and nautical charts. Relying solely on himself, he found it exceedingly challenging to locate the Navy's G9 branch. Thus, from every conceivable perspective, Raylo had no choice but to take Clyster with him. Chapter 109, G9 Branch. Raylo struck Crest with a resounding slap, causing one side of Crest's face to swell and redden, rendering him entirely devoid of the term handsome. The intense pain jolted Crest from his unconsciousness. But upon opening his eyes and beholding the first figure before him, Raylo, he was so startled that he promptly shut his eyes again and fell backward. At that moment, the colonel of the naval headquarters exhibited not an ounce of fortitude. Raylo tugged at the corner of his mouth. If Akainu were to witness Clyster's current demeanor, he would undoubtedly deliver a swift blow, sending him directly to his demise. Enough pretense. I am aware you are awake. If you do not rise immediately, the consequences will not be as trivial as a mere slap. Upon hearing these words, Clyster instantly sprang to his feet without the slightest hesitation. Surveying his surroundings, Clyster realized that apart from Raylo and himself, there were no other souls aboard the vessel, allowing the weight in his heart to momentarily lift. As long as they remained unseen, a fleeting loss of dignity was of little consequence. Raylo, is there something you wish to discuss on your ship? I am but a humble colonel. The Navy headquarters will hardly take notice, Clyster said, rubbing his hands together in a sycophantic manner. Raylo chuckled softly. He had encountered numerous members of the Navy, ranging from the zealous Akainu, the languid Kizaru, to the moderate Akiji, and the fearless Nia. However, he had never before met a Navy officer as cunning and unscrupulous as Crest. Moreover, you had promised me back then that you would let me go as long as I revealed the whereabouts of Trafalgar Law. Noticing that Raylo did not contest his statement, Crest boldly continued, I did make that promise, yet I never specified when. As you rightly pointed out, in order to find Trafalgar Law, I must at least lay my eyes upon him. Thus, I require you to escort me to the Navy's G9 branch. Laylo's words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Clyster momentarily stunned. Indeed, Laylo's request was not beyond Clyster's capabilities. In fact, it was quite effortless. However, should Clyster acquiesce to Laylo's demand and personally escort him to the Navy's G9 division, witnesses would undoubtedly be present. Consequently, the reality of his betrayal would be laid bare for all to see. At that point, not only would Clyster's future be irrevocably shattered, but he would also face a military tribunal. Thus, even the cowardly Clyster hesitated, refraining from an immediate agreement. Yet, Laylo discerned the turmoil within Clyster's heart and chuckled. You need not comply. I can offer you liberation instead. With that, he deliberately polished the dragon orb beside him. Clyster swallowed hard. Agreeing might still afford him a glimmer of survival, while refusal would surely lead to a violent demise. His ultimate decision was, therefore, painfully evident. I shall comply with your request. Laylo chuckled softly, unperturbed by the situation. Raylo's initial journey to Loguetown was intended to procure supplies for the ghost ship. Yet his plans were thwarted by an unexpected encounter with Fujitora. Consequently, the matter was left unresolved. In the days that followed, Raylo subsisted on the meager provisions remaining aboard the ship and the fish he caught from the sea. Although his situation was far from ideal, he did not suffer from hunger. However, he paid little heed to Clyster's dietary needs, resulting in Clyster becoming emaciated in just a few days. Fortunately, the G9 branch of the Navy was not far from Raylo's original location, sparing Clyster from starvation. After several days of deprivation, a gaunt Clyster finally escorted Raylo to the territory of the G9 branch. The G9 branch occupied an entire island, fortified by ramparts and armed with dozens of cannons aimed at the surrounding waters. Any trespassers would undoubtedly be met with a hail of cannon fire. Mr. Raylo, that is our Navy's G9 branch. I have brought you here. May I be released now? To this day, Clester had not relinquished his attempt to disassociate himself from Raylo. As long as he did not personally bring Raylo into the G9 branch, there would be no evidence to implicate him in betraying the Navy. However, Raylo was not one to be easily swayed. What are you contemplating? Did I not specify that I must see Trafalgar Law with my own eyes? Orochimaru, let us proceed. The Hydra hissed in response to Raylo's command. Clester was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated that Raylo would stealthily infiltrate the G9 branch. But he did not expect Raylo to so brazenly direct the Hydra towards it. The Hydra approached the Navy branch, and given its massive size, it was effectively a living target. Clester doubted that Raylo could withstand the concentrated assault of dozens of cannons. Yet, Clester underestimated not only Raylo but also the Hydra. The Hydra, with its formidable scale and robust defenses, possessed a remarkable offensive capability as well. As the Hydra drew the ghost ship into the waters surrounding the G9 branch, the cannons on the ramparts erupted in a synchronized barrage, their projectiles hurtling towards the Hydra and the ghost ship. However, the Hydra deftly maneuvered its 9 heads to form a protective barrier, intercepting nearly all the cannonballs, while Raylo neutralized any that managed to slip through. After enduring a round of artillery fire, the Hydra emerged virtually unscathed and launched its own counteroffensive. Chapter 110. Widespread destruction. The Hydra's heads were remarkably resilient, each one akin to a massive hammer, relentlessly pounding against the branch's fortifications. Though the G9 branch's defenses were robust, they paled in comparison to the gates of justice, and certainly could not rival the encircling walls employed during the Marineford War. Thus, the destruction wrought by the Hydra upon these barriers was evident, as it swiftly left cracks and dismantled several cannons. The commotion caused by the Hydra could not go unnoticed by the Marines within the branch. While some felt fear, others bravely rushed out to confront the Hydra. Unfortunately, their efforts were futile, akin to mayflies attempting to shake a tree. In contrast, the Hydra's retaliatory strikes proved lethal. Some Marines were reduced to mere pulp, others were incinerated by its fiery breath, and still others fell victim to its toxic mist. Within moments, the entire G9 branch was filled with cries of despair as a single Hydra wreaked havoc upon the establishment. Typically, the Navy branches along the Grand Line were presided over by a vice admiral, whose strength, while not on par with that of an admiral from headquarters, was sufficient to maintain order over a maritime territory. The vice admiral stationed at the G9 branch was named Yuho, aptly named for his simian-like appearance. At this moment, Yuho was situated in the branch's command center. Initially, upon detecting an enemy incursion, his instinct was to engage. However, upon realizing that the intruder was Raylo, he hesitated. Although Yuho had never personally participated in the Battle of Marineford nor encountered Raylo before, he was well aware of Raylo's notorious reputation. Recently, Yuho had heard rumors that Raylo had grievously injured 3 admirals, compelling Fleet Admiral Sengoku to resign in disgrace, with Kazara temporarily stepping into the role. Though Yuho was uncertain of the veracity of these claims, he recognized that the mere existence of such rumors indicated Raylo's formidable prowess. Furthermore, the recent incident in Loguetown, where Raylo clashed with a blind man and nearly obliterated an island, had been widely reported, with the Navy even possessing video evidence of the event. As Yuho grappled with his indecision, the destruction wrought by the Hydra escalated, and the casualty count among the Marines continued to rise. Though fear was a natural instinct in the face of danger, Yuho's duty as a Navy officer and his position as the highest-ranking official in the branch compelled him to act decisively. He addressed his fellow Marines. "You must locate Trafalgar Law. As a warlord of the sea, he enjoys the privileges granted by the government, but he must also fulfill his obligations, otherwise his title will be revoked. If I am not mistaken, he should still be in the archive room, and with all this commotion, he ought to be compelled to act." With that, Yuho strode out of the command center without a backward glance, exuding an air of resolute determination. Upon exiting the corridor and standing before the ravaged branch, Yuho felt profound sorrow. While the sheer size of the Hydra was imposing, it was the oppressive presence of Raylo, who loomed above on the ghost ship, that instilled a deeper sense of dread. This sensation was one he could not perceive through the command center's monitors. Even if Raylo were currently diminished by the effects of a curse, his aura remained formidable, exerting a powerful influence over those around him. At this moment, Raylo also took note of the Jade Monkey. Among the many naval officers Raylo had encountered, the Jade Monkey was neither particularly striking in appearance nor presence. Thus Raylo paid little heed to him, merely advising Hydra to exercise caution. However, Raylo's concern proved to be unnecessary, even if Hydra could not withstand an admiral. He was certainly not someone a Commodore could easily defeat. To Raylo's surprise, the Jade Monkey disregarded the rampaging Hydra entirely and instead employed the techniques of Saru and Jep to launch an assault directly towards Raylo, who stood behind Hydra. Raising an eyebrow, Raylo was taken aback by the Jade Monkey's audacity. In Raylo's recollection, since arriving in this world, few naval officers had dared to initiate an attack against him, thus his impression of the Jade Monkey shifted somewhat. Yet, while the Jade Monkey's courage to challenge Raylo was commendable, the disparity in their strengths was far too vast to be bridged merely by valor. In the face of the Jade Monkey's assault, Raylo did not even lift a finger. He merely unleashed his conqueror's haki. With a resounding thud, the Jade Monkey, who had been mid-air, lost consciousness and plummeted into the water, his fate uncertain. Subsequently, the naval officers fighting Hydra in the vicinity were also affected by Raylo's conqueror's haki, each collapsing to the ground in succession. The area of release of Raylo's conqueror's haki was not particularly extensive this time. Thus the Navy personnel within the command center did not succumb to unconsciousness. They gazed at the images on the screen, their expressions betraying disbelief. Although they had already requested reinforcements from headquarters, the arrival of such support was not an immediate affair, leaving them with little more than a flicker of hope. Trafalgar Law. At that moment, Law was in the archives of the Navy's branch, listening to the breathless officer relay the situation outside. "I understand. I shall go," Law replied, picking up his sword and lowering his hat as he made his way out. While he had already uncovered the matters he needed to investigate, he still required the identity of a warlord of the sea, compelling him to temporarily serve the government. However, the officer had only informed Law of a formidable adversary approaching, omitting the fact that it was Raylo, thus allowing Law to remain composed. Little did Law know what awaited him. Chapter 111. Trafalgar Law. When Law exited the branch and laid eyes on Raylo in person, he was momentarily stunned. It was that man. Law had visited Marineford during the climax of the Summit War to retrieve Jinbei, who was accompanying Ace and Luffy. Although he had not witnessed Raylo's formidable prowess firsthand during the war, he had heard of him from Jinbei. After the war concluded, Law's channels of information expanded significantly, and he had come to possess a clear understanding of Raylo's strength. Unlike the impassioned Luffy, Law was capable of calmly analyzing the current situation. He recognized that he was no match for Raylo and had no desire to engage in a desperate confrontation. Nevertheless, he still needed the Warlord identity. And even if it meant putting on a show, he had to exchange a few blows with Raylo first. This truly poses a dilemma. Law unsheathed his sword, Ghost Cry, preparing to launch an attack. Although proficient in area attacks, the range of his room ability was limited, rendering it negligible compared to the colossal form of the Hydra. Therefore, Law opted to direct his assault not at the more manageable Hydra but rather at Raylo himself, positioned behind it. Upon realizing this, Raylo was ecstatic, for his plan to lift the curse was about to commence. Clester, fearing discovery by the Navy, had been hiding in the shadows of the ghost ship and now took notice of Law. As a colonel of the Navy headquarters, he understood the implications of being a warlord of the sea. Those who attained such status either possessed extraordinary strength or considerable influence, like Buggy. Unaware of Law's true capabilities, Clester could only hope that Law would defeat Raylo and liberate him from his plight. Thus, he crouched in the corner, fervently praying and muttering incantations. Clester's inner machinations did not escape Raylo's keen gaze, yet he paid them no mind. For soon Clester would come to understand the folly of his hopes. In an instant, Law had moved from his position to a rock before the ghost ship. Room. Batten. Law activated his devil fruit ability, conjuring a vast spherical space. This was a newly developed technique of Law's, enabling him to manipulate objects within the room without constraints of mass, volume, or quantity. The power was immense. He could control massive vessels and even the seawater beneath them. With a flick of his finger, the ghost ship and the water below it began to levitate. However, the ship was still tethered to the Hydra by chains, limiting its ascent. What is happening?" Clester exclaimed in terror, utterly forgetting his attempt to conceal his presence. Remarkable. If developed properly, this could be an exceptionally powerful fruit, Raylo observed from a rock above, looking down at Law. Long before Law's room was established, Raylo had swiftly moved to another location, thus remaining unaffected by Law's powers. Law, now on edge, understood Raylo's formidable prowess but had not anticipated how effortlessly Raylo would evade his attack. Nor did he realize it at the outset. Seeing his attack fail, Law resolved to employ his devil fruit ability once more, intending to center the room around himself. However, He was abruptly interrupted by Raylo, who vaulted from the rock behind Law and delivered a powerful kick aimed at Law's head. Rayleigh's movements were too swift for Luo to react. Even his observation haki proved utterly ineffective. With a resounding thud, Luo's head was struck by Rayleigh's kick, sending him spinning through the air several times before crashing violently into the damaged barrier of the headquarters. Although Luo, as one of the 7 warlords, possessed formidable strength, he paled in comparison to Rayleigh. Even in his current state, Rayleigh was far beyond what Luo could contend with. That previous strike was delivered with restraint. Had Rayleigh unleashed his full power, Luo's plight would have been far more dire than merely being kicked into the barrier. The reason Laylo acted in such a manner was to make Luo comprehend his own capabilities, thus facilitating the subsequent plan. This was the most straightforward and effective means Laylo could conceive to instill this understanding in him. Within the command center, the Navy personnel gazed at this scene through the screen, their hearts sinking into despair. They had not anticipated that their sole remaining hope would be so effortlessly shattered. Coughing, Luo staggered to rise from the rubble, his body marred with numerous wounds, and blood trickled from his face due to the friction with the barrier. Most critically, he was dizzy and on the verge of losing his balance. With just a single strike, he had nearly been rendered incapable of further combat. Chapter 112. The agreement. Just as Luo leaned against the remnants, gasping for breath, Laylo had silently positioned himself before him. When Luo finally perceived Laylo's presence, he trembled, his pupils dilating as his mind raced in search of an escape. Although the status of the 7 warlords was crucial to Luo at this moment, it was not paramount enough for him to disregard his own life. Unexpectedly, Laylo posed a question that took him by surprise. What is your dream? The manner in which Laylo inquired resembled that of a talent show mentor, momentarily leaving Luo speechless. Coughing lightly, Laylo ceased his jesting and spoke earnestly. What I mean is, I can assist you in realizing your dream. For instance, by helping you eliminate Don Quixote Doflamingo. Doflamingo had slain his own younger brother, who was also Luo's benefactor and held immense significance to him. Therefore, Luo's actions over the years could almost be described as a relentless pursuit of vengeance against Doflamingo. Laylo's declaration astonished Luo at that moment. How did you know? Luo inquired, bewildered. That's not for you to worry about. By now, you should have a certain understanding of my strength and know that I can effortlessly fulfill your desires. Luo fell into silence. Having meticulously planned for so many years, he naturally possessed a clear understanding of Doflamingo's prowess. While he could not ascertain the precise extent of his opponent's abilities, he was acutely aware that Laylo could undoubtedly defeat Doflamingo. What is your purpose in doing this? Luo was not a Navi child. He understood that Laylo would not assist him without reason. Riley chuckled, appreciating the ease of conversing with an intelligent individual. As a wielder of the surgery fruit, you are likely aware of the immortality surgery. Law's expression shifted dramatically, for he understood that when wielded by a person of exceptional talent, the surgery fruit could grant humanity eternal life. However, once this procedure is performed, the user themselves would meet their demise. Raylo waved his hand dismissively, assuring, rest easy, for I have long possessed such an artifact. What I wish to convey is that if the surgical fruit can bestow eternal life upon others, perhaps it can also alleviate my predicament. Your predicament? Luo was taken aback. He could hardly fathom what troubles might beset a man as formidable as Raylo. Simultaneously, the naval colonel in the command room gazed at the screen, his expression one of disbelief. He could not comprehend why Raylo and Luo had ceased their combat to engage in conversation. Could it be that Raylo had come for Luo's sake? Infuriated, the colonel decided to set aside this perplexity. He had far more pressing matters at hand. Now that they have halted their battle, you must swiftly locate Vice Admiral Yuho. With Yuho's whereabouts currently unknown, as the highest-ranking officer present, it naturally falls upon me to issue commands. Yes, the Marines, upon receiving their orders, immediately set forth to scour the area in search of Yuho. In the face of Luo's bewilderment, Raylo opted for transparency. He turned his back to Luo and lifted his garment, revealing the intricate pattern etched upon his back. Luo was awestruck, having never encountered such a design before. Do you see? This is a curse. Its existence has suppressed my powers. Although, due to certain other factors, I have temporarily regained a portion of my strength. The curse endures, preventing a complete restoration. Moreover, as a consequence of this curse, my devil fruit abilities have also been rendered ineffective. Lara recounted the events with complete candor, leaving no detail concealed, for he was confident that even if Luo were to learn the truth, he would not dare to act against him, considering his intelligence. After a moment of contemplation, Luo remarked, I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Thus I cannot guarantee my ability to lift your curse. That is acceptable. You may take your time to devise a plan. In the meantime, I can assist you in addressing Doflamingo, Laro replied. Luo was taken aback by Laro's willingness to cooperate, which stirred a flicker of temptation within him. After a brief pause, Luo acquiesced, saying, "Very well, I agree. However, let it be understood that I cannot assure you of my success in dispelling your curse, and I will not sacrifice my life in the process. Rest assured, I am not unreasonable." Laro extended his right hand towards Luo, who reciprocated, and they clasped hands, thus formalizing their agreement. Yet, Luo soon found the situation peculiar. If Laro truly required his assistance, why inflict harm upon him? Nevertheless, the pact had been established, rendering past grievances inconsequential, especially since Luo himself was a physician. Such injuries posed little challenge to him. "Can I now lower my ship?" he inquired. Of course, came the response. Luo relinquished his fruit powers, causing the phantom ship to plummet from the sky. The violent jolt sent waves crashing within Cleister, nearly provoking a retch. Yet he stifled any sound for fear of detection by other naval officers. "Let us depart," Luo urged. Chapter 113. A New Journey Where to? Luo questioned. Raylo cast a glance at him, as if to say, "Is that even a question?" "Of course, we are going to seek out Doflamingo to help you fulfill your desires." Luo had not anticipated that immediately after reaching an agreement with Raylo, the latter would commence the execution of their plan. He had presumed that they would at least find a place to sit down and discuss matters thoroughly. However, considering Raylo's formidable prowess, he deemed his thoughts superfluous. The prospect of finally resolving years of grievances filled Luo with a profound sense of exhilaration. "Very well, let us proceed. But we must first visit a certain location to inform my companions." "No problem," Raylo replied with a smile. Just as Raylo was about to turn away, Luo's expression suddenly shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Watch out." The jade monkey, which had previously succumbed to Raylo's conqueror's haki and plunged into the water, now reappeared behind him. In a split second, as Luo issued his warning, the jade monkey thrust the katana it held toward Raylo's lower back. As a rear admiral of the Navy, the jade monkey naturally wielded armament haki. At that moment, Raylo merely smiled, showing no signs of alarm. He was no longer in a state of being cursed. His observation haki was perpetually activated. Even before Luo's warning, Raylo had sensed the jade monkey's approach and had foreseen its impending attack. Although Raylo made no movement, he fortified the defense of his back with armament haki. Despite both utilizing armament haki, the qualitative disparity between them was immense. With a faint crack, the katana in the hands of the jade monkey shattered. In stark contrast, the jade monkey wore an expression of disbelief. In the next instant, Raylo executed a spinning kick that struck the jade monkey squarely in the chest, sending him flying and crashing against the barrier below. The already damaged barrier succumbed to the impact and shattered completely, with stones cascading down to bury the jade monkey, leaving his fate uncertain. Raylo, indifferent to the fate of the jade monkey, turned to Luo and said, "Let us depart." "Very well." Raylo's recent display of prowess had afforded Luo a clearer understanding of his own strength, thereby instilling greater confidence in the pursuit of vengeance against Don Quixote Doflamingo. Raylo returned to the ghost ship with Law, but the previously concealed Cleister was nowhere to be found. Although Raylo had a general sense of Cleister's hiding place through his observation haki, his primary objective in bringing Cleister along was to locate Law. With that goal achieved, he deemed it unnecessary to concern himself with Cleister any further. Thus, the Hydra set sail, carrying Law and Raylo away from the Navy's G9 branch, with no officer daring to intervene. Shortly after their departure, a group of naval officers rushed to the ruins where the nearly lifeless jade monkey was buried, unearthing him just as he was on the brink of death. Upon being rescued, Jade Monkey managed to utter a single, strange sentence, quickly inform Admiral Kizaru. They must seek Don Quixote Doflamingo. After that, he succumbed to unconsciousness, witnessing Jade Monkey's life hanging by a thread. The naval colonel made an immediate decision, activate the warship and send Vice Admiral Jade Monkey to Dr. Vegapunk. Hurry. Given Jade Monkey's condition, conventional medicine was insufficient. Vegapunk, hailed as the greatest scientist of the age, possessed technology that surpassed human understanding by 500 years, potentially offering unconventional means to save the critically injured Jade Monkey. Upon receiving the order, the Navy swiftly mobilized, administering emergency care to Jade Monkey before boarding him onto the warship, which then raced towards Vegapunk's location. Meanwhile, Cleister, who had remained hidden, stealthily infiltrated the very vessel bound for Vegapunk's domain. "That serpent is quite large. Where did you find it?" Law inquired, gazing curiously at the Hydra. Consequently, Raylo recounted the tale of discovering the Hydra on Amazon Lily in great detail. After hearing the story, Law's expression darkened. The Empress will likely be furious upon learning this. She will undoubtedly seek to retaliate against you. Raylo, unconcerned, replied, "Let her come. My subordinates wish to meet the world's most beautiful woman. I shall have her assist on the ship." Though the Empress, like Law, was a Shichibukai and possessed considerable power, she appeared to Raylo as merely a rustic villager. Nonetheless, considering Raylo's prowess, Law did not dwell on it. Law's pirate vessel was a yellow submarine, currently docked near an island not far from the G9 branch. Upon the ghost ship reaching the area, Law said, "Wait here for a moment. I must speak with my companions." With that, Law disembarked from the ghost ship and entered the submarine. His crew was taken aback upon seeing him return injured. "What happened? Captain? Did you encounter enemies? Aren't you a Shichibukai? How could anyone dare to target you?" In response to their concern, Law refrained from elaborating, instead tending to his wounds. Although Law was a user of the Opop no Mi, which allowed for precise surgical procedures, it did not possess healing capabilities. Fortunately, the submarine was equipped with numerous medical devices that enabled him to treat his injuries. Once finished, Law slowly stated, "I need to attend to a personal matter, which may take several days or even a month. You all should find a place to hide until I contact you." Despite their allegiance, Law did not wish to involve them in his affairs. "Hide? Why would we do that?" one crew member queried. "Yes, Captain, you are a Shichibukai. Why should we hide?" Law sighed, "After today, perhaps I will no longer be." After relaying his instructions, Law returned to the ghost ship, and the Hydra resumed its journey. Doflamingo's stronghold lay in Dressrosa, but Law had learned that Doflamingo was not currently present there. Therefore, their destination was an alternate town. Originally, Raylo had intended to dismantle Doflamingo's entire family, but it now seemed that only Doflamingo himself would need to be dealt with. However, aside from his pirate crew, Doflamingo was deeply entrenched in arms trading and other illicit activities, with numerous powerful figures in the New World's underground society colluding with him. Thus, should Raylo eliminate Doflamingo, he would inevitably attract the attention of multiple factions. Nevertheless, for Raylo, as long as he could lift the curse, he would face any adversary without fear. Chapter 114. An unexpected encounter. The Hydra navigated the vast ocean while Doflamingo's current location remained at a considerable distance from them, making it impractical to reach him in a short time. Meanwhile, supplies aboard the ghost ship were dwindling, necessitating a stop at the nearest town for replenishment. At this moment, Law was perusing the latest newspaper, which contained little of value, save for one significant piece of news, due to the collusion between Shichibukai Trafalgar Law and the ghost Raylo. Trafalgar Law has been expelled from the Shichibukai and his bounty reinstated at 300 million berries.